Lin Xinyu lamented his past negligence towards the emotions of others. Fortunately, a serendipitous encounter provided him with an opportunity to mend his regrets. At this moment, his innocent desk mate was merely shy, still capable of speech. Why hesitate? Seizing the moment, he declared, "Bai Shihan, I have something to tell you. Don't bully me. I don't have any food left. No food needed from today onward. You're my wife, understand?" Bai Shihan widened her eyes in disbelief. Was it true that without food, she was to become his wife? Oh dear, he truly was a rascal. The gentle breeze of July, the rains of August, a humble heart yearns for a distant love. Something felt amiss. In Blue Star, Qingshui City, at Hungnan High School, the vibrant nightlife had vanished, replaced by the sight of high school students clad in uniforms, the scent of youthful hormones entirely supplanted by the aroma of books. The heart of one resonates with the hearts of thousands. In times of extravagance, one also cherishes family. Alas, the minutiae of life. The sound of reading echoed, both familiar and foreign. Lin Xinyu rubbed his temples, quickly identifying his location, the back row by the window. What? Rebirth. If memory served him correctly, the youthful girls who once swayed nearby were now mere echoes of the past, replaced by the mundane reality of adolescence. In the classroom, some students diligently recited their lessons, while others used the pretense of study to chat and laugh. A few engaged in playful scuffles, facing the wrath of the disciplinary committee. Lin Xinyu glanced at himself. The middle-aged paunch had long disappeared, a symbol of his youthful vigor. The carved marks on his desk bore witness to his aspirations. One must gather a complete set of certain discs. Red alert forever. Gazing at his youthful ideals, Lin Xinyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily erasing the evidence. March 2004, springtime. The countdown on the blackboard read 85 days. As one reaches middle age, especially with both wealth and power, one becomes acutely aware of the meaning of regret. Take, for instance, the girl who passed him notes. If memory served, carefully folding a note, she would cross the invisible boundary, always maintaining an air of nonchalance. In the past, Lin Xinyu would have ignored such notes, dismissing her as meddlesome, and returned to sleep. Now, however, he tenderly held the note in his palm, cherishing it like a precious gem. In this life, he finally had a chance to amend his regrets. His sweet, innocent girl. They say that when one stands at the forefront of change, even pigs can fly. There was no need for haste. What was urgent now was to clarify his feelings for this timid girl. Forget about the games. The discs, those could all be cast aside. Shifting his gaze to the right, Lin Xinyu realized he had envisioned their reunion countless times in dreams, but never had it felt so palpably real. At this moment, she was truly there. To confirm the reality, he bit his tongue sharply. Ouch! The pain only served to affirm that the familiar visage before him was indeed genuine, showing no signs of fading. This was not a dream. Before him stood a girl of exquisite beauty, her facial contours striking, lips slightly upturned, radiating a serene smile, her eyes like paintings. Upon realizing she was being watched, she began to avert her gaze, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Her distinctive twin tails cascaded like seaweed, framing her delicate, fair skin, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a lotus emerging from the water, pure and unworldly. From afar, she appeared almost unreal, ephemeral, as if she might dissolve into the air at any moment, leaving one feeling as though she were unattainable. "I like you." The girl, already avoiding eye contact, widened her eyes in astonishment, glancing around to gauge the reactions of those nearby. Fortunately, his voice had been low, offering her a moment of relief. Yet, she still feigned ignorance, lowering her head, her restless hands clearly betraying her unease. "Do you dislike me? Is that why you're silent?" "No, that's not it." Bai Shihan panicked, fidgeting nervously, her cheeks flushed, betraying her anxiety. How terrifying! This was her first thought. Then, glancing at her desk, she seemed to convey a sense of grievance towards Lin Xinyu. "I don't have any food left." Her voice was soft, stammering. "Am I truly that frightening?" Lin Xinyu felt a surge of affection for the girl before him. Without her, he would not have achieved all he had. Upon realizing that she had been silently supporting him all along, he became fervently determined to pursue her. Regrettably, she suffered from severe social anxiety, able to assist him but unable to engage in normal conversation, let alone meet face to face. Lin Xinyu deeply regretted that during their high school years, they had not exchanged more words despite sitting side by side. From then on, in the quiet of the night, he would reflect on the timid girl who had passed him notes, lamenting why he hadn't taken the time to converse with her more. You could talk that makes me truly happy. Lin Xinyu struggled to maintain his composure, excitement bubbling within him. He longed to take her hand, but hesitated, fearing that such sudden intimacy would startle her. I really don't have any food left. Bai Shihan was on the verge of tears, her anxious hands gripping the corners of her book in an attempt to calm her nerves. He always snatched her snacks. What a wicked villain he was. Today, no food. I'm here to inform you of something very important. Would you like to hear it? Seeing Lin Xinyu's suddenly serious expression, Bai Shihan hesitated but nodded. He was usually either asleep or causing a ruckus after class. If he was being so earnest, it must be significant. Listen, from today onward, you are my wife, understand? Bai Shihan, like a startled rabbit, instinctively recoiled, shaking her head vigorously and lowering her gaze. Look up and talk to me. Don't bully me. Hearing her words, Bai Shihan reluctantly lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xinyu's, fear evident in her eyes. Could it be that this simpleton was experiencing a bit of social anxiety? I'm not bullying you, I'm being serious. Can you understand? Bai Shihan shook her head again. No. She even subtly shifted back, as if inviting him to check her desk. This action amused Lin Xinyu. So, was it true that he only ever took her snacks? No, I'm serious from now on. You're my wife. Do you understand? Bai Shihan's eyes widened. She shook her head once more, the corners of her neatly arranged pages crumpling under her grip. This time, she was genuinely frightened. Typically reserved, she rarely spoke to others, yet she was no fool. Moreover, he always bullied her now. Without snacks, he wanted her to be his wife? Oh no, he was a rogue, only seeking to take advantage. No. Bai Shihan summoned her courage. She couldn't always acquiesce to his demands. She needed to resist. If he demanded she become his wife without offering snacks, what would he want next? To have children? The mere thought sent a jolt of shock through her, solidifying her resolve to resist to the end. It's fine, just come by a few more times, and I'll be okay. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, Lin Xinyu straightened in his seat. If asked about others, Lin Xinyu might not have much of an impression, but he certainly had some understanding of Bai Shihan. At this moment, although she did not exhibit severe signs of social anxiety, a hint of introversion lingered. For instance, during meals in the cafeteria, she habitually chose a secluded corner, avoiding interaction with others. Are you eating? Why rush ahead of your husband? Bai Shihan halted her actions, hurriedly waved her hand, and glanced around to ensure no one was observing them before she stammered her refusal. No, that's not. After saying this, she felt a desire to ignore him. Sleeping through morning self-study was one thing, but since he had awakened her, it seemed he had been taking advantage of her in subtle ways. She now harbored a fear that if she grew accustomed to his presence, she might inadvertently agree one day. Thus, the two sat facing each other. Lin Xinyu glanced at her lunchbox, which contained not only a cute fried egg, but also several animal-shaped buns. Do you want to eat? Noticing Lin Xinyu's gaze, Bai Shihan extended her small hand and selected the largest bun from the box, offering it to him. It was not an act of generosity, but rather a precaution against the unpredictable behavior of this bully. She feared that if he grew displeased, he might insist she become his wife. Did you make all of these? Given the adorable appearance of the buns, Lin Xinyu found it hard to believe they were from the cafeteria. Bai Shihan remained silent, watching him as he took a bite of the rabbit-shaped bun. Even without spoken inquiries, the anticipation in her eyes conveyed her desire for his opinion. Just average. As expected, upon hearing Lin Xinyu's assessment, Bai Shihan pouted, shifting her lunchbox and turning away, no longer willing to acknowledge the big bad who had already formed an opinion of her culinary skills. Lin Xinyu gazed at her with tenderness, particularly delighted by her playful pout, which brought a smile to his face. In contrast, Bai Shihan, who had resolved to ignore the so-called bully, found herself curious when he remained still for too long. Stealing a glance, she intended to observe Lin Xinyu's movements, but was caught off guard as he was staring directly at her. Do you want me to feed you? Bai Shihan looked like a child caught in mischief, her gaze darting away in a flustered denial, and she began to nibble on the bread in her bowl instead. Lin Xinyu was filled with affection, tempted to caress her face, but he restrained himself, aware of the current circumstances. Although Bai Shihan could engage in normal conversation, it did not grant him the liberty to express his feelings recklessly. He wished to convey that she need not be overly reserved, as he was indeed a rogue if both were timid. How could they communicate? Noticing the smile fade from Lin Xinyu's face, Bai Shihan picked up the last bun. Despite her trepidation towards him, she extended it to him. Here, as she offered her delicate hand, Lin Xinyu could no longer resist. He took the bun, his hand brushing against her wrist, and without hesitation, devoured the treat. The intimacy of the action gave the impression that Bai Shihan had willingly chosen to feed him. You. Bai Shihan panicked, unsure where to focus her attention. First, her wrist was captured, and then her chopsticks were commandeered. Was this what they called an indirect kiss? Struggling to free her hand, she felt relieved that her breakfast was finished and there was no need for the chopsticks. Like a startled rabbit, she quickly fled the scene. Lin Xinyu did not rush after her, instead waiting outside the cafeteria until she had tidied her lunchbox. These moments together were truly what he had longed for. Never had he imagined they would become a reality. The scenes he had envisioned in dreams now lay before him, tangible and exhilarating. A gentle breeze caressed his face, refreshing and delightful. In his line of sight, the shy girl emerged from the cafeteria, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she scanned her surroundings in search of him. Upon spotting the big bad, she began to walk over, her outward demeanor betraying a hint of fear, yet her actions showed no sign of retreat. Good, you still know to come find me. The high school uniforms were white with red trim, obscuring their individual features. Even students with striking physiques appeared rather ordinary under the uniformity. Initially, they walked in tandem, but upon realizing they had both intentionally slowed down, they found themselves side by side. With a noticeable height difference, they stood merely a fist's distance apart, and Bai Shihan's flushed cheeks lent her an endearing quality. Can you not sleep during class anymore? Bai Shihan summoned her courage to articulate the words she had previously penned on a note. Lin Xinyu halted, turning to observe the girl beside him, aware of the courage it took for her to speak up. In his memory, she seldom voiced such concerns directly. Most of her expressions of care were conveyed through notes, and her verbal communication was limited to requests for food or assignments. Why? Do you want me to attend the same university as you? Bai Shihan froze, her eyes wide with surprise. She immediately shook her head in denial. No, that's not it. Then you must dislike me and don't want to share school? No, that's not true. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Bai Shihan felt flustered, her gestures becoming more emphatic as she feared he might misunderstand her intentions. She then rummaged through her pocket and soon emerged with a radiant smile. Curious about her actions, Lin Xinyu patiently awaited her revelation. Before long, Bai Shihan produced a large white rabbit milk candy from her small hand, her expression akin to that of a treasure hunter who had unearthed a gem. With hopeful eyes, she offered it to Lin Xinyu. Try it. Under her watchful gaze, Lin Xinyu accepted the candy, and with her silent encouragement, unwrapped it and placed it in his mouth. It's quite sweet. Upon seeing Lin Xinyu smile, Bai Shihan exhaled in relief. Candy. Eating candy brings joy. Misunderstandings were averted. 003. The sound of the creaking chair ceased. Bai Shihan blinked with curiosity, sensing that her deskmate was somewhat different today. Usually after class, this individual would shift his chair to create space. Whether to step out for a restroom break or to engage in playful antics with classmates who were less inclined to study. While the playful banter was tolerable, Bai Shihan found the restroom trips bothersome, as he always returned with an unpleasant odor of smoke lingering about him. Are you spying on me? Upon hearing these words, the typically reticent Bai Shihan was momentarily taken aback, her silence punctuated only by her picking up a pen, feigning intense concentration on her homework. It's nothing. There's no shame in sneaking glances at one's husband. For Lin Xinyu, having embraced his rogue persona, it was imperative to pursue this course unabashedly, allowing this naive girl to grow accustomed to his antics. Seizing the opportunity to express himself freely, he had no desire to retreat into the shadows, deliberately overlooking the presence of this hidden gem beside him. Conversely, Bai Shihan, upon hearing his self-proclamation, bit her lip in contemplation. How had he come to refer to himself as my husband? Was he truly such a scoundrel? She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Soon enough, a note slowly traversed the gap between their desks. Absolutely not. Catching a glimpse of the note being disregarded once more, Bai Shihan pouted in discontent. Wife, why do you sit in the last row? That is not true. Bai Shihan, now thoroughly flustered, abandoned the note and directly conveyed her thoughts. It's fine. It will inevitably be so. Don't call me. I will tell the teacher. In her world, reporting to the teacher was the most terrifying act and the most effective means of dealing with the rogue before her. Though it carried an element of intimidation, it served as a sufficient rebuttal. Well, now you dare to tell the teacher. Impressive. Lin Xinyu felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this threatening remark. He recalled how, in the past, she wouldn't even dare to speak to her classmates, and in comparison, her progress was indeed commendable. Before Bai Shihan could express further dissatisfaction, a voice called from the doorway. Lin Xinyu, the homeroom teacher wants to see you. Bai Shihan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Lin Xinyu, her expression seemingly pleading for him to assure her that she had not reported him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wait for me to return. With the familiar sound of a chair scraping across the floor to create space for him to exit. This time, however, he was headed to the office. According to habit, he invariably returned from the office in a somber mood. Casting a glance at the drawer, she noted that all the snacks had been devoured by that wicked fiend. Frowning slightly and deliberating for a moment, she ultimately rose to her feet. The office, unlike the ceiling fans in the classroom, featured a small fan beside each homeroom teacher to combat the heat. Although it occasionally creaked, it was undeniably safer, as there was no concern of it falling at any moment. Xinyu, it's your final year. You must exert yourself to some extent. Your mother occasionally calls to inquire about your academic progress. It must be said, upon seeing the homeroom teacher again, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Even though the two continued to stay in touch later, their encounters were limited to the exchange of a few cigarettes. However, he could not afford to be so audacious at this moment. In his memory, old Chen had always been quite kind to him. Amidst the abandonment by nearly all subject teachers, he still sought him out for conversations. Thank you, Teacher Chen. I understand now. I was immature before, and I appreciate your patience. Those previous dialogues often stemmed from being caught smoking in the restroom or being seen dozing off in class, which led to his criticism being tinged with a bit of resentment. This was only natural, for in the throes of adolescence, rebellion was a common thread. One might know that the other meant well, yet still yearned to oppose them. The more one spoke, the more he felt compelled to act contrary, believing that defiance somehow exuded a sense of bravado. In retrospect, such behavior indeed seems rather juvenile. The sudden transformation left old Chen bewildered. Upon entering the office, he wondered why the rebellious youth who typically ignored him had seemingly vanished. You rascal, haven't you stirred up any trouble again recently? Beyond this, he could hardly fathom another reason for the change. Lin Xinyu smiled in response, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as memories of his high school antics flashed before him, akin to a moment of social death. Please, Teacher Chen, spare me the teasing. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, I have no intention of being a slacker. Hearing this, old Chen felt increasingly astonished. Was the sun rising in the west? The boy who usually retorted had suddenly become so obedient. Regardless of his ulterior motives, such words brought joy to this homeroom teacher. If his mother were to learn of this, she too would be delighted. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Chen. I promise I won't cause trouble again. Lin Xinyu gave a slight bow, his matured mindset rendering him incapable of returning to his previous childish demeanor. Very well, this marks significant progress. In the future, try not to doze off in class. If you wish to avoid the corner, feel free to tell me. Don't think I'm unaware. You just want to hide in the corner to sleep. Previously, Lin Xinyu did indeed harbor that thought, yet now he found the corner quieter, especially with that silly girl nearby. The only mystery remained. Why did she also sit at the back? Based on her grades, Bai Shihan could undoubtedly sit in a front row seat. It was unfathomable that they would not be desk partners. Furthermore, Bai Shihan was rather introverted, often remaining silent even when bullied. She had intended to sit in his position, but fearing she wouldn't see, he had been moved to the innermost seat. Ah, so it's only me who can see? Of course, he couldn't voice this, as old Chen had just mentioned that if one was dissatisfied, they could request a seat change. To complain now would risk separating him from that silly girl, a fate more painful than death itself. Due to Lin Xinyu's improved attitude, old Chen refrained from lecturing him excessively, merely outlining the recent circumstances and allowing him to return to class. In the classroom, Bai Shihan was taking small breaths, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the front door. In her drawer, her small hands had already arranged the cookies and candies she had bought, and as she caught her breath, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thus, he would not be unhappy anymore. It was only when Lin Xinyu's figure appeared in his line of sight that he straightened his posture, averted his gaze, and feigned concentration on his studies. while also shifting his chair to create an empty space. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xinyu's first action was to glance in the direction of Bai Shihan, clearly noticing her with her head lowered and her pen movements somewhat flustered. As he approached, he gently inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" Just as he settled into his seat, a note was passed to him. "No, I'm studying." Perhaps sensing Lin Xinyu's lack of other actions and recalling previous observations, she surmised that he might be feeling a bit discontented. Therefore, Bai Shihan mustered her courage once more, retrieved a small bag of snacks from her drawer, and, along with the note she had prepared earlier, sent them across the gap to his desk. "Here, have some biscuits." As time passed, "I was about to take your hand. Weren't we just saying we hadn't eaten? Where did these cookies come from?" Lin Xinyu tore open the packaging and, quite naturally, devoured the small cookies while casting a puzzled glance at Bai Shihan. Faced with two questions and unable to respond immediately, coupled with an inner urgency, he reluctantly spoke. There S more." His words faltered again, but Lin Xinyu, accustomed to this, held no objections and instead felt a hint of joy. Upon witnessing the smile grace her face, Bai Shihan finally sighed in relief, as if she had accomplished a long-desired task, which brought her a sense of delight. "Which boy bought these for you?" Lin Xinyu asked, feigning annoyance as he turned to Bai Shihan, awaiting an explanation. His intention was primarily to encourage her to speak more. After all, every journey begins with a first step. Once initiated, it becomes second nature, and adaptation follows suit. No, boy." The stammering words only made Lin Xinyu find her more endearing. He secretly anticipated the day she would communicate with him smoothly, imagining how different the scenario might be. However, Bai Shihan harbored a different sentiment. The mere thought of being wronged by him filled her with indignation. After all, the snacks and sweets were meant solely for him. Not to mention that she had prepared all this. With a huff, Bai Shihan turned away, choosing to ignore the annoying fellow beside her. "Could it be that someone specifically bought these for me?" Lin Xinyu teased. As they walked on, despite not knowing why this little simpleton always brought an array of snacks. Every time she assisted him, she would invariably include treats, a habit that had never wavered. "No, that's not it." Listening to her anxious tone, Lin Xinyu realized that when she was anxious, she seemed to lose her stammer, or perhaps it was only during moments of tension. "Really, I'm not joking. I want to date you. I'll tell the teacher." Although her voice was barely audible, the stuttering had clearly improved. Moreover, this little simpleton had even donned a fierce expression, attempting to intimidate him and thwart any ominous intentions. In her eyes, this series of actions constituted a signal of ferocity, surely capable of having some effect, at least to make Lin Xinyu feel a twinge of fear. "You are truly adorable." Once Bai Shihan's mock ferocity emerged, Lin Xinyu could no longer contain himself and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. He had never expected that the socially anxious Bai Shihan, who struggled with normal interaction, could possess such an endearing side. "Huh? Bai Shihan flustered, immediately curling up, breaking free from his grasp, her face flushed with a vivid hue. Lin Xinyu resembled a wolf, suddenly extending his paw to catch the little rabbit, only to have her escape, leaving him startled and trembling from afar, so nervous that he could hardly speak, regardless of any stuttering concerns. The school bell rang like the crack of a gun, scattering the once nearby wolf. Recognizing that the other party wished to avoid the gaze of many, Lin Xinyu ceased his actions and sat quietly in his seat. Subsequently, under Bai Shihan's incredulous gaze, he produced an English book and began to memorize vocabulary. Bai Shihan, initially convinced she must be mistaken, rubbed her eyes for clarity, and upon confirming his focus on the words, her expression transformed from surprise to delight. At the same time, another small hand reached towards the drawer where snacks were neatly arranged, gently touching them without making a sound. To her, these snacks were akin to treasures. During lunchtime, Bai Shihan intended to head to the cafeteria alone, but the persistent Lin Xinyu insisted on joining her, claiming he wanted to enjoy a solitary meal. To prove her point, she had no choice but to allow him to accompany her. In the school years, when one harbors affection for another, one should muster the courage. After all, it is merely a matter of 2 or 3 years, and should things not work out, They would eventually part ways upon graduation, leaving no room for trepidation. With a little bravery, who knows, perhaps the object of one's affection might reciprocate. As long as one remains diligent in their studies and seeks knowledge beyond the classroom, there should be no significant issues. Was a lunchbox she carried? Sneaking in an extra meal? No, only breakfast. Indeed, engaging in normal conversation made her stutter. It seemed that gradual correction would be necessary, as achieving improvement in the short term might prove challenging. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Bai Shihan instinctively gravitated towards the line with the fewest people. Lin Xinyu understood her aversion to crowds, as such an atmosphere made her uncomfortable. Thankfully, it was better now than before. He recalled that in the past, she scarcely interacted with others, spending her days alone at home, managing all her meals without assistance, embodying a self-imposed isolation devoid of external communication. During this period, she would rather choose to consume inexpensive, unappetizing meals than wait in line in crowded places, not due to a lack of funds, but simply out of reluctance. Cool, mate. Let me take you somewhere delicious. Initially, Lin Xinyu remained passive, merely offering verbal encouragement. Bai Shihan gently shook her head in refusal, remaining silent. In the cacophony of the environment, she resembled a sheep lost among wolves, shrinking back in fear, hesitant to act. Was she afraid? Yes. This time, Bai Shihan did not deny it. She made a slight sound. Compared to the presence of a malevolent person, the surrounding noisy atmosphere was evidently more terrifying, and she could only place her scarce sense of security in his company. At least with him, she would not feel as tense or fearful. Did she wish to overcome this? Bai Shihan looked up. Lin Xinyu towered over her by a head, and this rogue seemed to articulate her innermost desires. I can't. Before she could even attempt, the glimmer of hope in her eyes was swiftly extinguished. Her subconscious told her that this was utterly unattainable. To live in this world, the most significant purpose is to embrace the courage to try. If one dares to take a step forward, success may await. However, if one does nothing, they are destined to a life devoid of achievement. Bai Shihan could hardly believe that this bully, who so often tormented her, would utter such words. Yet it was precisely these words that rekindled a courage that had long since vanished. In my opinion, it is merely a matter of fetching a meal. It is not a daunting task. Lin Xinyu understood that lighthearted conversation could disarm the other party, and if the atmosphere remained tense, it was highly likely that she would still lack the courage. If fear persists, then I shall take your hand and lead you forward. That should alleviate some of the apprehension. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xinyu took action, reaching out to grasp the other's hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan felt a surge of panic and bolted away. To her, this prospect was evidently far more terrifying than standing in line over there. Despite her usual timidity, in the blink of an eye, she found herself standing obediently beside the queue, awaiting Lin Xinyu to join her in fetching their meal. The expedition had not yet been successful. He is nothing but a rogue. At this moment, Bai Shihan stood obediently in place, although a formidable figure loomed behind her. An inexplicable sense of affection stirred within her heart. For Bai Shihan, this marked her inaugural experience standing in a crowded queue, especially with other lines forming on either side. According to his words, this could be considered a breakthrough, perhaps. From Lin Xinyu's perspective, he observed Bai Shihan's fair hands flitting restlessly in the air, unable to find a resting place. At times, she would clench her fists, and, at others, she would open them wide, ultimately gripping the hem of her school uniform, seemingly to steady her anxious emotions. It wasn't as daunting as it seemed, yet still afraid. Bai Shihan's voice was barely a whisper, but fortunately, Lin Xinyu stood right beside her, so there was no need for repetition. It's all right, just come a few more times, he reassured her. The thought of echoing the same words from the morning made Bai Shihan slightly gasp in surprise. Was it the case that for him, simply attending a few more times could resolve anything? The moment she recalled Lin Xinyu referring to her as his wife, she quickly shook her head. No, please not that. If everything could be resolved by merely showing up more often, then even resistance would be futile. Soon, it was their turn to get their meals. As Bai Shihan instinctively pointed to two vegetable dishes, Lin Xinyu moved beside her. Sister, could you please help me with some meat? His gentle tone charmed the cafeteria lady, causing her hands to steady as she served. Observing the handsome young man by the window and the shy girl lowering her head, the seasoned lady instantly grasped the situation. "Young man, make sure to study hard," she advised. Nevertheless, she did not skimp on the meat portion. As for payment, Lin Xinyu intended to cover it, but Bai Shihan seemed to predict his move, paying for both their meals before hastily departing without a backward glance. Knowing her family background, Lin Xinyu felt no surprise. The only mystery was why this timid girl did not wait for him. Typically, in crowded situations, her first instinct would be fear, followed by a pleading glance for help. But now, this was also the reason Lin Xinyu found it perplexing. As for locating Bai Shihan, it was quite simple. In that familiar corner, the girl clad in a white school uniform with red trim turned slightly, desperately attempting to conceal herself. However, when the bad person she had internally defined appeared beside her, a sense of defeat washed over her. "Caught again. Are you hiding from me?" "No, not at all." Lin Xinyu found it both amusing and exasperating. As he approached, he had been curious about why she had deliberately turned her back to him. Now, it became clear. She simply wished to remain hidden. "Next time, could you perhaps choose a different place to hide? Do you really think that by merely turning away from others in the same spot, you would remain undetected?" In truth, Bai Shihan had pondered this very question. For reasons unknown, she felt an irrational fear. What if, by changing her hiding place, he could not find her? "You must balance your diet. Do not be picky." Lin Xinyu's words interrupted her thoughts. Perhaps it was better not to mention it at all. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan quickly frowned at the lean meat in her bowl, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. The very thought that this meat had been procured at the behest of his gentle voice made her appetite wane even further. Not eating? Not eating. At this moment, Lin Xinyu widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Bai Shihan. Not only was he no longer stuttering, but his tone was also remarkably more assertive. "If you're not eating, neither will I." Having spoken, Lin Xinyu set down his chopsticks. Noticing that she remained unmoving, he prepared to rise, his hand resting on the utensils. "Eat, eat, no, we cannot waste." "Really? Then I shall watch you eat." Lin Xinyu promptly sat back down, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Shihan, wearing an expression that conveyed his demand for her to eat for his sake. You. It was only then that Bai Shihan realized he had no intention of wasting food. "You promised me. Go ahead and eat. Once you do, I will eat too. In the future, I can serve myself, all right?" She picked up a small piece of lean meat, and glancing up, she looked at Lin Xinyu with a pleading gaze. "You're not articulate. Those aunties will only call you sister if you can ask nicely, and then they will serve you ample food without trembling." I could do that too." A flicker of determination shone in Bai Shihan's eyes. She would not eat the meat that was procured through his coaxing. Lin Xinyu, not overthinking it, considered this an opportunity for her to change, and thus he nodded in agreement. Initially, their pace of eating was leisurely, but upon hearing that he would feed her, Bai Shihan immediately quickened her actions, clearing her remaining food with fervor, fearful of missing any chance Lin Xinyu might seize. "One must be brave to try new things. Just allow me to feed you once, and you shall grow accustomed to it." Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan felt a sense of urgency and leapt to her feet, clutching her plate, and dashed away. Despite her typically soft-spoken demeanor, she was surprisingly swift. In no time, she had vanished from sight. The road ahead was long and arduous. It seemed that the aspiration to have her quickly become his wife was unlikely to materialize in the near future. However, it was clear that his approach was indeed the right one. She was an exceedingly introverted individual, and any attempt to change must be met with an opposing strategy to achieve balance. In the classroom, Bai Shihan sat up straight early on, engrossed in her review. Even when she sensed Lin Xinyu's approach, she did not lift her head. After making room for him to enter, a slight smile graced her lips. "Hee, I didn't look up. I've made progress." Just as Lin Xinyu was about to speak, he noticed a note that had already been placed on the desk. "During lunch, focus on your studies." Clearly, this served as a signal for him not to disturb her. In response, Lin Xinyu remained silent, instead picking up a pen to reply on the same note. Meanwhile, he felt the unmistakable gaze of someone peeking from the side. Lin Xinyu chose not to confront it, slowly folding the note and preparing to hand it over. Suddenly, As if struck by an idea, he retracted the note and placed it back on the desk. This action left Bai Shihan, who had eagerly awaited his response, feeling quite vexed. What a mischievous fellow. I want to look. Lowering her head, she took her pen, puffed out her cheeks, and completed her actions in one fluid motion. However, when the note was finally passed to her, her enthusiasm deflated in an instant. To maintain her pride, she feigned ignorance, continuing with her answers. Before long, she turned her head to survey her surroundings, ultimately allowing her gaze to linger on the note. Feigning a moment of sudden discovery, with a slight tremor in her small hands, she picked it up and opened it nervously. His first time, he responded on a note. Upon reading the carefully penned words within, Bai Shihan felt as though the note had pricked her hand, allowing it to slip from her grasp and fall onto the desk. At that moment, Lin Xinyu gazed at Bai Shihan with a suggestive expression. Once their eyes met, he pulled out his book, diligently reviewing while occasionally marking notes with his pen. He truly was a rogue. Upon further inspection, the black ink on the white paper was unmistakably clear. All right, my dear wife, confirming that she had not misread the note. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched it tightly in her hand, eventually allowing her small hand to rest naturally in the drawer. She folded the note carefully, making every effort to avoid any sound, and finally placed it alongside her cherished snacks. 006. Let's return home. During the afternoon class, Lin Xinyu remained remarkably earnest. He neither dozed off nor indulged in extracurricular reading. Previously, Bai Shihan had harbored a curiosity about how he could immerse himself so deeply in his books. She had once attempted to borrow one for reference, but upon recognizing her intentions, he had bluntly refused, asserting that such reading was reserved for adulthood. Naturally timid, Bai Shihan could only acquiesce. When dinner time arrived, regardless of Lin Xinyu's entreaties, she stubbornly remained in the classroom, insisting that she would return home to prepare her own meal after evening study. This led to an awkward standoff where they exchanged glances. In an effort to lighten the mood, Bai Shihan retrieved some snacks from her drawer. Here, take this. Eat. Why do you always insist on sharing your snacks with me? Lin Xinyu inquired, genuine curiosity piqued. Despite his previous attempts to fathom the reason behind her generous behavior, he had always come up short. Ultimately, Bai Shihan was at a loss for words, her anxiety stifling her ability to articulate her thoughts. Instead, she resorted to writing her message on a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Xinyu. I must strive to overcome this habit, even though I truly enjoy it. Just as she prepared to open the snack bag, Lin Xinyu's words made her fingers tremble, causing her to fumble the opening. Strive. As she unfolded the note, it read, You once said that eating snacks brings joy, and that being unhappy can be quite distressing. So I thought to share them with you. A wave of emotion washed over Lin Xinyu, his nose tingling with a sudden sting. He reminisced about high school, when he had said such things to coax her into sharing her snacks, never anticipating that this endearingly Navi girl would remember his words so deeply, not only in the present, but even during the subsequent downturns in his career. She had sent box after box of snacks to his office. At the time, he had assumed it was a prank orchestrated by a rival company, eager to watch him falter. Now, the truth had finally surfaced. So, your constant supply of snacks is intended to bring me happiness? In the rhythmic creaking of the ceiling fan, Bai Shihan felt a flush spread across her cheeks, her nervousness palpable. She toyed with the idea of writing another note. But recalling her earlier promise to try harder, she stammered, I can eat by myself. Had it not been for the countless boxes of snacks she had previously bestowed upon him, Lin Xinyu might have believed her. But now, he was entirely unconvinced. Here, let me open it for you. Before she could grasp what was happening, he snatched the unopened snack from her hands. Just as she was about to display a pout of indignation, he tore open the packaging and returned it to her. I too wish for your perpetual happiness. Then, may I ask you not to bully me? Very well. Bai Shihan took the snack bag, ready to delve in for a cookie. However, upon hearing his acquiescence, she glanced towards him, searching for any sign of discontent or a frown. I won't bully you, but I will still pursue you. No, that's not permissible. Initially, when she heard him say he wouldn't bully her, Bai Shihan failed to fully process the latter part of his statement. It wasn't until she registered his words that she realized something was amiss. Lin Xinyu chose not to elaborate. Even the most extroverted individuals must possess a sense of moderation. This concept of balance is encapsulated in the saying that extremes will inevitably lead to a counterbalance. As for the audacity to refer to Bai Shihan in such a manner, it stemmed from their prolonged companionship as tablemates, allowing him the boldness to act so shamelessly. Had they been strangers, such a reckless declaration of her being his wife would surely have resulted in a swift relocation to opposite corners of the classroom, rendering them distant from one another. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xinyu had transformed in Bai Shihan's eyes. Though he displayed a hint of roguishness, his earnestness during the day's classes was undeniable. This realization filled Bai Shihan with a quiet delight. How refreshing it was to be free from the acrid stench of smoke, especially when it was often mingled with the unpleasant odors from the restroom. As the evening study session concluded, the high school day was distinctly divided between boarding and day students, with the majority residing on campus. Lin Xinyu and Bai Shihan were among the rare few who lived conveniently close across the street from the school. However, during that time, Lin Xinyu's penchant for playfulness caused him to miss numerous opportunities to walk home with Bai Shihan. She vividly recalled a girl trailing behind him, and while it would be disingenuous to claim she was unafraid, her sole acquaintance in class was Lin Xinyu, compelling her to lag behind until they exited the school gates, whereupon she would vanish into the crowd. Reflecting on those moments now, she wished she could slap herself for not seizing such an ideal opportunity. Walk together? Bai Shihan, who had been tidying her belongings, paused momentarily at Lin Xinyu's suggestion before shaking her head. No, it's unnecessary. I usually walk alone. Although I followed you out, I didn't continue after leaving the school. Is it really unnecessary? He inquired. Yes. Well, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With that, Lin Xinyu gestured for her to make way, and under her watchful gaze, he exited the classroom. Simultaneously, Bai Shihan hastened her actions, gathered her things, and departed. In the campus milieu, students typically arranged their journeys home in groups, each possessing a consistent circle of friends. Lin Xinyu was no exception. His close friend, Kong Pang, awaited him below. Let me tell you, Xiao Yu, have you forgotten your brother today? Not lighting incense, not visiting the shop, and neglecting your studies? Before Lin Xinyu could approach, Kong Pang had already begun his complaints. Observing his friend's current physique evoked a sense of nostalgia. His best buddy, Kong Yu, nicknamed Kong Pang, though now quite portly, would ultimately prove that being overweight could indeed harbor potential. Unfortunately, his judgment in matters of love had faltered, leading him to pursue a so-called true love merely to fulfill the tasks set by others. Stop your rambling and keep your mouth clean. We are diligent students. Lin Xinyu retorted. Hey, are you trying to play that game with me, Yuga? Hiding incense for your own enjoyment? Their camaraderie was one of good-natured teasing, forged through years of shared experiences. They always found ways to take advantage of one another, yet when trouble arose, they would be the first to stand by each other's side. Here, take it all. Lin Xinyu reached into his pocket to retrieve the mosquito coil, only to discover that it had transformed entirely into snacks. Kong Yugong was about to criticize this behavior when Lin Xinyu intervened. Having walked a fair distance, it was unusual for the little fool not to be trailing behind. Could it be that she had only recently adopted such a demeanor? With this thought, Lin Xinyu had no time to spare for Kong Yu and swiftly turned to sprint towards the classroom. It was a rare occasion for him to return, and he did not wish for her to change into that kind of person. His anxious mindset propelled his steps, quickly putting a considerable distance between himself and Kong Yu. As he neared the classroom, he finally caught sight of the girl with the paper-like demeanor, whom he had been so concerned about. At that moment, Bai Shihan wore an expression of distress. She was hurriedly attempting to follow Lin Xinyu, but had not noticed that the snacks had spilled, leaving her to stop and clean up the scattered biscuits. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. However, tonight, she might not be able to keep up with him. Bai Shihan exhaled, diligently tidying up, oblivious to the sounds surrounding her, until someone crouched nearby, their hurried breaths unmistakably familiar. Lifting her gaze, she instinctively recoiled as if witnessing the impossible. Yet, before she could react, the villain seized her. Come, we're going home. Bai Shihan found no opportunity to speak. The night air was cool and breezy, and the little rabbit felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Lowering her head and daring not to meet the gaze of the big bad wolf, only murmuring to herself from time to time, "Biscuit, biscuit, 007. You can no longer pinch my face. From now on, you will accompany me home." Lin Xinyu did not turn a glance at Bai Shihan. It was precisely this action that rendered the little rabbit speechless, obediently nodding in agreement. Accompanied by her rapid breaths and anxious tone, Bai Shihan understood that he was indeed displeased. Thus, she reached into her pocket and retrieved the candy she had long prepared, slowly extending it towards Lin Xinyu. "Eat, have some candy." Even in her initiative, illuminated by the light, one could still discern the blush upon her cheeks. "Goodness, you rascal. Did you leave me behind merely to flirt?" Witnessing Lin Xinyu's flustered departure, had it not been for his physique, Kong Yu certainly could have kept pace with him. Initially thinking it was a matter of great importance, he arrived only to discover a timid girl in uniform standing beside Lin Xinyu. Kong Yu immediately thought, "What a fine fellow. So my brother has a weakness for this. Bullying a girl is no great feat. Let me take the lead. Chubby, tone it down. You would want to scare your sister-in-law." Sensing the naive one tugging at his shirt, Lin Xinyu quickly halted Kong Yu. "No, that's not it." Bai Shihan's voice was barely audible, instinctively refuting, yet she chose not to release her grip on Lin Xinyu's shirt. "You rascal. Have you forgotten your brothers now that you have a partner?" After speaking, he stepped closer to the two, the scent of tobacco unmistakable, prompting Bai Shihan to inch closer behind Lin Xinyu. Perhaps aware of their camaraderie, Bai Shihan merely frowned, refraining from articulating her discontent, clearly reluctant to voice anything that might cause them distress. "All right, Chubby, refrain from your nonsense. Let us have her join us after school." "What? She smokes?" Bai Shihan, already somewhat intimidated, widened her eyes upon hearing Kong Yu's remark. "Smoke, smoke?" Having sat beside Lin Xinyu for an extended period, she was not entirely naive and grasped the implications of his words. The thought of that unpleasant odor lingering on her body made her hastily release her grip and shake her head. No, I don't smoke. Why such a timid disposition? Are you truly together?" Before Kong Yu could voice further doubts, Lin Xinyu pulled Bai Shihan aside. Her frown indicated her aversion to the smoke-laden scent that clung to Chubby. "Chubby, focus on your studies." Lin Xinyu refrained from elaborating further. Having once traversed this stage of life himself, he understood that reasoning with those in their rebellious phase was futile. Thus he offered a gentle admonition and led Bai Shihan out of the school. Kong Yu stood bewildered, wondering why today Lin Xinyu seemed a different person altogether. Wasn't he who taught him how to spit circles? At the school gate, amidst the throngs of people, Bai Shihan felt a sense of trepidation, trailing closely behind Lin Xinyu throughout. Only when the crowd thinned did she exhale in relief, preparing to flee. Yet unexpectedly, she was soon intercepted by him. Had she not been vigilant, she might have stumbled right into his embrace. Bai Shihan came to a halt, her eyes reflecting a hint of pleading. "Please don't bully me." In the absence of others, illuminated by the moonlight, Lin Xinyu pinched her delicate face. "Why are you running so fast?" I am scared." "What are you afraid of?" "You. How could someone who has called themselves my husband from today onwards not be afraid?" If it weren't for the genuine concern she sensed from him, devoid of any inappropriate actions, she would have long since requested to change seats. Although reluctant to part with the smooth skin beneath his fingers, Lin Xinyu chose to let go, fearing it might cause her distress. Were it not for the sweet treats she offered, he would have seriously contemplated alternative methods of winning her over. Bai Shihan pouted, a touch of grievance in her demeanor, obediently standing in place. After a brief moment of contemplation, she summoned her courage, lifted her gaze, and locked eyes with Lin Xinyu. You're lying." "How am I lying? You promised not to bully me. As long as you don't think about sneaking away, I will certainly not bully you." Bai Shihan tilted her head, pondering earnestly. "All right, I want to run." Hearing her agreement filled Lin Xinyu with delight. If the innocent girl promised something, she would undoubtedly follow through. "In the future, I shall escort you home, you know. It's quite unsafe for a girl to return alone at night." After hearing his words, Bai Shihan instinctively recoiled. "No, that won't do. I'm afraid of you." Afraid of what? I'm not a bad person. But you want me to be your wife? Lin Xinyu chuckled at Bai Shihan's concerns, amused that this was her worry. I'm not asking you to become my wife. You already are one. You don't have to agree. Am I forcing you to be my wife? Bai Shihan lowered her head, appearing to contemplate Lin Xinyu's words carefully. After a moment, she replied, Then you must not pinch my face anymore. I shall try my best. However, if you happen to be too adorable, I can't be held accountable. Lin Xinyu walked ahead, and despite Bai Shihan's timid demeanor, she kept pace with him effortlessly. It's not about bullying you. It's simply unsafe at night, and you live alone. With someone accompanying you, you won't have to sneak around to get home. Bai Shihan had been walking steadily when suddenly her eyes widened. A glimmer of wariness directed at Lin Xinyu. How'd he know she lived alone? I live alone too. I used to be quite frightened, just like you, sneaking home to avoid others. Hearing Bai Shihan exhale in relief, Lin Xinyu felt reassured. Clearly, this was merely a ruse to comfort her, primarily aimed at putting her at ease. Under the moonlight, their shadows danced upon the ground, clearly visible. From their angle, their hands overlapped. Bai Shihan, who had been gazing down, noticed the scene unfolding. The little white rabbit seemed to present herself willingly, extending her small hand to align with the shadow of his palm, moving in tandem, resembling a gesture of holding hands. As time progressed, Bai Shihan arrived at the entrance of the residence with Lin Xinyu. She intended to bid him farewell, but, recalling the subtle gestures from earlier, found herself rendered speechless by anxiety. She then tucked her hands into her pockets, rummaging through them. Just as Lin Xinyu was puzzled, a white rabbit candy appeared within his line of sight. At that moment, the school had yet to implement card payments, and the small shop often lacked change, making the candy a perfect substitute. Therefore, whenever Bai Shihan purchased something, her pockets invariably contained some sweets. Here, this is for you. As Lin Xinyu extended his hand, he playfully teased, Is this a reward for sending your husband home? Unexpectedly, Bai Shihan hesitated, retracting her hand just as he was about to make contact. What does this mean? Are you teasing me? And no, I can't agree. He had previously mentioned that one could refuse and that he would never impose. In stark contrast to the often disheveled rooms of boys, the chambers of young girls are typically characterized by their neatness and cleanliness, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Particularly in the case of Bai Shihan, one can be assured that her room is meticulously organized, especially within her private space, where she has deliberately allocated areas for her belongings, delicate items adorned with black lace, charming bows, and whimsical Totoro figurines, each in a myriad of colors, with scarcely a repetition among them. The wardrobe predominantly houses dresses, likely due to her school commitments, resulting in infrequent opportunities to wear them. Nevertheless, it is evident that Bai Shihan has a penchant for feminine attire. As she retrieves a delicate camisole from within, she removes her short white lace-trimmed socks, allowing her fair feet to bask in the air. For her, only within the confines of her room does she experience absolute relaxation. Perhaps out of trepidation, her bedroom is not particularly spacious, yet it is arranged with an undeniable sense of order. Before long, the sound of running water emanates from the bathroom. At this moment, her flawless skin is fully revealed, droplets cascading down her neck, while the rosy hue on her cheeks stubbornly lingers. Especially after recalling her conversation with Lin Xinyu, Bai Shihan instinctively draws her body closer. There is no way she would invite him over for a meal. In this era, while penguins may not be exceedingly intelligent, they are still functional. As for smartphones, the era of the iPhone has yet to dawn. According to the timeline, the much-anticipated Motorola V3 is on the verge of release. With its fashionable design and unique flip mechanism, it has become the object of desire for countless young individuals. Enhanced by its cord functionality, the catchphrase "Hello, Moto" has permeated households, becoming widely recognized among consumers. Prior to this, Nokia was the epitome of practicality. Lin Xinyu, holding a phone filled with memories, instinctively attempts to see if he can utilize the penguin feature. After a series of maneuvers, he discovers that it can essentially facilitate online chatting with friends, although he must await the other party's availability to communicate. The small buttons evoke a flood of nostalgia. After a brief period of tinkering, Lin Xinyu begrudgingly adapts. inputting the penguin number he has memorized and opting to add the friend. What remains uncertain is that the likelihood of the other person being online is quite slim. He can only seek guidance the following day at school. The next day, Bai Shihan awakens to the cheerful chirping of birds. This moment invariably brings her the greatest joy, instilling a sense of lightness within her. Stretching leisurely, her white camisole seems to understand her intentions, gently slipping from her fair shoulders to reveal her delicate collarbone. Raising her other hand, Bai Shihan rubs her eyes, still struggling to fully awaken. Subsequently, she sheds the camisole, dons her school uniform, and retrieves another pair of white short socks from her wardrobe, slowly slipping her dainty feet into them. After getting out of bed, she prepares for her morning routine. With everything in order, Bai Shihan slings her backpack over her shoulders, takes a mop from the bathroom, and meticulously cleans the paths she has traversed, only departing once satisfied with her efforts. It is once again time to descend the stairs. The thought of facing the bustling crowd fills her with an inexplicable anxiety, yet remembering her promise to Lin Xinyu steels her resolve. Gritting her teeth, she summons her courage. She can do this. As she approached the main road leading to the school, it suddenly dawned on her that she had yet to prepare breakfast. Just as she was about to turn back, an unexpected figure appeared before her. Bai Shihan, feeling timid, dared not lift her gaze and contemplated sidestepping to distance herself from the stranger. What? Aren't you even going to see who it is? Lin Xinyu had been waiting downstairs for her, but he was taken aback by her obliviousness as she walked with her head down, intent only on hastening to class. Upon hearing a voice reminiscent of her mischievous classmate, Bai Shihan finally raised her head, and upon confirming it was indeed him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not the most virtuous individual, constantly harboring intentions towards her, at least being in his company alleviated her nerves, even allowing her to feel somewhat at ease. Did you bring breakfast? Is my portion ready? The moment he mentioned it, Bai Shihan remembered and turned to head back. Did you forget to prepare it? No. I just forgot to make it. Fearing that Lin Xinyu might misunderstand, she hurriedly added, I also didn't prepare mine. Understanding her implication, Lin Xinyu seized her backpack to prevent her from leaving. Come on, I'll take you to get some tofu pudding. Huh? Typically, she would prepare breakfast for herself, so the prospect of accompanying him to eat out surprised her. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, but he tugged her backpack and began walking towards the school. You're lying again. Bai Shihan muttered softly, I don't want to trust you anymore. Lin Xinyu, however, dismissed her words, believing that avoiding interactions with the outside world was not feasible, especially since they were merely going out for breakfast. When they reached a crowded area, Lin Xinyu loosened his grip on her backpack, concerned that she might feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Bai Shihan did not seize the opportunity to escape, fully aware that such an act would only invite greater consequences from him. This old lady is quite amiable. You should learn to communicate with others. And gradually you won't feel so intimidated. All right, then you go buy 2 bowls of tofu pudding. No. In her haste, her words came out without hesitation, and she shook her head vehemently, even stepping back as a means of refusal. Sweet or savory? Sweet. After answering, she felt her backpack being lifted again, and she walked alongside Lin Xinyu towards the old lady's stall. Once the necessary arrangements were made, Bai Shihan noticed Lin Xinyu staring at her, which struck her as odd. Have you learned? A little bit. After saying this, she reached in her pocket to retrieve money, intending to repay him. You covered my dinner yesterday, so I owe you 4 bowls of tofu pudding. 4? Bai Shihan's eyes widened in shock. Had she known this, she would not have paid him back the previous day. At the stall, Lin Xinyu stirred the tofu pudding but did not hand it to her. Instead, he scooped a spoonful and said, open your mouth. No, don't. Just take a bite, and I won't let you go buy tofu pudding. Bai Shihan had initially resisted, but upon contemplating the forthcoming days of being compelled to purchase tofu pudding, she eventually nodded. You cannot deceive me. Lin Xinyu, with a serious expression, met her gaze, his eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding. After all this time, when have I ever misled you? Feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, Bai Shihan averted her gaze. Recalling their previous conversation, you said yesterday that you wouldn't bully me. Do not unjustly accuse the good-hearted, Bai Shihan. I am merely considering your well-being. This is not bullying. Bai Shihan slightly lifted her head, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Then, will you eat it? If not, I shall wait downstairs tomorrow for you to buy me tofu pudding. Yes, I will eat. Seeing Lin Xinyu attempt to take the bowl away, Bai Shihan ultimately surrendered her resistance. Good girl now, open your mouth. Ah, the sweet tofu pudding melted in her mouth, and for the first time, Bai Shihan realized how delectable it truly was. A rosy blush spread across her cheeks, and only then did Lin Xinyu feel satisfied, handing her the remaining tofu pudding. Tomorrow, we shall forego tofu pudding and have wontons instead. Bai Shihan bit down on her spoon, the tofu pudding still lingering in her mouth. Deceiver. Fraud. 009. Come. Draw near and take a whiff. The morning sun is not particularly fierce. Nevertheless, as Bai Shihan enters the campus, whenever she spots Lin Xinyu's shadow on the ground, she cannot help but extend her small foot to stomp upon it, a means to vent her inner discontent. Perhaps too engrossed in her own thoughts, she fails to notice that Lin Xinyu has come to a halt, and she collides solidly with his back. Lin Xinyu turns around, offering a steadying hand. What are you thinking about so earnestly? Bai Shihan's gaze flickers away, too timid to meet his eyes. After a prolonged silence, she dares to glance back at Lin Xinyu, only to find him intently observing her, prompting her to hastily pull away and turn aside, evading his gaze. The two of them walk into the classroom, one after the other. In their final year of high school, the collective focus on academics leaves little room for gossip. As long as it does not disrupt their studies, all is well. Even those who are not particularly studious feel a sense of restraint in the classroom. Old Chun, their instructor, embodies this philosophy, believing that every student deserves a chance, and while one cannot force them to excel academically, fostering good character is paramount. Lin Xinyu's previous tendency to oppose him stemmed merely from a desire to save face. Students in their rebellious phase often understand the rationale, yet resist conforming to it. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Xinyu refrains from troubling Bai Shihan further and instead retrieves his textbook to study. Bai Shihan watches this series of actions with a hint of secret delight. This feeling lingers until the conclusion of their morning self-study session, when Lin Xinyu frowns as he prepares to leave the classroom. Do you have any candy? He inquires. Lin Xinyu does not rush to vacate his seat, but rather asks Bai Shihan for some sweets. Yes, I have some. She retrieves them from her drawer, and Lin Xinyu promptly opens the wrapper and tosses the candy into his mouth. I'm off then, although she contemplates reminding him not to overindulge. The words never escape her lips. Bai Shihan sighs, feeling a twinge of regret. Outside the classroom, Lin Xinyu's primary intention in stepping out is to converse with Yu. After all, he is his high school comrade. Not to mention they will remain close friends, having shared both joys and hardships without faltering. Lin Xinyu is determined not to let him continue down a path of decline. This is not mere meddling. Lin Xinyu recalls Yu's multiple grievances during their gatherings about having squandered precious time. In contrast to Yu, his college roommates often engage in subtle rivalries, leaving only a select few with whom to truly bond. The remaining ones, while professing concern for their brother's well-being, secretly harbor fears of being overshadowed. The usual gathering spots are limited to a few locations, either the restroom or the storage room. The restroom poses certain risks, as misfortune may lead to an encounter with Old Chun. Lin Xinyu vividly remembers a time when he thought a friend had joined him in the restroom, casually extending a mosquito coil toward the figure, only to be met with the familiar voice of their homeroom teacher. Life seems to be treating you well. You're smoking pricier stuff than I am. At the storage room door, before he even knocks, Lin Xinyu can hear the clamor from within. Hey, fatty, open up. He knocks rhythmically, and Yu pokes his head out from inside. What is up? Didn't someone say they wouldn't come yesterday, but couldn't resist today? Go away. I've decided not to return. You should pay attention as well. It would be wise to pursue a university education, as there are only a few months left. I find such remarks quite irritating, but lacking a degree significantly limits one's opportunities. This comment is directed solely at Yu. As for the others, aside from borrowing money from each other, there's been no contact, rendering any reminder unnecessary. After all, none of them are saints. What's the matter? Brother Yu? Kong Yu securely closed the storage room door and pulled Lin Xinyu aside, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Brother, speak candidly. Have you encountered some troubles lately? Do not fear burdening me. Whatever it is, I will be the first to step up. Despite Kong Yu's blunt manner of speaking now, he will be quite refined in the future, a stark contrast to his current self. Your sister-in-law does not allow smoking. Honestly, take advantage of this time to review your studies diligently, lest you regret it later. Moreover, Kong Yu's family situation is rather unique. His parents divorced early on, and he has been with his mother since childhood. Do not be deceived by his outwardly optimistic demeanor. He bears considerable internal pressure. Otherwise, when a junior confessed to him upon graduation, how could he possibly have rejected her? It wasn't until he earned some money that he dared to venture into romance, only to find himself naive and easily swindled, all the while remaining blissfully unaware. What is wrong, Brother Yu? You seem off these days. Kong Yu found it hard to believe. He was typically the one leading the charge, and now he was advocating for diligent study? If nothing had happened, he would never believe it. Heeding his brother's advice, he should study well, lest he regret coming to him later with a disheveled appearance. Nonsense. I remain strong even when robbed of my discs. Lin Xinyu had no time to continue this exchange. After offering a few final reminders, he walked over to the sink, dampened his palms, and then patted his school uniform to dissipate the lingering scent of tobacco from Kong Yu. Once the odor had faded significantly, he waved goodbye to Kong Yu, his mouth still occupied with candy, leaving his bewildered friend behind. With this disruption, Kong Yu's spirits waned. Lin Xinyu had always been his closest companion, and if he seldom visited in the future, what would be the point of returning? Bai Shihan leaned on her desk, glancing out the window intermittently, waiting for Lin Xinyu's return. However, the thought of the unpleasant smell returning caused her to pout, clearly displeased. She began rummaging through the snacks in her drawer as a means of emotional release. When she finally spotted his figure, she halted her movements, resting her small head on her arms, feigning rest while tightly pinching her nose as if that could negate the odor. Not only that, but her little ears were attentively listening, patiently awaiting his approach, then shifting to create space for him. Are you asleep? Then I want tea, let you smell it. Bai Shihan did not quite grasp his meaning, but felt hesitant to lift her head. Ultimately, she slowly shifted from her arms to reveal her sight, looking towards Lin Xinyu. This candy is truly sweet. Lin Xinyu intentionally revealed the milk candy in his mouth, hoping to demonstrate that he did not possess any incense. As I glanced at Bai Shihan, I was taken aback to find that the innocent child bore an expression of disdain, furrowing her brow. The word disgust lingered unspoken on Bai Shihan's lips, as a flicker of fear gripped her heart at the thought of Lin Xinyu's potential anger. Yet, the image of him indulging in milk candies before heading to the restroom flashed through her mind. Why not lean in and take a whiff? At that moment, Lin Xinyu stood before Bai Shihan, resembling a devil with his menacing gestures. However, upon taking a moment to sniff, he realized there was no trace of the unpleasant odor he had anticipated. Right? You have wronged me. As punishment, you shall fetch my lunch this noon. Bai Shihan felt utterly wronged. You are bullying me again. Why do I feel a tinge of dissatisfaction? As noon approached, a mere glance was sufficient for Bai Shihan to obediently follow Lin Xinyu to the cafeteria. Are you truly capable of this? Lin Xinyu harbored some concerns. After all, previously, this naive girl had queued without hesitation for just 2 types of vegetables, clearly priced. Now, the situation was different. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, requiring her to express her choices verbally. Yet, she reassured herself, the cafeteria staff were quite amiable and not as daunting as she imagined. Her apprehension primarily stemmed from fear of Lin Xinyu. What if he were to call her wife in the cafeteria? She felt reasonably confident. At least she wasn't stuttering as she had the previous day, and hoped that with time, she would be able to converse normally. Thank you. If you continue to be so polite, I might just end up feeding you. No, that 1 tea happened. Bai Shihan fervently shook her head, recalling how she had been fed tofu pudding by him that morning, leaving her too nervous to speak. The student cafeteria was quite bustling, especially since the school prohibited leaving the premises. As they approached the entrance, Bai Shihan, who had been secretly encouraging herself, instantly lost her courage upon seeing the long queue. I don't want to eat meat. Upon uttering this, her pleading gaze immediately turned to Lin Xinyu, hoping to position herself at the far end of the line where fewer people stood. All right, I will feed you later. Bai Shihan pouted and lowered her head, feeling quite discontented, and resolved to sneakily step on his shadow a few times later on her way home. She was unafraid of queuing. After all, the most formidable villain in her heart was right behind her, and her only concern was how to address him as sister when the time came. I can definitely do this. The girl spoke softly to herself, clearly engaged in self-encouragement. Thankfully, it was summer. If it had been winter, she would have likely been bundled up tightly in a corner, as she remembered. Bai Shihan's complexion was quite fair, possibly due to her prolonged absence from the outdoors, giving her somewhat sickly appearance. Lin Xinyu scrutinized her, secretly devising a transformation plan in his mind. Before long, they arrived at the food counter, where Bai Shihan hesitated, her nervousness palpable. Just from a motion of her raised hand, it was evident that she had resolved to make a change. Ah, you two again. Are you going for the same dishes as yesterday? The cafeteria lady, who had served them before, recognized them easily, as their contrasting personalities, coupled with their striking appearances, made them memorable. After a brief wait, the lady looked at Bai Shihan with a questioning gaze before shifting her attention to Lin Xinyu. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a soft voice. Sister, I want. Bai Shihan faltered, opting to point at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and cabbage instead of continuing her sentence. Two portions. After paying, Lin Xinyu swiftly took the utensils. You still owe me 5 bowls of tofu pudding. Bai Shihan's eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected outcome. And no, that's unnecessary. That won't do. People will think you're living off me. Lin Xinyu held 2 sets of utensils, skillfully making his way to the corner where his companion frequently lingered. Bai Shihan obediently trailed behind him, her silence suggesting she felt somewhat oppressed. Come, sit down. This piece of meat is a reward for your performance today. Bai Shihan, puzzled by his words, exhibited a look of utter bewilderment. She then watched as Lin Xinyu picked up a piece of meat from the utensils and placed it in his own bowl. The atmosphere grew tranquil, a rosy hue creeping from the girl's cheeks down to her neck. Weren't you watching? These chopsticks have yet to be used by me. Do you expect me to use them before offering you some? Bai Shihan shook her head vigorously, her panic rendering her speechless. When she noticed him preparing to bring the chopsticks to his mouth, she gazed at him with a sense of grievance. No, please don't bully me. Lin Xinyu set down the chopsticks, fixing his gaze upon her. What? Do you not want me to eat? And no, that's not it. Her earlier anxiety stemmed from the fear of him using the chopsticks he had already employed. At that moment, Kong Yu appeared, carrying a tray. Wow, you go. Why do you and your sister-in-law have so much meat? That aunt seems to bear a grudge against me. She gave me a heaping spoonful of green peppers instead of the shredded pork I ordered. Kong Yu looked at their plates, his eyes filled with envy. The aunt is just looking out for your health, considering your weight. Oh, please, your hands shake more than mine. Since his arrival, Lin Xinyu sensed something amiss. He could usually detect scents, yet the presence of his plump friend was strangely odorless. Don't worry, I'll also cut back. Listening to you is always wise. This was precisely why Lin Xinyu felt compelled to remind him of Kong Yu's sincerity, especially towards himself. When the company faced difficulties, it wasn't he, just Bai Shihan, who lent support. Kong Yu had even sold a house to provide assistance. Now, let me formally introduce you. This is your sister-in-law. To alleviate Bai Shihan's discomfort, Lin Xinyu glanced at her and briefly introduced her to Kong Yu. This is your sister-in-law? You go. Where did you find her? Just as Kong Yu was about to curse, he caught Lin Xinyu's warning gaze and immediately restrained himself. Yesterday, she offered me some candy, and that is how I got her. Kong Yu's expression was one of disbelief, yet he eventually spoke, Hello, sister-in-law. The sudden address left Bai Shihan at a loss for words, prompting her to nod. However, she quickly realized that nodding would imply acceptance of the title, which would mean acknowledging herself as the wife of that rogue. With this thought, she promptly shook her head. Naturally, Lin Xinyu overlooked this gesture. What's the matter, fatso? Do you want to stick around for dog food? Come, sweetheart, open your mouth, ah? At this, Bai Shihan became even more flustered. especially upon seeing Lin Xinyu picking up food. She instinctively moved back, but then considered that such a reaction might invite ridicule from his friends, leaving her in a dilemma. Yeah, just eat. I certainly want to consume dog food. Before leaving, Kong Yu couldn't resist a final jab. The smell of this romance is utterly unbearable. What perplexes me is the inexplicable reluctance to depart, a sensation akin to an illusion that compels one to endure even the discomfort. What is it? Do you wish for me to torment you? Once Kong Yu departed, Lin Xinyu turned to face Bai Shihan. At that moment, the innocent Bai appeared somewhat flustered, ultimately bowing her head, too timid to meet the gaze of the perceived villain. She picked up a morsel of rice and brought it to her mouth, nervously nibbling on her chopsticks, unsure of how to articulate her current emotions. It seemed as though she harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction. Bai Shihan shook her head, hastily dismissing the chaotic thoughts that invaded her mind. How could she ever entertain the notion of being bullied by him? After a brief moment, she cautiously lifted her gaze to observe Lin Xinyu. In truth, he was rather charming, tall, handsome, and devoid of the unpleasant aura he once exuded. Moreover, he was willing to accompany her through change. Thus, perhaps enduring a slight bit of bullying was indeed acceptable. As the bell rang for the third period in the afternoon, the sky erupted with thunder, as if the two sounds were engaged in a fierce competition. The morning had been a canvas of clear blue, but now it was shrouded in ominous clouds, evoking a sense of impending doom. The sole advantage was the refreshing breeze wafting in from outside, lifting one's spirits. However, Bai Shihan furrowed her brows, realizing she had forgotten to bring an umbrella. The rain poured down relentlessly, pattering against the ground. To prevent the rain from seeping in, Lin Xinyu shut the window, noticing Bai Shihan's frown. Did you bring an umbrella? Bai Shihan was taken aback, having just placed her hopes on him. Now she could only pray that the rain would lessen by the time school ended. It's unsafe without an umbrella. I'll go buy one. Right? The convenience store sells them. Lin Xinyu's words were like a revelation, rekindling Bai Shihan's hope. As the class came to an end, Lin Xinyu stood up, intending to leave. But unlike usual, Bai Shihan did not yield her seat. Instead, she glanced at him and fished out the change she had prepared, offering it to him. The implication was clear. Yet, Lin Xinyu did not accept the money as she had anticipated. Instead, he bent down, closing the distance between them. One is enough. We should save. He was unwilling to miss the chance to share an umbrella. The stubborn girl, reluctant to move from her seat, felt her cheeks flush at the thought of sharing the umbrella with him, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Then I also want to go. Of course, I can take you. It's raining, and surely many people are buying umbrellas. The convenience store is probably crowded. Let us go together. Upon hearing about the crowd, combined with the vivid imagery Lin Xinyu painted in her mind, Bai Shihan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just the thought of it was daunting. No, I want to go. Can you please buy me a good one? Bai Shihan herself was unaware that her hopeful gaze and soft tone resembled a form of coaxing. Moreover, her small hand tugged at Lin Xinyu's shirt, making it hard to refuse. Call me brother and I'll listen. As her hand slipped from his shirt, Bai Shihan's expression turned alarmed. You trickster, are you bullying me? Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet she spoke without a hint of stuttering, which took Lin Xinyu by surprise. It's not bullying. Your voice is quite pleasant. Look, it's pouring outside. If you go out in the rain, you'll be drenched. Isn't a little motivation reasonable? How about calling me husband instead? Bai Shihan's mouth dropped open in shock. She suddenly felt that calling him brother wasn't too much after all, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. You owe me that. I'll go buy it, or we'll be late for class. All right. Bai Shihan relinquished her seat, watching him leave the classroom. As thunder rumbled outside the window, a hint of concern crept in, prompting her to rise and vacate her seat. The convenience store was nearly empty, especially with the torrential rain still pouring down. Fortunately, the streets were deserted, allowing him to dash swiftly, weaving through the downpour, until he finally reached his destination. In addition to the umbrella, Lin Xinyu also purchased some candies and snacks, intending them as reward for that silly one's future progress. Shaking his hair, raindrops cascaded down his cheeks. He opened the umbrella and stepped into the torrential downpour. It must be said, the air here was indeed much fresher compared to before. The fragrance of wet grass pervaded the rain, entirely devoid of the unpleasant odors associated with engines. Raindrops splattered on the umbrella, producing a joyful sound, while birds cleverly sheltered under the eaves, gently mocking the girl who dared to step into the storm. It was not until the boy appeared, halting her reckless behavior, that the moment shifted. "Just wait for me. Here, this umbrella is for you." With that, Lin Xinyu neatly folded the umbrella, intentionally shaking off the water as if to indicate it had been used. As for Bai Shihan, her gaze was searching him, attempting to uncover a second umbrella. "Don't you want it? This is yours. I'll get drenched on my way back tonight." "No, that won't do." Watching the raindrops that occasionally slid down Lin Xinyu's head, Bai Shihan felt a pang of regret for sending him to fetch the umbrella. Fortunately, she had brought a packet of tissues from her desk that could wipe away the water stains. "There's water. Wipe it off." Bai Shihan wished to help him dry off, yet after a mental struggle, she could not muster the courage. Lin Xinyu took the tissue, pulled out a folded piece, and instead of hurriedly tending to himself, he reached out to gently dab Bai Shihan's cheeks and the top of her head. "I told you I bought it. I'm not deceiving you. Just wait in the classroom. If you catch a cold, I want to take care of you." Bai Shihan felt wronged. She had only rushed out due to concern, yet he was so stern with her. "Let us go back to the classroom." "All right." Bai Shihan obediently followed Lin Xinyu. The little bird that had mocked them earlier flew away, diving into the rain, getting its feathers wet before returning to the eaves. Yet it awaited its companions' concern in vain. Indeed, the human world is often a deception to birds. As the evening study session concluded, the bell rang, and Bai Shihan felt not panic, but a tinge of nervousness. Although she was accustomed to sitting beside him, being so close under the umbrella was a thought she found hard to accept. Initially, when he offered her the umbrella, she had not grasped why he said he would get drenched on his way home. Once she realized that she would be returning home with him tonight, the umbrella in her possession felt all the more significant. "It's fine. The rain isn't too heavy now. I can walk home in it." The thick clouds overhead had scarcely dissipated throughout the afternoon, and even with the light, visibility had turned somewhat hazy, not to mention the thunder that periodically rumbled. At that moment, Lin Xinyu's demeanor appeared menacing to Bai Shihan, pressing ever closer. "Come on, just follow behind me. Don't worry about me." "Why? Do I feel like the villain?" Just as Lin Xinyu was about to leave his seat, Bai Shihan reached out, precisely tugging at the corner of his shirt. Together, she did not know how much courage she had summoned, but once the words were spoken, she felt a tremendous sense of relief. "This time, I did not bully you." For some inexplicable reason, Bai Shihan felt that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate it. She could only obediently follow behind him, dutifully handing him the umbrella. With a heart racing with tension, she stepped forward, sharing the shelter of the umbrella. Kong Yu was waiting for Lin Xinyu, only to witness this scene, as if I had not arrived. Beneath the eaves, the birds, waiting for their feathers to dry, also awaited the rain to cease. Upon seeing Kong Yu depart in dismay, they seemed to have found a kindred spirit, chirping in malicious glee. Is this bullying? The act of sharing an umbrella was unprecedented. There was an inherent awkwardness whenever there was proximity between the opposite sexes, let alone such an intimate gesture. Bai Shihan felt her cheeks flush, unable to utter a word as she listened to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the umbrella. In an effort to alleviate the girl's anxiety, Lin Xinyu deliberately tilted the umbrella to shield her, leaving himself partially drenched. Yet, despite this, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. At least now, she stood beside him without any hint of resistance. Would she still feel nervous? Lin Xinyu bent down, speaking softly into her ear. Just a little. The villainous figure from her memory seemed to have transformed into a gentler being. But why did scenes of his previous bullying persist in her mind? It felt as though she had become tarnished. Bai Shihan felt a pang of grievance. Her thoughts scattered as she clutched at Lin Xinyu's sleeve, reflecting earnestly on the changes of the past few days. She had always been alone, her inner world a fortress, but he had suddenly breached that barrier, making it difficult to revert to her former self. Carefully avoiding puddles beneath her feet, she had initially planned to tread lightly that evening, but those intentions evaporated, leaving her with no outlet for her feelings. They arrived. Lin Xinyu was already soaked on one side, Yet he continued to protect Bai Shihan as they entered the building, finally adjusting the umbrella. The rain showed no signs of relenting, accompanied by gusts of wind that echoed ominously through the alley. Bai Shihan shivered, for typically, she would be tucked away in her blanket at this hour, fearing the unexpected. After all, the sky was dark, lightning flashed, and strange sounds occasionally pierced the air. To claim she felt no apprehension would be disingenuous. A sudden grumble from her stomach interrupted their shared silence. Bai Shihan felt a flush of embarrassment as she noticed the droplets cascading down Lin Xinyu's face. After a prolonged hesitation, she managed to stammer, "Home. I have towels." Although no one had ever entered her home, Bai Shihan understood that allowing Lin Xinyu to leave in his current state would likely result in him catching a cold. "Wipe. Dry," she added, seeing his puzzled expression. "Let's go upstairs," Lin Xinyu replied decisively. Bai Shihan had anticipated a potential refusal from him, yet she was taken aback by his swift acquiescence as he neatly stowed the umbrella and prepared to ascend. Thus, she could only nod in agreement. "All right." A sense of foreboding washed over her, akin to inviting a wolf into her home. Lin Xinyu intentionally walked behind her, knowing that if he headed directly to her room, the timid girl would surely be frightened. Bai Shihan's silhouette was striking, despite her petite stature, barely reaching 1.60 meters. There was an air of a mature CEO about her as she walked away. The only flaw was her profound social anxiety that rendered her mute in the presence of others. They arrived. As the doors swung open, Bai Shihan felt her heart race, nearly escaping her chest. Generally speaking, girls should not casually allow boys into their homes. If she were to face harassment, it would spell disaster, especially from someone as potentially dangerous as Lin Xinyu. Out of guilt and necessity, she had no choice, for it certainly was not due to fear of the storm outside. Regardless, he braved the rain to purchase an umbrella, arriving home drenched. Next time, do remember to prepare a pair of men's slippers. Lin Xinyu removed his already soaked shoes and socks, placing them at the entrance. Inside the house, it has always been just me. Bai Shihan spoke up, her voice tinged with grievance. How could she have anticipated the emergence of such a rogue? Even more astonishing was the fact that she had personally escorted him back to her home. "Then I shall come and keep you company more often," Lin Xinyu declared, stepping barefoot into the house and turning to gaze at her intently. "No, please don't." Upon hearing Lin Xinyu's words, Bai Shihan hastily rejected him, not even pausing to remove her shoes. There was no need to think. It was undoubtedly what he had previously mentioned. Just try a few more times. At this moment, Lin Xinyu's expression turned earnest. "Are we good friends? It is perfectly natural for friends to accompany one another." "Really, is that so? When have I ever deceived you?" This statement, once uttered, instantly triggered Bai Shihan's realization. You are lying. You always bully me. Then I shall no longer bully you. I will maintain my distance, keeping far away." Bai Shihan's small face fell, feeling unjustly wronged. Her world had always been solitary. Accustomed to it, she didn't feel lonely. Yet, an uninvited rogue insisted on entering her life, now claiming he would keep his distance. I will not dry your hair anymore." The little girl removed her shoes, slipping into a pair of adorable pink bunny slippers, preparing to depart. "Shall I take my leave then?" Lin Xinyu deliberately created a sound with his footsteps, yet remained stationary. As anticipated, Bai Shihan, already feeling guilty, quickly turned around, her gaze urgent. But upon seeing Lin Xinyu standing there unmoving, she instantly understood. "You are bullying me again." Bai Shihan decided to ignore him, quickening her pace toward the bedroom. Lin Xinyu also chose not to linger, recalling that he had indeed visited her home before. Otherwise, the surroundings could not have felt so familiar. Guided by memory, he located the mop and diligently dried up the water stains he had left from walking barefoot. While placing the mop down, the little girl emerged from her room holding a towel, her face flushed. Although the house was filled with clothes, there were few towels, only 3, one for bathing, one for drying hair, and the last for drying feet. After a prolonged internal struggle, Bai Shihan retrieved her pink towel meant for drying hair and handed it to him. "Ah, my dear wife, you are so kind to me." "No, that's not it. I'm not your wife." Lin Xinyu paid little heed to her protest. After taking the towel, he did not rush to dry his hair, but instead approached Bai Shihan. Even with the umbrella shielding a large portion of her head, some rainwater inevitably found its way through. Bai Shihan stared at Lin Xinyu, and then felt his hands gently ruffling her hair, not choosing to evade. After a while, she timidly spoke. There's no more water. Let me see if I have dried it properly. Lin Xinyu cupped Bai Shihan's face in his hands, examining her closely. Bai Shihan dared not move, quietly enduring the warmth of his breath that enveloped her. Is this what bullying feels like? Now, is your turn. Dry my hair. Lin Xinyu released his grip and returned the towel to Bai Shihan, thoughtfully crouching down to ensure she could reach it. Oh, please continue to bully me. Bai Shihan stood there in a daze, having never engaged in such behavior before and unsure of how to proceed. Shall I treat him as a homework assignment? Do you need me to guide you through it? After Lin Xinyu squatted for a while, without feeling any movement from her, he was about to reach out when the towel on his head slipped down. Once Bai Shihan truly got the hang of it, she realized it was not as difficult as she had imagined, and it even brought a hint of pleasure, leading her to an epiphany. No wonder he enjoyed bullying her. A deeper level of communication. The young girl had never engaged in such an activity before. Thus her approach was rather clumsy and indiscriminate. Is there hot water at home? Lin Xinyu inquired as he took the towel from her hand, preparing to conclude the process. Bai Shihan felt a pang of fear. Upon entering, she had already prepared his slippers, used her towel to dry her hair, and now he was suggesting a hot shower. Would the next step entail him occupying her bed? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Bai Shihan was not one to lie. Despite the circumstances, she had not deceived Lin Xinyu. Quickly go drink a cup to warm yourself. I do not wish to tend to you if you catch a cold. She puffed her cheeks, feeling as though she was a burden. Outside, the rumbling grew more frequent, and she instinctively curled up, comforted by Lin Xinyu's presence, which alleviated her fears to some extent. Following his advice, she poured herself a cup of warm water, sipped it to warm her body, then filled another cup and delivered it to Lin Xinyu. Rest assured, my physical constitution is undoubtedly superior to yours. Oomph. At this moment, Bai Shihan felt quite well, especially since she had never before expressed her emotions so openly. You should hurry and shower. Do not wear damp clothing, as your fragile constitution makes you susceptible to colds. I know. The young girl nodded, only to realize upon returning to her room that this meant he would be inside the house while she bathed. She hesitated at the doorway, unsure of what to say. Do not fret. Drink more milk, and I shall take an interest. Lin Xinyu, aware of her indecision, deliberately provoked her. Bai Shihan, possessing a decent figure, was confident, though she did not wish to seem overly eager. When Lin Xinyu's gaze nearly fell upon her, she felt a sense of accomplishment and joyfully turned to leave. While he rummaged for clothes, she noticed the rain outside had lessened considerably. Lin Xinyu understood it was time for him to depart, despite his longing to stay the night. Reality dictated otherwise. Patience was essential. One must balance tension and relaxation to gradually ensnare the unsuspecting. Inside her room, Bai Shihan hesitated over whether to retrieve her pajamas and a cute change of clothes. Once she made her decision, she emerged flushed, only to find that the person who had been in the living room had vanished. The door, which had been ajar, was now gently closed, and the umbrella had disappeared along with him. He deceived me. He clearly said the umbrella was for himself. The following day, the rain had silently departed during the night, leaving only a blanket of clouds above and puddles on the ground as evidence of its visit. Lin Xinyu felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had left in such a rush that he had forgotten to scrounge dinner. The weather was slightly chilly, prompting them to don an additional school uniform jacket. Bai Shihan chuckled quietly to herself, not due to an understanding of Lin Xinyu's thoughts, but rather because of the intermittent coughs that echoed along their journey, which felt somewhat vindictive. Especially upon recalling his words from the previous day, her smile deepened. Are you mocking me? At last, Bai Shihan could no longer contain her laughter, inadvertently caught by Lin Xinyu. Aware that admitting her amusement would lead to teasing, she hastily fabricated her first lie. No, I was just thinking of some happy things. I shall impose upon you the duty of caring for me for a day. Bai Shihan began to grasp the essence of double standards. Just yesterday, he claimed he would ignore her if he fell ill, yet today he expected her to tend to him. When she fell silent, Lin Xinyu paused, then I shall infect you. They say that when two individuals draw close, sharing breaths and engaging in deeper exchanges, it becomes quite effortless to transmit a cold to one another. Bai Shihan felt her mind whirl in confusion, struggling to comprehend. What is that? A kiss? No, no, absolutely not. Bai Shihan finally understood, vehemently declining. Had he already begun to bully her in such a manner? The thoughts that had previously cluttered her mind swiftly morphed into visions of his domineering behavior, desperately waving her hands, resisting with all her might, only to have Lin Xinyu forcefully move her hands aside, their lips nearly touching. No, no, absolutely not. Bai Shihan felt her anxiety escalate, her heart racing. You cannot bully me like that. From Lin Xinyu's perspective, she looked at him with a pitiful expression, pleading not to be mistreated. Look around. If other classmates see us, they might think I'm a villain. Lin Xinyu leaned closer to Bai Shihan, intending to lift her backpack. Yet in her eyes, this scene echoed the very thing that had just surfaced in her mind. It was dreadful. She felt as though she would be thoroughly bullied. Ultimately, she ceased to resist, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Then, Lin Xinyu took hold of her backpack and walked toward the school. After escaping, Bai Shihan opened her eyes, finding no further actions as she had anticipated, and obediently followed by his side. It was not submission. Rather, Lin Xinyu had guided her to a crowded area at the school gate, and to leave his side now would be akin to courting disaster. His intention was solely to assist her in adapting to populous environments. She need not engage with them, but in the future, she would inevitably encounter crowded situations. This was akin to a form of training. See, it's really not that terrifying. Noticing the little girl beside him had relaxed, her grip on his clothing considerably lessened. Lin Xinyu understood that she was no longer as tense as before. Bai Shihan nodded obediently, her heart predominantly filled with joy. Such a situation had never occurred before. In the past, she had always sought the least crowded path to school, hastily making her way to the classroom. Now, in Lin Xinyu's company, she had achieved what she had longed for. He had carved an opening in the dark world she had created for herself, allowing the light from outside to seep in gradually, dispelling the pervasive darkness. Perhaps being bullied by him was not as dreadful as she once believed. A rare smile graced Bai Shihan's face as she gazed up at Lin Xinyu, who walked ahead. Ahem, ahem. Lin Xinyu himself did not anticipate falling ill. He had thought that his youth would allow him to act recklessly, without a second thought. Last night, upon returning home, he immediately took a cold shower, and as a result, he coughed and turned to glance at Bai Shihan, who was beaming with a radiant smile. Their eyes met, and realization dawned upon Bai Shihan, causing her to inwardly lament. Just moments ago, she had mocked him, misinterpreting his words as an invitation for discussion. Now, however, oh dear, could you please not bully me? This time, Bai Shihan had learned her lesson. Not only did she employ a pitiful gaze to plead, but she also uttered words that would surely please Lin Xinyu. I will take care of you. 014. How is he still alive? In the past, he bore his ailments alone, but for the first time, Lin Xinyu realized that the care of a girlfriend manifests in such a manner. Fortunately, his cold was not severe, merely a slight headache accompanied by a runny nose, with no other significant symptoms. Bai Shihan cautiously poured hot water and placed it on his desk. Compared to the previous days, the color in his face had improved considerably. His charming features now radiated a touch of vitality, devoid of the earlier sullen expression. Medicine. Bai Shihan retrieved a capsule from the drawer and offered it to Lin Xinyu, who was gazing at her intently. The care of a partner truly makes a difference. Before Lin Xinyu could grasp the capsule, Bai Shihan instinctively withdrew her hand. No, not a partner. But she would be one day. Lin Xinyu snatched the capsule from her hand, indifferent to her expression. After a few days of respite, he had allowed himself to indulge sufficiently, but he could not afford to succumb to the allure of comfort. Given Bai Shihan's background, it's evident that she could easily access substantial funds for support. Lin Xinyu would not naively assume she was an ordinary individual. In the present landscape, leveraging current trends to rapidly enhance one's stature was paramount. Considering the timeline, purchasing lottery tickets seemed futile, as he could scarcely remember the winning numbers. The only viable option was to invest in real estate. acquiring several properties to sell later and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Yet, the question remained, where would the funds come from? This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Eat. Eat. Candy. Noticing Lin Xinyu's slight frown, Bai Shihan surmised he was once again troubled. When Lin Xinyu came to his senses and caught the concerned glance from Bai Shihan, he realized she had discerned his distress, but was at a loss for how to comfort him, hence offering him candy instead. No, I was merely contemplating how to earn enough for the bride price. Bai Shihan understood this statement. Bride price wasn't that. Her father had mentioned that her aunt had not married due to issues surrounding the bride price. Since then, Bai Shihan had internalized that any mention of bride price would inevitably lead to her own unmarried fate. I am quite expensive. The young girl simply conveyed her understanding to Lin Xinyu, trying to dissuade him. I know, but I only want you to be my wife. Bai Shihan was taken aback. Clearly, her aunt had warned that discussing bride price would make suitors retreat. Why was he different? Sensing the confusion on Bai Shihan's face, Lin Xinyu finished his water. Then I will not trouble you anymore. I shall handle everything myself. The last part was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Upon noticing there was no hot water left in his cup, Bai Shihan instinctively reached out to refill it for him, only to be halted by Lin Xinyu. I will not trouble you. I can manage on my own. He felt a pang of guilt, especially since she had caught a cold just to escort him home. Ignoring him and leaving him to fend for himself would surely not bring her joy. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Shihan clenched her fist. Then you can trouble me. From Lin Xinyu's perspective, the young girl currently wore an expression akin to one embracing her own demise. Am I truly that terrifying? Then bring me a glass of water. Indeed, that was the case. Bai Shihan contentedly accepted the water cup and departed her spot. Under Lin Xinyu's guidance, Bai Shihan adeptly mastered the art of caregiving. Yet this was a feat achievable only in his presence. In the cafeteria, Bai Shihan harbored a lingering fear of queuing. But as Lin Xinyu had mentioned, after the initial experience, one gradually becomes accustomed. Moreover, the cafeteria staff were quite amiable upon recognizing familiar faces. Even their tremors from Parkinson's ceased, and they generously offered a little extra service. Upon reaching their designated corner, Lin Xinyu found himself puzzled by one particular aspect. Why was this naive girl unafraid of him? Others typically kept their distance, providing no opportunity for interaction. To date, he was the only one who had ventured close to her. Why aren't you afraid of me? Initially engrossed in her meal, Bai Shihan paused, confessing, I am afraid. Still afraid. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a delightful mix of curiosity and trepidation toward Lin Xinyu. Then why do you choose to stay with me? Aren't you worried I might bully you? Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan felt a surge of anxiety, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She grasped her chopsticks and resumed eating, attempting to deflect the conversation, yet the rosy hue on her cheeks betrayed her feelings. Lin Xinyu found it utterly bewildering. Could it be that at this moment, she had already developed feelings for him? Two questions had persistently haunted Lin Xinyu regarding Bai Shihan. First, what had caused her transformation into the person she later became? And second, how had she come to like him? No, not dislike, Bai Shihan finally managed to stammer, sensing Lin Xinyu's restlessness as he racked his brain for a response. She herself was unsure of why she felt this way, since they became desk partners. Her initial impression of him, aside from his good looks, was that he was a bad person. At the outset, Bai Shihan had contemplated requesting a change of seating from Teacher Chun, yet Lin Xinyu never disrupted her studies nor demanded answers to homework like her previous deskmate. Aside from returning from outside with the scent of smoke and other unpleasant odors, it seemed there was nothing else to dislike about him. The little girl gazed blankly at Lin Xinyu, inexplicably yearning to remain by his side. In fact, the capsules in her drawer were a gift from him, although it appeared he had forgotten. The dark world had existed since her childhood, while peers her age would receive tender care from their parents upon sustaining minor injuries. Bai Shihan had once attempted to seek similar comfort, only to be met with a lesson of resilience. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she knew they must not spill. Otherwise, she would be reprimanded by her parents for being useless. Bai Shihan refrained from delving further into her memories, or rather, she dared not to. Her parents were perpetually busy with work, and their home had become her refuge from all challenges. Isolated from the outside world, The only expectation she was aware of was to achieve commendable grades, thereby bringing honor to her parents. I still recall the time when I faltered and secured second place. Even through the phone, I could hear the irate reprimands from the other end. Throughout her life, Bai Shihan had always possessed a timid disposition, uncertain of how to assert herself. Even when her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction during her rebellious phase, she lacked the courage to voice her true sentiments. It was not until she encountered Lin Xinyu, who often exuded an aura of disdain, that Bai Shihan felt as though she had stumbled upon a new world. Sleeping in class, neglecting homework, smoking, a series of behaviors that seemed utterly inconceivable to Bai Shihan. What was even more astonishing was how he managed to evade his parents' wrath while leading such a joyful existence each day. 0:15. This girl has become rather peculiar. After the rain, the sky is a canvas of unpredictable beauty. Just yesterday, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Yet today, the sun, previously shyly concealed, has emerged from behind the clouds. Are you merely bullying me? Bai Shihan, trailing behind Lin Xinyu, gently bit her lip, hesitant to quicken her pace. Not at all. I often bully him too, the chubby one replied, turning his head, oblivious to the girl's intentions. Bai Shihan lowered her gaze, scrutinizing herself before reaching to touch her waist. I am not chubby. Lin Xinyu chuckled at her adorableness, resting his hand lightly atop her head. But I simply enjoy teasing you, he confessed, his words imbued with a tenderness that Bai Shihan had never before experienced, suddenly finding solace in the warmth of his touch. Feeling no aversion, it seemed that being teased was not so bad after all. What were those two up to? Before the duo could extricate themselves from the intimate atmosphere, Lin Xinyu discerned, through sound alone, that their ever-vigilant dean was approaching. Bai Shihan panicked, glancing at Lin Xinyu in confusion, when she found herself doing something entirely uncharacteristic. The only sensation she registered was her small hand being gently grasped by his warm palm, followed by words she had never dared to imagine. What are you dawdling for? Run. The sun had fully emerged from the clouds, casting its radiant light upon the ginkgo trees, their leaves glowing crimson, reminiscent of Bai Shihan's bashful demeanor. Now was the dean's turn to be perplexed. Just moments ago, he had observed the two in a flirtatious TTE in the corridor, presuming he had caught them in a compromising situation, only to be taken aback as they dashed away faster than anyone else, leaving him to exclaim, "Don't let me catch you a second time." In a secluded corner, Bai Shihan panted heavily, her hand still clasped in his, her cheeks flushed, showing no signs of resistance. They must not have been pursued. Lin Xinyu surveyed their surroundings briefly, confirming their safety before exhaling in relief. After years of outsmarting that dean, he had certainly become adept at it. Leading Bai Shihan out from the greenery, the little girl continued to express her remorse for the trampled grass, shouldering the blame entirely. Do not worry, it will be fine. Tomorrow it will regain its splendor. Following Bai Shihan's gaze, Lin Xinyu deduced her thoughts. She nodded, reminiscing about the exhilarating events that had just transpired, feeling a mix of shock and thrill, an experience she had never encountered before, surely a breakthrough. This gesture did not escape Lin Xinyu's notice. Are you not afraid? Yes, I am afraid. Then why does it seem like you are quite happy? Bai Shihan's mouth fell open. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though he possessed some supernatural ability, knowing her thoughts, prompting her to refrain from deceit. Never have I felt this way before. The once clumsy stutter had improved significantly, a stark contrast to the person she had been just 2 days prior. Lin Xinyu noticed this change as well and deliberately lifted her hand, eager to seize the moment. So, does this mean you acknowledge me as your partner now? Beneath the sun, Bai Shihan's heart, which had only just settled, was once again stirred by tumultuous waves. Realizing that her small hand was still in his, she quickly withdrew it and scampered away, eager to escape this place of turmoil. When afternoon classes commenced, Bai Shihan noticed that the audacious troublemaker who usually filled the room with his antics was nowhere to be found. Instead, Lin Xinyu remained seated throughout the entire afternoon, only leaving his desk for restroom breaks. He studied with utmost diligence, although he had little desire to repeat his studies. He felt compelled to do so in order to attend the same school as Bai Shihan. For someone with his remarkable memory, this posed little challenge. Previously, he had dedicated a month to grasp the key concepts of high school material, ultimately securing a place in a second-tier university. Now, with over 3 months remaining, it was even less daunting. Every time the water in her transparent thermos ran low, Bai Shihan would dutifully refill it and return it to its place. Her movements gentle and her voice barely above a whisper, lest she disturb Lin Xinyu, who was deeply engrossed in his studies. Initially, Bai Shihan relished this state of affairs. However, as time wore on, it began to feel somewhat lacking in excitement. At first, she occupied herself with practice problems to pass the time, but soon she found herself unable to resist temptation. She retrieved snacks from her drawer, placed them on the table, and cautiously crossed the boundary between their desks, hoping to catch Lin Xinyu's attention. Lin Xinyu stretched languidly, preparing to see what Bai Shihan was up to, when he noticed the snacks slowly inching across the table, their owner seemingly in a sour mood. "What is the matter?" he inquired, taking the snacks and opening them without hesitation, meeting Bai Shihan's eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. "Nothing. Nothing." She hurriedly retracted her hand, shaking her head and avoiding his gaze. She couldn't believe her own thoughts. Why was she wondering? Why hasn't he come to tease me yet? What if I want to hold your hand? Lin Xinyu leaned over his desk, continuing to observe Bai Shihan, who appeared flustered. Her small hand, which had been busily writing, had inadvertently dropped her pen onto the floor. In truth, she wished to refuse, but Lin Xinyu's previous words echoed in her mind. Every encounter has its first. Having already held hands with him, she found that the sensation was not entirely unpleasant. "Oh no, my parents will surely be furious." Bai Shihan felt a swell of grievance within her, abruptly deciding that holding hands was not as delightful as she had initially thought, and she instinctively created a small distance between them. Upon noticing her sudden withdrawal, Lin Xinyu was perplexed. Just moments ago, she had offered him snacks. Why was she suddenly ignoring him? "Turn around," Lin Xinyu said in a calm tone, but to Bai Shihan, it sounded quite different. He seemed so fierce. Was he about to bully her again? Yet, why did she feel a flicker of anticipation? Bai Shihan was confused. Her body instinctively returned to her previous position. He could tease her but not hold hands. "Please, don't let me be punished for this." Observing Bai Shihan, who was so frightened that her words were stumbling, Lin Xinyu began to reflect on whether he was moving too quickly. Seeing her in such a state, he felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps my actions were indeed misguided. Henceforth, I shall exercise caution to ensure I do not instill such fear in you. Though reluctant, the sight of your woeful expression renders me unable to persist. I dread the thought of frightening you further. Bai Shihan was taken aback, particularly when she observed Lin Xinyu sitting up straight, her heart racing with urgency. Did his words imply that he would no longer torment her? That simply cannot be. "No, it's all right. Truly, you may continue to bully me. It is imperative that you do." Lin Xinyu, who had just settled himself, found it utterly astonishing that such words could escape Bai Shihan's lips. Upon witnessing the glimmer of expectation in her eyes, he was utterly bewildered. Something is amiss. This girl is certainly not acting normally. 016. Bai Shihan's first lie Bai Shihan was rather timid, from her observations over the past few days. She appeared fearful of being bullied by Lin Xinyu. Yet, was it truly her desire to be treated harshly? That seemed rather implausible, considering the snacks that had gradually appeared in the act of delivering water without disturbing her reading. Upon reflection, only one reason remained. She somewhat missed Lin Xinyu. "Are you hungry? Would you like me to buy you something to eat?" Bai Shihan felt a flicker of joy, but still waved her hand, replying no. "I can cook for myself at home." Yesterday, she had mustered considerable courage, planning to prepare a meal for him after her bath, only to find that he had already departed. This remark served as a reminder for Lin Xinyu. "I will cook a few extra dishes tonight. I am coming over too." No, that was out of the question. Today, she had already held his hand, and if her parents found out there was a boy in the house, they would surely return home to scold her. As for yesterday, it had merely been a coincidence. Out of guilt, she had allowed him to dry his hair. Although there was indeed a small part of her that wished to be teased by him, such matters were certainly unacceptable. What's wrong with that? Aren't we good friends? Lin Xinyu looked at Bai Shihan with a puzzled expression, as if reproaching her for not treating him as a close friend. Yes, yes. We are good friends, Bai Shihan nodded obediently. According to Lin Xinyu's previous statements, he was indeed pursuing her, but as long as she did not acquiesce, she would not become his girlfriend. If she was neither a girlfriend nor a wife, then they were simply good friends. What was wrong with sharing a meal together? After careful consideration, and encouraged by the unwavering determination in Lin Xinyu's eyes, she ultimately chose to trust him. Then, as good friends, we could dine together. As she spoke, Bai Shihan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. This was not the same as eating in the cafeteria. After all, the dishes that were prepared by the school, and some were rather unpalatable. If they were to eat together at home, it would mean he would be tasting the dishes she had prepared herself. Throughout her life, Bai Shihan had few friends. Her only companions were books and the piano, things her parents deemed useful. During her leisure time, she found herself captivated by the culinary programs on television, and from that moment, cooking became her favorite means of relaxation. When little Bai Shihan first learned to make a dish, her excitement to share it was met with solitude as she found herself alone in the vast house. Loneliness and desolation enveloped her, and she became aware of her blurred vision, though the stubborn Bai Shihan fought to suppress her emotions. Unwilling to let tears of weakness slip down her cheeks, for that would lead to being deemed useless. It must be said that Lin Xinyu had indeed managed to touch her heartstrings. For the first time, Bai Shihan experienced the joy of sharing, a feeling she had long been deprived of. At the very least, her eyes would no longer suddenly cloud over. What are you thinking? Look up at me. I have a method that will help you gain confidence rapidly. Lin Xinyu reached out and gently pinched Bai Shihan's cheek. Snapped back to reality, Bai Shihan raised her head, her eyes filled with curiosity about the method Lin Xinyu had mentioned. Come, let me hold your hand, and I will tell you. Initially curious, Bai Shihan's gaze swiftly transformed into one of caution, an instinct whispering that he intended to take advantage of her. Are we not good friends? Good friends can hold hands. Don't you know? Lin Xinyu feigned surprise, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Bai Shihan. You're lying. Just a moment ago, you claimed that good friends could share a meal together. How has it now turned into holding hands? The two exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other. Lin Xinyu refrained from further teasing her, fearing that she might become so flustered as to refuse to leave the classroom. Just follow me, don't be afraid. Although uncertain of his intentions, she found herself nodding, almost as if by some unseen force. In Bai Shihan's eyes, Lin Xinyu was unlike anyone else, daring to do what others would not. If she followed him, perhaps she could shed her fearful tendencies. Gathering her homework, paper, pens, and other items to take home, Lin Xinyu began to pack as he spoke. Despite her confusion regarding his plans, Bai Shihan complied obediently. All right, all set. At the moment the zipper of her backpack was pulled closed, Bai Shihan let out a small sigh, then met Lin Xinyu's unabashed gaze. Just stay behind me. Okay. She stepped aside to allow Lin Xinyu to exit, and only after he had left the classroom did Bai Shihan, under the watchful eyes of her classmates, nervously step out herself. Fortunately, it was dinner time. Otherwise, she would never have dared to act so boldly. Outside the classroom, Lin Xinyu's thoughts were straightforward. If he could lead the usually quiet Bai Shihan to experience something entirely new, would it not bring about a swift change in her? The timid girl stepped hesitantly from the classroom, searching for Lin Xinyu's figure. Over here. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Shihan felt a surge of courage and prepared to trot over, only to encounter the homeroom teacher ascending the stairs. The confusion in her eyes was palpable, and Lin Xinyu could easily envision her state of panic. What are you two up to? To be honest, even Teacher Chun found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Bai Shihan, who is usually so obedient, was now leaving the classroom with Lin Xinyu, and it appeared they were attempting to skip class. At this moment, Bai Shihan felt her heart leap in her throat, making it impossible to speak. She could only cast a pleading glance towards Lin Xinyu, who stood nearby. Teacher Chun, the classroom is too noisy. Bai said she would help me with my studies in the study room. Lin Xinyu spoke with calm assurance, betraying not a hint of anxiety. In contrast, Bai Shihan was taken aback. The words he had just uttered were ones she had never dared to say, yet he delivered them with such composure. Is that so? Teacher Chun questioned, unable to fathom how Bai Shihan, who struggled to articulate her thoughts, could have initiated an invitation for Lin Xinyu to study together. Clenching her teeth, Bai Shihan hugged her backpack tightly, uncertain how to respond. Should she speak the truth, or simply nod in agreement with Lin Xinyu's assertion? But wouldn't that be a lie? From childhood to the present, I have never dared to lie. Whenever something occurs, I would willingly acknowledge it. If he bullies you, simply inform the teacher, who will not let him off the hook. In old Chen's eyes, Lin Xinyu is merely a poor student. Such an obedient girl claiming she was not bullied is simply unbelievable. No, it's for extra tutoring. Bai Shihan endeavored to stabilize her emotions. It turns out that the sensation of lying for the first time is akin to this. The tension carries a hint of exhilaration, causing her heart to thump incessantly. Teacher Chun, am I truly that bad? Lin Xinyu exclaimed, her face a portrait of grievance, raising her hands in surrender. As an accomplice, Bai Shihan felt a twinge of fear. I'm sorry, Teacher Chun, I didn't mean to. Upon entering the study room, the young girl remained seated, lost in thought, occasionally scribbling on her assignments, her face perpetually etched with worry. Lin Xinyu had inquired about her silence, yet Bai Shihan remained reticent, burying herself in her work and avoiding his gaze. Shall I take my leave then? He proposed. No, don't. Initially, Bai Shihan had no intention of responding until Lin Xinyu made a commotion while packing up, prompting her to speak. Why won't you talk to me? The study room was typically devoid of visitors, as most students preferred to remain in class rather than venture downstairs. Thus, their conversation was free from the concern of eavesdroppers. Bai Shihan, however, chose silence, instead producing a piece of draft paper which she handed to Lin Xinyu after a brief moment. You're a liar. I won't play with you. Upon reading her note, Lin Xinyu comprehended the reason behind her demeanor. His intention had been to bring her to the study room to avoid the evening study session, a privilege afforded to seniors, albeit with the caveat of being marked by the substitute teacher. Initially, he aimed to bolster Bai Shihan's courage, but upon leaving, they unexpectedly encountered their homeroom teacher. Fortunately, they achieved their objective, and the young girl was willing to cooperate with him. Now, think about it. Hasn't your courage grown? Am I not truthful? At his words, Bai Shihan nodded. Indeed, lying was a manifestation of newfound bravery, a trait she would have never exhibited in the past. Right? I aim to win your heart and make you my wife. How could I deceive you? Come, extend your hand. Let us reconcile. We almost let our friendship slip away. The young girl, taken aback, instinctively reached out, her small hand meeting his, her cheeks flushed. That's the spirit, for the sake of friendship. Lin Xinyu gently caressed her hand, causing Bai Shihan to withdraw her hand in surprise. Just friendship. During the evening study session, Bai Shihan, determined to prevent her lie from manifesting, stubbornly guided Lin Xinyu through practice problems all night. Though he understood the material, he feigned ignorance, wishing to elicit more conversation from her. The moonlight cast a soft glow on the floor, and a curious kitten, passing by the window, glanced at the two, lazily lounging nearby. Although the girl's timid speech was somewhat stammered, she was nonetheless the one speaking most. The kitten stretched and licked its paws, expressing confusion over human interactions. The school bell rang. They leisurely gathered their belongings and exited the study room. Lin Xinyu attempted to reach for Bai Shihan's hand, but she deftly evaded him at the moment of contact. Tomorrow marks the weekend. I may be a bit busy, so be good and wait for me at home. Okay. Bai Shihan obediently acquiesced to Lin Xinyu's words, without questioning his plans, her only desire being his return. As they walked, Kong Yu approached from his side. Hey, Yuga, I need to ask you something. During this time, Lin Xinyu had been preoccupied with Bai Shihan, their roles seemingly reversed. Previously, the young girl had silently trailed behind him. Now it was Kong Yu. We're brothers. Just say what you need. Indeed, you are aware that my mother wishes to purchase a residence in the bustling metropolis, expressing a desire to wait until I commence my university studies, as it would be somewhat inconvenient to return frequently. Her words are imbued with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. Kong Yu, feeling utterly helpless, contemplated seeking advice from Lin Xinyu. Despite my parents' divorce, this place has been my home since childhood, and the thought of leaving it evokes a deep sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing Kong Yu's sentiments, Lin Xinyu's initial reaction was not one of consolation, but rather filled with envy. The wealth of the chubby friend was an unforeseen circumstance at that time. His mother hesitated to purchase extensively, merely intending to reside there herself, while keeping some savings. One unit was designated for her, and a slightly larger one was allocated to Kongyu. This young man later capitalized on the peak of the housing market, emerging as a veritable nouveau riche, albeit not the sharpest in judgment, having been deceived by women on several occasions, henceforth vowing to avoid emotional entanglements. My suggestion is to acquire as many properties as possible, Lin Xinyu remarked, never one to withhold generosity from a close friend like the chubby one, especially considering that much of his initial capital had been provided by him, rendering any concerns unnecessary. Moreover, given that property funds cannot be liquidated immediately, it would be prudent for his friend to secure several units, which could serve as a reserve in times of necessity, albeit only as a last resort. Bai Shihan, observing quietly from the sidelines, was taken aback by Lin Xinyu's earnestness for the first time, while Kongyu appeared bewildered. He had come seeking solace, yet the conversation had shifted to the acquisition of multiple properties. "Brother, I really do not wish to leave this place," Kongyu candidly expressed, abandoning any pretense. "Trust me, encourage your mother to make a decision soon. You can always return later. It's not as if you will never come back." "Oh, right, I can always return." Kongyu suddenly understood, his sorrow dissipating like mist. "So why should my mother buy as many properties as possible?" Lin Xinyu found himself at a loss for words. "Do you aspire to be a wealthy heir? To afford luxury cars and change girlfriends as often as one changes clothes? Of course, who wouldn't desire that? But what does it have to do with buying a house? Just trust me and follow my advice." From the outset of their acquaintance, Kongyu had always relied on Lin Xinyu, who consistently stood up for him during difficult times. He recalled an incident when he was surrounded and beaten by students from a neighboring class. Lin Xinyu had stormed into the restroom with a group, and despite his seemingly delicate demeanor, his height of nearly 6 feet made a significant impact when it came to defending his friend. This unwavering support is why, when Lin Xinyu faced troubles later, Kongyu felt compelled to assist him without hesitation, always ready to lend a helping hand whenever possible. "All right, I will return and convey this," Kongyu concluded. There was little left to discuss, especially since his family had already considered such intentions. It was merely a matter of convenience. As for why Lin Xinyu did not want his parents to purchase a property, it was simply due to the lack of trust, which would likely result in reprimands rather than cooperation. Thus he sought alternative approaches. As they exited the school gates, Bai Shihan remained silent, her expression one of vexation. Initially, Lin Xinyu had not noticed, but after Kongyu departed, his gaze shifted towards her, just as she intended to hold hands with her dear friend. She was taken aback when he hastened his pace, leaving her behind. Was he in such a rush to return home to prepare a meal for her? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation upon hearing Lin Xinyu's words, Bai Shihan came to a halt. Though her cheeks were puffed with indignation, her gaze was resolute. You're a bad person." Though she remained silent, the content of their previous conversation had resonated within her. Initially, she had paid little heed, but upon hearing Lin Xinyu's remark about wanting to change girlfriends daily, her discontent surged. "No, I won't cook for you," Bai Shihan declared fiercely, her demeanor noticeably more assertive. 018. The heart-shaped fried egg was intended for his wife. After shedding her school uniform, Bai Shihan habitually donned a flowing white camisole dress. Upon stepping out of her room, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Lin Xinyu had not departed, skillfully showcasing his audacity to the fullest extent. Bai Shihan was at a loss, as this was her first encounter with such a rogue, leaving her utterly unsure of how to engage. Anxiety gripped her, rendering her almost incapable of movement, especially after locking eyes with Lin Xinyu, whose gaze was unabashedly bold. She stood frozen, deliberating whether to retreat to her room for a change of attire. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately remained still. "Come here," Lin Xinyu urged, his unwavering gaze intent on deciphering any shift in her demeanor. Bai Shihan possessed a straightforward, endearing nature, lacking social finesse, which evoked an instinctive urge to protect her. With her school uniform now discarded, she stood tall, her complexion fair and radiant. It is often said that a girl transforms greatly by age 18. At this moment, Bai Shihan manifested her inherent charm. Her full apple cheeks, attractive eye bags, and her speech, tone, and mannerisms set her apart from the crowd. Long lashes framed her exquisite features, and her delicate visage seemed to exude a refreshing allure. Most importantly, her innocent and unblemished aura radiated a blend of innocence and grace. I will go prepare dinner," she stammered, her delicate hands clutching the hem of her dress. Her pure gaze tinged with a hint of trepidation. "I can cook too. We could do it together." Lin Xinyu seized this opportunity for solitude, knowing that such moments could gradually alleviate her apprehension towards him. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan's initial fear of Lin Xinyu's teasing vanished in an instant, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Why, you can cook too?" The disbelief in her expression was palpable. Could this mischievous character also possess culinary skills? In the course of their interaction, particularly upon discovering their shared ability, the atmosphere took on a familiar ease, casting aside the previous tension and fear. Bai Shihan was not always this way. However, her growing familiarity with Lin Xinyu, crowned with the title of good friend, had lessened her trepidation. "Shall I show you a thing or two?" Without waiting for her response, Lin Xinyu took strides toward the refrigerator, navigating effortlessly to uncover a treasure trove of delectable ingredients. "Wow!" Bai Shihan followed him, her earlier anxiety dissipated, even eager to introduce him to the various ingredients, as if he were a kindred spirit. "Yes, we have all the seasonings. Will you take the lead, or shall I?" Lin Xinyu, noticing the eager anticipation sparkling in her eyes, was already aware of his role. What began as a simple meal turned into an unexpected scenario where he became the cook. At that moment, Bai Shihan completely abandoned her perception of Lin Xinyu as a villain, her sole focus shifting to observing his culinary prowess, the eagerness to learn evident on her face. "You go ahead and cook. All right, you assist me from the side." Lin Xinyu retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator and handed them to Bai Shihan for washing. During this process, their fingers inevitably brushed against one another. However, this time, the young girl did not shy away, fully immersing herself in the task of washing the vegetables. At that moment, a radiant smile adorned Bai Shihan's face, a clear indication of her joy from having her cherished activity acknowledged by someone else. Everything before them felt reminiscent of home. The girl, who he admired, diligently cleaned the ingredients and passed them to the boy, whose feelings remained unspoken, as they worked in harmony to begin stir-frying. The entire scene unfolded like a dream. When Lin Xinyu's hand distinctly touched Bai Shihan's small hand, he realized that this was indeed reality. It felt as if she had already become his wife. After approximately an hour and a half, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. Bai Shihan's eyes widened in surprise. Some dishes she had never seen, while others were familiar. Initially, she thought he was joking, never expecting Lin Xinyu to be such a skilled cook. Surely, he must be someone akin to herself. The simple-minded girl believed that anyone who could cook must possess a gentle heart. Dishes including shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled fish with greens, and a uniquely crafted heart-shaped fried egg graced the table. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed, not for any specific reason, but because of Lin Xinyu's words when he presented the fried egg. "Come on, such a beautiful fried egg is surely meant for my wife." "No, not wife." Lin Xinyu pouted in discontent. After all, how could he prepare such a meal without reaping some reward? Before he could voice his thoughts, the young girl had already scampered away. However, as Bai Shihan tasted the dishes, her initial shyness faded into oblivion. Her small eyes involuntarily widened again, as she wished to look at Lin Xinyu, but felt a twinge of fear that held her back. "It's all right. If you wish to compliment, do so." Lin Xinyu, unperturbed by shyness, boldly sought praise. "Delicious. Is that all?" Shouldn't she extend her hand as a genuine encouragement to a good friend? Bai Shihan turned her head away, unwilling to be easily fooled. Ever since they had reconciled with that handshake, he seemed intent on finding ways to hold her hand, and she was not so easily deceived. Despite this, Lin Xinyu soon discovered the girl's insatiable appetite as she swiftly devoured the dishes laid out before them. In the end, Bai Shihan, feeling a tad embarrassed, turned away, covering her mouth with a tissue and lowering her voice to discreetly stifle a few belches. It appears you enjoyed your meal immensely. Lin Xinyu chuckled at her antics while tidying up the plates, continuing, "Why not be my wife? I could cook for you every day." Although the proposition was indeed tempting, Bai Shihan pondered and ultimately shook her head. Clearly, the allure of delicious food was secondary to avoiding any potential teasing. Moreover, they were still clandestine. They couldn't let their parents discover this. If they knew. With a mix of joy, excitement, and guilt, Bai Shihan picked up a tissue to wipe away the evidence left at the corners of her mouth, as if this act would conceal her transgressions. While Lin Xinyu washed the dishes, Bai Shihan attempted to intervene, but was consistently rebuffed by his insistence on hand-holding as a condition. Ultimately, she could only pout and, before leaving, mustered the courage to shoot Lin Xinyu a defiant glance before taking a seat on the sofa. Upon observing Lin Xinyu busily tending to the kitchen, Bai Shihan, feeling slightly vexed, picked up a pillow and gently tapped it with her small fist. After this series of actions, a twinge of regret washed over her as she caressed the pillow, whispering an apology. "I'm sorry for hurting you. Let me soothe you." She then redirected all blame back to Lin Xinyu. Thus, one was washing dishes in the kitchen while the other embraced the pillow on the living room sofa, gazing towards the so-called great monster under the pretext of offering comfort. The entire scene exuded an aura of harmonious tranquility. Not long after, the little girl pouted again, daringly concocting mischievous ideas. "You have already achieved quite a lot. It is truly remarkable. How can he be so extraordinary?" Bai Shihan watched Lin Xinyu operate his phone, discovering many things she had never encountered before. Previously, she believed that a phone was merely for sending messages and making calls. Now, when Lin Xinyu opened an application resembling a penguin, Bai Shihan realized that one could also chat on it. How impressive. Is this your invention? No. Lin Xinyu did not deceive her. However, I can create other amazing things. Do you believe me? Bai Shihan nodded. The person before her was incredibly capable, accomplishing tasks she had no knowledge of, even surpassing her beloved cooking skills. "If you miss me in the future, just send me a message there. It will surely be cheaper than sending texts." Lin Xinyu pointed at the newly approved friend request and shamelessly labeled it with the term husband. Bai Shihan, unsure of his intentions, felt her cheeks flush as she looked at him. "Have you seen this title?" After saying this, he brought his phone closer to her, showcasing the words husband. This nickname was set by the system itself. See, even the system knows we are destined to marry in the future. Upon hearing Lin Xinyu's words, the young girl skeptically gazed at the phone. After seeing the displayed label, her mouth fell open. It must be malfunctioning. She denied it while also feeling a sense of disbelief. Could it be that she would indeed become the wife of this mischievous fellow? "All right, I must return home now. If you think of me, just click in and send a message. Don't exit, or you won't receive a reply. I wouldn't miss you." Lin Xinyu did not argue, knowing he would be busy with investigations for the next 2 days, leaving little time to accompany her. Pursuing a girl cannot be rushed. One may slightly accelerate the initial pace, but if one suddenly becomes less enthusiastic, it could leave the other person feeling unsettled. When they take the initiative to seek you out, it signifies that you have already succeeded to a great extent. Of course, this method only applies to girls who have a fondness for you. If not, it is best to declare it over. The old road under the moonlight evokes nostalgia as Lin Xinyu strolled along, neither hastening his steps nor rushing forward. As he neared the corner, he turned a glance in the direction of Bai Shihan's residence. The light on the balcony was still aglow. Perhaps the owner, feeling anxious, inadvertently brushed against the switch. The orange-yellow light seemed somewhat guilty, gradually dimming. The weekend had commenced. This meant Lin Xinyu would have ample time to comprehend the current situation. Typically, he had no opportunity to grasp it while at school. Even with his exceptional memory, it was challenging to recall all the significant events of the past few years. Were the year 2002, the vivid memories of South Korea as prominence, writing songs, scripts, online literature? Currently, these seemed to be the only options available, all of which required no initial capital. As for delving deeper into these avenues, Lin Xinyu had not given it much thought. He could only aim to quickly earn capital in preparation for the arrival of the internet. Searching through memories, the current state of novel websites was merely in its infancy. On June 1st, a certain Chinese website achieved a remarkable feat by ranking 100th globally on the Alexa scale, becoming the first original literary portal in the country to break into the top 100 worldwide. On October 8th, it was officially announced that the site had been acquired by Shanda Networks, transforming it into a wholly owned subsidiary. With the VIP services now available, one could certainly explore this avenue. Utilizing a mobile device to peruse the site, it became evident that even popular novels like The Dragon King's Son-in-Law, which have faced much criticism, were absent, let alone titles such as 30 Years in the East and 30 Years in the West, or The Nine Dragons Pulling the Coffin. Naturally, one cannot solely rely on such methods. Lyrics could also serve as a source of inspiration, much like Invisible Wings. The latter, still fresh in memory from its release in 2006, could be transcribed in advance. A simple plan could be sketched out and noted down. After all, this endeavor aims to generate startup capital, and there is no need for explosive tactics. The internet remains the most significant opportunity. As I open my phone, I noticed a minor inconvenience with QQ. One must click into the app to view messages. Initially, I thought that the timid individual might hesitate to reach out or perhaps wait until the next day. To my surprise, a message had already been sent. "Dear Red, would you like some tofu pudding?" This indicated that the young lady had not forgotten our agreement to have breakfast together each morning. Checking the time, I realized it was sent at 8:10, a mere 6 minutes ago. "Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I'll take you out for some," I replied. After waiting a minute or two without a response, I speculated that Bai Shihan might have exited QQ, hence the silence. I decided to simply purchase the breakfast and deliver it myself. Dressing casually, I took a moment to fix my hair before stepping out, reflecting on my youthful charm, which contrasted with my current, less flattering appearance. After all, who isn't T-Bin 18? In youth, everyone is a dashing figure. With determination, anyone can become a hero. Closing the door behind me, I ensured I had some change, accustomed now to this way of life. Whistling a tune, I joyfully made my way out of the room. Upon entering the market, the cacophony of vendors shouting their wares echoed around me, a scene that would soon become rare, especially with the nostalgic presence of those selling sticky malt candy. Finally arriving at the breakfast area, I flowed with the crowd, momentarily lost in thought, feeling as though I had mistaken someone's silhouette. Upon closer inspection, I quickened my pace and rushed forward. That foolish girl, at that moment Bai Shihan, clad in a light blue dress, appeared somewhat out of place amid the throng, standing timidly against a beam, paralyzed with fear. The well-meaning inquiries from passers-by only heightened her anxiety as she shook her head repeatedly. Feelings of injustice, panic, helplessness, and regret enveloped her. She realized she had not truly progressed as she had believed, finding herself still standing in place. Her vision began to blur uncontrollably. Yet the young girl stubbornly held back her tears. Unlike the mornings spent heading to school, this was a peak hour for foot traffic, with working adults now out and about, making the breakfast spots feel far removed from the student-dominated mornings. Surrounded by the sound of footsteps, Bai Shihan felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing. Originally, I had envisioned the prospect of venturing out to procure 2 bowls of tofu pudding and thereafter, with a sense of pride, inviting Lin Xinyu to share breakfast. My mind was set on showcasing my progress, yet the outcome was a complete debacle. Perhaps, as my family has remarked, I truly am rather ineffectual. With my head perpetually bowed, Bai Shihan could only see a silhouette halting before her, instinctively assuming it to be a mere passerby, and she shook her head. To her astonishment, however, the individual reached out and gently touched the crown of her head, leaving Bai Shihan breathless. "You have already achieved a great deal." The familiar words resonated in her ears, causing the young girl to finally unravel. Yet she still bit her lip, her anxiety and restlessness gradually dissipating. 020. A gentle father? Close to the school, there exists not merely a breakfast shop, but also a dedicated vegetable market, catering to the needs of nearby parents with reasonably priced ingredients. Had you never ventured out to purchase anything by yourself? Lin Xinyu was taken aback to discover that Bai Shihan was experiencing a mild form of social anxiety. making it difficult for her to remain in crowded places for extended periods. To her, Lin Xinyu's presence brought a mixture of surprise and joy. Though consoled with a pat on the head, it was evident from his furrowed brow that he was indeed upset. Nonetheless, Bai Shihan clung to his clothing with her small hand, and they left the bustling area in a single file. Yes, I apologize. She fumbled in her pocket, not intending to bring any candy this time. Uncertain of how to lift Lin Xinyu's spirits, she timidly spoke, "Let us go home." Lin Xinyu maintained a stoic expression. Leading the way, Bai Shihan followed behind like a contrite child. Upon returning home, Lin Xinyu placed the tofu pudding on the table and sat on the sofa, speaking little, merely exhaling in relief. "Come here." At last hearing him speak, Bai Shihan cautiously approached, feeling as though Lin Xinyu resembled a father figure, surely about to admonish her for her perceived shortcomings. How long had she waited alone? To her surprise, there was no scolding as she had anticipated. Instead, he remarked, "You arrived here quite promptly." Lin Xinyu glanced at her dress and could infer that she had mustered considerable courage to venture out alone for breakfast. "Why didn't you respond to my messages?" I didn't bring my phone," Bai Shihan replied, feeling wronged. Having thought that a brief outing for breakfast would not take long, never expecting the outdoor crowd to be so overwhelming. Lin Xinyu remained silent, rising to bring over the tofu pudding, scooping a spoonful. "Since you're aware that I'm teasing you, why did you still go out for breakfast?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan felt a pang of anxiety. I promised you that we would have breakfast together these days." "When was that?" "Just yesterday morning." Lin Xinyu recalled that it was merely an excuse to accompany her to school, and this silly girl had obediently etched it into her memory. "Then I also mentioned that you should be my wife. Why do you not acknowledge that?" Bai Shihan shook her head vigorously, her hands waving. That. I haven't agreed to that." Lin Xinyu lifted the spoon, gesturing for Bai Shihan to sit beside him on the sofa. "I did not call you that in vain. You'll come to like me, and I feel the same way. You are truly my wife, though you may not yet realize it. You said you wouldn't bully me. Well, not now, but in the future." Bai Shihan turned her head away, reluctant to engage with him. However, before she could rise, his words halted her. "Sit still, open your mouth, ah." Despite the gentle tone, his compelling gaze rendered Bai Shihan pitifully compliant, returning to her seat. She obediently opened her mouth, accepting the spoonful of tofu pudding. The person before her was distinctly different from father. Had the roles been reversed, she would have surely faced reprimands. Is this the gentle style of a father? "Gulme, take this. I'm still not placated. Feed me." Heaving a sigh, Bai Shihan stood up, grasped the bowl of tofu pudding, and hurriedly approached the dining table. The thoughts that had just emerged in her mind vanished in an instant, as she was taken aback yet again. This time, it was not only about feeding herself, but also using the spoon she had already used. Bai Shihan's face flushed visibly. Even among close friends, such conduct seemed improper. "Are you joking with me? Why are you suddenly so timid?" Lin Xinyu walked over, picked up his own bowl of tofu pudding, and said, "Here, feed me with this." Seeing her attempt to rise and leave, Lin Xinyu was prepared, swiftly blocking her path. As she opened her mouth to plead, he interrupted directly, "Want to join me for breakfast?" No, her stammering gestures already revealed the answer. "Then tomorrow, wait for my message at home. I shall call you to have breakfast together in the morning. All right? All right. Be obedient and don't go out alone anymore. Okay? Okay. Then feed me a bite. All right? All right, huh? No, that is not right." Bai Shihan, endearingly naive, quickly fell into his trap. "You promised. I will ensure to fulfill it." With that, Lin Xinyu placed the tofu pudding before Bai Shihan and stared at her intently, deliberately signaling with his eyes, eager to see how she would respond next. Within the room, aside from the sound of their breathing, there was no other noise. The young girl, trembling with nervousness, felt her arms quiver. It was her first time engaging in such an act, inevitably causing her anxiety. "Just one bite." Lin Xinyu remained silent, simply opening his mouth. As they leaned closer, the sound of their breaths grew increasingly pronounced, heightening Bai Shihan's trepidation. Yet she managed to suppress her trembling hand and ultimately delivered the tofu pudding to its destination. Indeed, the food tasted better when fed by a spouse. "No, don't call me that. Well then, by classmate. Could you feed me another bite? I'll eat by myself." Bai Shihan, unusually refusing Lin Xinyu, blushed as she finished her own portion, tidied up, and returned to her room. The plush toys neatly arranged on her bed had already become her confidants, particularly a charming little green dinosaur. Little green, why don't I dislike him? Bai Shihan poked the back of the little dinosaur, pouting her lips and gazing at it innocently, hoping for an answer. She then lay back on the bed, lifted the little dinosaur into the air, and as memories of Lin Xinyu asking her to feed him resurfaced, her initial panic turned into shyness. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, she placed the little dinosaur down, lay on her stomach, and retrieved her phone from beneath the pillow. She found the penguin icon, pressed the buttons, and confirmed her login. Upon seeing the two characters noted as husband, she unconsciously pouted, kicking the blanket with her white lace-trimmed short socks to express her inner dissatisfaction. Upon reviewing the content, it becomes evident that Lin Xinyu did not deceive himself. He indeed made the invitation, though he had already departed and narrowly missed her. Reflecting on the myriad events of the past few days, Bai Shihan felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation, utterly bewildered by the emotions swirling within her. The illusion of a gentle paternal figure had been dismissed, and as this thought resurfaced, Bai Shihan buried her head into her pillow. If she merely pretended to be asleep, these peculiar thoughts would cease to intrude. "May I come in?" Lin Xinyu inquired, having gathered his belongings, and, in an effort to alleviate Bai Shihan's anxiety, politely knocked on the door. "Am asleep," she murmured. In order to prevent the young girl from sneaking out again, Lin Xinyu chose to remain in the room. "I promise, I won't run away," Bai Shihan said, her face flushed. It was her first experience having a boy in her bedroom, and she felt a tad uncomfortable, especially with some of her garments still uncollected. If you were to see them as Lin Xinyu stood up, Bai Shihan held her breath, desperately trying to shield his gaze to avoid any embarrassing revelations. Although Bai Shihan had attempted to urge him to leave, it was utterly ineffective against the shameless Lin Xinyu. While he did indeed knock politely, he also felt no qualms about entering her bedroom unannounced. The young girl had never encountered such a scenario before. She anxiously burrowed into the covers, too afraid to speak, treating the bedding as her last line of defense. "Wow, your wardrobe is significantly larger than mine. Let me take a look," Lin Xinyu remarked, but before he could even open it for admiration, its owner swiftly intervened. "No," in matters of personal space. The young girl had grown considerably wiser. Her cheeks were flushed, her arms outstretched to block Lin Xinyu's path. Even though she raised her head to glance at him, the determination in her eyes spoke volumes about her true feelings. Allowing Lin Xinyu into her bedroom was already quite daunting. She never anticipated that he would wish to inspect her wardrobe, especially under such a pretext. Was it not sufficient to simply observe its size? More importantly, Bai Shihan preferred to organize her closet at night, and should Lin Xinyu open it, an array of her delicate undergarments would be revealed. The thought of him seeing them filled her with dread. "Just a quick glance. I'm merely comparing why your wardrobe is larger than mine." "No way," she retorted. "How stingy. When you visit my house, I'll show you what makes it different." "I wouldn't want to see," she exclaimed, thinking that boys' undergarments could never compare to her own. Ignoring her thoughts, Lin Xinyu redirected his attention to the drawer beneath the wardrobe. "What's in here? Toys? Socks? Can I take a look?" The red hue on Bai Shihan's face spread to her neck, even her ears turning crimson. "No, why did he want to see everything?" It was one thing to open the wardrobe to check its size, but why did he also want to inspect the socks? These were the most private items for a young girl. Disappointed, Bai Shihan thought she would gain numerous benefits from this encounter, only to find herself deprived of any revelations. How miserly! She pouted, and despite hearing his complaints, she remained resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not relent. After a moment's reflection, apprehensive that Lin Xinyu might be displeased, she decided to hand him some candies she had neatly placed on the bedside table. Realizing she thought he was upset, Lin Xinyu reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Do you have any draft paper?" he inquired, approaching her desk without disturbing her belongings, mindful of her anxieties. "Yes, I do." Seeing Lin Xinyu finally quiet down, Bai Shihan let out a sigh of relief. She retrieved a piece of draft paper from the bookshelf and handed it to him, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Xinyu remained silent, accepting the stool offered by the young girl, and sat down to write. Bai Shihan obediently watched from the side, initially taking out her textbooks to review, occasionally practicing exam questions. As time passed, her confusion deepened. She struggled to comprehend what Lin Xinyu was engaged in. Her little feet dangled over the edge of the bed as she lay down, attentively observing Lin Xinyu write. From this angle, she could clearly see the content on his draft paper. Upon reading it, Bai Shihan's mouth fell agape as she immersed herself in the narrative. She found the female protagonist to be exceedingly malicious. How unfortunate! The Dragon King's messenger is about to descend. I'll give you 200,000. Just leave. I spent 3 years in prison for your Chung family, and this is your reward? The Dragon King favors my Chung family, and you, a mere son-in-law. Think you can marry me? Considering your service to the Chung family, just sign here, or perhaps you and your ailing father can meet your maker together. The passages written thus far primarily depicted the oppression imposed by the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Bai Shihan, unfamiliar with this narrative style, instinctively felt a sense of injustice for the male protagonist, harboring a measure of sympathy. Could it not be possible to spare him such misery? Lin Xinyu then noticed that Bai Shihan was gazing up at him, her face reflecting a little expression of indignation on behalf of the male lead. Very well, he would not allow things to be so dire. After making this decision, he continued to write under Bai Shihan's watchful gaze. But the subsequent content showed no signs of a reversal. In fact, the male protagonist was splashed with a cup of water in the face. The young girl, now visibly irked, turned away in frustration, her faith in the so-called big liar shattered. After a brief period of writing on the bed, Lin Xinyu succumbed to temptation. Yearning to know what happened next, he stealthily returned to the previous position, resuming the reading of the content. When the Dragon King's messenger made an appearance, the entire atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once obstinate faction suddenly became exceedingly respectful, bowing and scraping, just as they were about to trouble the male protagonist again. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King's messenger intervened, turning the tables entirely. Bai Shihan watched intently, feeling a surge of satisfaction for the male lead crafted by Lin Xinyu. And her admiration for her desk mate grew immensely. Though this narrative style would later face criticism, it was undeniable that it had successfully garnered sufficient initial traction. If memory served correctly, someone had been quite upset just moments ago. Lin Xinyu set down his pen, locking eyes with Bai Shihan, whose gaze wavered in uncertainty. Ultimately, she feigned nonchalance, walking over to the desk to grab a piece of candy, having no intention of sharing it with Lin Xinyu, for he had not spoken up in advance. Lin Xinyu naturally picked up Bai Shihan's phone from the bed, glancing at the time before putting down his pen. "Why don't you ask me what I'm doing?" he inquired. Bai Shihan felt a twinge of displeasure at his actions, having touched her phone without permission. Pouting her lips, she nonetheless replied, "As long as you remain silent, I shall not inquire. If no one shares, you may certainly inform me. I will listen intently." This is precisely why Lin Xinyu harbored affection for her. Pray, who could resist such a treasure of a girl? I can only share this with one person, for it is my most cherished possession. Bai Shihan, initially reclining, feared that not sitting properly in such an important setting would disrupt the atmosphere. Thus, she straightened up. Lin Xinyu continued, "The bride price required to marry you is quite substantial. It necessitates the use of funds, which through diligence can be doubled, allowing me to honorably take you as my wife." The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, and Lin Xinyu appeared to have Bai Shihan completely at his mercy, causing the young girl to immediately burrow under the covers, wrapping herself tightly, leaving only her little head exposed. Not a wife. Lin Xinyu chuckled. Perhaps this foolish girl had yet to realize that during their conversation, her stuttering had significantly diminished. "You nearly met your demise." Bai Shihan now harbors peculiar feelings towards Lin Xinyu. Initially, she perceived him as merely a villain, yet he consistently found ways to protect her, leaving her with a surprisingly favorable impression. The trendy snacks at this time included fig strips, Monkey King Dan, deep water bombs, preserved plum candies, and spicy meat strips. When Lin Xinyu poured a large bag of snacks onto the table, Bai Shihan leaned in curiously, realizing that many of the contents were unfamiliar to her. Should she indulge? Had he never purchased these before? Lin Xinyu waved at Bai Shihan and busied himself arranging the snacks on the table. "Have you ever tried spicy strips?" he inquired. Bai Shihan shook her head. These were all what her father referred to as junk food. No, I won't eat them. She cast a glance at the table, determined to resist the temptation, and hastily stepped away, preferring to keep her distance. It wasn't Lin Xinyu's intention to sway her, but these snacks represented a shift in her life. Given her self-imposed isolation and culinary habits, it was evident she had never tasted such treats. As he unwrapped the package, the rich aroma of fig strips filled the air. Bai Shihan found herself unable to withstand such temptation. In her childhood, her parents had prohibited her from indulging in such delights. However, Lin Xinyu was not her father. Are you really not going to eat any? I only bought 2 bags, he said, licking his lips as he spoke. Ugh, this guy is insufferable. Fine, if you won't eat, I'm going to the bathroom. Leave the snacks here, and you better not sneak any. I wouldn't dream of it, she retorted, dismissively pouting and deliberately turning her head away from him. Once she heard the bathroom door close, she finally relaxed, swallowing her nervous saliva. The fig strips on the table were simply irresistible, especially for Bai Shihan, who had never experienced such treats. She felt utterly defenseless. I'm just looking, I want to eat. Resolute in her decision, Bai Shihan lowered her steps, cautiously approaching the snack area. She sniffed the air and swallowed again. It should be safe to smell, right? Ever since childhood, Bai Shihan had been a little glutton, but due to strict upbringing and a lack of companions to encourage her to explore, she had never thought to try new things. However, since meeting Lin Xinyu, he had continuously led her to partake in experiences she had never encountered before. Her first meal with a boy, her first time buying breakfast on street, her first true friendship, her first escape from evening study sessions, her first time ignoring the principal and running away, her first hand-holding. So many firsts that Bai Shihan scarcely knew where to begin remembering, only realizing that Lin Xinyu's presence seemed to linger in her current life. The scent of fig strips was intoxicating. The little girl stealthily reached out, taking a small piece and quickly placing it in her mouth, confident that no one would notice. After indulging, Bai Shihan returned to the sofa. As she swallowed the fig strip, she felt a sense of disbelief. It seemed that all the admonitions from her parents were mere fabrications. Let me see if you sneaked a bite. Lin Xinyu opened the door and stepped outside, while Bai Shihan, feeling somewhat guilty, turned away without responding. Before leaving, Lin Xinyu had deliberately noted the placement of items and even left a few remnants on the packaging, leading to the inevitable conclusion that he easily caught the little glutton. You really won't eat it? No, I won't. Bai Shihan hesitated, but eventually uttered her response. It's fine if you don't eat it. After all, it's just shredded radish, and it doesn't taste that great. Lin Xinyu waved his hand, relying on the truth he had deceived himself with for many years. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan's small head was filled with disbelief. How? How could it be just shredded radish? It tastes completely different from radishes. Have you snuck a taste? Absolutely not. The little girl's face flushed as she realized he was trying to extract a confession from her. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes as if that could somehow absolve her of the act of sneaking a bite. If you want to eat, then eat. There's no shame in it. I might be busy today, so I'll just make instant noodles. If you think it's lacking in nutrition, you can cook for yourself. Lin Xinyu found the electric kettle and began his simple preparations. Initially, Bai Shihan couldn't fathom what was so delicious about a mere noodle cake. But when she saw Lin Xinyu open the seasoning packet inside, panic washed over her little face. No, you can't eat that. The little girl hurried over to Lin Xinyu, trying to prevent what she deemed a dangerous action. Lin Xinyu watched her curiously, intrigued by her sudden concern, eager to hear her reasoning. It's a good thing you didn't eat it. You could have died. Eating too much of this could be fatal, Bai Shihan stated earnestly, even picking up the so-called harmful seasoning packet to emphasize her point, her face radiating the joy of having potentially saved a life. Who told you that? Lin Xinyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. If that were the case, he would have perished countless times during his entrepreneurial endeavors. Dad, oh. Then perhaps you shouldn't go to school and let your father arrange for private tutoring at home, taking care of everything, food, clothing, shelter, so you wouldn't have to worry. Bai Shihan felt wronged, and her tone revealed that he was undoubtedly upset. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. According to him, you shouldn't eat anything at all. Lin Xinyu began to piece together the puzzle. Bai Shihan's behavior was likely influenced by her family. Don't heed everything others say. Be good and think for yourself. Initially, Bai Shihan had lowered her head like a child who had erred, but suddenly, as she felt his hand gently caressing her, she was at a loss for thoughts. Why is he both fierce and gentle at the same time? The water boiled. Lin Xinyu quickly moved to the kitchen, and, as he prepared the noodles, he squeezed the seasoning packet, which he had always believed to be lethal, into the pot, then poured in the boiling water. After this series of actions, the little girl seemed to gaze upon a bucket of poison. More terrifying was Lin Xinyu's practice technique. How long had it taken him to become so skilled? Moments later, Lin Xinyu lifted the lid of the instant noodles. Accompanied by a peculiar aroma, Bai Shihan's mouth fell open in astonishment. What kind of poison smells this good? Bai Shihan involuntarily swallowed, her gaze brimming with anticipation that she could not conceal, which did not escape Lin Xinyu's notice. You mustn't eat this. It is poisonous. Just watch from the side, and remember to call for help, Lin Xinyu said as he picked up a fork and began to savor his meal in front of her. In that moment, Bai Shihan experienced the true essence of malice. In her heart, she silently cast curses, thinking, if you do not heed my warning, you shall regret it. It was evident that this fellow was utterly entranced by the aroma, and she believed he would soon collapse. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Lin Xinyu relished his meal even more. The popping candy is edible now, so why is he still unharmed? Lin Xinyu glanced at Bai Shihan and took a sip of the noodle soup. Burp. He couldn't resist showing off, which made Bai Shihan, seated nearby and nibbling on fig shreds, envious to the point of tears. Indeed, he was no ordinary person. Bai Shihan concocted a rationale to console herself, ensuring her discomfort was mitigated. Should I grab another cup? Yes. This time, without any sense of pride, the girl chose to submit to the malevolent influence. Not merely due to the aroma wafting through the air. Aren't you afraid of dying? Bai Shihan blushed, suddenly finding the man somewhat irritating. Not all. She then watched Lin Xinyu expertly execute a series of motions, ultimately spearing the lid with a fork and passing it to her. However, Bai Shihan seemed impatient, reaching out to open the lid, only to be swiftly stopped by Lin Xinyu. You can only eat it in 5 or 6 minutes. Have some snacks in the meantime. Aren't there potato chips? Bai Shihan remained silent. Having observed Lin Xinyu finish his meal, she felt that nothing could compare to the allure of instant noodles. 5 minutes later, with Lin Xinyu's permission, Bai Shihan finally fulfilled her desire and opened the lid of the noodles, the fragrant aroma wafting up once again. This time, however, the roles were reversed, with Lin Xinyu watching from the side. The little girl seemed intent on revenge, selecting a small portion of noodles, ready to slurp. But to her surprise, the anticipated sound did not emerge. Why not try taking a bit more? Bai Shihan's thoughts were laid bare, her cheeks flushed. Soon enough, a satisfying slurp resonated. For her, this was undoubtedly the most delectable thing she had ever tasted. Before long, her mouth was stuffed, and thoughts of propriety were utterly cast aside. So delicious. No poison. This time, she paid no mind to the details. The soup was completely consumed, and she licked her lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. 1 cup is sufficient, 2 would be too rich. Remember this common sense when eating instant noodles, Lin Xinyu interrupted, having seen through her intentions. Got it. After finishing their meal, Bai Shihan proactively helped tidy up the instant noodle cups. Once done, she returned to the table. Lin Xinyu initially thought she had something to discuss with him, but upon noticing her gaze fixated on the other snacks on the table, he quickly understood. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm full, quite full. Though she claimed to be sated, her eyes remained glued to the snacks. Seeing her anticipation, Lin Xinyu suddenly thought of something amusing, unsure if she had ever tried it. Under Bai Shihan's watchful eyes, he retrieved a packet of popping candy from the snack bag. Although adults typically don't consume popping candy anymore, it was still edible. Upon opening the package and seeing the vibrant, flashy wrapper, Bai Shihan's interest was piqued, her gaze lingering above and unmoving. Would you like to try? Can I? Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous? Bai Shihan puffed her cheeks, her lips moving silently, clearly unwilling to respond. Observing this, Lin Xinyu opened a small packet and handed it to her, saying, "This is candy. Just eat it directly." All right. She took the popping candy and poured it all in her mouth. Before long, The delightful crackling sound emerged from within. Help, save me. Bai Shihan panicked. Experiencing this sensation for the first time, she opened her mouth wide, feeling the candy bouncing and bursting against her palate. Her face a portrait of desperation as she looked towards Lin Xinyu. Witnessing this scene, particularly the sight of her gaping mouth, Lin Xinyu felt an inexplicable urge to purchase more jelly. Soon, the commotion in her mouth subsided, and the little girl gradually calmed down. Pouting to express her discontent with Lin Xinyu's earlier indifference, she stood up and, without a backward glance, walked into her bedroom. Bai Shihan felt somewhat fatigued. Since morning, she had been on edge. Had it not been for Lin Xinyu's companionship, she might have drawn the curtains and curled up in a corner, seeking solace from her emotions. Embracing the small green dinosaur on her bed, she felt a mix of fear and joy. The fear stemmed from engaging in numerous activities that her father typically forbade, while the joy was the very opposite, experiencing an unprecedented thrill from defying restrictions. Xiao LV, do you think I'm a bad child now? Bai Shihan raised the little dinosaur, her face etched with sorrow. Xiao LV may not know, but I can assure you, you are not a bad child. Lin Xinyu's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling the girl into clutching the dinosaur close to her chest and retreating beneath the protective covers of her bed. You can't eavesdrop on others, she exclaimed. Who enters without knocking, sneaking around silently? And you didn't even close the door. You're a bad person. Lin Xinyu remained silent, extending his hand to elegantly rap on the door. May I inquire, by classmate, can I come in? No, you cannot. Very well, thank you. He then entered the room, plopped down on the bed with a playful pat of his backside. You can't bully me. Bai Shihan shielded herself with the dinosaur, mentally apologizing. I'm sorry. Xiao LV, but this bad guy is to blame. Sit up, put the dinosaur down, and look at me. With a pitiful expression, Bai Shihan relinquished the little dinosaur, realizing she could no longer rely on it. Lin Xinyu remained still, his gaze fixed upon her. You're not a bad child. These are all things you can do. Why impose such restrictions on yourself? Bai Shihan was at a loss for words, lowering her head, embodying the image of guilt. Lift your head and look at me. Don't scold me. Bai Shihan replied in her native dialect, feeling wronged. You haven't done anything wrong. Just focus on what you need to do. There's no need to burden yourself with excessive pressure. If you can't bear it, yet continue to endure, isn't that foolish? I understand. As Bai Shihan contemplated lowering her gaze, she abandoned the thought upon encountering Lin Xinyu's penetrating eyes, choosing instead to hold his gaze. Therefore, one must be courageous. Directly refuse what does not resonate with you, and refrain from engaging in matters you wish to avoid. Do not yield to others' desires unconditionally. A silence enveloped the two, and soon Bai Shihan heard the familiar plea. Would you be my wife? No. You see, that is quite satisfactory, is it not? I shall inquire more frequently in the future. That is not permissible. You cannot ask more. Bai Shihan replied, her head shaking in a flurry. While she could decline once or twice, what if she became accustomed to the inquiries and inadvertently acquiesced? Exhausted from the tension of the conversation, Bai Shihan ultimately closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber against the small dinosaur, her breathing light. Just moments ago, she had been resolutely refusing, yet now she rested soundly. As dusk descended, the sky ignited with fiery clouds. Bai Shihan, in a state of drowsiness, opened her eyes and instinctively reached out to find her companion, Little Green, seeking solace in its familiar presence. The ceiling above, the quilt enveloping her, and the comforting warmth of Little Green were all too familiar. Upon touching it, an involuntary smile graced her lips. However, something felt amiss. Turning her head, her initial grogginess dissipated, replaced by clarity. At first, she believed it was still her beloved Little Green, but as she adjusted her position, confusion turned to alarm. Sitting up abruptly, panic washed over her as she glanced at the spot where Little Green should have been. You took advantage of me. Lin Xinyu remained silent, his gaze urging Bai Shihan to look towards the quilt. Their positions were undeniably intimate. He pondered where this girl had learned to be so unruly in her sleep, and why she had chosen to entwine her legs around his hand. Thankfully, the blanket provided a barrier, preventing any untoward incidents. To avoid disturbing her, Lin Xinyu opted to rest at the edge of the bed. had it not been for her small hand brushing against his face. This might have been the most peaceful slumber he had ever experienced. Realizing her oversight, the girl quietly shifted her legs apart and sought out the true little green, clutching it close to ease her embarrassment. Time is of the essence. Bai Shihan, you have severely deprived me of an afternoon. What shall we do about it? Initially, she had believed he would cease his teasing, allowing her to hold little green as a shield against any impending crisis. Yet the inevitable confrontation had arisen. No, I don't know. I shall punish you by making you dine out with me tonight. Really? Is that true? Were she alone? Bai Shihan would undoubtedly refuse such an invitation, but with Lin Xinyu present and the promise of delectable food, it felt less like punishment and more like a reward. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before that, let me help you choose an outfit from the wardrobe. She sensed his ulterior motives, realizing he was not to be trusted. Bai Shihan quickly sprang from her bed, determined to guard the wardrobe with her life. Unsure of how to express her irritation, she resorted to casting what she believed to be a fierce glare in Lin Xinyu's direction. Such a miser. Hearing his remark, the expression on Bai Shihan's face revealed her sense of grievance. This marked the second time Lin Xinyu had labeled her stingy. Nevertheless, she opened her arms, blocking his path. I am indeed stingy. In the spirit of reciprocity, she insisted on viewing his wardrobe first to ensure fairness. The thought of a charming outfit adorned with lace and a bear crossed her mind. Did he possess anything like that? Given his stern demeanor, she assumed he must have nothing appealing. A blush crept across her cheeks as she reached out, firmly pushing Lin Xinyu out of the room. Lin Xinyu found her actions quite satisfying. In the past, Bai Shihan would have been timid and unsure of how to refuse him. Now, she was clearly growing more adept at asserting herself. As the fiery clouds vanished and night enveloped the earth in darkness, the world transformed into a tapestry of shadows. Bai Shihan donned a white dress, her skin glowing as delicately as snow under the lamplight. Despite the multitude of garments in her wardrobe, she had never truly ventured out in any of them. She merely selected one that caught her eye, standing alone before the mirror in admiration. The only reason she felt emboldened to step outside was the presence of Lin Xinyu by her side. Normally, she would dread the thought of anyone approaching her for conversation. Yet with him, such encounters never transpired. What would you like to eat? Bai Shihan, who rarely ventured out, was at a loss regarding available options. Recalling her instant noodles from lunch, she instinctively licked her lips but quickly dismissed the idea of mentioning them, fearing he might possess the ability to read her mind. Her cheeks puffed out like a small goldfish. She sensed that Lin Xinyu might be playfully teasing her, given her limited culinary repertoire. Her knowledge of food seemed confined to instant noodles, a few snacks purchased at noon, and the dishes she had personally prepared. Let's go for some barbecue, she murmured to herself, feeling a surge of joy. But I must warn you, I can't eat too much. Otherwise, tomorrow will be a trip to the restroom, she added, her words eliciting a sense of wonder. Throughout her life, she had never encountered the situation Lin Xinyu described. The dimly lit path lacked streetlights, and Bai Shihan nestled beside Lin Xinyu, hesitant yet yearning to grasp the hem of his clothing. If I don't hold on soon, I might just take your hand, she teased. Indeed, a little pressure was necessary. The girl blushed, overwhelmed with delight. Consuming too much of such fare can be detrimental to one's health. Indulging occasionally is harmless, though. All right, they reached a street-side stall. Regardless of the time of year, vendors could always be found pushing their carts outside the school, except during the summer and winter breaks. Clutching Lin Xinyu's hem, Bai Shihan gazed at the bustling food street, realizing for the first time that the night was alive with people, contrary to her parents' assertions that only wayward students roamed outside. Initially, she had thought Lin Xinyu sought to lead her astray, but upon seeing an aunt passing by with a stroller, she realized she had been mistaken once more. If we linger any longer, we might only be left with late-night snacks, Lin Xinyu remarked, uttering terms that eluded Bai Shihan's comprehension. She was accustomed to being in bed by 10:30 each night. Come on, don't worry, it's definitely not poison. Bai Shihan released her grip on Lin Xinyu's hem, intending to ignore him for a while. However, when he quickened his pace, panic set in, and her hand instinctively returned to its previous position. Under Lin Xinyu's guidance, they arrived at their destination. Bai Shihan mimicked his actions in serving food, her face lighting up with an unceasing smile. Lin Xinyu observed her with curiosity. Why was she so delighted merely by assisting in serving food? Her cheeks flushed, she confessed. I made you unhappy this afternoon and wasted your time. So you believe that making amends now will bring me joy? As Bai Shihan clumsily assisted. The time they spent preparing the meal surprisingly increased rather than decreased. However, the other party had never tasted these before, and thus had no idea how much time was typically required. They simply smiled at Lin Xinyu, genuinely pleased from the depths of their heart. Considering Bai Shihan's emotions, Lin Xinyu deliberately searched for quite some time, and eventually found a vacant spot in the corner. Bai Shihan pouted, realizing he was thinking of her, which is why they had waited for so long together. Before she could utter the words "I'm sorry," Lin Xinyu preemptively said, "Actually, there's one thing. As long as you fulfill it, I will undoubtedly be very happy." Bai Shihan was somewhat perplexed, her gaze directed at Lin Xinyu with a hint of confusion. Lin Xinyu merely gestured for her to come closer and then whispered his request in her ear, "Promise to be my wife. I might be pregnant." As the skewers were served, the mere aroma had this girl salivating. Look at the vibrant red on top. It must be toxic. Bai Shihan picked up a skewer and examined it, her expression one of incredulity. That's chili powder. Her demeanor seemed to mock Lin Xinyu's ignorance. Moreover, she felt a secret delight in discovering that he was not infallible. "Well," he has learned to retort, "I shall reward you for that." Lin Xinyu picked up an oyster with his utensils. This delicacy was akin to a beauty salon for girls and a gas station for boys. Yet in Bai Shihan's eyes, it appeared as though he was enacting revenge upon her. Aside from this brief interlude, Bai Shihan seemed unsatisfied, glancing at Lin Xinyu and licking her lips. "Is this delicious?" Lin Xinyu had ordered 2 portions, especially tailored to his appetite. "Aren't you full?" "Just a little." Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed, and she dared not look at him. "Go ahead, this is the last bit. Be careful not to have a stomachache tomorrow." Bai Shihan paid little heed to such warnings, accepting the untouched skewers from Lin Xinyu. The young girl felt a twinge of shyness, deliberately leaving a few larger skewers untouched. Approximately 10 minutes later, having devoured everything, Bai Shihan felt utterly full, but was reluctant to waste any food, stuffing herself to the brim. She then turned to Lin Xinyu, seeking assistance. Unable to refuse her, Lin Xinyu had no choice but to help her finish. Where do we pay?" Bai Shihan patted her protruding belly, wishing it would retract. Lin Xinyu sat in a daze for a moment before looking at her with delight. "What's this? Are you brave enough to settle the bill?" Her willingness to do so signified that she had taken another step forward. I'll give it a try." Bai Shihan nodded and reached under her skirt to retrieve some money from her pocket. Initially, Lin Xinyu was taken aback, wanting to intervene. But recalling that the young girl was not that audacious, he chose to remain still. Indeed, from beneath her white skirt, he could see a pair of light blue jeans, far removed from his earlier imaginings. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Bai Shihan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She had always succeeded in changing with Lin Xinyu's assistance and must not hold him back. However, Lin Xinyu had already settled the bill in advance, deliberately coordinating with the waiter to ensure the young girl felt elated. Such fortunate occurrences bring immense joy. It's akin to possessing 100 yuan and finding an additional 20 on the street, which is far more exhilarating than the original amount. The most direct example is a mobile red envelope. Even if the lucky draw yields merely 2 yuan, one can feel elated for an entire day. Bai Shihan wobbled nervously as she moved. This was her first experience paying for a meal alone, especially without Lin Xinyu by her side. Upon reaching the counter, she cautiously regarded the female attendant handling the payments, feeling somewhat less anxious. "Hello, may I take your order?" To settle the bill, Bai Shihan spoke without stuttering. This alone filled her with joy. "As it happens, you are the first couple to dine here today, and the package you selected is complimentary." The young girl gasped in disbelief. Could there be such abundant benefits to dining out? Is it truly free? Bai Shihan, unable to accept the reality, asked once more. The adorable and naive expression prompted the waiter to nod affirmatively again. "What's the matter?" Lin Xinyu approached, and with a smile, Bai Shihan repeated her query. "Wow, how fortunate you are." Under Lin Xinyu's envious gaze, Bai Shihan chose not to respond, feeling elated to have forged a friendship with him. Although she often playfully expressed a desire to be his wife, she had never overstepped her bounds. As they exited the barbecue restaurant beneath the moonlit sky, the blush on Bai Shihan's cheeks was not conspicuous. She reached out and grasped the familiar hem of his clothing. After a prolonged period of feeling lost, it seemed she had finally discovered her path. Upon reaching the base of her apartment building, despite the reluctance to part ways, they opted to bid farewell. See you tomorrow. Lin Xinyu glanced at Bai Shihan, waiting for her to depart first. However, she shared the same sentiment, and they stood there, gazing at each other. Reluctant to leave? I suppose I shall head up to sleep then. No, no, no. The young girl waved her hand, this time not hesitating, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Observing her departure, Lin Xinyu finally turned to leave. The night was filled with a gentle breeze. On the second floor, at the corner windowsill, the young girl stood on her tiptoes, watching Lin Xinyu until he vanished around the corner, before withdrawing her head. The following morning, in an effort to prevent a repeat of the previous incident, Lin Xinyu deliberately set his alarm. When the alarm rang, he lazily silenced it. After rising and freshening up, he opened his phone and logged into his messaging app. Expecting to message her first, he was surprised to see Bai Shihan's avatar shaking vigorously. Last night, upon returning home, he had changed her contact name to Precious. And after a few taps, he opened the chat. Precious, I feel like I'm dying. Precious, crying you. Is it a stomach ache? Lin Xinyu surmised that since Bai Shihan had never tasted such food before, she was likely struggling with the effects of her first experience. It was more than just a stomach ache. Even walking might pose a challenge. In simpler terms, she was suffering from diarrhea, accompanied by occasional sharp pains. Precious, yes. I'll come over. After changing clothes, he hurriedly left, remembering to pick up some digestive tablets along the way. True to her routine, Bai Shihan had likely returned home and gone straight to bed after washing up. In her bed, she curled up under the covers, clutching her stomach and holding on to her little green plush toy to ease her discomfort. Lin Xinyu was swift, and within 10 minutes, he had purchased breakfast and arrived at Bai Shihan's place. Upon seeing her, he noticed her pale complexion as she held her plush toy. Do you think I might be? Bai Shihan blushed deeply, leaving Lin Xinyu momentarily at a loss for words. Which part? Yesterday, she stammered, recalling their physical contact upon waking. Bai Shihan was particularly anxious. Am I pregnant? Yes. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan's eyes widened in disbelief, as she grappled with the notion that she was to become a mother without any prior awareness. Here is some kanji, along with some digestive tablets. You are carrying barbecued food and instant noodles, Lin Xinyu stated, placing the kanji on the bedside table while fixating his gaze upon her. The young girl was perplexed by his words. Then I shall feed you, he declared, not waiting for Bai Shihan to decline before he scooped a spoonful of kanji and brought it towards her lips. Reluctantly compelled by the intensity of his gaze, Bai Shihan opened her mouth. As the spoon grazed her lips, she felt as though the sensation had somehow transferred to the spoon itself. Otherwise, why did it feel as if her lips were being tenderly caressed by his fingers the moment they made contact? The world's most delightful treasure. You wouldn't heed my counsel to eat less, yet now you believe it? Bai Shihan felt a twinge of grievance. I understand now. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. She had only ever witnessed others indulge in such delights, never partaking herself, so succumbing to temptation for the first time was entirely natural. What are you staring at? Do you expect me to feed you mouth to mouth? Lin Xinyu held the spoon aloft for quite some time, only for the girl to take a couple of bites before drifting into thought. I'll eat. Bai Shihan opened her mouth, internally lamenting the same fierce demeanor. Under Lin Xinyu's attentive feeding, the kanji soon reached its end. Is it better now? My stomach no longer aches, and I feel a warm sensation within, something I have never experienced before. So, this is what it means to have a good friend. Observing Lin Xinyu, who was tidying up, Bai Shihan felt for the first time what it was to be cared for. Why are you so kind to me? Clutching Xiao Lu tightly, her gaze retreated. Hesitant to meet Lin Xinyu's eyes, she voiced a long-held question. Lin Xinyu paused. Do you genuinely wish to know? Yes. Then you must promise not to mock me. After disposing of the unnecessary items in the trash, Lin Xinyu sat beside her on the bed. No, I would never. Actually, it is primarily because I had a dream. Bai Shihan was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. What dream? In the dream, the girl confided in me that she had not felt happiness in a long time. Lin Xinyu glanced at Bai Shihan, who was staring blankly at her, and continued. She expressed that she was afraid to speak to others, reluctant to venture outside, and hesitant to express her innermost thoughts, living her life in accordance with others' emotions, feeling utterly exhausted. Bai Shihan tightened her embrace around Xiao Lu, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Xinyu reached out, gently stroking her head. From now on, there will be no more troubles. I will take you out, accompany you in conversation, teach you to express your emotions, and ensure your happiness. Xiao Lu gradually slipped from her arms onto the blanket, and Bai Shihan felt her vision blur. Yet she instinctively fought back tears, unwilling to appear weak. I am sent by heaven to accompany you. Bai Shihan struggled to hold back her emotions, biting her lip to regain composure, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. You must not deceive me. I am easily misled. I would not deceive you. You see, these past few days have brought you things you've never encountered before, and your courage has grown. You Wu and Ti have dared to argue with me before. So, we are good friends, aren't we? Bai Shihan met Lin Xinyu's affectionate gaze, shyly lowering her head. Indeed, the best of friends in the world. Yes, the very best. Will you be my wife? Sweet treats can bring joy, as they stimulate the brain to release dopamine and endorphins, substances that regulate emotions and enhance happiness. Even so, Bai Shihan felt that the milk candy she consumed today was sweeter than any she had tasted before. In the morning, Lin Xinyu organized her manuscript at the desk, while Bai Shihan obediently sat nearby, occasionally playing with the little metal beads on the pencil sharpener's maze. The manuscript was swiftly crafted, utilizing familiar tropes alongside a memorized plot, resulting in a neatly organized outline. Before long, the preliminary narrative was established, with subsequent chapters merely requiring alignment before submission. Bai Shihan was unaware of Lin Xinyu's intentions, only knowing that he was saving for a bride price. Initially, the young girl found herself quite intrigued by the stories penned by Lin Xinyu. However, his knack for leaving tantalizing cliffhangers led her to abandon her reading altogether. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the rumblings of hunger finally compelled Bai Shihan to speak up, prompting Lin Xinyu to turn his gaze towards her. You're hungry and didn't T say anything? Are you foolish? He chided. Once again, she felt reprimanded. Bai Shihan pouted in indignation, lowering her head to continue playing with the small iron beads in her hand. I'll punish you by making you cook for me. All right. This declaration brought a bright smile to Bai Shihan's face as she quickly leaped from the bed and merrily dashed to the kitchen. Before Lin Xinyu entered her life, cooking had been Bai Shihan's sole source of joy. She had transformed from a novice to an adept cook, deriving immense satisfaction from the completion of each dish. Lin Xinyu took a seat at the dining table, refraining from interrupting her, simply observing in silence. Bai Shihan donned her apron, deftly wielding the spatula as she stirred the ingredients, and in that moment, it felt as though he had truly become her husband. After approximately half an hour, the dishes emerged: minced eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, and boiled cabbage. With a beaming smile, the pride radiated from her face as she exited the kitchen. Try it, she urged. Lin Xinyu, without hesitation, picked up a piece of eggplant from the plate and savored it under her eager gaze. Although Bai Shihan had not directly asked, the urgency in her eyes conveyed her desperate anticipation for his feedback. It's delicious, Lin Xinyu exclaimed, his eyes widening. While his words may have held an element of exaggeration, the praise was sincere. Really? Is it true? Bai Shihan responded with excitement, this being her first taste of such affirmation, especially from Lin Xinyu himself. Would I lie to you? Look, I've already devoured half a bowl. He showcased the rice in his bowl, indicating he spoke the truth. Bai Shihan's joy was boundless, a profound delight that she had never experienced before, being acknowledged by someone she considered a dear friend. Then, I'll eat a bit more, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Their lunch concluded amidst this cheerful atmosphere. In the end, the task of washing the dishes became a collaborative effort between the two. At the sink, Lin Xinyu intentionally brushed against Bai Shihan's small hand multiple times, feigning clumsiness, leaving her at a loss for words and her cheeks flushed, internally scolding him for his mischievous behavior. Once everything was tidied up, they returned to the room. Bai Shihan had grown accustomed to Lin Xinyu's presence, her initial shyness evolving into comfort, as long as he refrained from inspecting her wardrobe. Tomorrow, classes commence. Sitting on the bed, Bai Shihan had intended to remind him to study diligently, but as she opened her mouth, her words took an unexpected turn. "Oh, how I wish I could sleep here tonight." After Lin Xinyu finished speaking, he let out a deliberate sigh. Bai Shihan promptly shook her head. "That's not permissible. Boys and girls cannot be alone together at night." "Why not?" Because there might be a baby," Bai Shihan stammered, recalling the morning's incident regarding pregnancy, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. "Who told you that? As long as one sleeps soundly and refrains from such activities, there won't be any babies." Lin Xinyu was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that she was aware of such matters. However, Bai Shihan's face was filled with curiosity. "Well, what is that such activity? Am I a bad child? Lin Xinyu is such a rogue." Upon realizing the nature of the situation, Bai Shihan immediately burrowed under the covers, feeling utterly flushed, terrified that he might conduct an impromptu lesson. "Am I truly that intimidating?" "Yes, indeed." A feeble response emerged from beneath the blanket, eliciting a chuckle from Lin Xinyu. "Wasn't it you who posed the question?" "I certainly won tea. It's complicated. Hadn't it been stated earlier that if properly safeguarded, nothing would occur?" No. I refused to listen. Hiding in her cocoon, Bai Shihan felt as if she were burning with fever, her entire body radiating warmth, yet she dared not emerge, fearful of the villain outside. It was evident that the subject matter had been taught by the physical education teacher. Pouting in the covers, Bai Shihan yearned to retort, but could not conjure any suitable comeback. Lin Xinyu chose not to tease her further, heading to the desk to refine the items he had yet to organize from the morning. As time passed, coupled with the silence outside, Bai Shihan first grasped her little green toy from beneath the covers, using it as a shield to cautiously probe the situation. Upon confirming that all was well, she gradually emerged. Noticing Lin Xinyu engrossed in his tasks, she refrained from interrupting, instead opting to find her books and commence her studies. In truth, Bai Shihan longed for Lin Xinyu to study alongside her. Judging by their scores in the last examination, it was evident that they could not attend the same university. However, she had yet to find a right moment to broach the subject with him. Moreover, given his current diligence, she hesitated to disturb him. Bai Shihan was inherently considerate of others, often placing their needs above her own. Once Lin Xinyu completed his work, he turned to find Bai Shihan gazing at him. But upon locking eyes, she quickly averted her gaze. The feeling of being caught in the act of peeking was undeniably mortifying. Embarrassed, Bai Shihan rubbed her toes and feigned nonchalance, avoiding his gaze in an attempt to escape. Yet, Lin Xinyu approached her. "Still reading, I see. A true scholar, even during the holidays, remains dedicated to their studies." Sensing him sitting at the edge of the bed, Bai Shihan felt a pang of anxiety. What if he suddenly leaned in for that kind of interaction? "You know, if I could attend the same university as you, wouldn't that be splendid?" Lin Xinyu did not act in the manner Bai Shihan had anticipated. Instead, he quietly expressed a sentiment. Bai Shihan set down her toy. "It's still possible." With over 3 months before the college entrance examination, Bai Shihan had observed Lin Xinyu's academic prowess during recent days at school. He had merely been playful in the past, often challenging the teachers, a classic case of rebelliousness. "So will you teach me?" Sure." Bai Shihan's heart swelled with joy. She had always harbored this thought, but was unsure how to convey it. Now, having unexpectedly achieved her goal, it felt as though her wishes were manifesting. "I look forward to your guidance." Lin Xinyu extended his hand for a handshake, gazing at Bai Shihan in anticipation of her response. Faced with his sudden display of politeness, Bai Shihan felt somewhat unaccustomed, but nonetheless reached out to clasp his hand. As their palms met, the larger hand enveloped the smaller one entirely, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, a phone hidden beneath the pillow rang. Bai Shihan, startled, withdrew her small hand and retrieved her phone, pressing the answer button. "Hello, yes, I'm here, understood." Throughout the call, Lin Xinyu remained by her side, unable to discern the identity of the caller, yet inferring from Bai Shihan's respectful tone that it was undoubtedly a family member, one whose presence increasingly rendered her withdrawn. Bai Shihan felt a twinge of fear. It was her father on the line. Initially, the conversation seemed benign, but upon inquiring about her recent experiences at school, she began to falter. The voice on the other end seemed to sense her hesitation and immediately began to press for answers. Thankfully, Lin Xinyu continuously offered reassurance, allowing Bai Shihan to stabilize her emotions and muster the courage to fabricate a lie. She claimed to be diligently studying, avoiding late nights, refraining from social interactions, heeding her teachers, and earnestly preparing for the college entrance examination. Lin Xinyu felt a pang of sadness. This must have been the life she had previously endured. After the call ended, the young girl curled her legs in her embrace, appearing as if she had committed a transgression. Just as Lin Xinyu intended to offer comfort, he was taken aback when her mood abruptly shifted from gloom to elation. Am I not amazing, right? Bai Shihan exhaled, her long-suppressed feelings erupting at that moment. In the past, I would never have dared to deceive them. I always obeyed their words, always did as they instructed. But now I have changed. Lin Xinyu, observing Bai Shihan, still clutching her legs, remained silent, listening intently. Do you think I'm a bad child? Bai Shihan, once brimming with excitement, now darkened. Her expression clouded with worry and uncertainty as she glanced at Lin Xinyu. No, you're still a good child, Lin Xinyu replied, gently patting her head. You simply wish to live as your true self, rather than conforming to their expectations. But I lied again. Silly, that's a benevolent lie. Really, truly? Lin Xinyu nodded, affirming that no one wishes to live as someone else desires. Such a life would undoubtedly lead to unhappiness. Only by living for oneself can one truly discern what they desire. You will excel in the future with swift situational analysis and a profound understanding of matters. Your proposals will be impeccable, so do not doubt yourself. This assertion was not a mere fabrication, although Bai Shihan struggled with social anxiety. She displayed remarkable clarity and precision in strategizing and analyzing situations, often presenting the best solutions despite her reticence. Bai Shihan remained skeptical, wrapping herself in her blanket as if only that space could provide a sense of safety. I am quite curious. Why does your home always have vegetables if you seldom go out? Lin Xinyu sought to divert her from lingering in uncertainty. Well, there's an aunt who knocks on the door and leaves vegetables at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyu couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of the affluent. Stop hiding under the blanket. Hurry up and teach me how to cook. With such culinary skills, I must learn to prepare meals for my wife in the future. No, not a wife. Lin Xinyu shook his head. I never said it was for you to cook for. At first, Bai Shihan did not react. It was only after she descended from the bed that she regained her senses, feeling an inexplicable pang of bitterness. Suddenly, she found herself disinclined to prepare a meal for him. Yet, she dared not exhibit her feelings, merely pouting and avoiding a glance at Lin Xinyu as she strode directly towards the kitchen. When Lin Xinyu approached her side, Bai Shihan, who had always been fervent about cooking, made a firm resolution. She decided to add a generous amount of salt and vinegar, intending to teach him a lesson. Lin Xinyu watched on, initially having spoken in jest, merely wishing to tease her. However, he was taken aback as Bai Shihan added yet another heaping spoonful of salt followed by another of vinegar. Where had this girl learned such culinary practices? I spoke of food that might cause you leg pain. You eat first. If it's delicious, I shall partake later. Originally intending to observe the humor, Bai Shihan suddenly lost her composure, yet found herself compelled to lift her chopsticks, suppressing the assault of the sour and salty flavors, feigning tranquility. The taste, the flavor. It's acceptable, is it? Shall I give it a try? Just as Bai Shihan believed she was about to achieve her goal, Lin Xinyu swiftly snatched the chopstick she had used, deftly scooping up food and placing it in his mouth, even taking a moment to savor it. The flavor is indeed quite good. Bai Shihan fell silent, her cheeks flushing with a visible intensity. She had thought to play a prank on him, only to find he had directly used her chopsticks, which bore her saliva. I shall not use those chopsticks anymore. Noticing that Lin Xinyu's chopsticks remained untouched, Bai Shihan swiftly seized them. No worries, I've discovered that these chopsticks seem to make the food taste even better. Bai Shihan fully comprehended what it meant to have thick skin. Is this not akin to attempting theft only to incur a loss? Should you dare to deceive me again, it will not merely be a matter of snatching chopsticks. Lin Xinyu remarked while picking up food, subtly hinting at Bai Shihan's antics without directly exposing her. The young girl, blushing, realized that she had long been discovered. No, I shall not dare again. I believe I must bully you a bit more, otherwise, you shall not feel fear. Bai Shihan withdrew her hand from the food. No, one must not bully good friends. Lin Xinyu shrugged helplessly. I am different from others. I enjoy teasing good friends. Then we shall no longer be good friends. Shall we be husband and wife? Bai Shihan huffed, unwilling to engage with him further. Ultimately, under the pretext of not wasting food, the two worked together to finish the plate of overly salty and sour cucumbers. As night fell, Bai Shihan persistently hinted for Lin Xinyu to return home, yet he seemed oblivious, deftly diverting the conversation. Tomorrow, we must rise early. I know, you still wish to join me for tofu pudding. It seems the outside has grown dark. I am unafraid of the dark. Indeed, when faced with an audacious individual, one finds it impossible to prevail. Then I shall take my leave. Wait for me downstairs in the morning. Strangely, after obtaining the answer she desired, Bai Shihan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Very well. Watching him exit the room, she only rose from her bed after hearing the door close, familiarizing herself with the balcony as a means of farewell. Had she just begun high school, she would never have anticipated such eagerness to attend school. When the alarm rang, she dressed and washed up in a single breath. With her backpack in tow, she descended to the ground floor, where Lin Xinyu awaited at the door, already clad in his school uniform. Whose wife is this? Waiting for her beloved so early in the morning? At some point, Lin Xinyu had taken to teasing her. Had Bai Shihan found this nonsensical behavior off-putting? It would have sufficed, but she responded with little more than a blush. Not a wife. How long have you been waiting? Just came down. It is evident that this is not the truth. Bai Shihan is simply that way, reluctant to allow others to concern themselves with her, as she feels it diminishes her own worth. Lin Xinyu refrains from confronting her. Let us go. I wish to witness your transformation over these past few days. All right. Bai Shihan also yearns to prove herself. She had contemplated change long ago, but lacked the courage to pursue it. Now, however, she is different, for she has Lin Xinyu by her side. She continues to grasp the corner of his garment, though no longer with the initial trepidation. It has become second nature. As they stand on the street lined with stalls, Lin Xinyu does not guide her toward the tofu pudding, but instead encourages Bai Shihan to make her own choice. Ultimately, her gaze settles on the steamed bun shop. Do you wish to have buns? Let us give it a try. Lin Xinyu leads her into the bustling bun shop, renowned for its breakfast offerings, especially since it is situated across from the school. Besides buns, they also serve soy milk, fried dough sticks, and most importantly, the convenience of not having to wait long. You have never had buns? No. Bai Shihan feels somewhat aggrieved, wanting to retort, but finding no justification. She can only glare at him in frustration. Here, one can find meat buns, red bean buns, pickled vegetable buns, steamed buns, and twisted rolls. Before Lin Xinyu can finish listing them, Bai Shihan tugs at his sleeve, pointing to the sign, eager to convey that the descriptions are provided and that she can read. It must be said that a bun shop is perpetually lucrative. One can gauge the daily revenue merely by observing the queue. As far as she remembers, the owner of this bun shop had acquired a car and a house within 2 to 3 years. Bai Shihan does not ponder such matters. She simply feels the crowd around her, somewhat overwhelming and noisy. Standing at the entrance of the bun shop, an inexplicable sense of urgency surges within her. The clamor and laughter intertwine, echoing incessantly in her ears. Noticing Bai Shihan's unease, Lin Xinyu can discern from her anxious expression that she is indeed a bit frightened. He reaches out to gently stroke her head, a gesture meant to soothe her. In that instant, the lamb amidst the wolves felt a surge of courage. Her trembling shoulders settled into stillness, and her inner fears gradually melted away. It's all right. You are already quite remarkable. At this moment, Bai Shihan perceives Lin Xinyu as a far safer presence than the chaotic environment outside. Bai Shihan looks up and declares, I will continue to strive. It's fine. If you don't put in the effort, I shall devour you, thus making you bolder. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan feels a mix of admiration and confusion, but quickly realizes he could not possibly mean it literally. He's clearly jesting to help her relax. Thank you. I intend to eat you, and yet you still express gratitude? Bai Shihan understands he is deliberately concealing his true intentions. You do not eat people. Lin Xinyu finally comprehends her misunderstanding. What I meant by eat is to make your legs ache. Huh? Bai Shihan does not grasp the meaning and thinks little of it. Summoning her courage, she purchases 2 meat buns and 2 red bean buns, rounding it off with 2 cups of soy milk. Once the coveted items are in her hands, Bai Shihan exhales in relief. How do you feel? Are you happy? Happy. Once again, you have made progress. Bai Shihan withdrew a meat bun and a red bean paste bun from her hands and offered them to Lin Xinyu, then gently grasped the hem of his garment as they navigated through the crowd. Panic and fear were utterly absent in that moment. Along the path to the classroom, Bai Shihan mimicked Lin Xinyu's leisurely pace while savoring her food, an act that would have been inconceivable in the past when she was preoccupied with maintaining her image. Now, it seemed that whatever Lin Xinyu did, she would instinctively follow suit. Naturally, she would refrain from adopting behaviors she deemed inappropriate. Presently, the young girl stood beside Lin Xinyu, joyfully biting into a bun she had never tasted before, her face radiating bliss. Fearful of everything, yet, paradoxically, not afraid of you. In the vibrant yet uncertain period of high school, it is nearly inevitable for young hearts to be drawn to one another. Various factors contribute to this allure: academic performance, appearance, personality, and the unspoken rapport between individuals. Bai Shihan was initially intrigued by Lin Xinyu's behavior, which set him apart from their peers. Gradually, she found herself enveloped in a protective cocoon created by him, leading her once guarded heart to tentatively crack open. Bai Shihan, do you think the class monitor has feelings for you? He seems to be gazing at you quite often, Lin Xinyu remarked, his brow furrowed and his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. This comment immediately straightened the petite girl, who had been lazily resting her head on the desk, feeling a touch of grievance. No, that's not it. He always asks me to confirm answers to assignments. The slight frown on Bai Shihan's face indicated a certain aversion towards the class monitor. Ironically, it is often these seemingly fragile girls who feign ignorance of rejection that are misinterpreted by others. Some boys, possessing a strong sense of superiority, might even misconstrue such behavior as a form of flirtation. What would you do if someone confessed their feelings to you? Lin Xinyu inquired, to which Bai Shihan maintained her composure, her gaze steady as she looked at him, conveying without words, "But what about you?" Just as Lin Xinyu was about to affectionately ruffle her hair, he reconsidered, aware that they were not in a private space, and instead, he swiftly lowered his hand beneath the table, seizing her middle and ring fingers before she could react. The suddenness of his action startled Bai Shihan, leaving her blushing and momentarily speechless, forgetting to resist. In that moment, nothing else mattered. All she needed to understand was that he intended to place a ring first on her middle finger, then on her ring finger. This time, the girl comprehended his meaning, pretending to be oblivious, withdrawing her hand and choosing not to meet Lin Xinyu's gaze. P.S. Just rambling as for the seriousness of his words. Bai Shihan might not fully grasp it yet, but Lin Xinyu was acutely aware. Adhering to their agreement, from this day forth, Bai Shihan would assist Lin Xinyu with his studies, a prospect that brought her a measure of joy. In her mind, she never considered whether he could grasp the material. She was solely focused on patiently explaining everything, convinced that Lin Xinyu possessed the potential to gain admission to his desired university. Time slipped by drop. Lin Xinyu had never anticipated that he would one day feel that class hours passed too swiftly. Such a sentiment had been unfathomable to him before. In the past, he would often wake up and quietly complain about how slowly time seemed to crawl, as if each day stretched into an eternity. By midday, under Lin Xinyu's guidance, Bai Shihan had transformed. She could now converse effortlessly with the lunch lady, no longer the socially anxious girl who stammered in conversation. This change stemmed from their growing familiarity. Settling into a corner against the wall, Bai Shihan had grown accustomed to Lin Xinyu's presence. The initial timidity had given way to ease of movement, though she still maintained an awareness of her appearance, mindful of the other students around them. When alone with Lin Xinyu, however, the sight of him indulging in a hearty meal at the barbecue stall would undoubtedly astonish anyone who truly understood Bai Shihan. Lin Xinyu did not touch his chopsticks. Instead, he savored the atmosphere surrounding them. When a girl, known for her strong defenses, sheds her disguise before someone, the fear that should naturally arise transforms into a sense of relief. This feeling undoubtedly embodies a form of happiness. Why aren't you eating? Bai Shihan noticed Lin Xinyu's gaze and shyly lowered her head, realizing he had not touched his chopsticks for quite a while. She presumed that the food in his bowl did not suit his taste. I have meat in my bowl, and there are dishes you might not enjoy. I can eat them for you. We cannot waste food. The little girl had no ill intentions and thought little of it, simply not minding that he hadn't eaten. This subtle shift in her mindset was something she herself had not recognized. In the past, she would have never accepted such ambiguous gestures. However, for Bai Shihan now, it felt as if she were engaging in an entirely normal activity. Here, let me give you these pieces of meat. Lin Xinyu took up his chopsticks, not allowing Bai Shihan any chance to refuse, and placed all the meat into her plate. The little girl felt a pang of grievance. She had initially intended to share her own meat with him, only to find her plate filled with even more. Don't look at me like that. You need to eat more meat to grow in the places I want to see. Bai Shihan didn't understand his meaning, but she could tell from his expression that it was certainly not a good thing. 20 minutes later, the two had finished their meal. As they left the cafeteria, Lin Xinyu noticed that Bai Shihan wore a troubled expression, frequently glancing at him without saying a word, mimicking Bai Shihan's earlier approach. Lin Xinyu pulled a milk candy from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, "If you're feeling down, some candy should help." Would that count as applying what I've learned? However, the response was not what he had anticipated. The little girl felt somewhat awkward, her hands clutching her stomach. With the situation having progressed this far, Lin Xinyu was no longer the naive boy who merely engaged in idle chatter. Let me walk you back to the classroom. Okay. At that moment, Bai Shihan wished she could dig a hole to hide her head. She had woken up too early and, in her haste, had forgotten to bring. As they reached the classroom, the pain on Bai Shihan's face became increasingly evident, prompting Lin Xinyu to disregard any notions of pride and awkwardly ask the girl nearby for a sanitary product. Initially, she regarded him as a creep, but after he explained his purpose, she graciously complied. You can manage alone in the restroom, right? At the door, after handing over the soft butterfly-shaped item to Bai Shihan, Lin Xinyu still felt a twinge of concern. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan was startled, her cheeks flushing as she nodded and took small steps away. After watching her enter the restroom, Lin Xinyu finally felt at ease and proceeded downstairs to seek out his close friend. Kong Yu's seat was by the window, allowing Lin Xinyu to reach out and jolt him awake. Let us go. Chubby, I'm treating you to something delicious. Kong Yu, still groggy, instantly perked up. Is it true? Brother Yu isn't accompanying his girlfriend today? What kind of talk is that? Come on, I'm treating you to lunch. Just help yourself. Really? Noting Lin Xinyu's earnest tone, Kong Yu chose to believe him. A true hero seizes every opportunity. In the small shop, Kong Yu was left dumbfounded, even going so far as to maintain a deliberate distance from Lin Xinyu. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed as though the two individuals were complete strangers. Moreover, there was a hint of disdain in his gaze. Kong Yu hesitated for a moment before turning to Lin Xinyu. Are you all right, Yuga? What do you mean all right? What are you talking about? Lin Xinyu retorted. If you're truly fine, then why are you bringing me this? Just taking whatever and eating it at will? Especially with Lin Xinyu's piercing gaze, the unspoken message was clear. Kong, you should hasten and grab a few packets. Have you lost your mind from hunger? Can this even be consumed? Upon hearing this, Kong Yu felt increasingly apprehensive. Yugo, please don't tell me you've been like this for several days. 030. Bai Shihan took the initiative to hold hands. Are you speaking nonsense? Do you believe I could just toss it at you? Lin Xinyu felt somewhat speechless, having thought he could turn the situation around. He was well aware of the existence of a sister-in-law. He wondered who this was intended for. Then why buy it? Your sister-in-law. Kong Yu suddenly realized. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me scared, thinking you were just inviting me to eat this thing. Lin Xinyu was taller than him, and given that Kong Yu's physique was somewhat plump at that moment, he appeared even shorter. Originally standing at 178 meters. From a distance, he looked only 160 meters tall. Feel free to pick whatever you like. You can settle the bill later, and I'll reimburse you outside. Lin Xinyu quickly grabbed 2 bags off the shelf and stuffed them into Kong Yu's hands before making a hasty exit. By the time Kong Yu realized what had happened, Lin Xinyu had already left the convenience store. What dog? Lin Xinyu stood at the door, providing a textbook demonstration of what it means to be a brother. He sought out someone else not out of malice, but rather because he felt genuinely uncomfortable seeing Bai Shihan, his heart racing, and he acted on impulse. Once he regained his composure, he realized that he had never bought such items before and would certainly feel a bit embarrassed. Before long, Kong Yu emerged from the convenience store, having deliberately requested a black bag to separate the snacks from the large butterfly. Whereas in the past, he would have opted for a white plastic bag to carry his snacks. Just as he finished checking out, a few girls queued behind him, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Otherwise, he would have proudly walked into the classroom with a white plastic bag filled with an assortment of snacks, showcasing his foodie status. Yuzi, I will remember you, Kong Yu remarked. Hey, you don't even call me brother anymore, Lin Xinyu retorted, feeling a hint of irritation. Kong Pang, that's rather unethical. I can count on my fingers how many times I put you in a bind. Yet you're different. Back in the day, you were the one who broke others' windows and then promptly shifted the blame onto me. You didn't even spare the 6th grade girl next door, telling her, Aunt, it was me who was watching. And those action scenes from magazines you secretly tore out for your own enjoyment. All right, didn't you also buy a brother? You are my real brother. Next time, I'll buy for you. Kong Yu, feeling a bit careless, hadn't he anticipated Lin Xinyu having so many incriminating pieces of evidence against him. What goes around comes around. Who can escape the heaven's judgment? The happiness of the past seemed to have been replaced with misfortune. How much is it? I'll cover it. I do have some money, he said, eager to treat. No, I can't accept that, Kong Yu lamented on the verge of tears. Cut down on the snacks, you lad. Losing a bit of weight would make you truly handsome. Seeing his friend constantly indulging in food, Lin Xinyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disapproval. Yeah. Don't joke around. I'm already at 170 pounds. No matter how I lose weight, I'll still look the same. Kong Yu had long lost his confidence. Once he would have retorted playfully, asserting himself as the most stylish. Now, however, he was silent, the taunts from classmates having thoroughly eroded his self-esteem. Only in Lin Xinyu's company could he relax. Kong Yu was the type who wouldn't intrude on others. Ever since Lin Xinyu had referred to Bai Shihan as his girlfriend, he had maintained a respectful distance, allowing the two of them to share their world. Lin Xinyu understood his character. Having spent so much time together, he recognized that Kong Yu was quite straightforward and chose not to say much. Keep going, my hefty friend. Be confident, for your potential is truly immense. Kong Yu smiled in response, playfully retorting, Only you, would paint such grand visions for me. The two parted ways at the staircase, as they were not in the same classroom, making casual communication rather inconvenient. Nevertheless, the bond between the brothers remained steadfast, always ready to assist each other. Upon returning to the classroom, before Lin Xinyu could even step inside, Bai Shihan had already spotted him. Initially, she anticipated that Lin Xinyu would be waiting for her at their seats, but to her dismay, he had vanished upon her return. After fruitless searching, she resigned to resting her head on the desk, her eyes wide open, fixated on the entrance, eagerly awaiting Lin Xinyu's return. Bai Shihan admitted that in that fleeting moment of seeing Lin Xinyu, she felt a tinge of joy and a spark of curiosity. If Lin Xinyu was not lingering in the restroom, plagued by unpleasant odors, where could he possibly be? However, these thoughts were kept to herself. She would never dare to inquire unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. Hearing a rustle beside her, Bai Shihan turned her head, still resting on her arm. Though this action was merely a covert glance through the gap. I wasn't sure what you usually prefer, so I just grabbed 2 kinds from the vending machine, Lin Xinyu said, placing a black bag into Bai Shihan's drawer, his cheeks unexpectedly flushed. Bai Shihan was taken aback. He truly was a normal person. As she retrieved the items Lin Xinyu had given her and opened the bag, she stammered, Thank you. If I say thank you again, I might just hold your hand. Oh, who taught you that? Don't you know it's quite impolite? She teased. Come on, you must hold my hand. Lin Xinyu merely intended to startle her. This timid girl would shy away from any behavior that frightened her, ensuring she wouldn't repeat such actions. Yet before he could witness the familiar timid expression on Bai Shihan's face, he felt a delicate, soft touch enveloping his hand beneath the table. Looking down in disbelief, Lin Xinyu realized that Bai Shihan had, in fact, placed her hand into his. Have you agreed to be my wife? No, just good friends. Bai Shihan quickly withdrew her small hand, sensing that if she continued, she might find it impossible to pull away again. That didn't count. I didn't feel anything. How about we try again, so I can savor the moment? No, don't. She had already thanked him. Why was she still contemplating taking her time? Seeing that no matter what he said, Bai Shihan was unwilling, Lin Xinyu felt somewhat helpless. Yet, he found solace in the fact that at least this little girl had dared to hold his hand. Bai Shihan felt her cheeks warm, for although it was a brief contact, the sensation was unlike anything she had experienced throughout her life. The contrast between passive and active was profoundly significant. After everything that had transpired, Bai Shihan felt a pang of regret. By doing this, she had undoubtedly earned the title of the bad child in her parents' eyes. As the phrase good friends echoed in her mind, her initial concerns dissipated. Just as Lin Xinyu had said, what was the harm in holding hands between good friends? In contrast, Lin Xinyu, even without experiencing the other's overture a second time, bore a countenance that reflected the joy burgeoning within. The gentle whir of the fan was a melodious accompaniment, while outside, the birds sang exuberantly, harmonizing with the wind. Even the ginkgo trees began to sway, their leaves dancing in unison. This was the first time Lin Xinyu realized that attending school could be such a delightful affair. Conversely, Bai Shihan found herself troubled. Since the afternoon break, Lin Xinyu had let his hands droop, subtly indicating his intention to launch a surprise. Bai Shihan, typically devoid of regrets, for the first time felt a pang of remorse, vowing inwardly that henceforth, any expression of gratitude would be reserved until he had fallen asleep. It was he who led you astray. 1-4. After spending several days together, Lin Xinyu was taken aback to witness the first signs of annoyance on Bai Shihan's face. Initially, he presumed her discomfort stemmed from a stomach ache, until class monitor Li Hua halted beside the corridor. Bai, may I take a glance at your homework? Such a trite pickup line, one that even a 35-year-old man would disdain to employ. Lin Xinyu remained silent, turning his head away. Bai Shihan noted his gesture, choosing not to acknowledge Li Hua, and shook her head. Previously, she had been too bashful to refuse, and while borrowing answers for 1 or 2 instances was manageable, the repetition had become rather irksome. With acquaintances, it was bearable. However, with someone she hardly knew, it felt utterly inappropriate. Isn't it true that during our time as desk mates, you always completed your work ahead of me? Has Lin Xinyu had a negative influence on your studies? I could certainly speak to the teacher about switching seats to the back. At last, Lin Xinyu comprehended why Bai Shihan harbored disdain for this individual. He was utterly oblivious to others' meanings and could only operate under his own assumptions. Then where should I sit, class monitor? Upon hearing Lin Xinyu speak, not only Li Hua, but also several onlookers turned to observe. To them, the confrontation between Lin Xinyu, the class troublemaker, and the class monitor was inevitable. It was evident to all that Li Hua held an interest in Bai Shihan, which prompted Lin Xinyu to inquire about her thoughts. The young girl, rather slow to react, had no inkling of what it meant to be liked, let alone recognize when someone harbored feelings for her. Apart from Lin Xinyu's unabashed advances, she was blind to any other subtle hints. Why not sit over there? Are you intent on continuing to disrupt Bai's studies? Li Hua gestured towards a corner of the classroom, mistakenly believing that he was performing a heroic act of rescue, while also casting a glance at Bai Shihan. However, she had not once shifted her gaze towards him. Her attention remained fixed on Lin Xinyu. The young girl was now somewhat irate. Not only was she already exasperated by his persistent request for homework, but Li Hua's suggestion for Lin Xinyu to change seats further diminished her regard for him. Why should he not sit next to me? Bai Shihan seethed, casting a worried glance at Lin Xinyu, fearful that he might acquiesce to the class monitor's suggestion and indeed switch seats. Fortunately, it was mealtime, and the number of students remaining in class was scarce, with only a handful observing the spectacle. Li Hua had chosen this moment, unable to endure any longer. After observing for a period, he realized that Bai Shihan was growing increasingly close to Lin Xinyu, and this could not continue. What if her grades suffered? How could someone who did not study possibly assist Bai Shihan? It ought to be he who helped her. Thus, summoning his courage, he approached her, unperturbed by Lin Xinyu's reputation as a troublemaker. Class monitor, could you sit over there instead? I am accustomed to sitting here. Why not ask Bai if she would like to be my desk mate? Lin Xinyu's expression remained placid as he locked eyes with Bai Shihan, signaling that there was no issue. It's certain she would be willing. Bai Shihan is first, I am second. If we sit together, we can complement each other and perhaps even attend the same university in the future. What a splendid arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Li Hua lowered his gaze towards Bai Shihan, yet she remained indifferent to his presence. Bai Shihan felt a surge of anger. It was absurd to think of mutual complementarity or attending the same university together. She wanted none of it. Look, wait, huh? No. Li Hua found it hard to believe. Had they not been desk mates in the past? Was he threatening her? Dismissing others' opinions was a first for Bai Shihan, and coupled with the urgency in her voice, her heart began to race, and her breath quickened. Observing this, Lin Xinyu lost interest in continuing the conversation with Li Hua. Such individuals possessed an overwhelming sense of superiority, believing everything revolved around them. But do you think, Lin Xinyu? What does that have to do with you? Lin Xinyu could no longer contain himself, rising to his full height, towering half a head above Li Hua, whose throat went dry, intimidated into silence. He had initially engaged in conversation out of respect for the class monitor, yet Li Hua had immediately begun to unload all his grievances onto him. How intolerable. Furthermore, with the presence of the irksome girl, it was best to send them away. Li Hua realized that remaining there could further jeopardize his dignity, prompting his hasty retreat. Previously, he had assumed Bai Shihan was indeed threatened by Lin Xinyu, which was why she spoke so harshly. Otherwise, they had always been good desk mates. He resolved to seek an opportunity to speak with her privately. Those who had been watching also dispersed, surprised to see the usually bold class monitor so intimidated in front of Lin Xinyu. It's all right, you did well. Lin Xinyu gently patted her head, a gesture that brought Bai Shihan considerable comfort. However, the scene was painfully glaring to Li Hua. See, this is a blatant threat. I must report it to the homeroom teacher. It's nothing now. Bai Shihan was somewhat apprehensive, fearing Lin Xinyu might indeed act as Li Hua had suggested. Moving to another seat, Lin Xinyu sat down, reassuring her, if you encounter such situations again, just speak up. There's no need to be afraid. Express your thoughts freely. I understand. Bai Shihan nodded obediently, reflecting on Lin Xinyu's earlier words that had scared Li Hua away, mentally noting them. Simultaneously, a smile graced her face. Previously, she had perceived herself as insignificant, but now she felt immensely empowered, at least 1% as formidable as Lin Xinyu. While refusing someone might cause disappointment, it was unnecessary to dwell on it. One's own well-being was paramount, as Lin Xinyu had advised. Their previous desk-mate relationship had faltered because she was overly concerned with others' feelings, leading to the current predicament. You were quite impressive today. Bai Shihan relished her time with Lin Xinyu. He always offered compliments at the most opportune moments, often articulating her thoughts before she could voice them herself. It was precisely this quality that made their interactions so effortless. Every time Bai Shihan yearned to hear something, it would flow from Lin Xinyu's lips. Even his stern admonishments felt bearable, right? This was a rare moment of pride for Bai Shihan. The long-lost confidence gradually adorned her countenance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Further endeavors lay ahead. Lin Xinyu playfully tapped her petite nose, eliciting a blush from Bai Shihan. As for what further efforts were required, Bai Shihan refrained from inquiring. Fully aware of Lin Xinyu's tactics, she would not easily fall into his traps, which were likely centered around the notion of becoming his wife. She certainly would not strive to be his spouse. Before the evening study bell rang, at Lin Xinyu's behest, Bai Shihan pouted in feigned indignation, compelled to comply with his request and accompany him to the study room to assist with his studies. Once the two had vanished from sight, Li Hua found it hard to believe his own eyes, feeling as though the problem at hand was even more challenging than the final. Climactic math question on the exam paper, 032. My kitchen board has wings and can fly. 2-4. Girls truly become endearing when they embrace their cuteness. Take, for instance, the present moment. Bai Shihan is diligently teaching herself, her delicate face radiating a lovely pink hue that elicits affection. Were it not for the fear of startling her, Lin Xinyu would have certainly leaned in for a gentle kiss. Do you understand? The little girl paused her writing, her gaze shifting to Lin Xinyu, observing his apparent lack of concentration, which instantly ignited her mild irritation. If you don't listen, I won't come down to tutor you anymore. Strangely, Lin Xinyu found a peculiar comfort in her fierce words. This girl had never dared to speak to him so boldly before. Now that her confidence had blossomed, it should be nurtured further. Once her courage fully flourishes, she would be unrestrained. Noticing Lin Xinyu's silence, Bai Shihan began to pack her belongings to leave. However, at that moment, he picked up a pen and began to solve the problems on the mock exam paper, flawlessly replicating the methods she had just taught him. Is this how you do it? Bai Shihan was taken aback, never having anticipated Lin Xinyu's rapid learning ability. If you hadn't been so playful before, your grades would surely be better. Of course, now that I am determined. Do you believe I can outperform the class monitor? Bai Shihan nodded. She trusted everything Lin Xinyu said, even if others deemed it impossible. Lin Xinyu chuckled. Why are you so naive, believing everything I say? I believe you can do it. Bai Shihan replied earnestly. To be unconditionally trusted by someone one admires would bring joy to anyone. Lin Xinyu reached out to pat her head, but this time she evaded him. I won't grow taller. Bai Shihan felt a pang of injustice. Every time she walked alongside Lin Xinyu, she had to look up at him. They say one can still grow at this age, and after secretly measuring herself these past few days, she found no increase in height, leaving only the possibility that it was his head pats that stunted her growth. That's all right. As long as I can hold you in my arms, it's sufficient. The little girl did not comprehend the meaning of his words. During such moments, she would continue to misunderstand, never asking for clarification, certain it was not something pleasant. I want to attend Zhejiang University. Bai Shihan bit her lip, revealing her aspirations. Then go. But my parents want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. This was the crux of Bai Shihan's hesitation. Yet Lin Xinyu's presence had begun to sway her resolve. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyu recognized her concerns, especially as he noticed her lowering her head, instantly understanding that she was retreating into her shell once again. Look up at me, Bai Shihan. Fortunately, his words were effective. Upon hearing Lin Xinyu speak, Bai Shihan obediently raised her head, meeting his gaze. I also wish to attend Zhejiang University. Lin Xinyu articulated each word carefully, leaving Bai Shihan utterly astonished. I know this is challenging, but I will strive for the place I desire. Regardless of any obstacles, my choice will remain unchanged. Only I truly understand myself, not anyone else. Do not always bow your head in the face of challenges. You are no less than anyone else. Should this happen again, I shall leave my mark upon your forehead. Bai Shihan was not particularly frightened this time. She was utterly oblivious to what he meant by leaving a mark and could not fear what she could not fathom. Let me impart a lesson to you, Lin Xinyu declared as he stood up. Yet, before his lips could approach the little girl's forehead, she seemed to preemptively deduce his intentions and swiftly concealed herself behind her desk. No, please don't. I promise it won't happen again. How terrifying. Bai Shihan mused that since becoming friends with him, Lin Xinyu had grown increasingly audacious. It was no longer merely the innocent hand-holding of good friends or sharing a bed. Now he even contemplated marking her. Do you know what to choose now? I do. To avoid being marked, Bai Shihan consciously distanced herself from Lin Xinyu's vicinity. Lin Xinyu, however, refrained from further teasing her and suddenly thought how splendid it would be if each girl had a progress bar above her head to track their affections. If such were the case, he would certainly check Bai Shihan's progress. If it were at 90%, he would no longer hesitate to approach and tease this endearing little fool. The evening study session passed swiftly. Under Bai Shihan's guidance, Lin Xinyu finally grasped the concepts he had struggled with. Let us go home. I'll cook for you. Under normal circumstances, Bai Shihan might have hesitated to decline. But today, she quickly shook her head. No, that's not possible. My aunt will bring over some vegetables. Every Monday evening, her aunt would visit to deliver goods. partly to ensure that Bai Shihan was not home alone, a clear arrangement by her parents. Fear not, they will be left at the door. Tonight come to my house, and I shall prepare a meal for you. I must confess, my cutting board has sprouted wings and can fly. Is it truly that miraculous? The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Should we go see? Naively enchanted by such temptation, Bai Shihan willingly ventured into the den of the wolf. Tell me, have you ever followed me before? Lin Xinyu inquired, as if he had caught her in a trap, glancing at Bai Shihan, who appeared somewhat guilty. No, never. Then how do you know which path to take and where to turn? Bai Shihan was not adept at lying, despite her desire to explain. She found herself at a loss for words. You have a crush on me? Absolutely not, she exclaimed, dismayed. Had I known, I would have come to see that flying cutting board. From that moment on, Bai Shihan dared not walk ahead, fearing that her past transgressions would be discovered. In truth, there had been a singular instance when she had trailed him, initially intending to return home shortly after. However, while engrossed in observing his shadow, she lost track of time and unwittingly followed him all the way to the base of the building before stealthily departing. Naturally, such a tale was one she would never divulge. We arrived. Do you know what floor we're on? Bai Shihan shook her head, genuinely unaware this time. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xinyu exhaled in relief. This girl would not deceive him. It seemed she had not been following him all along, but rather had merely traversed a short distance by chance. He opened the door. Unlike Bai Shihan's home, Lin Xinyu resided in a rental, and, as he entered, no unpleasant odors wafted forth. On the contrary, the living room was impeccably tidy, appearing entirely unremarkable. There was no need to change shoes. They could step inside directly. Aware of Bai Shihan's mild obsession with cleanliness, he refrained from asking her to swap her shoes, especially since he intended to mop the floor later that evening. Having never stepped into someone else's room before, Bai Shihan felt her heart race, yet her smile remained unbroken, as if she were celebrating the unlocking of a new achievement. It was not until she caught sight of the flying cutting board and the two cloths placed on either side of it that her attention was fully captured. Good friends would never watch socks together. Little wings can fly, but flying does not necessarily mean one is able to soar, does it? After listening to Lin Xinyu's explanation, Bai Shihan pouted and ran away. She made her way to the balcony, surveying her surroundings. Lin Xinyu paid her no mind and began preparing dinner. Having successfully lured the little girl over, it would be unreasonable to let her cook as well, wouldn't it? On the balcony, Bai Shihan exhaled a sigh of relief. She was not so naive. Ever since she began cooking as a child, she understood that a cutting board would not take flight, thus she could not be deceived. Yet, because it was Lin Xinyu who spoke, she chose to believe him. Even if it was a deception, she was willing to accept it. She recalled the beginning of her first year in high school, a time when everything felt utterly new. Not just the people, but the entire environment was unfamiliar. After years of navigating her middle school life, where she had mastered every hiding spot, knowing precisely where to avoid attention and how to go unnoticed, she had grown accustomed to it all. For a year or two, she lived among her peers like a specter, relishing in the solitude that often felt like companionship. After 3 years of adaptation, her middle school life concluded, giving way to the daunting realm of high school. To Bai Shihan, the carefully constructed world she had built seemed to crumble, replaced by an entirely uncharted territory. In this new world, everyone and everything was foreign. She would have to start anew in crafting her own sanctuary. Initially, she believed she could remain perfectly concealed. Yet, as a young woman blossoming into her teenage years, Bai Shihan gradually shed her ordinary visage. With outstanding grades and striking beauty, she inevitably distinguished herself among her peers, further accentuated by her delicate demeanor that evoked sympathy. This elicited feelings of fear and anxiety within her. She stammered in conversations and avoided social interactions, taking an entire semester for her classmates to grasp that she simply did not wish to socialize. Some even resorted to discussing her in hushed tones, mockingly labeling her as mute. In those moments, Bai Shihan yearned for the comfort of her middle school existence. Why speak so incessantly? You people truly disgust me. If you wish to go away, then do so. Do not disturb my sleep. That was a voice Bai Shihan had never encountered before, coarse and rude. It seemed to emanate from a corner at the back of the classroom. The individuals being addressed fell silent, evidently intimidated by the young man. Thus, would sitting next to him ensure she would not be the center of attention? Yet, he appeared so fierce. Would he not resort to violence? Before she could further ponder this, the sound of chopping from the kitchen pulled Bai Shihan back to reality. From her own experiences, she knew Lin Xinyu was not fierce. On the contrary, he was remarkably gentle. He could cook, buy breakfast, procure medicine, and even teach her how to prepare meals, while also driving away unwanted attention. Tasks she had once deemed impossible, yet he managed effortlessly. What are you thinking? Come and lend a hand. Or do you believe I will withhold your meal? Perhaps he was slightly intimidating after all. She reconsidered her previous thoughts. Bai Shihan, feeling slightly aggrieved, approached her companion and began to assist in folding the green beans. What do you wish to eat tonight? Rice or noodles? Lin Xinyu was busy washing the dishes, already donned in his cooking apron. Instant noodle. You're not allowed to eat instant noodles. How annoying. Why does he always know what I intend to say and then resolutely refuse? The only reason I wanted to accompany him home was simply to spend a little more time with him and perhaps indulge in a bowl of instant noodles. Bai Shihan could usually suppress her emotions, but Lin Xinyu was insistent, squeezing in uninvited, making it difficult for her to adapt. Throughout her life, she had always been in control, but she had never encountered someone so audacious. They were already good friends who had held hands. If this continued, would kisses and the so-called embarrassing method of having children he mentioned become a reality? Feeling Lin Xinyu standing nearby, seemingly fixated on her, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. If you don't decide soon, I might just feed you imported cuisine. Imported cuisine? In Bai Shihan's understanding. If it were to be purchased now, it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Where did he acquire it? Then she saw Lin Xinyu unwrap a piece of candy and pop it into his mouth. Here, try a piece of imported candy. No, I want to eat rice. Realizing this was what he meant by imported, Bai Shihan quickly confirmed. Lin Xinyu, concerned that she might struggle to digest too much later, had prepared only a couple of simple dishes alongside 2 bowls of rice and thoughtfully placed a portion of fruit on the table. In that moment, Bai Shihan felt that Lin Xinyu was quite adept at managing life. If they were to live together, at least she wouldn't have to worry about meals. A rather useless thought suddenly emerged in her mind, but it was quickly extinguished. After the meal, Lin Xinyu cleaned up the dishes. Under Bai Shihan's expectant gaze, he led her into his bedroom. The bed, bookshelf, floor, and even the trash can were all impeccably organized. Wow, impressive. Lin Xinyu blushed at the compliment. In reality, just a few days prior, this place had been in utter disarray, with even the living room a chaotic mess. Determined to win over his treasure girl, he had begun to tidy up, knowing that one day she might drop by unannounced, and he wouldn't have time to clean up. This was also why he felt bold enough to invite Bai Shihan over. He had already made thorough preparations. Bai Shihan truly did not expect Lin Xinyu's home to be as clean and orderly as her own. Should I take a look? Lin Xinyu stood in front of the cupboard, attempting to open it. No, don't. Boys' things aren't as cute as mine. I don't want to look. The primary reason, however, was that Bai Shihan was acutely aware that if she peeked this time, Lin Xinyu would undoubtedly open the cupboard for her the next time. No, I simply wanted you to observe whether its structure is considerably smaller than that of your cabinet. Had it not been for their long-standing acquaintance, Bai Shihan would undoubtedly have been convinced by Lin Xinyu's earnest demeanor. She chose not to look. I also possess socks that can fly. How bizarre. Bai Shihan, her face flushed with embarrassment, fled the bedroom without a backward glance. Who would wish to see those flying socks? Such antics are not the province of true friends. Bai Shihan understood that if close friends were to cross boundaries, it would lead to a relationship of an entirely different nature, one she had never experienced before. She was neither foolish nor naive. Rather, she genuinely cherished the nature of their interactions. As long as you do not agree, it is fine. No, please don't. This villain, why won't he let me return home? Bai Shihan looked at Lin Xinyu with a pitiful gaze, his expression resembling that of a predator ready to devour its prey, which was utterly terrifying. Initially, he had promised to escort her home, which had allowed her to feel at ease lingering a little longer. Yet, he had suddenly changed his mind. Just stay here. We have 2 rooms in our house. Don't worry, it's fine. I certainly want to sneak into your room at night, as I don't have a spare key. I don't. Bai Shihan was frightened, vowing never to return home with him again, fully grasping the meaning of being a lamb entering a tiger's den. All right. Look at how scared you are. I'm merely helping you build your courage. Think about it. There are vegetables outside your house. If you don't bring them in tonight, won't they spoil? Bai Shihan paused for a moment. You're bullying me. Come on, I'll take you home. If we delay any longer, be careful when going upstairs. Suddenly there might be. Lin Xinyu deliberately exhaled loudly, causing Bai Shihan to crouch down in fright and ignore him. All right, let us go. Wait for me. I'll grab you a jacket. It's a bit chilly outside. Lin Xinyu said, then hurried into his bedroom. He found a white jacket in the wardrobe and was about to step out when he noticed Bai Shihan at the doorway, looking quite pitiful, clearly still shaken from earlier. It's all a trick. Why be afraid? Here, put this on. Though frightened, upon hearing Lin Xinyu's words, she instinctively raised her hand and complied. Lin Xinyu patted her head. Let us go. I'll escort you home. He reached out again, saying, This is a make-up for what I missed when you were hiding in the study room. Bai Shihan chose to ignore him, obediently gripping his shirt as they slowly made their way down to the ground floor. If she were alone, she would undoubtedly feel terrified. The only reason Bai Shihan felt emboldened was Lin Xinyu standing before her. On the first day, Lin Xinyu declared her to be his wife. Bai Shihan secretly resolved to keep her distance from this deskmate. Previously, it might have been a quest for refuge, but he had far exceeded her understanding. Entering an uncontrollable state, the best solution was to maintain distance. However, reality often delivers swift retribution. Under Lin Xinyu's relentless advances, Bai Shihan gradually experienced a fluttering of her heart. Yet, what this feeling entailed remained a mystery to her. Perhaps it was merely what he termed a good friendship. Why are you daydreaming again? Are you contemplating chemical equations while walking? Or memorizing vocabulary? Lin Xinyu turned a glance at Bai Shihan. Since they began their descent, she had kept her head down, occasionally bursting into a silly laugh, which, though muffled by her cough, was still perceptible to Lin Xinyu's keen ears. No, I'm not. Then what are you thinking about? Wondering when we will finally reach home. Bai Shihan gazed at him, internally grateful for her improved acting skills. If I carry you, we should arrive at your house quite swiftly. Bai Shihan felt fortunate yet bewildered, her eyes widening as memories of Lin Xinyu crouching down to let her lean on his back flooded her mind. She thought to herself, even if they were good friends, such behavior seemed inappropriate. Hastily, she lifted her gaze ahead and quickened her pace. The streetlights cast their shadows upon the ground, though Lin Xinyu remained oblivious to this detail. In contrast, Bai Shihan was acutely aware she had often engaged in such antics before, unlike the previous occasion when she playfully stepped on Lin Xinyu's shadow. This time her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. Her hand tugging at the hem of her clothing inadvertently aligned with Lin Xinyu's hand, making it appear as if they were holding hands while walking together. It seemed rather mundane. Why not turn it into a genuine experience? Huh? What? Bai Shihan feigned ignorance while feeling vexed that she did not even notice when he had stopped. In truth, she could not blame Lin Xinyu. He had merely been too engrossed. As they approached her doorstep, he intended to remind Bai Shihan, but her beaming, rosy face left him momentarily speechless. Following her gaze, he was taken aback. It was one thing to profess that holding hands was inappropriate, yet here she was, taking advantage of his shadow. Holding hands among good friends was perfectly acceptable. The tactile feel of a real hand was far more comforting than a mere shadow. Not to mention the myriad experiences that could not be shared with a shadow. Was it not worth exploring? In an instant, Bai Shihan felt that Lin Xinyu possessed a certain charm that could sway hearts, causing her own resolve to waver. No, really, should she refrain? No. Hadn't she held his hand before? It was soft, gentle even. How shameless could he be? Bai Shihan contemplated retreating upstairs. Yet Lin Xinyu's earlier warning about potential apparitions in the corridor lingered in her mind, rendering her immobile. In truth, their current dynamic was the most comfortable. Bai Shihan, being taciturn, found Lin Xinyu's ability to fill the silences refreshing, allowing her to express herself more freely and fostering a natural rapport. Let me escort you upstairs. Hold on tight. The corridor is dimly lit, so if you were to discreetly hold my hand, I would feign ignorance, Lin Xinyu offered as he led the way, sensing Bai Shihan clutching at his clothing before proceeding toward the staircase. However, Bai Shihan did not act as Lin Xinyu suggested. Such behavior was reserved for the audacious. Upon entering her home, Bai Shihan changed her shoes and looked at Lin Xinyu, contemplating inviting him in, but upon realizing the late hour, she abandoned the idea. Concerned for his safety on the journey back at such an hour. "We're good friends, right?" she inquired, retrieving a piece of fruit-flavored candy from the counter beside the door. "Indeed, unless you wish to become my wife," he teased. "No, that's not it." Bai Shihan waved her hand dismissively. "I mean, can we remain good friends forever?" "Of course, there's nothing wrong with being good friends." "That's good to hear." Lin Xinyu lowered his gaze to meet hers. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" Bai Shihan shook her head. I don't really know what being in love entails. Love can only be termed as such when both parties consent. You see, I have offered you the role of my wife, yet you have not acquiesced. Thus we remain merely good friends." "Indeed, that is the essence of it." Bai Shihan nodded, signifying her understanding of this sentiment. Subsequently, Lin Xinyu gently patted her head, saying, "The nature of friendship allows for such interactions. Holding hands and similar gestures are permissible. As long as you do not agree, we shall persist as good friends." Bai Shihan, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, remarked, "So, as long as I do not consent, we will remain good friends." "Precisely, always," he affirmed. So this is what being good friends entails. It permits holding hands and affectionate gestures, provided one does not give their approval. Thus, we shall remain good friends. As for updates, allow me to announce that the schedule is set for 8 p.m. During this period, no chapters will be released until that hour, when 3 chapters will be published consecutively. This will also help you cultivate the habit of regularly indulging in our narrative. The terms for additional chapters are straightforward. For every 10,000 coins, an extra chapter will be added. The Alliance leader will receive 11 additional chapters. There are no silver rewards at this time. We shall address that later. For daily recommendations, 3 chapters will be updated. Presently, as we occupy a recommended position, 3 chapters will be released at 8 p.m., with any bonuses added based on these 3 chapters. Not cumulatively. A cumulative approach would overwhelm me, alas. Well then, new chapters await. See you at 8 p.m. Much love. 035. A remarkable progress. 1-3. In the early morning, the room is typically quite refreshing. As summer has yet to arrive, there is no mosquito net prepared. The outside light struggles to penetrate the tightly drawn curtains, a clever trick employed by the young girl to indulge in a leisurely slumber without being disturbed by the brightness. Bai Shihan is not the most tranquil sleeper. She often finds herself inexplicably shifting onto the blankets in the middle of the night. Her long, fair legs are exposed to the air, and her adorable little navel peeks out from beneath her sleepwear, as if curiously surveying the surroundings. Perhaps growing weary from breathing through her nose, she begins to munch intermittently with her mouth. Before long, she reaches out and hugs her small green plush toy close to her. In her dreams, Bai Shihan savors imported candy, her smile betraying her delight. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rings punctually. Bai Shihan hesitates to open her eyes, for she has just experienced the finest dream in recent times. As the alarm continues its incessant call, the young girl emits a soft grunt of dissatisfaction, feeling an unusual reluctance to rise. Before she met Lin Xinyu, the sound of the alarm would prompt her to promptly dress, wash up, and head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. But now, having been frequently taken out to dine by Lin Xinyu, and given her limited experience with outside food, she has quickly adapted to this new habit. As her dream concludes, the girl has cheeks flush crimson, her mind reminding her sternly, Pooh, you are merely friends. How could you indulge in his imported candy?" Bai Shihan closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and gradually calms herself. She then searches for her school uniform and trousers placed by the bed. After completing her preparations, she does not forget to tuck a few candies in her backpack before heading out. At this time, she is well aware that Lin Xinyu is likely still asleep, as he has a penchant for sleeping in. Oh, whose good friend is all set for school. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Bai Shihan momentarily thinks she is still dreaming, hearing things that aren't real, until Lin Xinyu appears before her, prompting her to widen her eyes in disbelief. You're... Oh, aren't you supposed to be silent today? Bai Shihan clarifies, no, it's not my boyfriend, it's my good friend. Lin Xinyu finds himself at a loss, his heavy hand naturally resting on her shoulder. This gesture startles Bai Shihan, as she feels a warmth coursing through her body from his touch. Her legs involuntarily weaken, and she must brace herself to avoid collapsing to the ground. Is this something that friends can do? Bai Shihan is, of course, referring to Lin Xinyu placing his hand on her shoulder. In stark contrast, Lin Xinyu is utterly unfazed. Of course, I have a good relationship with Fatty. We often do this. Good friends, good brothers. Indeed, Bai Shihan wholeheartedly agrees with this notion. Lin Xinyu affectionately ruffles her hair, thinking how easily she is deceived, or rather, how clever she is, so quick to learn. As they stroll along the familiar path, what once began as Bai Shihan's solitary journey has inexplicably transformed into a delightful companionship with an unabashed individual. And she cannot quite comprehend why being with him brings her such joy. It was Lin Xinyu who made her realize that having someone accompany her to school was not a daunting experience. What? Still searching for shadows? The sun won't emerge until noon. We should proceed with the second step of our new day's friendship. Second step? Bai Shihan's mouth fell open. You didn't greet me during the first step, so at noon, you must help me fetch lunch. The little girl hurriedly inquired, fearing that failure to comply would result in Lin Xinyu imposing a more terrifying punishment. This step is something you can easily accomplish. We just need to have breakfast together. Bai Shihan exhaled in relief, filled with pride, as she had been capable of this since just a few days prior. Based on her observations over the past few days, Bai Shihan understood why Lin Xinyu insisted on taking her out for breakfast. It saved a considerable amount of time. For instance, buying steamed buns required only a 2 to 3 minute wait before heading to school, whereas preparing breakfast at home necessitated waking up early, leaving little time to eat, and having to wait until after morning classes to reheat food in the cafeteria. Now, they could enjoy breakfast together on the way to school. Look at that. The little girl's cheeks had puffed up like small buns. At 17 or 18, especially for someone like Bai Shihan, who spent most of her time at home, her skin was exceptionally tender, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Lin Xinyu, without hesitation, gently poked her cheek, curious as to why Bai Shihan's cheeks always appeared so round. The little girl felt perplexed and immediately panicked. Surely, he wouldn't want to eat the bun in my mouth. There's nothing left. Bai Shihan stammered, finally managing to convey her intended message. What has gone? I'm not after your bun. I just find you quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan's small face gradually transformed into a rosy bun, as she quickly swallowed her food, distancing herself from Lin Xinyu's finger. Such actions should be within the realm of what friends could do, right? Bai Shihan had become proficient at self-explanation, no longer needing to ask Lin Xinyu what constituted appropriate behavior among friends, and she felt proud of her progress. I made another leap forward. The path to school remained unchanged, yet Bai Shihan discovered that with Lin Xinyu by her side, time seemed to fly by. Could this fellow truly have control over time? Previously, it was Lin Xinyu's intimidating presence that allowed Bai Shihan to begin crafting her own world. After 2.5 years, she had become accustomed to solitude, attending school, eating, and returning home. During that time, she would often inwardly grumble, lamenting how slow time passed. But now, when she truly felt it speeding up, Bai Shihan found herself somewhat reluctant. The countdown on the blackboard ticked away, each change seemingly reminding Bai Shihan that once it reached 0, it would all come to an end. This marked her first experience of fearing loss, the loss of a bold and unabashed friend. Once viewing the world in shades of black and white, Bai Shihan had now changed her perspective. Ever since Lin Xinyu entered her life, colors began to emerge alongside him, and the two gradually found joy in one another's company, reveling in the experience. What was she thinking? Surely, you do not wish to hold hands and share a tender kiss with me, your dear friend? Lin Xinyu gazed at the blushing and dazed Bai Shihan beside him, unable to resist the urge to tease her. And no, absolutely not, Bai Shihan stammered, feeling more anxious than ever, even daring not to meet Lin Xinyu's gaze. After all, in her dream, it was she who had reached out to seize the imported candy. Observing the girl's evasive eyes, Lin Xinyu felt an initial thrill, followed by a feigned shock. Could it be true? You genuinely entertained such thoughts? In no way. Bai Shihan shook her head vigorously. Could he possess some sort of supernatural ability? Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, how could he have discerned her secret? 036. Truly useless. In the past, whenever Bai Shihan entered a sparsely populated area, she would secretly revel in it, as though she had discovered a hidden treasure. Now, with Lin Xinyu by her side, even the air seemed to possess a delightful fragrance. The gentle morning breeze caressed her face, and the little girl was immensely joyful, tugging at the corner of the boy's shirt as they dashed into the classroom. High school bore some resemblance to middle school. There were always students stationed outside to monitor attendance. Any tardiness beyond the allotted time would result in a record and deductions, reported to the respective class teacher. Bai Shihan despised the anxiety of racing against time. The nervousness was not only frightening, but also rather stressful. Yet Lin Xinyu, moving at a leisurely pace, insisted on guiding her through a precise timing exercise. At that moment, Bai Shihan felt that her dear friend harbored dangerous ideas and would undoubtedly lead her astray in the future. Upon returning to their seats, Lin Xinyu maintained his playful demeanor, proclaiming, "See, this is what professionalism looks like." Bai Shihan couldn't help but laugh, simultaneously vowing never to experience the dread of racing against time again. The sensation of entering the classroom under the watchful gaze of most classmates was indeed uncomfortable. Moreover, being late just once would earn her the label of a bad student in the eyes of the teacher. In Bai Shihan's memory, her parents had once told her that girls who went astray would run about with boys, engaging in terrifying activities she could hardly fathom. She wished to avoid that fate, which was why she always strived to be a good student. Every action of the two was closely observed by Li Hua. The smile on Bai Shihan's face was something he had never witnessed before. He had previously thought she was indeed, as the rumors suggested, incapable of smiling and rarely conversing, only communicating through notes. But now, she could not be allowed to be led astray by Lin Xinyu. It is often said that like attracts like, one should sit next to someone of similar caliber to solidify their academic performance. If she were to remain with Lin Xinyu, even gaining entry to top universities would seem improbable. Morning self-study commenced, and Bai Shihan, seated at her desk, was suppressing her emotions. Today, she had done something she had never attempted before, though it might lead her down the path of a bad girl. As long as she was still a good student in the present, she had not yet crossed that line. After long periods of repression, striving to alter her intrinsic nature to please others, it felt as though she was finally liberated, experiencing an unprecedented delight. Traditionally a silent reader, Bai Shihan emitted her voice for the first time, albeit softly, yet it required immense courage. Lin Xinyu was nearby, diligently working on practice problems, striving to complete his assignments each evening. Thus, academic endeavors were best pursued at school. Blessed with a good memory, she could swiftly draw connections from previously encountered questions, chemical equations, physics and math formulas, English vocabulary, classical literature recitations. These foundational elements were all neatly compiled in a stack of notebooks for her convenience. It must be said that Bai Shihan was exceptionally suited for marriage. A treasure girl, she could be wholly entrusted with one's back. Likewise for Bai Shihan. In front of her, she could completely rely on Lin Xinyu's protection. As the morning self-study concluded, Lin Xinyu, feeling a bit fatigued, leaned over to gaze at Bai Shihan. The young girl was intently observing him, sensing that the recent Lin Xinyu was somewhat different, though she could not articulate how. He appeared to be working diligently. Although she was unaware of his pursuits, his earnest commitment to learning was reassuring. As for the reason they could not engage in a romantic relationship, Bai Shihan was acutely aware. Even if she did not fully grasp the essence of love, she could not consent to becoming a wife. Such an arrangement would not only burden her, but could also encumber Lin Xinyu, which was a primary reason for her steadfast refusal. Beyond her fears, the significant factor was her family. Were it not for her younger brother, who became the focal point of their parents' attention. It would have been nearly impossible for her to study alone at home. If not in their presence, she would be attending private tutoring instead of school. Her brother understood her well. In an effort to alleviate her stress, he would express his desire for their parents to remain together. Otherwise, one of them would undoubtedly accompany Bai Shihan to school. What was she contemplating? Why was she gazing at him in a daze? Noticing her unresponsive stare, Lin Xinyu realized she must be preoccupied with her thoughts. He understood that it was unrealistic to fully unravel her emotional knots in just a few days. His aim was to make Bai Shihan happy, while he also strove for self-improvement. Otherwise, the likelihood of marriage would remain slim. Lin Xinyu was fully aware of these dynamics, which is why he had been meticulously planning his financial strategies. By leveraging time, he had prepared to capitalize on trending literature, earning a steady income each month, all in anticipation of university, where he intended to invest modestly and expand his endeavors. Aside from Bai Shihan's parents, he harbored no worries about others. His aunt and younger brother both supported her happiness. Although Bai Shihan wished to remain silent, a flicker of fear gripped her. I was wondering if, after graduating high school, we would cease to be good friends. Previously, she had never contemplated leaving a mark during her high school years, believing it akin to middle school, simply to build a stable world and patiently await the passage of time before departing. A countdown of 92 days loomed ahead. 92 days, huh? Lin Xinyu chuckled, producing a large white rabbit candy and offering it to her. Indeed, in 92 days, our friendship from high school will conclude, paving the way for our university friendship and later, our graduate studies and careers. During those times, we shall remain good friends. All of us? She queried. You aspire to attend Zhejiang University, and so do I. Let us strive together to gain admission. I will work hard to pass the entrance exam, and you must muster the courage to fill out your application. Just don't end up applying to Tsinghua or Peking University and leave me at Zhejiang. Then we could no longer be good friends. Bai Shihan nodded, feeling a surge of happiness, yet apprehensive about the demands her parents might impose. If she acquiesced to their wishes, it would undoubtedly sever her bond with him. However, the young girl was no longer the naive child she once was. She had evolved into a remarkable individual with her own thoughts, resolutely determined not to be swayed. She was set on choosing Zhejiang University. Lin Xinyu. Yes? This was the first time Bai Shihan uttered his name, and she did so without a hint of hesitation. On the contrary, her expression was grave and earnest. Bai Shihan spoke. We shall undoubtedly be the best of friends at Zhejiang University, due to the presence of others in the classroom. She dared not raise her voice too high. Her words were barely a whisper, and the flush on her cheeks was strikingly conspicuous at that moment. Lin Xinyu understood that the little girl had summoned her courage and made a firm resolution. Once she committed to something, she would not waver. Yes, the best of friends. A smile graced Bai Shihan's lips, and then she buried her face on the desk, unable to meet Lin Xinyu's gaze. Her heart raced uncontrollably. How embarrassing for Bai Shihan. To declare such a friendship felt like a breach of propriety. 037. Mind your own business. 3-3. Bai Shihan did not comprehend the sentiments of love. Yet she possessed a grasp of certain fundamental truths, such as the boundaries that should exist among close friends. At the very least, the impulse to draw near to one another was undoubtedly inappropriate. Kong Yu and Lin Xinyu shared a friendship, and in Bai Shihan's eyes, the mere touch from Kong Yu would elicit banter or playful teasing between the two, thus indicating that overly intimate gestures were not acceptable among good friends. Poor Lin Xinyu remained oblivious, as the originally cited example of Kong Yu had now become a mere point of reference. Had he been aware, he would have likely asserted that their bond resembled that of the protagonists in a film characterized by friendship. Lin Xinyu, your homeroom teacher, is looking for you. Initially, Bai Shihan had been resting her head on the desk, but upon hearing the words of class leader Li Hua, she quickly lifted her head, a hint of concern evident. Lin Xinyu also rose from his relaxed posture, casting a glance at Li Hua, remaining silent, yet instinctively knowing that it was undoubtedly his doing. As Lin Xinyu exited, Li Hua deliberately steered clear, fearing that he might intentionally collide with him in frustration. Rest assured, I am not as reckless as certain individuals, he remarked, casting a glance at Bai Shihan. "It's nothing. Just remember to help me study when I return." "All right," Bai Shihan replied obediently with a nod. This scene, in Li Hua's perspective, was more agonizing than if he had been struck down. In the office, old Chun sat at his desk, gesturing for Lin Xinyu to take a seat opposite him. "The teacher is not here to listen, but to observe. Speak. What are your recent intentions?" After sipping his tea, old Chun turned his gaze towards Lin Xinyu, encouraging him to explain. This was precisely why Lin Xinyu held a fondness for his homeroom teacher. He possessed a keen sense of right and wrong and did not show favoritism. "Teacher Chun, I am aware that my previous shortcomings may have led many classmates to perceive me as lacking diligence. However, this time, I enlisted Bai Shihan's assistance for tutoring, utilizing her free time, without encroaching upon her regular studies. Well, if what you say is true, I shall summon Shihan to inquire. I trust you will not deceive your teacher. You may return now and ask Bai Shihan to come." Old Chun closed his cup, and as Lin Xinyu stood, he added, "Argumentation is futile. What matters ultimately is your performance." "I understand. Thank you, Teacher Chun. Go on." Upon exiting the office, Lin Xinyu was acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, he did not react to Li Hua, simply biding his time for the next assessment. In the classroom, Bai Shihan had little desire for conversation. She found Li Hua exceedingly annoying, but refrained from voicing her thoughts directly, mindful of the other students present, as it would embarrass him. "Bai, I'm looking out for your welfare. This final stretch is crucial. You must not allow your grades to plummet due to your deskmate," Li Hua continued to admonish. Adopting a faux bénévole demi-honneur. Initially reluctant to speak, Bai Shihan found herself haunted by the phrase "for your own good." Memories of her parents echoing these words surfaced, reminding her that regardless of the situation, they would invoke this expression whenever they were dissatisfied. "If it were truly for my benefit, then why are they oblivious to my happiness? It is all merely for their own sake." Bai, a diligent student, believed in mutual assistance among peers, sharing and exchanging knowledge, which undoubtedly contributes to academic success. Before Li Hua could finish his thought, Bai Shihan raised her gaze and finally turned her attention to him. "Mind your own business." Li Hua was taken aback, puzzled by her abruptness. What did she mean? Was she suggesting to turn off the lights? They were already off. What was she trying to convey? "It's none of your concern." Bai Shihan, suppressing her inner tremor, struggled to articulate her feelings. Reminiscent of how Lin Xinyu had addressed Li Hua previously, this was what she had learned from Lin Xinyu. He had simply uttered those words, and then Li Hua had departed. What? Not only Li Hua, but even those around him who had been supporting him were astonished, never having anticipated that Bai Shihan would utter such words. Was this truly the Bai Shihan rumored about in class? The very same Bai Shihan who was timid, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, and always resorted to notes for communication? Yet, how could these 4 words escape her lips? "Yes, it is my choice to teach him. Why do you all insist on speaking about him?" Li Hua remained incredulous. "Isn't it because he threatened you to tutor him? Now that he has gone by, you need not fear." Bai Shihan felt a surge of irritation. Her anxiety dissipated, overshadowed by the discontent of hearing her dearest friend being criticized. "I chose this willingly. He has never threatened me. Instead, it is you who meddles in matters that do not concern you. You ought to focus on your own studies. He is far more dedicated than any of you, and none of you have the right to speak ill of him." Not only Li Hua, but even the onlooking classmates were rendered speechless. The air hung still for a moment, and some students, seeking to avoid the drama, opted to return to their seats to study. One by one, they began to leave, until only Li Hua remained. "Step aside. Let me through to find my friend to study." Lin Xinyu returned, having witnessed the entire exchange. Noticing Li Hua still in a daze, he approached to offer a reminder. As Li Hua prepared to leave, Bai Shihan reflected on Lin Xinyu's words. Sometimes, it was crucial to articulate one's thoughts clearly. "Class monitor, in the future, there is no need to ask me for homework answers. I have informed Lin Xinyu that I shall only share with him. If you come again, I fear he may misunderstand." Bai Shihan organized her thoughts, expressing herself fluently for the first time, devoid of stuttering. This surely marked a new achievement. Li Hua, who had initially turned away, did not catch her entire statement, but the final 4 words struck deeply. "Well done, Bai Shihan. Your performance today deserves full marks. Lin Xinyu playfully tapped her nose and then relayed the teacher's comments to her. Observing the girl's nervousness anew, Lin Xinyu chuckled. The girl who had just boldly declared mind your own business seemed to revert to her earlier self, as if her confidence had expired. It's all right, just a few questions. Don't be anxious. All right. Bai Shihan felt a twinge of fear. After her bold remarks, many classmates were now leaving their seats, and to claim she felt no burden would be disingenuous. Let us go. I'll walk you out. You lead, and I'll follow. With that, Bai Shihan rose to her feet, followed closely by Lin Xinyu, who shielded her from the scrutinizing gazes around them. Any lingering stares were met with his piercing glare, for in their eyes, she was merely an uninformed individual of little consequence. As long as the young girl before them held a different opinion, that was sufficient. The two gradually exited the classroom, and under Lin Xinyu's protective escort, Bai Shihan arrived at the threshold of the office. You've already earned the title of feisty girl. Surely you won't shy away from conversing with the homeroom teacher? No, of course not. And I'm not a feisty girl. In the office, Bai Shihan always felt a sense of unease. In her eyes, being summoned by the homeroom teacher usually implied something undesirable, leading her classmates to perceive her as a troublesome student. This was her previous fixed mindset. Besides, her best friend had just been there, leaving her with little to fear. With Lin Xinyu waiting at the door, she felt a surge of confidence. By classmate, Old Chun, aware of Bai Shihan's situation, lowered his voice considerably. Hello. Teacher Chen, relax. The reason I called you an ISNT to point out any wrongdoing. I hear from Lin Xinyu that you've been studying together lately. Is that correct? Bai Shihan nodded, holding a favorable impression of her homeroom teacher, as Old Chun had always been caring towards her. Make sure to pay attention to your studies. I will be keeping an eye on your performance in the upcoming exams. If your grades, Old Chun paused, taking a sip of water while glancing at Bai Shihan. I understand, teacher, she replied. All right, you may go back now. Old Chun hadn't even considered the notion of romance. It seemed far-fetched that a timid girl could manage her studies, let alone engage in a relationship. At the office door, as Bai Shihan stepped out, her first instinct was to seek out Lin Xinyu, but she found his figure almost absent from her surroundings. As he left, she wondered, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her, which struck her as quite peculiar. The same gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, yet it lacked the sweetness it had possessed in the morning. Why are you looking down? Did the teacher scold you? Lin Xinyu descended from the upper floor, having just hidden from a supervising director who had been patrolling. He had dashed up to evade being called back to wait for the teacher, as the preparation bell for class had already rung. Fearing that the girl would feel disheartened upon discovering she was alone, he chose to wait upstairs until the director had departed. Fortunately, Bai Shihan had not left. With her face lighting up in surprise, she exclaimed, No, I wasn't tea. Then why the long face? Look up, we're heading back. We haven't done anything wrong. At that moment, the breeze grew sweet once more. Most students tend to find school monotonous, and Bai Shihan was no exception. In her solitary world, each day was a repetitive cycle. Rising, venturing out, avoiding crowded areas, spending the entire day in class without engaging with anyone, dodging crowds again after school, and then returning home. This routine had persisted from the age of 5 to 17. Now, however, school had taken on a new allure. The sounds of chalk on the blackboard, the varied pitches of paper and pencil mingling, and his steady, warm breath. Lunchtime. I've completed the problems you assigned me this morning. Just check them when we return. Lin Xinyu pinched her cheek, signaling that it was time for lunch. That hurts, pain now? My apologies. Let me massage it, and it won't hurt anymore. As Lin Xinyu reached out to her, Bai Shihan immediately waved her hand in protest. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Then go ahead and tug at mine. Otherwise, I will feel as though I have taken advantage of you. Lin Xinyu's demeanor was earnest as he crouched down, leaning his face closer, waiting for her to pull. No, please don't. Are you certain? My face is quite soft. Similar to yours. Bai Shihan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart as she gazed at the face so near to her, slowly extending her hand. Time drifted by, and she could feel his warm breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. No, this is not right. Indeed, I almost crossed the line. Bai Shihan understood that this accelerated heartbeat and the warmth flooding her cheeks were feelings not permitted among good friends. Thus, she refrained from tugging at his face. Moreover, he was so thick-skinned, claiming his face felt just like hers, clearly trying to deceive her. The little girl let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we are not in ancient times. Otherwise, just as my father said, he would be submerged in a pig cage. The thought is terrifying. Look at you, so timid. It seems I will have to call you in the future. Lin Xinyu sighed, finding some solace in the notion that it was better than not calling at all. Bai Shihan looked at him in confusion, remaining silent. The clever little girl understood that if something was unclear, she wouldn't inquire further. It was undoubtedly something unpleasant, something terrifying. Although the cafeteria food was rather mediocre, it was always bustling with students. After all, there were so many of them, and they couldn't all go to the convenience store, could they? I will help you get the food. Under Lin Xinyu's guidance, Bai Shihan had overcome her fear of the current queue situation. In the past, there had been an instance where someone attempted to approach her, but before they could, Lin Xinyu had intervened, declaring, "This is my wife," effectively quelling any intentions. Initially, she was unsure how to face such encounters, but later realized that as she stood in line, no one seemed to notice her, and her nerves began to ease. Sometimes Bai Shihan even wondered if she had become as thick-skinned as Lin Xinyu. "You finally arrived. Come quickly. Today we have chicken legs, eggs, and seaweed soup. I've saved the 2 largest for you." The cafeteria lady had already begun to refer to herself as sister, showcasing the impact of those 2 words. "Thank you, sister." Bai Shihan took the plate, but as she reached for the second piece, it was snatched away by Lin Xinyu. "I'll carry it for you. You've already helped me get the food." "All right." As she left, Bai Shihan did not forget to wave goodbye to the lady. This girl is truly adorable. Upon finding a seat, Lin Xinyu noticed that Kongyu was not nearby this time. Previously, he would always see the other person and exchange glances to greet one another. Yesterday, that fellow had indulged in snacks. He hoped that today would not be the same. Seeing Lin Xinyu's furrowed brow, Bai Shihan sat quietly with him, not touching her chopsticks, patiently waiting. "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste?" "No, that's not it." Bai Shihan shook her head, looking at him. "What's wrong?" Gathering her courage, Bai Shihan finally spoke. "Shouldn't good friends have secrets?" Lin Xinyu was unsure of her intentions, but responded as usual. "If there are secrets, then you're not really good friends. Then why are you unhappy?" I could have skipped the candy and just asked directly." Bai Shihan felt a twinge of joy within her. In the past, she could only offer sweets, unsure of how to articulate words of comfort, and was perplexed by Lin Xinyu's melancholy. However, the situation had transformed. She had just inquired, asserting that true friends harbor no secrets. Therefore, if he remained silent about his unhappiness, it signified that he did not regard her as a close friend, which would certainly irk her. Indeed, that was the case. "So, Bai Shihan, have you learned to extract my thoughts now?" She mused. "You said it yourself." The little girl felt justified and was utterly unafraid. It was merely that the chubby boy indulged in snacks too often, and his weight was a concern. She pondered how to encourage him to eat more healthily. "So that was the reason." Bai Shihan nodded, still exuding confidence, when suddenly she heard Lin Xinyu's voice. "If you didn't see me, would you miss me?" 039. "Can we change to a better friend?" Lin Xinyu's question left Bai Shihan utterly flustered. Initially, she had no intention of picking up her chopsticks, but her small hands, trembling with nervousness, were compelled to do so as a form of disguise. Between good friends, there should be no secrets. Bai Shihan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, feeling more bashful than ever before. In the past, she would have dared to steal glances at him, but now she couldn't even muster the courage to look up, fearing he might catch her and continue his inquiries. "Fine, if you don't consider me a good friend," Lin Xinyu said, lowering his head to eat, his expression suggesting he intended to ignore her. How could he still be upset? It felt as though everything she had just contemplated had been appropriated by him, leaving her bewildered. I. Bai Shihan's mind struggled to articulate her thoughts. If she were to admit her feelings, would that contradict the essence of their friendship? "It's all right if you have secrets you don't wish to share. I won't pry or force you." Lin Xinyu began to eat with a calm demeanor, appearing to hold no grudge against her. Noticing that he didn't even glance her way, and sensing an air of whether you choose to speak or remain silent. We are not friends enveloping them. Bai Shihan reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Just a little. Was that what she meant? Yes, the kind of thoughts friends have. She lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed, as she used her chopsticks to pick up food, hoping to quell her turbulent emotions, while feeling a twinge of regret for having asked. You can't eat these spicy dishes yet. Lin Xinyu, in good spirits, reached over with his chopsticks to take food from her bowl. The little girl understood his intent, and, unable to refute, looked on helplessly as he took away her beloved spicy dishes. Lin Xinyu comforted her. Don't worry, I'm not stealing your food. I'm merely holding on to it for now. Once you're well, I will return it to you. Bai Shihan nodded, trusting him. However, as Lin Xinyu picked up the food, their chopsticks would often, whether intentionally or not, brush against one another. And when she had just set down her chopsticks, there was an unmistakable lingering tension. Aware of everything happening around her, Bai Shihan felt her face burn even more, completely at a loss for words to describe it with the limited vocabulary she possessed. It might be akin to an indirect kiss. All right, let's eat quickly. We need the energy to check my homework when we return to the classroom. He was solely focused on studying, so she resolved to banish any frivolous thoughts. Yet, as they continued to eat, Bai Shihan distinctly sensed that each bite tasted far more delightful than before. In the past, she could easily conceal her emotions, but since Lin Xinyu's arrival, her feelings seemed utterly transparent. She was never adept at lying, and whenever she harbored concerns, he would surely notice. For instance, even before Bai Shihan could recollect the details of her dream, her face was already aflame, the pink hue spreading to her neck and the back of her ears, allowing him to seize the moment. What other secrets do you have? As they walked along the verdant pathway, Bai Shihan, now wiser, resolved not to let Lin Xinyu touch her, lest another authoritative figure materialize. No, none. As you gaze upon me, your eyes reveal the truth. He is utterly insufferable, always yearning to know everything. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, suddenly realizing that even among good friends, secrets could exist. Lin Xinyu. Upon hearing his name, Lin Xinyu halted his steps and regarded her with tenderness. Well, between good friends, there can be such private secrets, can't there? Bai Shihan's tone was faint, tinged with a hint of trepidation regarding his potential refusal. Lin Xinyu refrained from directly answering her question. Will you eventually share this secret with me? Bai Shihan pondered for a moment, then nodded. I will. That means you are merely postponing the revelation of this secret, correct? Yes. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? And keep a secret? Bai Shihan's eyes widened, and she hastily waved her hands. No, it's just. Her voice was barely a whisper. Her heart raced, fluttering like a startled deer, and in her flustered state, she felt disoriented, unable to find her bearings, and could only continue forward against the wind. Upon returning to the classroom, many classmates, upon noticing their entrance, quickly averted their gazes to focus on their studies. Now, not only was Lin Xinyu formidable, but Bai Shihan had also become an object of their apprehension. Previously, Bai Shihan despised sharing answers, feeling anxious and frightened, which led her to avoid lending her belongings to others, for she feared that such interactions would inevitably lead to more dealings with them. She had never been adept at socializing and was afraid of it. Yet now, she had grown fond of this feeling. Your answer to this question is incorrect. I have previously discussed this. This question is a repeat. Lin Xinyu, how could you possibly make such a mistake? The Lin Xinyu seated nearby smiled, sensing Bai Shihan's transformation, and felt a genuine happiness welling up within him. It was not that he was incapable of answering poorly. Rather, girls inherently possess a stronger competitive spirit than boys. If they perceive an advantage in certain aspects, it bestows upon them a sense of confidence. For instance, in this moment, as Bai Shihan guided him, look, the little girl even knows how to throw a tantrum. During evening study hours, they found themselves in the study room. Bai Shihan had long since shed her timid demeanor that once prevented her from entering the study area. Initially prompted by Lin Xinyu to attend, she had gradually transformed into someone who inquired when Lin Xinyu would be going. So, you wish to spend time alone with me? In response to such words, Bai Shihan felt indifferent. After becoming accustomed to it, the initial flush of embarrassment faded, especially knowing Lin Xinyu's audacity. It must be acknowledged that the efficiency of studying in the study room was remarkably high, free from distractions and conducive to teaching. How about I come to your house for tutoring every evening after school? Upon noticing a glimmer of excitement in Lin Xinyu's eyes, akin to that of a wolf, Bai Shihan's heart raced. No, that won't do. What are you afraid of? Neither your parents nor mine will be home. It is precisely their absence that frightens me. Lin Xinyu discerned Bai Shihan's apprehension and offered reassurance. Soon, the school will conduct a preliminary examination, and our homeroom teacher will surely want to see if our rankings have changed, so we must seize this time. Hearing his words, Bai Shihan nodded. She was aware of this, as Teacher Chun had mentioned that they would be evaluated on their performance. The only fear is that if Lin Xinyu visits daily, he might become accustomed to it. And what if one day he suddenly stops coming? Moreover, being a solitary male and female, if the delivery lady were to witness this and inform their parents, it would spell disaster. Should I visit his home? What if I do? He would insist on escorting me back, which might be a bother. Never mind, it would not be appropriate for me, as a young lady, to go over there. I shall return home to review my studies at night and simply ask you questions at school the next day if I encounter difficulties. Lin Xinyu waved his hand, resignedly proposing a final solution. The young girl, unaware of his intentions, quickly fell into the trap. Let us go to my house. Lin Xinyu smiled, fearing her change of heart. This is what you suggested. I did not propose it. I am weary. Is it possible to request a change of companions? A gift for you just a few days ago. Bai Shihan boldly tugged at Lin Xinyu's shirt as they exited the school together. Now, however, a sense of trepidation enveloped her, an indescribable feeling likely stemming from a previous incident of apprehension, prompting her to maintain a certain distance. What brought Bai Shihan comfort was Lin Xinyu's unrelenting patience. He did not insist upon her proximity, but instead kindly allowed her to follow while he forged ahead. During their stroll, they encountered Kong Yu, and Bai Shihan realized she had seemingly become Lin Xinyu's closest friend, while Kong Yu occupied a different role, that of a brother. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Throughout their conversation, Bai Shihan remained quietly at the side, choosing to listen rather than interject. In her eyes, it was improper to disturb others, even though her primary objective was to return home for extra study. After waiting for some time, seeing Lin Xinyu and Kong Yu still engaged in conversation, Bai Shihan playfully stepped on a shadow, a subtle reprimand for their delay in returning home. Let us stop chatting. I still need to escort my wife home. Oh, come on, brother. I would never join you in indulging in dog food. Lin Xinyu responded with a chuckle. As the two bid farewell, Bai Shihan felt her spirits lift. It was time to head home. Lingering outside too long could lead to an encounter with a vegetable delivery lady, and if discovered, her parents would surely be furious. This secretive feeling, which would have previously terrified her, now held an exhilarating thrill under Lin Xinyu's guidance. If she could muster the courage to slip into the classroom unnoticed, what else was beyond her reach? Walking beside Lin Xinyu, she felt an exhilarating sense of empowerment. The crescent moon peered shyly from behind the clouds, reminiscent of Bai Shihan's flushed cheeks as she stole glances at Lin Xinyu. What are we having for dinner tonight? She cleverly diverted the conversation. I'll just boil some noodles. Do you want to eat? I want to eat you, Lin Xinyu replied, his expression playful. Ignoring him, Bai Shihan turned towards home, hoping to evade any further peculiar remarks. Wait for me. How can someone so small walk so quickly? Lin Xinyu quickened his pace to catch up, intending to wait for a less crowded moment before reaching out. Bai Shihan was taken aback when her small hand was suddenly enveloped in warmth. She realized what was happening and promptly attempted to withdraw her hand. To her surprise, Lin Xinyu showed no intention of releasing her grip. Why can't you understand a kind heart? This is merely a protective gesture among friends. What if someone were to leap out unexpectedly? Wouldn't you appreciate having someone there for support? Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for words, yet she persisted. Please, let go, all right? No, if I let go, you'll just run away too fast. Lin Xinyu was resolute, having finally found a quieter place. He sought to instill in her the understanding that holding hands was an essential practice among good friends. I want to run away. I don't believe you. Thus, Bai Shihan resisted for a brief moment. Each slight struggle only prompted Lin Xinyu to grip her hand more firmly, rendering her unable to move. Walking from the narrow path to the main road, we only parted ways at the foot of the building. My little hands tingled and were already drenched in sweat. True friendship cannot be forced. I fear you might rush ahead and encounter danger. This is my way of dealing with a disobedient friend. I apologize. Next time, I shall certainly be more gentle. Such a behavior of apologizing only after indulging is utterly detestable. There is no justification for criticizing him. Just as I was about to judge his actions, the gentle gaze from him made it difficult for me to speak. Didn't you say you would help me review? If we don't hurry, there will be no time this evening. To my surprise, he is aware of the review. Ascending the stairs, Bai Shihan tugged at Lin Xinyu's sleeve. It is all his fault for the words he uttered last night. Otherwise, I would not have felt this fear. I took out my keys and opened the door. Inside, there were unfamiliar men's slippers. Oh, you were already prepared for my visit, weren't you? After Lin Xinyu changed his shoes, he glanced at the entrance. Bai Shihan dared not lift her head, merely wishing he would leave quickly. It was truly excessive of him to voice what he had already guessed. Lin Xinyu deliberately provoked her. If you don't come in soon, you'll miss the delivery lady passing by, and then you will regret it. The little girl finally moved, stepping into the room and changing into slippers that matched his color, interpreting this as a sign of friendship. If you have unfinished homework, I can cook for you. Once you have eaten and are done, it won't be too late to teach me how to do my assignments. Lin Xinyu set down his backpack, aligning it beside Bai Shihan's little bag under her watchful gaze. If there are vegetables in the fridge, I can quickly make some porridge. Do you prefer it sweet or savory? Sweet, sweet, Bai Shihan replied. This is clearly her home, yet why does it feel as if she is the outsider? What is the matter? What are you thinking about while walking? Just as Lin Xinyu was about to leave, he turned around to see Bai Shihan standing still, seemingly lost in thought, her expression heavy with unspoken concerns. Do you know why I'm always by your side? Bai Shihan paused for a moment, then looked at him with curious eyes. This question had puzzled her for a long time. She had heard his explanation before, but still could not comprehend it fully. Am I always trying to isolate myself, sealing my heart tightly? No, I don't know. You mustn't lie. Yes. So, do you wish to kick me out and close yourself off? Bai Shihan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't he that she wanted to dismiss him. Rather, she was uncertain about what to do in the future. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't ponder so much. It was precisely because it was him that she had many concerns and felt utterly lost. Lin Xinyu understood that she would think of many things he might not know or consider. Standing there quietly, he simply observed her. In truth, there is no need for excessive contemplation. What matters is to be happy and to make choices for oneself. Life is about growth, and no one lives solely for another. Perhaps my existence is indeed a departure from your previous experiences, offering you a plethora of diverse sensations and insights. Most importantly, your joy is derived from within yourself, not from me. None of this is compelled by external forces. If one were to seek a singular reason, it might be this. Lin Xinyu paused, lowering his gaze to meet Bai Shihan's attentive eyes, her curiosity piqued by his forthcoming explanation. Do you recall those toys where one collects cards to exchange for prizes? Bai Shihan nodded, admitting that she had observed others playing with them in her youth, but had never had the opportunity to participate herself. Lin Xinyu felt reassured to continue. Then you may regard me as a collection from a previous period, a gift bestowed upon you by fate, intended to bring joy into your life. Mr. Bai remarked that it all depended on Bai Shihan's departure. After listening to Lin Xinyu's words, she entered the bedroom without looking back, and the sound of the door being locked from the inside was audible. Aware that she needed some time to process her feelings, Lin Xinyu refrained from intruding and opted to prepare dinner, lest the young girl grow hungry with nothing to eat. Inside the room, Bai Shihan curled up in the corner, cradling her small green companion. She seldom sat on the bed when she was not tidy. Thus, whenever she returned home, feeling disheartened, she would take her little green friend to the corner, crouch down, and bury her head into its soft back. I cannot be useless, her voice quivered, and tears began to well up in her eyes, fortunately concealed by her small green companion, rendering her invisible to the world. Everything Lin Xinyu said was undeniably true. From childhood to the present, it felt as though she had been accumulating experiences, waiting for the moment when her grand prize would finally manifest. It would accompany her joy and enable her to embark on ventures she dared not attempt alone. Not only would it transform her, but it would also bring about changes in Lin Xinyu himself. From smoking, fighting, sleeping, and skipping classes, he had evolved into a genuinely diligent student. He took the initiative to offer her tutoring, relished the candies she prepared, diligently practiced problems during class, treated classmates with newfound respect, and was especially gentle with Bai Shihan. The young girl was not oblivious to these changes. The one who repeatedly spoke of being a devoted partner had, from the very beginning, been her protector. Little Green, I have become a person of no worth. She had not shed tears in what felt like an eternity, yet she found solace in her small companion, suppressing her emotions. It was not sorrow she felt, but rather a profound happiness. It had been far too long since she had experienced such joy. I cannot let him know how inadequate I am. The stubborn young girl composed herself. In front of a good friend, she could not reveal her inner vulnerabilities, for that would only incite worry. True friends do not allow one another to fret. If she truly wished to express her gratitude, Bai Shihan found herself unexpectedly envisioning a future where she married him, and she quickly shook her head. No, I wouldn't thank him in such a manner. Gathering her thoughts, she utilized her small green companion in place of a tissue to tidy her emotions, waiting until her eyes were no longer tinged with redness before facing him again. She even devised a reason, planning to say she needed to change clothes because her uniform was uncomfortable. I'm ready. I mustn't skip dinner. Lin Xinyu knocked on the door from outside, thinking to himself how this girl was truly something else. If he were ever to have a daughter, she certainly should not be like her. I'm changing clothes. Bai Shihan's voice had regained its normalcy, her emotions having settled. I'll prepare your meal. Just come out when you're ready. Okay, for a brief moment, Bai Shihan felt a strange notion that perhaps marrying him wouldn't be so bad after all. How infuriating. He must have cast some enchanting spell upon her. She removed her uniform and retrieved a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers from the wardrobe. After simply arranging her hair, she emerged from the room. The clothing was an entirely different concept from the uniform. The uniform seemed to have cast a binding spell, suppressing all potential, while the attire she now donned carried none of those burdens. After a considerable while, the door finally swung open. Bai Shihan emerged, her cheeks flushed, unaware that the attire she had casually chosen would elicit such a reaction. Lin Xinyu was equally taken aback, realizing that this young girl had developed a confidence of her own. It seemed unnecessary to consume milk for nourishment anymore. Any further supplementation would only feel burdensome. Initially caught off guard, Bai Shihan followed his gaze, her rosy cheeks instantly igniting with embarrassment. Lin Xinyu clarified, I wasn't looking at you. I was admiring the bare eyes on your shirt. I'm just hungry. Bai Shihan hastily retreated to the dining table, resolving to change her clothes after their meal. How could such an item appear in her wardrobe? The brown bear, strategically positioned, only served to enhance its allure. Lin Xinyu nodded in understanding. At this moment, devoid of squirtless and precocious, it was indeed the bear that captivated. Teased by his words, Bai Shihan felt her spirits lift considerably, her earlier indignation dissipating. Tonight, there will be no tutoring. Why? She stammered. I wish to sleep. What? I considered you a good friend, which is why I came to your home to tutor you, and now you wish to sleep? Bai Shihan halted mid-bite, her eyes widening in disbelief. No. I meant I want you to go home. I want to sleep. Startled, the young girl swallowed her food hastily, barely savoring it. No, I have a foundational exam next week. Time is running short. It's difficult to seize this opportunity for tutoring, and if you insist on driving me away, I will be quite disheartened. Upon hearing his plea, Bai Shihan's heart softened. If she let him leave now, it would indeed feel as though she was sending him away. After their meal, Lin Xinyu tidied up the dishes. Bai Shihan wished to help, but was stopped by him, as he assigned her the task of checking homework. The young girl felt a surge of annoyance. Washing dishes, once a delightful chore reserved for herself, was now commandeered by Lin Xinyu. How outrageous! She never anticipated he would even encroach upon this. She resolved to scrutinize many mistakes in his exercises and then engage in some playful banter. As Lin Xinyu exited the kitchen, Bai Shihan was about to retreat to her room to change when a knock echoed from the door. This sudden sound made them both tense, exchanging glances. After catching his eye, Lin Xinyu discreetly slipped into the bedroom. Once the visitor entered, Bai Shihan was suddenly struck by a grave concern. The wardrobe door had been left ajar, yet it was too late. The knocking persisted. Surely, he wouldn't meddle with her belongings. Bai Shihan chose to trust Lin Xinyu, moving to the peephole to discern the identity of the visitor, only to discover it was the usual delivery lady, prompting a sigh of relief. Mr. Bai asked me to check the room for some documents, to see if they were perhaps left behind. Upon opening the door, the lady did not leave, but opted to linger. One could easily surmise that it was her father who had requested this inspection to ensure no one else was present in the house. Such occurrences were not uncommon, typically manifesting as surprise checks that caught one off guard. Mississippi. Bai Shihan hesitated, which only heightened the delivery lady's suspicions, as if her refusal to allow entry would prompt an immediate phone call. It's fine, come in. Stepping aside, Bai Shihan felt her palms drenched in perspiration. The delivery lady entered the room, changed into her designated slippers, and began her inspection, starting with the bathroom, then the kitchen, the living room, and finally moving towards the bedroom. It was evident that this was not merely a search for information. Bai Shihan understood this clearly, and as the other party attempted to enter the bedroom, she positioned herself in front of the lady. There is nothing in the room. Miss, the delivery lady asserted. Mr. Bai insists on taking a look. Bai Shihan gritted her teeth, her determination to obstruct the woman wavering, until she ultimately relinquished her resolve. 042. If only it were a tad smaller. The atmosphere suddenly became still. The sound of footsteps amplified in Bai Shihan's ears, a sensation that would have been entirely unthinkable for her in the past. She merely needed to show Andy the room. If no one was present, she could leave. Andy Song was quite amiable, merely observing, without rummaging through things indiscriminately. Andy, how is my little brother? Bai Shihan had no choice but to divert the conversation to shift her attention. The delivery aunt's full name was Song Jieli, assigned to care for Bai Shihan at home, having been by her side from junior high to high school. The young girl, however, preferred solitude and chose to rent a place on her own. Her usual duties were simple: caring for Bai Shihan and delivering groceries, occasionally checking in on her daughter's well-being as directed by Mr. Bai. Following Mr. Bai's request, she was here to ensure that no classmates had entered the house. At this tender age of youth, parents are most anxious about their precious daughter being approached by an unknown suitor. Entering the room, Bai Shihan nearly held her breath, fully prepared for the discovery of Lin Xinyu. Yet, to her astonishment, the room was utterly vacant. Even the bed was impeccably made. Initially, Bai Shihan did not grasp the situation, but upon noticing the previously ajar wardrobe door now firmly closed, she began to comprehend Lin Xinyu's whereabouts. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing the clothes in the wardrobe had not been tidied. If he were truly hiding inside, it would be quite the predicament. Auntie, my father seldom enters my room. Noting the absence of anyone in the room, Bai Shihan spoke, subtly issuing a dismissal. Very well, miss, I shall inform Mr. Bai. Song Jieli felt at ease with Bai Shihan, having accompanied her since junior high. She was a well-behaved and quiet girl. The insistence on checking in was merely a formality, prompted by Mr. Bai's repeated emphasis. Bai Shihan maintained a facade of calm, though internally she was in turmoil, fervently hoping that Lin Xinyu would remain still in the wardrobe. Fortunately, it was opaque, or else an array of small garments would surely betray their secret. Miss, do take care and rest early. All right. After watching Song Jieli depart and hearing the door close, Bai Shihan exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon exiting her room and confirming her solitude, the young girl approached the wardrobe. Annie has left. The room was not particularly spacious, and the only place to conceal oneself was indeed the wardrobe. Lin Xinyu was quite straightforward, clutching his shoes tightly in hand. Fearful of being discovered by Annie Song, he had meticulously ensured that no traces remained. It was not fear, but rather a desire to spare Bai Shihan any embarrassment. If her parents were to find out, they would undoubtedly transfer her immediately. This was the last scenario Lin Xinyu wished to encounter, lacking sufficient strength at present. Challenging the situation would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, upon hearing the call for documents, he did not hesitate to slip into the adjacent open wardrobe, which seemed custom-made for his concealment. As the footsteps approached, even Lin Xinyu was compelled to hold his breath and remain silent. Fortunately, the space was ample, providing perfect cover. She finally stepped outside, releasing a breath of relief. Lin Xinyu opened the wardrobe door and tossed his slippers onto the floor before emerging gracefully, ensuring he found his footing perfectly upon descent. "Does your father often ask the aunt to check the room?" The air outside was noticeably devoid of the faint milky fragrance that lingered within the closet. Bai Shihan nodded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Lin Xinyu, hesitating to speak, utterly astounded. How could he? Such a rogue. Why so silent? Lin Xinyu observed her downcast gaze and rosy complexion, feeling perplexed. You pervert." Initially, Lin Xinyu was oblivious until he raised his hand and realized he had inadvertently taken something out while leveraging himself from the wardrobe. His attention had been solely on Bai Shihan, but now, upon her remark, he began to comprehend. As he fiddled with the object between his fingers, he noticed its soft texture, making it quite endearing to touch. To his dismay, as Lin Xinyu continued to play with it, Bai Shihan's face became even more flushed, her entire body radiating warmth. "Rogue," she exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the item from him. Lin Xinyu glanced down and, upon seeing what was in his hand, relinquished it, allowing the girl to take it. "I truly didn't mean to. I had no idea what it was." This was indeed true, as he had been shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything clearly, let alone identify the adorable white bear-themed underwear. I'm not going to have extra lessons today." Bai Shihan, her face burning red, hastily tucked the bear away in the wardrobe and shut the door, fearing he might unexpectedly pull out something else. Her claim of innocence was met with skepticism. After all, he had been peering into her wardrobe for quite some time, and this incident seemed to grant him exactly what he desired. Henceforth, she resolved never to let him hide within again. Aware of his own guilt, Lin Xinyu chose not to offer an explanation. Oftentimes, the more one elaborates, the deeper the hole they dig for themselves. Perhaps it was better to simply admit his misstep, with the hope of securing a similar opportunity in the future. However, truth be told, the texture of the bear was quite delightful. Why is she so fond of bears? He mused. I need to change now. Bai Shihan could not directly ask and believe, so she subtly hinted instead. Lin Xinyu nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. "All right, I'll sit over there and study. My focus will be entirely on the books, so don't worry." "No, you must leave right now," Bai Shihan retorted indignantly, casting him a fierce glare. She felt utterly exasperated by this shameless fellow, certain that his words were far more charming than his actions. If he remained, he might unexpectedly turn around while she was undressing, claiming, "Don't worry, I'm certainly not peeking. I'm diligently studying." Hadn't the teacher said that time should not be wasted? Lin Xinyu, observing the girl's flushed face, could not resist teasing her further. "I won't jest with you any longer. Go ahead and change. I'll step outside for now." Noticing Bai Shihan standing frozen, wanting to speak but unsure how, he chose not to press on. Only after the door closed did Bai Shihan exhale in relief, her gaze shifting to her little green companion as she voiced her complaints. How could one ever be blessed with such a remarkable friend? It is not merely a desire to become his partner. There exists a longing to hold hands, to explore her wardrobe together. Today, however, it escalated to an entirely different level. She had already taken hold of it, yet still yearned to sneak a glance while changing. What shall she do next? Lend a hand in the process. Bai Shihan shook her head, attempting to dismiss such thoughts. She removed her white garment, her hair cascading softly onto her shoulders. The young girl felt a twinge of distress, particularly as she recalled the way Lin Xinyu had gazed at her during their meal. She raised her hand to touch the source of her turmoil. If only she were just a tad smaller, then her dear friend would be less likely to notice her. The peculiar fluttering within her heart was an enigma to Bai Shihan. She could not quite articulate the sensation. Yet, she sensed that being observed by him bestowed a joy that transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. "Please, don't bully me," Lin Xinyu implored, truly wishing to barge into the timid girl's room and seize the opportunity to pin her against the wardrobe door, brazenly observing her change her clothes. How petty! Even a close friend is guarded. The thrill of hiding within the closet, upon reflection, was undeniably exhilarating. The only regret was not being able to discern the scene within. Upon entering the living room, Lin Xinyu discovered that the backpack had mysteriously vanished. It was evident that the little girl had hidden it away in advance. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor in front of Lin Xinyu, she was in fact quite astute. Having never had a true friend before, she was uncertain how to interact with him. In interpersonal relationships, there exists an invisible abyss. Only by transcending that threshold can one comprehend the sentiments of the other and avoid rejection. A girl like Bai Shihan should be approached gently. Akin to boiling a frog in warm water, one cannot hastily demand her affirmation. While it might be jestingly suggested, such actions cannot be forcefully enacted. Aware of this, Lin Xinyu was not overly anxious, always allowing the right moments for her. Girls are often sensitive beings, frequently concealing their thoughts within, reluctant to share even with those they deem significant. They may become ensnared in doubt, questioning the authenticity of their interactions and fearing that one day it might all vanish. At times, they might even choose to distance themselves, engaging in actions one would never anticipate. The most effective approach is, without a doubt, to accompany them slowly. Lin Xinyu believed that his thick skin was the most profound strategy to convey to her that the aim of a best friend is to eventually become her partner, to stand by her side through thick and thin, facing every challenge together. To expect Bai Shihan to acquiesce at this moment was sheer folly. He would need to navigate her parents first. Fortunately, her younger brother was nearby. Previously, most assistance from the company had been relayed through Bai Shihan, but her brother had been the one doing the legwork. Lin Xinyu trusted this little brother and knew that when the time came to win over Bai Shihan, his help would be indispensable. Lin Xinyu was not in a hurry. This precious girl would surely come to understand his feelings and would love him deeply, to the core of her being. When that time arrived, he would undoubtedly sweep Bai Shihan off her feet in a grand romance. So, how should he persuade her to open the door? The bedroom door remained stubbornly shut. If he were to force it open, it would jeopardize any future study sessions. Bai Shihan, has my backpack stealthily made its way into your room? Lin Xinyu knocked on the door, seeking an excuse. And no, wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you. Bai Shihan's voice was barely audible, clearly straining to dress herself. I haven't reviewed my studies yet tonight. I'm yearning to learn. Let me in to see the books. After donning her clothes, Bai Shihan's delicate face flushed crimson. She was at her wit's end with that shameless fellow outside, fully aware of his intentions. Once she ensured that her figure was adequately concealed, she ventured to open the door. The backpack is behind the curtains. Originally, Lin Xinyu's eyes brimmed with anticipation, but upon seeing the other person's relaxed attire, his enthusiasm abruptly waned. Even a good friend seemed distant. Bai Shihan chose to ignore him, stepping behind the curtains to retrieve her hidden backpack. Such a clever hiding spot. Perhaps she could find a place to conceal him as well, lest he ends up hiding in her wardrobe. No, the little bear isn't unlovable. How petty. Bai Shihan turned away from him, extracting practice questions from her backpack and placing them on the coffee table. Time for revision. She intended to challenge him with the exercises. Bai Shihan, if I get all the answers right, will there be a reward? After pretending not to understand for so long, Lin Xinyu finally seized the opportunity. The little girl sensed the trick and shook her head. Lin Xinyu shrugged. Then you are an incompetent teacher. Other children's teachers give them little red flowers. I quite enjoy holding your hand. The sensation is so smooth, your skin is lovely and tender. It makes my heart flutter. Such a rogue. Bai Shihan stepped back a few paces, wondering how she could possibly be friends with him. Apart from his handsome looks and caring nature, what else was there? Do you really think I can master all the exercises in this workbook? If I make a mistake, you can make a request of me. And if I get it right, I will ask one of you. But it cannot be too outrageous. Bai Shihan pondered for a moment before nodding. Based on her observations over the past few days, she believed it would be quite challenging for Lin Xinyu to answer all the questions correctly. If he changes his mind, then he is my husband. Got it. This annoying Lin Xinyu, constantly babbling about wife every day, is truly bothersome. What if I become so accustomed to it that I can't let go? Bai Shihan found herself unable to conceal her emotions any longer. Beside him, she felt no need to disguise herself, though she wouldn't outwardly display her feelings. If he were to discover them, it would surely be catastrophic. As she gazed at the answers Lin Xinyu wrote, occasionally catching his mischievous glances, Bai Shihan suddenly realized she seemed to have boarded a pirate ship. It felt as though preparations for some impending punishment were underway, waiting only for Lin Xinyu to finish writing the final answer. Outside, the sky darkened with the onset of evening. Occasionally, a few small birds would land on the balcony, watching the two in the living room. The girl observed intently. Initially focused on verifying the answers, her gaze shifted to Lin Xinyu. How could such a handsome exterior conceal such a wicked young man? Strangely, a part of her felt an inexplicable anticipation for a little teasing from him. A vivid image of being playfully bullied by him flashed through her mind, a hand caressing her fair skin, her clothing inexplicably coming undone, biting her rosy lips while crying out in protest. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed bright red. How could she suddenly think of such things? Bad person. Huh? Lin Xinyu was taken aback, gazing at the suddenly pitiful Bai Shihan, uncertain of how to respond. His hand holding the pen froze, as if he had committed some great injustice. What's wrong? Bai Shihan's small face was burning with a fervent blush, making her hesitant to meet his gaze. It was unbearably embarrassing. How could such thoughts even cross her mind? Surely, it must be due to having spent so much time with him recently that her mind wandered to such peculiar notions. It had to be that way, with secrets nestled in her heart, and Lin Xinyu standing right before her. The concern reflected in his eyes took on an entirely different interpretation in her perception. She watched as he set down his pen and gradually approached her, the sound of his breath distinctly audible. The young girl instinctively leaned back against the sofa. Lin Xinyu followed suit, saying, Bai Shihan finally could no longer contain herself. I will behave. Please don't bully me, all right? Lin Xinyu, 044. Remember to think of me, Bai Shihan. I truly wish to discern the thoughts swirling within your little mind. Lin Xinyu, clutching his exercise book, approached the somewhat fearful Bai Shihan on the sofa. Despite knowing he would never truly act upon it, an inexplicable feeling lingered that he might one day. I'm sorry. Bai Shihan was at a loss for words, only feeling an urgent need to prevent Lin Xinyu from drawing closer. Starting tomorrow, she must absolutely put an end to this nightly tutoring arrangement. It was simply too frightening. If this were to occur a few more times, he would surely overwhelm her. Without fail, she resolved never to acquiesce to his requests again. Lin Xinyu extended the homework towards her. Wasn't it agreed that we would check the assignments? How can you possibly see from such a distance? Solving questions tends to immerse one in study. During this time, Lin Xinyu had been singularly focused on ensuring every answer was correct to earn his reward. Yes, checking the assignments. The little girl quieted down, her face, initially marred by panic, gradually transformed into tranquility as she accepted the practice problems Lin Xinyu offered. Lin Xinyu observed her. I am certain that all my answers are correct. Be prepared to grant me a favor. I must see it first before I agree. Although her tone was faint, it was evident that Bai Shihan possessed unwavering confidence in this matter. Once the practice questions were in her hands, she entered a state of scrutiny, progressing from the first question onward. What if I answered one correctly and you misread it? That won't happen. He was truly insufferable, attempting to disrupt her in such a manner. Bai Shihan concentrated, striving to ignore his provocations, scrutinizing her writing and answers, leaving no detail overlooked. The little girl, who had begun with a serious demeanor, gradually broke into a smile. You got this question wrong. Lin Xinyu, unable to believe his ears, immediately leaned closer to grasp the practice questions and listened intently as she explained. Their heads slowly drew together, their breaths intertwining, as Bai Shihan elucidated the discrepancies between her deductions and Lin Xinyu's written answers. Impossible. I spent a long time on this question. Let me explain it to you. Lin Xinyu inched closer to Bai Shihan, clearly able to hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. This is where you erred. Bai Shihan, equally unwilling to concede, engaged in a comparison of their thought processes. Unintentionally, their fingers brushed against one another, and gradually, Lin Xinyu's expression grew serious, as if he had identified the crux of the issue. Oh no, I was so eager that I overlooked a condition. You doubted me even after I said it was wrong. Bai Shihan interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Clearly, she believed he was trying to evade responsibility for the condition, which was why he had spoken in such a manner. Lin Xinyu glanced out the window. Wow, it's already so dark, and if I don't return home soon, I might become frightened. See you tomorrow. You liar. Indeed, this fellow had clearly devised a plan to wriggle out of it all along. No, I have no regrets. I'll just consider you my husband. And I don't mind at all. Bai Shihan huffed, refusing to engage with him further. Lin Xinyu came to a halt, gently pinching her face. All right, tell me. What request do you wish for me to grant? However, when a moment arrived for her to articulate her desires, Bai Shihan found herself at a loss. Initially, she had contemplated seizing this opportunity to request that he refrain from visiting her at night. Yet now, the words seemed to elude her. It was not that she felt shy, but rather an inner voice of resistance seemed to obstruct her expression. Lin Xinyu gradually leaned closer. It's perfectly fine. Speak your mind. I shall comply with whatever you say. Why are you getting so close? This person is truly infuriating. With such tender words, how could one possibly wish him away? Why you must pay attention in class, refrain from smoking, and avoid mischief. Is that all? Very well, consider done. Lin Xinyu's eyes sparkled as he observed the blushing Bai Shihan. The timid girl had shed her initial trepidation. Her defenses completely dissolved. Even in defeat, it mattered not. In this moment, everything else faded into insignificance. The sight of her relaxed demeanor was Lin Xinyu's favorite. Bai Shihan glanced toward the balcony. It's dark outside. Lin Xinyu nodded, aware that she had taken to heart his earlier excuse for leaving, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. You mustn't tea. You 1T grow taller. No worries, I shan't mind. I would still choose you as my wife. You can't just say that. All right, I must head home now. Bai Shihan sat on the sofa, for the first time wishing to extend her hand to keep him there, yet she found herself at a loss for justification. Even as good friends, it was inappropriate for him to stay and accompany her while she slept. Then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Remember to think of me. Huh. By the time Bai Shihan registered his words, Lin Xinyu had already gathered his belongings and stepped out the door, not forgetting to leave her with a radiant smile. The girl dared not approach him to bid farewell, instead lingering by the door, listening to the sound of Lin Xinyu's footsteps descending the stairs, silently counting the beats in her heart before making her way to the balcony to wait. Only upon seeing his figure did she extend her little hand, gently swaying it side to side. See you tomorrow. It was unclear when the path beneath the building had transformed entirely. In contrast to before, it now held profound significance. Previously, when descending, she would have contemplated how to avoid the crowd. But now, each time she gazed in a particular direction, she anticipated his arrival. Bai Shihan had completed her morning routine early. The two had not agreed upon a specific time to meet. It had simply become a habit developed over the course of time. Fortunately, this path was devoid of people, allowing Bai Shihan to feel at ease, patiently waiting while occasionally taking a moment to admire the flowers by the roadside. At last, his figure appeared. The flowers seemed to sense Bai Shihan's emotions, blooming ever more vibrantly, complementing the smile on her face and creating a beautiful scene. Lin Xinyu also spotted the little girl and jogged over, this time carrying breakfast in hand. Bai Shihan was both surprised and somewhat displeased. After all, this was her responsibility. Why was it in his hands? We need to head to the classroom early today. We've been assigned to the same group, and the cleaning area requires tidying up. Huh? Bai Shihan's eyes widened. It is evident that she does not recall the incident. What astonished the young girl even more was the fact that Lin Xinyu was fully aware. Let us go. I have already purchased breakfast. As Bai Shihan was about to take a step forward, she suddenly remembered something and stood there, her expression remarkably earnest. This left Lin Xinyu quite perplexed. What is it? Good morning. Yesterday, she had forgotten to greet him, which resulted in her being punished with the task of fetching lunch. And today she could not afford to overlook it. Oh, we're good friends. We ought to greet each other in the morning. Indeed, Bai Shihan nodded, then fixed her gaze upon him with utmost seriousness. You did not greet me. All right, for lunch, I shall be punished to help you with your meal. Very well. Bai Shihan was satisfied. They professed to be good friends. And look, even the principles of interaction among good friends were crystal clear, were they not? The young girl naturally reached out and grasped the hem of his garment. 045. You fed her candy. No, that's not permissible. From the moment she began to tidy up, Bai Shihan could comprehend the habits Lin Xinyu had previously exhibited. Each class had a designated storage room, where brooms and other cleaning tools were kept. Since their classes required climbing stairs, Lin Xinyu, adhering to the principle of proximity, retrieved a broom and dustpan from the storage room on the first floor to save time. Seeing her timid demeanor, he offered words of reassurance. Don't worry. It's fine. We're just borrowing it. As long as we don't break anything, it will be all right. Bai Shihan knew that persuading him was futile. So after Lin Xinyu left, she repeatedly apologized to the storage room of the other classes, assuring them that she would take good care of the tools and return them without damage. In the past, the young girl had also participated in cleaning, often retreating to the corners, quietly tidying her own designated area. Due to her swift actions, she often finished early and did not assist others, leading her classmates to label her as unsociable and ostracize her. What are you dawdling for? Come on, keep up, Lin Xinyu called, leading the way and helping her gather the tools. We just need to clean our designated area and then hurry back to the classroom to review. No, that won't do. Bai Shihan recalled that this behavior had previously drawn criticism, and she wished to avoid subjecting Lin Xinyu to the same fate. Lin Xinyu found her behavior peculiar. What's wrong? Since you arrived, you've been acting strangely. It's nothing. The young girl sighed silently, fearful that voicing her concerns would make him think she was not a team player. Each class had a prearranged cleaning zone, with the hygiene committee scheduling students for shifts, ensuring everyone had varied cleaning experiences. Don't worry, as long as you don't break the broom, no one will say anything. Upon arriving at the cleaning area, Lin Xinyu noticed that Bai Shihan had not even planned to eat breakfast, clearly lost in thought. No, it's nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? Come here. Lin Xinyu positioned the broom against his shoulder and gestured for her to approach. Bai Shihan obediently drew closer, lowering her head, feeling a bit aggrieved. You can't skip breakfast. He took a bun from her hand, and as a form of punishment, he took a large bite out of the already partially eaten bun before offering it to her. If you don't eat, I'll take a bite out of each one. At his words and actions, Bai Shihan's face flushed instantly. That was a bun she had already eaten. I will eat. Lin Xinyu, being considerate, finished the bitten bun and retrieved a whole meat bun from the bag to give back to her. Bai Shihan accepted it, her small hands trembling slightly as she slowly ate the bun he had placed in her hands. Too timid to look up at Lin Xinyu for fear he would scold her for not properly eating breakfast. You seem quite unhappy. Did someone bully you while cleaning before? You can tell me. Lin Xinyu set the broom aside, placing the dustpan down, and began sweeping the floor. The oil-slicked silver bully. Bai Shihan, her mouth full of bun, could only mumble in response, the words barely intelligible. Really? Bai Shihan nodded, finishing the bun in her mouth. At that moment, she realized that all that had transpired in the past seemed inconsequential. Whether she fell out of place or they disapproved of her, the whispers surrounding her paled in comparison to the bullying she endured in his presence. This bond, one that transcended mere friendship, ensnared Bai Shihan completely. Although Lin Xinyu often teased her, she was not truly oblivious. Rather, she found herself unable to refuse, or perhaps she simply did not wish to. This sensation was entirely novel, akin to wanting to claim him as her own under the guise of friendship, engaging in intimate yet daunting actions. For the first time, she was invested in another, her emotions mirroring his own. I finished my breakfast. If you don't eat properly, I might take a bite. Bai Shihan snapped back to reality, the image of Lin Xinyu biting into her bun, flashing her mind. The thought of consuming something he had already tasted compelled her to hastily shove the remaining morsel into her mouth. And as for the soy milk, I wouldn't mind sharing a sip. No, that's not happening. The little girl quickly punctured a small hole in the straw, gently sipping, fearful that Lin Xinyu might come over and take a sip first, leaving his saliva on the straw. Hand me the trash bag. All right. As Lin Xinyu accepted the plastic bag, he playfully scratched her palm with his fingertips. This sensation was akin to a kitten receiving a belly rub, immensely pleasurable. However, Bai Shihan instinctively withdrew her hand, wary of this addictive behavior, resolutely refusing to let him continue. The two walked through the cleaning area to alleviate Bai Shihan's apprehension. Lin Xinyu deliberately chose a spot bustling with people. Initially, she felt a twinge of fear. But as Lin Xinyu led the cleaning efforts and occasionally urged her to keep pace with the dustpan, she soon forgot about the others surrounding them. In her eyes, the only entities within her field of vision were the flowing air and him. Group leader, Wei already tidied the largest section. With a mixed gender pairing, the work seems less burdensome. Moreover, their diligence stood in stark contrast to other students who were chattering and laughing while neglecting their designated areas. There are still some who haven't finished. They're all from the same class, so lending a hand wouldn't hurt. Bai Shihan remained stationary, contemplating whether to prompt Lin Xinyu to assist, believing that this would prevent her from being labeled as an outsider. That doesn't seem appropriate, group leader. Bai Shihan and I have completed the largest section, while they're dawdling with their smaller area. Why don't we ask them to help us with our exam papers instead? Lin Xinyu spoke candidly, leaving the group leader momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately instructing them to return to the classroom. Such was the reality. Those responsible for the largest section had finished their work, yet they were expected to aid the slothful in their tasks. Bai Shihan followed Lin Xinyu, her small hand clutching the dustpan in silence, while her free hand delved into her pocket. Before she could retrieve anything, a large white rabbit milk candy emerged in her line of sight. Candy, happiness. Just as you said. Lin Xinyu took the dustpan from her hands, and before she could express her consent, he inserted a piece of milk candy into her mouth. His hands were so soft. At the moment the candy touched her lips, Bai Shihan distinctly felt his fingers brush against her. Pouting slightly, she thought that even though the candy was sweeter than anything she had ever tasted, he shouldn't act like this. Classmate, I borrowed your broom and dustpan. I assure you, they are unharmed. Thank you ever so much. As she observed Lin Xinyu laughing with the sanitation committee member from another class. A smile graced Bai Shihan's face as she glanced toward the storage room. I knew it. I guaranteed that nothing would be damaged. 046. It is quite harmless for good friends to squeeze together, as the candy melts slowly in the mouth. Previously, it was she who offered candy to Lin Xinyu. But given the current circumstances, it is evident that such initiative will no longer be hers. Moreover, she must now accept the act of being directly fed by him. Though somewhat crude, one cannot deny that this method is most effective for Bai Shihan, simple, direct, and utterly devoid of pretense. Please feel free to tease me. Just give me candy. Bai Shihan shook her head, acknowledging that she must have been quite out of sorts to entertain such thoughts. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing her flushed cheeks and her tendency to turn away, unable to meet his gaze, Lin Xinyu found her behavior peculiar. No, it's nothing. She certainly would not disclose to him the strange fragments that danced in her mind, to preserve their sincere and innocent friendship. The first step was to refuse any further offerings of milk candy. If she simply did not accept them, those odd thoughts would surely dissipate. During morning self-study, Lin Xinyu handed her the textbook, and they began to exchange recitations of classical Chinese from their literature book. Watching his lips move, listening to his gentle voice, she inexplicably recalled the notion of being fed milk candy. Will you really not have any more? Even if his fingers were to caress her, milk candy given by him would always taste sweet, wouldn't it? If possible, could he even feed her? In Bai Shihan's eyes, Lin Xinyu's mouth seemed to possess a kind of magic at that moment, urging her on, and her little mind began to align with the images from her dreams the previous night. Lin Xinyu, with a piece of milk candy in his mouth, leaned closer to initiate the first act of feeding. No, no. The little girl, bewildered, shook her head in refusal. Huh? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Lin Xinyu, who had been reciting smoothly, paused to gaze at her. No, it's nothing. I just want to write it down. Before Lin Xinyu could respond, she flushed and returned the textbook to him, lowering her head to focus on her writing. As the morning self-study came to an end, the branches outside swayed in the wind, creating a rustling sound. Since the beginning of school, the sun had seemingly vanished, hidden behind dense, dark clouds. Bai Shihan rummaged through her backpack and, having wisely checked the balcony before leaving, noticed the abundance of dark clouds, prompting her to bring an umbrella. Lin Xinyu glanced out the window. The birds began to descend, as if heralding an impending storm. Some lovebirds nestled together, singing sweetly to one another, providing mutual encouragement. The little girl cast her gaze toward them, subconsciously turning to Lin Xinyu, as if he too would shield her from the rain. Fortunately, the rain that began to fall was light, and the two little birds quickly found a shelter, one even preening its partner's feathers with its wings. Bai Shihan recalled the last time Lin Xinyu had used a towel to dry her hair. His technique was still unrefined, and at times he would accidentally wipe her eyes. As the morning class commenced, the light rain gradually intensified into a downpour, accompanied by gusty winds. The little girl, burdened with her thoughts, contemplated whether she should let him know about her umbrella tucked away in her bag. He surely had an umbrella as well. If he found out, they wouldn't be able to share one like they did last time. Recalling the last time he drenched her and she caught a cold, the obstinate girl this time wished for Lin Xinyu to soak her again. In doing so, it would mean he was taking care of her. After school, those who possessed umbrellas became the protectors, and it was not uncommon for 4 or 5 individuals to huddle beneath a single umbrella. The thrill of the moment overshadowed the practicality of staying dry. Hey, you little rascal, still using an umbrella? Scram! Don't splash water on me. In the rain, the disciplinary teacher would not roam the streets to catch students. Thus some boys took the opportunity to tease the girls. While such behavior was indeed disgraceful, it was, regrettably, one of the most effective ways to garner attention at that age. Lin Xinyu stared blankly at Bai Shihan. The young girl, not grasping the meaning behind his gaze, lowered her head, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. You didn't bring an umbrella, either? Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan perked up. She bashfully retrieved an umbrella from her backpack, the very one Lin Xinyu had gifted her last time. Wow, Bai Shihan, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared this time. You didn't bring an umbrella again? Bai Shihan feigned surprise, her cheeks flushed. If one were to touch her, they would surely feel the warmth radiating from her. I just knew you would bring one. Despite her happiness, Bai Shihan couldn't help but admire his audacity. What did he mean by new? It was quite evident he had simply forgotten. The thought of once again squeezing under the same umbrella with him brought Bai Shihan joy, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, good friends shouldn't think this way. How could she hope that he hadn't brought an umbrella? Let's go have a meal together. I never said I would use your umbrella. You were the one who invited me to share it. What kind of person are you? Your expression clearly conveys your eagerness to share an umbrella with me, yet you deny it. How shameless. You said you would help me get lunch at noon. No problem. I can feed you. I don't want that the sensation of being fed could be addicting. Even merely consuming candy had already turned her into such a state, let alone being fed a meal. Bai Shihan dared not ponder further. She simply could not allow that to happen. Come on, good friend. Sharing an umbrella is perfectly acceptable. It's just a little squeeze. Mainly, I'm not in good health. Remember last time? Even with an umbrella, I caught a cold, and you had to take care of me all day. If I fall ill again, it would be utterly unbearable. How shameless. For a moment, Bai Shihan questioned whether allowing Lin Xinyu to share her umbrella was a wise decision. However, he had already insisted it was merely sharing between friends. Refusing would surely lead him to think she did not regard him as a true friend. Before she could voice her thoughts, she distinctly felt the umbrella vanish from its place and reappear in his grasp. Let us go. It's time for lunch. I'll take care of it. Okay. Bai Shihan followed Lin Xinyu downstairs. As they reached the viewing area, the umbrella was opened and their proximity to one another diminished. Even with prior experiences, her nerves fluttered at this initial closeness. She had yet to fully acclimate to his movements and could only follow his lead as they entered. Come a little closer. Okay. Why do you keep running outside? You should come in. If you do, you won't get wet. Move a little closer. The wind is rather strong. All right. Bai Shihan never anticipated that, despite her relentless efforts to drench herself, he would always intervene just in time. This simply won't do. If this continues, her objective will surely remain unattainable. Before she could extend herself further outside, Lin Xinyu placed his hand firmly on her shoulder. The little white rabbit panicked, as if the big bad wolf were about to reveal its true nature and devour her. No, this cannot be allowed. Bai Shihan widened her eyes. She indeed wished to share the umbrella with him, but not in this manner. Brothers are meant to be a source of mischief. As they strolled side by side, approaching the cafeteria, Bai Shihan expressed a reluctance to maintain such close proximity. It felt as though he had enveloped her in his embrace. The rhythmic patter of rain on the umbrella echoed around them, and Bai Shihan dared not move, quietly savoring the moment, leaning against his shoulder, distinctly catching the scent of laundry detergent lingering on his clothes. With bated breath, she thought, it's almost time. Bai Shihan wore a pitiful expression, hoping Lin Xinyu would loosen his grip. If too many eyes fell upon them, it would surely be mortifying, especially with teachers possibly present in the cafeteria. It's fine. This is just how it is between me and Fatty. You go ahead when we put the umbrella away, Lin Xinyu remarked, gently urging her forward to prevent her from standing still. Due to their height difference, whenever Lin Xinyu tilted his head down, he could easily see her fair neck, which, unlike before, had now flushed a rosy hue, her little ears matching in color. Were it not for the fact that his hands were occupied, he would have surely pinched her cheek. You mustn't get wet. Though she didn't glance up at him from the corner of her eye, Bai Shihan noticed how Lin Xinyu instinctively adjusted the umbrella closer to her, intent on shielding her from the rain. She had already contemplated what to do, but being so closely embraced took her by surprise. The unique scent emanating from him wafted into her senses now and then, and Bai Shihan felt as if she were losing her composure. The prospect of getting wet no longer mattered. She simply wished for time to stand still in this moment. Yet, her heart raced with fear of being discovered, prompting her to discreetly push Lin Xinyu and remind him that the cafeteria was near. At last, Lin Xinyu began to retract the umbrella, and Bai Shihan seized the opportunity to ascend the steps to the entrance, exhaling heavily in relief. As Lin Xinyu followed her up, he gazed at her and teased, "No way. Did you blush from friendly hug?" "No, I didn't tease." Bai Shihan vehemently denied, even if it were true. How could he openly state it? She resolved never to share an umbrella with him again. Upon entering the cafeteria, the chaos of people due to the rain unsettled her. Typically, she had a love-hate relationship with rain. She despised it because it drew crowds during meal times, necessitating greater caution. Yet, the allure remained in the freedom of walking in the rain with an umbrella, allowing her solitude amidst the chaos, unbothered by the gazes of others. However, in that moment, she found herself unexpectedly enamored by the rain, wishing it would pour even harder, particularly when the surroundings were less crowded, granting her the chance to savor being held a little longer. Alas, she could not take the initiative. If she did, she knew she would become hopelessly addicted to this habit. Bai Shihan trailed behind Lin Xinyu, her small hand clutching the hem of his shirt, wishing she could hold on forever. Lin Xinyu was indeed genuine, leading the way in the queue, and he didn't forget to shield her as they approached the counter. Just as she was about to call for the sister serving the food, Bai Shihan spoke first. "Sister, I'll have 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, please." She certainly does not wish for him to call anyone else sister, not a soul. "Do we not agree that I would serve you your meal?" Despite her seemingly timid demeanor, there are moments when her courage knows no bounds. Alas, if only he could hold her a bit more firmly. Lin Xinyu, carrying a tray, made his way to their usual rendezvous spot. This time, Kongyu lingered nearby, casting a suggestive glance back and forth, wisely refraining from intruding as a third wheel. "Your hair is wet again," Bai Shihan lamented, vexed that this time she had intended to drench herself, only to have him beat her to it. "What of it? I am quite robust. Come over here and see. I even have abs." As Lin Xinyu prepared to beckon her over, Bai Shihan hurriedly averted her gaze, unwilling to look at this audacious fellow. With so many people in the cafeteria, it was best reserved for moments when they were alone together. "Here, dry off," Bai Shihan said, retrieving a tissue from her pocket and offering it to him. However, he did not take it as she had envisioned. Instead, he lowered his head, indicating she could assist him directly. She paused, the blush that should have faded resurfacing, and gently pulled out 2 tissues, extending her small hand to wipe away the raindrops that threatened to slide down his forehead. Lin Xinyu gazed at her, feeling that nothing else mattered as long as she was by his side. No matter how arduous the future might be, it would all be worthwhile. "You, I won't." The girl grew flustered under his unwavering gaze, her heart racing. She halted, anxious, desiring to continue, but feeling immobilized. "All right, let me do it." Lin Xinyu took the tissue from her hand, making sure to brush against her hand in the process, and then proceeded to wipe his face, neck, and briefly his hair. Thanks to his protective embrace, Bai Shihan's clothes remained clean, save for the inevitable dampness at the hem of her pants. "Let's eat. I can feed you," he offered. "No, please don't." Lin Xinyu found himself unable to resist her, knowing that this particular achievement had yet to be unlocked and could not be rushed. Truth be told, she yearned to be fed, yet she feared that if she allowed it, she would grow accustomed to such tenderness. Not being fed was acceptable. It did not hinder her enjoyment of watching him, so she occasionally looked up to sneak glances at Lin Xinyu as he ate. As long as she could see him every day, she felt a profound sense of contentment. In her childhood, even with her parents around, the atmosphere seemed bustling, drawing, tending to flowers, playing the piano, dancing. If she were to recount her life, it would surely sound vibrant and colorful, yet in her eyes, it felt like she was alone. Now, everything was different. Even mundane activities like eating, walking home, or studying imbued her life with a spectrum of colors. It was no longer the monotony she once knew. Even when faced with adversity, life felt rich and vivid. "You must eat more. You're so scrawny. I bet you feel bony to the touch." "I'm not thin." "How could that be?" "Come, let me feel." Bai Shihan immediately set down her chopsticks. "Alert, you can't touch." Then hurry and finish eating, put on some more weight, devour all this food. Lin Xinyu spoke while thoughtfully picking meat from the bowl for her. The young girl, puffed up with indignation, dared not retort, fearing his ire, and then checked to see if she had any meat on her plate. "You too. Take your time eating. I shall take my leave." One could not help but acknowledge that Kong Yu was indeed a promising lad. Upon noticing the sudden silence between the two, he casually remarked as he gathered the plates. "No." Bai Shihan was about to refuse when she heard another comment from Kong Yu. "Sister-in-law, keep a closer watch on brother Yu. He often peeped at the young girls bathing when he was a child." "Gongpeng." Just as Lin Xinyu called out, the other had already slipped away, proving himself to be a true brother. Turning to look at Bai Shihan, he found her intently focused on her meal. The first time he had ever seen her so earnest. 048. Couples often wander into the small woods. Gongpeng merely speaks in jest, attempting to soothe discord. He is envious and seeks to tarnish our pure friendship. Since we began dining, Bai Shihan has refrained from uttering a word. Typically, she would tug at his sleeve as they exited the cafeteria, yet now she merely maintains her distance, trailing behind. "Come here, it's raining. Do you believe you'll end up soaked? I might just visit you tonight to see you wash up." Bai Shihan pouted, showing a flicker of response. Despite her unhappiness, she obediently moved closer to him. The little girl was reluctant, but lacking an umbrella in her grasp, she had no choice but to follow his lead. Lin Xinyu glanced down at her. "Are you jealous?" "No, no." At last, he heard her voice, though her tone was somewhat flustered as she hastily denied it. "That won't do. Friends should not harbor jealousy. We ought to converse more. If something is bothering you, simply voice it." Bai Shihan looked up at him. "It's wrong to peek." Lin Xinyu gently ruffled her hair. "Those are mere fabrications. If I were to look, it would only be at you. How could I possibly look at anyone else? In our childhood, Kong Peng often attributed his misdeeds to me, so do not be deceived." Bai Shihan was unsure of the truth in his words, but seeing Lin Xinyu's earnestness, she chose to believe him. Simultaneously, she resolved to forego dieting. Judging by the way he looked at her at home, should she grow thin, he might indeed not notice her. Unbeknownst to Lin Xinyu, the little girl was lost in her thoughts. Holding the umbrella to draw her closer, he waited until the crowd thinned before extending his arm again, continuing to guide her towards the classroom in a semi-embrace. At that moment, Bai Shihan regretted her lack of determination, akin to a greedy little kitten. Her face nestled against his shoulder, subtly rubbing against him. The fear that once gripped her had transformed into a desire to prolong their walk, hoping for the rain to intensify. "You must remember, good friends cannot simply ignore one another without reason. Understand?" Bai Shihan nodded. "MHM." Lin Xinyu continued, "Moreover, jealousy is an emotion only couples experience. Only by agreeing to be my wife can one feel jealousy. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. For reasons unknown." Bai Shihan found his reasoning sensible and could only acquiesce. Furthermore, given their friendship, she believed she should not feel jealousy. Without jealousy, she could not ignore him, and thus, if she engaged with him, jealousy was unwarranted. Bai Shihan found herself puzzled, sensing that love seemed rather complex. She chose to remain a good friend, resting her head on his shoulder and secretly snuggling closer. Lin Xinyu, having successfully aided her in correcting her demeanor, resolved to bring the toys he had saved for Kong Pang's house to show his mother next time. Upon reaching the academic building, to avoid detection, the girl slipped away while he was busy folding the umbrella, her cheeks still flushed, resembling a kitten that had tasted meat. Before Lin Xinyu had ascended the steps, the little girl had vanished from sight. Throughout the afternoon, apart from assisting Lin Xinyu with his studies, Bai Shihan engaged in no other activities, either solving problems or searching for various items, leaving her intentions unclear. As they waited for the evening study session in the study room, the girl looked at him with a visage full of excitement, clutching a stack of materials and exercises. "Are these all for me?" she inquired. "Indeed," Lin Xinyu replied as he took the papers from her hands. "To be honest, you're not doing this out of revenge, are you?" At his words, Bai Shihan felt a flicker of annoyance and instinctively reached to reclaim the materials. Unexpectedly, he halted her movement, firmly grasping her small hand. "Are you trying to persuade me to take the entrance exam for Zhejiang University alongside you?" Bai Shihan felt her cheeks warm, particularly under the intensity of Lin Xinyu's gaze, which seemed almost predatory, instilling a sense of fear within her. "Friends do not deceive one another. I promised you I would attend Zhejiang University with you." Lin Xinyu gently caressed her hand, which felt as smooth as ever, making it difficult for him to let go. "All right," she acquiesced, resolving within her heart to make a decision she had never dared to make before, to choose for herself. The cat on the windowsill remained lazily sprawled out. This classroom, which had once belonged solely to it, now welcomed two familiar figures every evening. The essence of the girl, though seemingly imbued with trepidation towards the boy, compelled her to suppress her emotions and engage with him. The little cat groomed its paws. The human world is indeed complex. Perhaps it is best to remain an unambitious little fat cat. A refreshing breeze wafted in from outside, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Simultaneously, a disheartening piece of news descended upon Lin Xinyu. The rain had ceased. He had harbored hopes for a day-long downpour, envisioning a chance to embrace her once more after school, while the path home remained shrouded in darkness, inevitably leading to a squeeze here and a squeeze there. Yet, before it had even begun, it was already over. The psychology of individuals varies significantly. Bai Shihan exhaled in relief. Although she yearned to linger with him once more, it was clear that such indulgence could not continue. Once addicted, it would be exceedingly difficult to break free. They had agreed to maintain a friendship, without crossing certain boundaries. If he were to discover her true feelings, he would undoubtedly become furious. "Good luck on the mock exam," she encouraged as the school bell rang, extending her small hand to cheer him on. Even if no one else believed in Lin Xinyu, she was willing to stand by him. And her reasoning was simple. He had made a promise to her, and thus she chose to believe. "Come on, tonight I will lead you to unlock new achievements." Bai Shihan's eyes sparkled at this, as it signified that she would be able to indulge in many delectable treats she had never tasted before. The two proceeded as usual, but this time Kong Yu felt a tinge of guilt, daring not to appear within Lin Xinyu's line of sight. After walking a considerable distance in the darkness, Lin Xinyu spotted a pair of secret lovers and turned to Bai Shihan, saying, "Look, that couple over there. The boy is caressing her face and holding her hand. Oh dear, they've gone into the thicket. We mustn't look, he admonished. Is it permissible in this era to venture into the thicket? How shameless. Bai Shihan, have we ever ventured into the thicket?" he asked. Bai Shihan's eyes narrowed slightly in caution. "No," Lin Xinyu nodded. "See? Therefore, we are not a couple. We are merely good friends." The young girl opened her eyes wide, realizing the truth. From that moment on, she knew she must never accompany him to the small woods. "Now, open your mouth." Before Bai Shihan could respond, she instinctively complied upon hearing his voice. Immediately, she was met with the delightful sweetness on her tongue. Once again, she was being fed. It was unclear when it had begun, but each time, she found herself indulging in the candies he offered. Initially, they were handed to her, but as time progressed, she was directly fed. Bai Shihan extended her little tongue, gently licking her lips. Gazing at Lin Xinyu before her, she was determined not to miss a single moment of sweetness. 049 discovered. Stepping out of the school gates, under the guidance of Lin Xinyu, the two ventured to the adjacent snack street. Bai Shihan felt a sense of anticipation regarding the unlocking of new achievements. The milk candy slowly melted in her mouth, and as she inhaled the familiar aromas surrounding her, her face radiated contentment. Over there, it's quite crowded. Do you want to join? Lin Xinyu gestured towards the bustling food stall, already surrounded by eager patrons. Bai Shihan, unperturbed, nodded affirmatively. She was well aware that a crowded stall often hinted at delightful flavors, regardless of the offerings. Ah, how delightful! The old you would have vehemently shaken your head. Too timid to approach. Lin Xinyu gently ruffled her hair. The little girl seemed to relish this attention, no longer able to use her height as an excuse to refuse him. Let us go. Okay. She had blossomed into a remarkable young lady. No longer the timid child she once was. Just as she was about to draw near and unveil the mysteries of the stall, a voice emerged from behind. Shihan? Upon hearing that voice, Bai Shihan visibly panicked, unsure of how to respond, grateful that she hadn't been holding on a Lin Xinyu's sleeve, but merely trailing behind him. Song. Any song. Lin Xinyu quickly grasped the situation. This was the ant who had been searching their home for vegetables that day. Remaining composed, he whispered beside Bai Shihan, "It's all right, don't be afraid. Stay calm, we are good friends." Song Jilly was indeed taken aback. She had just finished her grocery shopping and was on her way home when she spotted someone who resembled Bai Shihan. Initially, she doubted her eyes, but as she turned to face the girl, that profile was unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, it truly was the gentleman's daughter. Yet, how could this possibly be the Bai Shihan who had always been too timid to step outside? Was she actually out to buy something to eat? Song Jelly approached with her groceries, glancing at the array of fried delicacies, speculating about Bai Shihan's intentions. "So what would you like to eat? Annie will buy it for you." Song Jelly had long desired to take her out, but the girl had persistently declined. Since middle school, she had been looking after her, and one could say she was like a daughter to her. Song Jelly understood the gentleman's strictness. He had never allowed Bai Shihan to wander freely. During her leisure time, she could only find solace in dancing and playing the piano. In the years before her brother's birth, she had very little freedom, but after his arrival, things had relaxed somewhat. "No, it's fine. I just want to look." "Don't worry, I'll one tea tell your father." Each time, Song Jelly merely feigned disapproval, treating Bai Shihan as if she were her own daughter, equally concerned about the presence of other boys in the household. Lin Xinyu stood nearby, recalling that Annie Song was quite amiable. As long as it didn't pose a threat to Bai Shihan, she would turn a blind eye. Otherwise, when Bai Shihan initially penned a letter to herself, it would have never reached her, surely intercepted and handed over to her parents. It was solely due to Song Jelly's assistance that the two could communicate effectively. Unfortunately, the little girl could no longer meet anyone. Lin Xinyu was nearby, and this sensation rendered Bai Shihan most anxious, fearing that Song Jelly might discern her secret. Even more aggravating was the fact that, behind Bai Shihan, Lin Xinyu was subtly caressing her small hand, not forgetting to indulge in gentle touches. How thrilling! Song Jelly had never anticipated that Bai Shihan would have any physical contact with the opposite sex. Throughout her life, the young girl had always been solitary. Not to mention classmates. Even she would sometimes choose to isolate herself, locking herself within her home. Had it not been for the vegetables she received each time, Song Jelly might have thought something had happened to Bai Shihan. Just a little bit. Don't worry about eating. Annie won't tell your father. This is our secret. After saying this, Song Jelly joined the queue. In her eyes, Bai Shihan being able to step outside was already a monumental change, regardless of whether she ate or not. As long as she wasn't cooped up at home all day, it was better than anything. If one were to remain cooped up for too long without interacting with others, that would be the most dreadful scenario. While Song Jelly queued, Lin Xinyu stealthily scratched Bai Shihan's palm again. This time, the girl was not indulgent, pulling her hand away to thwart Lin Xinyu's advances. "I'm encouraging you, so do not be afraid." Lin Xinyu's voice whispered at her ear, standing in a manner that suggested unfamiliarity, as if they were at another stall purchasing something. It was as if they were engaging in a clandestine friendship, tense yet exhilarating. Once Song Jelly completed her purchase, carrying the chicken bones and some fried snacks for Bai Shihan, she felt an unanticipated surge of joy. Noticing Bai Shihan's anxious expression, Song Jelly began to reassure her. Rest assured, I won't tell your father. Just eat these sparingly and consider it our little secret. All right, another secret. Initially, it was merely a secret shared with Lin Xinyu, and now suddenly there was an additional person involved. Can you go home alone? Would you like Annie to accompany you back? Bai Shihan panicked and quickly shook her head. I can manage. Annie believes in you. Song Jelly smiled, waving goodbye. And in her view, as long as the young girl made progress, that was the greatest joy of all. Phew, Annie has left. Bai Shihan sighed in relief, swatting away the mischievous hand that attempted to draw circles in her palm. Annie is quite kind. The little girl nodded, picking up the roasted chicken skeleton. She had never tasted such a thing before, and today was the perfect opportunity to try. Lin Xinyu observed her. Well then, does this count as unlocking a new achievement? Yes. Previously, she had never engaged in conversation with anyone. Even with Annie, it was merely polite exchanges. Now, besides Lin Xinyu, she had a second confidant. She once feared being caught, thinking everything would come to an end, but now it seemed the world was not as bleak as she had imagined. First, there was Lin Xinyu, and then Annie's song. The entire world appeared much brighter. As she nibbled on the chicken bone, Bai Shihan occasionally glanced up to steal a look at him. Although he often wore a mischievous grin, he consistently offered her various forms of protection. They meandered along the narrow path towards home. Accompanied by Lin Xinyu, they reached the bottom of her residence. This time, he did not request to accompany her inside. Instead, he waved goodbye to Bai Shihan. The young girl felt a twinge of reluctance, but nodded in agreement. Under his watchful gaze, she took a step away. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow indeed. Once Bai Shihan ascended the stairs, Lin Xinyu turned to leave, not from a lack of desire to remain with her, but due to other pressing matters. As was her routine, the young girl tiptoed to the corner window, watching him depart. In the shadows, Bai Shihan's mouth fell agape. Just as Lin Xinyu exited, she spotted Song Jelly's figure at the corner ahead, evidently waiting for him. Suddenly, the chicken bone lost its appeal. 050. As long as we are together, little girl remains unaware, yet Lin Xinyu understands. Song Jelly's presence is no coincidence. She must have observed their interactions before approaching. The notion that she genuinely departed is preposterous. Lin Xinyu refrains from alarming Bai Shihan, hence his deliberate demeanor. He is well aware of her handling methods, having engaged with her before. In the corner, Song Jelly patiently awaits. Hello, classmate. Do you know Bai Shihan? I do. Lin Xinyu readily admits, surprising Song Jelly. Though taken aback, she quickly regains her composure. Shihan is different from others. She seems to care for you more than anyone else. I want to expose anything directly in front of her. Focus on your studies, and please do not wish to see her in tears, unable to express herself. Song Jelly speaks softly, not as a threat to distance him, but rather as a reminder for Lin Xinyu to avoid unnecessary thoughts. Auntie, I am quite aware of what she needs and what my responsibilities entail. I would never want to witness her sorrow. I will not overstep my bounds. And I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential from her father. Such revelations would lead her to seclude herself again. While I do not believe I can rescue her entirely, I will strive to bring her joy. Lin Xinyu asserts firmly, showing no sign of retreat. It has been a long time since I have seen her so happy as she is today. Song Jelly sighs, battling the urge to dismiss this young man, yet finding no grounds to refute the truth in his words. Understanding that Song Jelly regards Bai Shihan as her own daughter, her concern is palpable. Assurances offered now would merely be perceived as naive. The only viable proof lies in demonstrating their lack of inappropriate relations. Rest assured, Annie, my relationship with Bai Shihan is purely that of good friends and classmates. She tutors me, and I merely wish to treat her to a meal. In our final year, our focus must remain solely on our studies, a fact both Bai Shihan and I acknowledge. As long as their thoughts are anchored in learning, and given Song Jelly's rational nature, communication proves more manageable than with Bai Shihan's parents. If she isn't genuinely happy, you want to see her again. Song Jilly laments, torn between wanting to send Lin Xinyu away and fearing a regression in Bai Shihan's demeanor, ultimately choosing to overlook the situation. Auntie, should you ever find that I've overstepped my bounds or caused Bai Shihan distress, I will not contest your words, Lin Xinyu adds, sensing her hesitation. Song Jilly observes him. You seem more mature than your peers. So does that mean you agree, Auntie? He inquires. What use is my agreement? It merely means I can maintain the FA for a while. Who knows what you might be feeding her, she retorts. Lin Xinyu chuckles, scratching his head. Auntie, rest assured, our primary focus this year is studying. Song Jilly nods, realizing she has no choice but to consent to his request for discretion, as there are no better alternatives. Their brief conversation reveals that Lin Xinyu is well aware of the distinctions between right and wrong. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Jilly felt a subtle discomfort within her, akin to a cherished cabbage being prodded by an unexpected swine. Once she departed, Lin Xinyu exhaled with relief. To claim he was unperturbed would be a falsehood. This was a genuine first encounter with parents obstructing his path. Thankfully, his extensive experience allowed him to maintain composure in face-to-face situations, though a modicum of trepidation lingered. The light cast shadows at the corner, flickering in and out of visibility. Initially, Lin Xinyu failed to grasp the situation, mistakenly believing his shadow could stretch and round the bend. Upon reflection, he thought, what audacity this young girl possesses. While he stood there, anxious, she was eavesdropping. The wind was biting and cool, and on the narrow path, numerous puddles had formed. Without the streetlights, the little girl could have effortlessly concealed herself at the corner. How long do you intend to hide? Observing the shadows on the ground, they distinctly shifted inward, the movement subtle and nearly soundless. Lin Xinyu remained rooted in place. Be cautious. Even shadows shift on the ground. Next time, find a more suitable hiding spot. One that is more professional. I'm not here. Amused by her antics, Lin Xinyu retrieved candy from his pocket and approached, catching sight of Bai Shihan concealed beside the bushes. The little girl hadn't even had the chance to nibble on her chicken leg before Lin Xinyu appeared before her. Silently chanting, "You cannot see the nest." Lin Xinyu stood beside her. Oh, where did such a large person go? Bai Shihan laughed joyfully. Sometimes, what she needed was not merely to be found, but for someone to comprehend her desires, to share in the simplicity of childhood whimsy. Regardless, the entirety of this experience was exhilarating. The little girl had not anticipated that her aunt would return midway to speak with Lin Xinyu. Had she not been accustomed to watching him depart from the window, she would have remained oblivious to the evening's events. That night, following the rain, the wind occasionally swept by at the corner, and without a coat, Bai Shihan shivered slightly, yet her smile never faded. The distance between them was not vast, but it felt closer than ever. Noticing her mouth empty, Lin Xinyu extended a hand to feed her the milk candy, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her lips, so soft. Her cheeks flushed, adorably so. The affections of youth are not so convoluted. They exist simply as a pure fondness, or perhaps a hidden affection that one dares not articulate. For those who find it difficult to express their feelings, it often stems from a fear of disrupting the delicate balance of their current relationship or silent agreement with another to remain unspoken. As long as he was near, they could spend every day together. Such was the essence of simple contentment. If we don't head back soon, you'll catch a cold, and I certainly want to be looking after you. Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan chuckled, well aware of his stubbornness. He would never truly neglect her care. The conversation between the aunt and him was overheard while she concealed herself in the corner. Although such behavior may be deemed inappropriate, the delightful content she gleaned from their exchange rendered it not entirely negative. Lin Xinyu, what's the matter? Bai Shihan raised her little head, gazing at him earnestly. We will always be happy, won't we? If you could just feed me the milk candy from your mouth right now, I might be even happier. He truly is quite annoying. 051. This is your home. Why are you in a panic? In the time that followed, Bai Shihan took the initiative to purchase breakfast, to queue for meals, and to head to the study room, of course, provided that Lin Xinyu was present. When alone, one must not be overly audacious. Nevertheless, she felt significantly more confident than before. At the very least, if the disciplinary director spotted her now, she could maintain her composure and not feel her heart race. Lin Xinyu was the one with the audacity. She was not. Bai Shihan, look at the accuracy of my responses now. Observing her deskmate's progress each day was undeniably a source of enjoyment. The only sorrowful aspect was that the countdown on the left side of the blackboard was steadily decreasing. The number had now dwindled to 86. During this time, Song Jieli took it upon herself to keep an eye on Lin Xinyu whenever she returned home, not exactly obstructing him, but rather watching from a distance to prevent any untoward advantage. Over time, Bai Shihan emerged as the ultimate victor. Witnessing Lin Xinyu's frustrated demeanor filled her with joy. However, in the same room, she would become more reserved. I will go prepare dinner. Every evening, Lin Xinyu continued his routine of studying at Bai Shihan's home. Initially, Song Jieli harbored concerns and would check in intermittently. Eventually, upon finding them diligently reviewing their materials each time she opened the door, her suspicions were alleviated. After all, in her mind, such a well-behaved Bai Shihan could never engage in any improper conduct. It seems you haven't been writing those stories lately, Bai Shihan remarked as she glanced at Lin Xinyu when he completed his homework, quickly diverting her attention elsewhere, feigning innocence. Those stories must not interfere with studying. I promised you we would attend Zhejiang University together. The little girl was easily appeased, her spirits instantly lifted by his words. You must be quite exhausted, balancing studies and writing stories. What? Are you feeling sympathetic? Bai Shihan turned her head away. No, not at all. She should not have questioned him. Her demeanor remained unabashed. Lin Xinyu continued, it's not too tiring. I'll wash up when I get home, sketch out the plot, and write 2,000 or 3,000 words before sleeping. Do you write all night? 1 or 2 hours is sufficient. How impressive. Bai Shihan wished to join him. That way, she could covertly observe him every day. After spending a few days together, Lin Xinyu realized that only this girl believed in him. Others considered his progress a mere joke, while she consistently studied alongside him, as if anything Lin Xinyu promised was achievable. The mock exam is the day after tomorrow. If my score remains the same, we may have to part ways. No, you will definitely succeed. But what if I don't? What will you do then? No, that won't happen. It must be that the exam paper is too difficult. Lin Xinyu ruffled her hair, finding Bai Shihan utterly adorable. She never sought reasons for his shortcomings. She preferred to believe it was the exam's fault rather than his. It was precisely this quality that endeared her to him. Rest assured, we will certainly remain deskmates. Bai Shihan nodded, yes, always. Indeed, always. Due to the lack of ink in the pen, the two individuals shifted their battlefield to a room. The living room felt somewhat chilly at night, prompting them to retreat to the bedroom. Bai Shihan, who usually kept everything tidy, never feared unexpected inspections from the other party. Aside from the closet, everything else was open for scrutiny. After changing their clothes, it was difficult for a man and a woman alone in a room not to evoke thoughts of intimacy. The young girl's cheeks flushed, never having anticipated that a boy could enter her bedroom multiple times. Once all their assignments were completed, Lin Xinyu turned to the side, where Bai Shihan had been stealing glances, having not held hands as good friends for quite some time. Bai Shihan, who had been waiting nearby, retreated in haste upon hearing his words. Initially, her little feet had been swinging on the bed, but startled, she sat upright and tucked them beneath her, as if to protect them from being devoured. No, that cannot happen. The image of couples holding hands as they entered the grove flashed in her mind, and Bai Shihan realized that such an entrance necessitated hand-holding. Thus, she could not allow him to take her hand, not even as good friends. How stingy. You don't regard me as a good friend. Lin Xinyu did not press the matter further. Instead, he returned to his desk to continue solving problems, casting the question back to Bai Shihan, curious to see how she would respond. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the girl still wore her white lace-trimmed short socks, her little toes wiggling inside as if pondering whether to take his hand to affirm their friendship. Despite knowing that his intentions might not be pure, she found herself unable to confront him. Come here, help me check this. With this legitimate reason, Bai Shihan dared to approach Lin Xinyu for during their checks. He was always honest, quietly observing her without sudden gestures like hand-holding or touching her palm. As Bai Shihan diligently checked the work, she grew increasingly astonished, even gasping. How impressive. Previously, he would often get several questions wrong, but in the past few days, his accuracy seemed remarkably high. Even those questions he commonly erred on were now correct. Thank goodness for you. Lin Xinyu whispered this near her ear, causing the young girl's face to flush. Warmth enveloping her, her ears also turning crimson. Dressed in matching school uniforms, she could hear his breath, and even her toes began to shyly squirm. Yes, it's your own effort. Bai Shihan always deflected the credit onto Lin Xinyu. For her, his progress was a source of joy. Lin Xinyu gazed at her, meeting her eyes. Before I met you, I could hardly answer any questions correctly. Now, after completing my studies, my accuracy is high. Do you know why? The young girl shook her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. I don't know. It means. Lin Xinyu deliberately paused, causing her to feel anxious, then continued. Without you, I struggle. As their gazes locked, Lin Xinyu's eyes gradually filled with affection, making Bai Shihan's face grow even redder. Ding dong. Ding dong. The urgent chime of the doorbell resonated, perfectly mirroring Bai Shihan's flustered emotions, as if she wished to conceal herself entirely. She hastily flung aside the covers and sought refuge beneath them. Hello, Bai Shihan. This is your home. Oh yes, this is indeed my home. So why am I so flustered? Bai Shihan's heart raced, as if on the verge of leaping from her chest. Lin Xinyu lifted her blanket, exclaiming, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and open the door. Otherwise, Annie might genuinely think we are up to something in here. The young girl was utterly bewildered. She could not fathom why she had instinctively hidden beneath the covers. She had been innocent and unblemished, as if something had suddenly tainted her. Next time, she vowed never to allow him into her room again. If only they could share the same examination room. Two individuals stood at the entrance. Had it not been for Bai Shihan's impeccable attire, Song Jili might have unleashed her ire. Time was of the essence, and it was best to return and rest. At this hour, Lin Xinyu would invariably appear, ensuring her safe return home, fearing that a late-night stay might occur, an eventuality that must be avoided at all costs. Lin Xinyu nodded, gathering his belongings. I apologize, Annie, for the daily tutoring sessions. I hope I haven't been a bother. I shall take my leave now. Oh, it's nothing. Song Jili remained silent, internally lamenting the fact that young women should not be retained. In the past, she would never have allowed a boy into the room. Now, however, it seemed a boy had been granted entry, and had it not been for a timely discovery, who knows how long she could have been kept in the dark. I'm off now. See you tomorrow, Annie. Lin Xinyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and bid farewell. Some experiences inevitably have their first and countless subsequent occurrences. As for persuading Bai Shihan to avoid meeting Lin Xinyu, it was an impossible task. Thus, Song Jili had no choice but to turn a blind eye, hoping to maintain the charade for as long as possible. Once Lin Xinyu descended the stairs, Bai Shihan longed to approach the window to watch him depart. But with Annie Song present, she could only remain rooted in place, head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Seeing that Song Jili remained silent, the young girl could no longer contain herself and pretended to tidy up her clothes, her true intention to catch a glimpse of Lin Xinyu as he vanished from sight, which inexplicably brought her a sense of satisfaction. Did she harbor feelings for him? Initially, Bai Shihan thought she had misheard until she met Song Jili's earnest gaze, realizing that the inquiry was indeed directed at her. No, that's not it. We are merely good friends. That was always how he described their relationship, and besides, couples were supposed to venture into secluded glades, something they had never done. Thus, they were just good friends, right? Even if Lin Xinyu often teased her about being his wife, or holding hands, or occasionally wanting to embrace, those were merely jesting exchanges between friends. It must be so. Song Jili refrained from admonishing her to maintain distance from Lin Xinyu. Instead, subtly reminded, Shihan, and he can only do so much to help you keep this under wraps. But you must not overstep any boundaries. Bai Shihan nodded, relieved that she had only agreed to be good friends. Apart from the occasional hand-holding, nothing inappropriate had transpired. She prided herself on her restraint. She was indeed a girl of measure. Song Jili saw no reason to continue the conversation and, after reminding her to avoid romantic entanglements, departed. Back in her bedroom, Bai Shihan retrieved her phone. Through their recent exchanges, she had come to realize that Lin Xinyu was quite the deceiver. Initially, he had claimed that the contact label was automatically assigned by the system, when in fact it could be altered at will. Had she not found herself bored waiting for messages, she might have remained oblivious forever. The term husband loomed large above, and though she wished to change it, she found herself paralyzed, unable to take action, and so she continued to feign ignorance, not forgetting to send a good-night message. "Good morning, Bai Shihan." "Good morning, Lin Xinyu." Look, she could now effortlessly greet him. Every morning, the two individuals found themselves in a state of profound freedom, and Song Jiuli could never have imagined that they would spend the entire day together. Lin Xinyu gently patted her head and declared, "I proclaim that you have become a commendable friend." The young girl beamed with joy, relishing this personal achievement. Time seemed to fly. As if just yesterday Bai Shihan was timid and reserved, yet now she could confidently venture out alone to purchase steamed buns. The queue was long, filled with students exchanging grievances about early morning classes or discussing the unresolved exercises from the previous night. Lin Xinyu stood behind Bai Shihan, providing her with the courage to face the day without fear. "Steamed rithikakis, x, saomai, soy milk, meat buns." She had become adept at distinguishing all varieties of breakfast offerings with precision. Returning to the classroom, Bai Shihan was more diligent than ever, diligently organizing materials and clarifying various exercises from the early morning. Lin Xinyu was equally busy, acutely aware of the implications of the exam schedule for the following day, especially when he noticed class monitor Li Hua casting furtive glances in his direction. It was clear that expectations were high. Not only him, but many students were stirred with anticipation, divided into three factions. One eagerly awaiting Lin Xinyu's potential blunders, another hoping to witness Li Hua's continued embarrassment, and the last group, neutral, simply wishing to focus on their studies, adopting an attitude of detached indifference. With the impending mock exam, Bai Shihan felt the weight of anxiety more than anyone else. In her heart, being with Lin Xinyu brought immense comfort. He always paid meticulous attention to her needs, and although he could be stern at times, his demeanor was predominantly gentle. By noon, Bai Shihan wore a look of deep contemplation, which prompted Lin Xinyu to forcibly offer her a piece of candy. "You shouldn't indulge too much. It could lead to cavities." Lin Xinyu glanced down at her. "Oh, you were aware of that? Yet, you used to give me candy all the time. If you wish to avoid cavities, then starting now, be a little happier." "All right." Bai Shihan, who was once adept at concealing her feelings, found herself unable to lie since being with Lin Xinyu. Any emotion would instantly reflect on her face. Since morning, she had been silently praying to share the same examination room, hoping that proximity might allow her to offer subtle assistance. "You can do it." Lin Xinyu ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Relax, we will definitely be seated together." "Okay." Bai Shihan was easily content. A mere assurance was enough to brighten her spirits, regardless of the exam results. When mealtime arrived, Kong Yu, undeterred by the possibility of retribution, approached with a tray in hand. Such moments were sacred. It was essential to find someone to place one's hopes upon the day before an exam. "Yuga, if they arrange the seating for the exam, I'll be counting on you for my weekly allowance. Don't worry, I'm just a voyeur. My sister-in-law keeps a tight leash on me." Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed crimson. She wanted to protest, but feared embarrassing Lin Xinyu. Instead, she quietly ate her meal, choosing to listen in on the conversation. "Sister-in-law, last time was just a joke. The one who peeped was me, and it had nothing to do with Yuga." It must be said that Kong Yu exhibits a remarkable ability to adapt. He immediately comprehended Lin Xinyu's intentions and proceeded to clarify his previous remarks to Bai Shihan. The young girl felt a surge of happiness within her, for she had not conversed with anyone else, causing her to stammer once more. Yet, the mere thought that Lin Xinyu was not peeking made her movements during the meal accelerate considerably. One might wonder, with merely over 80 days remaining until the college entrance examination, why one would not seize the opportunity to revise diligently. Would one still consider copying from others when the time comes to enter the examination hall? Bai Shihan nodded in agreement with Lin Xinyu's sentiments, all the while secretly wishing that they could share the same examination room. 053. I shall remain by your side always. The seating arrangement is determined randomly each time. It is either based on academic performance or organized by class. By the time lunch arrives, the class monitor begins to post the seating chart. Upon seeing the results, if permitted, Li Hua truly wishes to swap his name with Lin Xinyu's. Initially, neither of them was aware. The young girl, deterred by the crowd, hesitated to push forward to view the seating chart, waiting until the throng had thinned before daring to seek out their names. Lin Xinyu trailed behind, watching as Bai Shihan rose on her toes, suppressing the impulse to lift her up. How fortuitous! Look, you're seated directly above me. Clearly, this seating arrangement was randomized by class, positioning them one above the other on the chart. Bai Shihan was elated. She feared if he were seated above her, she would not be able to share answers with him. This is not my fault. The burden falls solely on him. Lin Xinyu shrugged helplessly. In the cafeteria, unable to withstand Kong Yu's persistent pleas, he ultimately agreed that if they were seated nearby, he would deliberately expose his answers, confident that his keen eyesight would work wonders. Yet, before it even commenced, it was already over. Indeed, the young girl nodded, thinking she could serve as a witness this time. Let us go. Let us tidy up our belongings in the corridor, as the examination room will soon be arranged. All right. As they approached the final semester of high school, both the bold and the timid were in a state of anticipation, contemplating whether to confess their feelings through traditional love letters or to bury their sincere affections within their hearts, cherishing the bittersweet memories of their youthful infatuations for the future. Inside and outside the classroom, nearly everyone was busily preparing the examination venue. Often, at such moments, boys would find excuses to approach the girls who captivated their hearts, showcasing their prowess in moving desks. Look, over there is a fool happily offering assistance, while the girls pair up with another boy, lifting desks in unison. As high school progresses, teachers tend to relax their oversight. As long as it is not excessive, they often choose to turn a blind eye. The young girl struggled to carry a hefty stack of books, while Lin Xinyu offered to help. However, her determination prevailed as her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she finally managed to deliver the books to their destination, resting them alongside the mischievous boy-esque collection. Next came the task of moving desks. Li Hua always chose to assist at this juncture, yet Bai Shihan rejected his offers each time during exams, preferring to bear the burden alone rather than accept help. But now when you refuse to listen and overindulge, look, you can't even lift the desk. Let go of your stubbornness. Without waiting for her consent, Lin Xinyu seized the desk and moved it away. The young girl pouted in indignation, reluctantly trailing behind him. Once all tasks were completed, they could gather their belongings and return home, anticipating the morning self-study session at school the following day. The examination duration mirrored that of the college entrance examination, spanning from 9 to 11:30, a total of 2.5 hours. Already, some students were shouldering their backpacks, preparing to depart. With her backpack neatly arranged, Bai Shihan felt a surge of joy. It was her inaugural moment sitting beside Lin Xinyu, especially considering their hierarchical relationship. The odds of such an occurrence from her freshman year to the present were remarkably slim, and even if they were to relive the past, Lin Xinyu wouldn't recall anything akin to this during high school. It seemed that the transformations in Bai Shihan during this period had triggered a butterfly effect in subsequent events. The only fortunate aspect was that everything was progressing positively. Let us go home. Today, no one will disturb us. This felt akin to an early dismissal, and surely Song Jiuli was oblivious to it, which implied that Lin Xinyu could act freely until then. Bai Shihan understood the implication. She would never surreptitiously extend her little hand to invite him to draw circles in her palm. Carrying her petite backpack, she walked behind him, admiring his familiar silhouette, filled with an inexplicable sense of contentment. Lin Xinyu extracted some candy from his pocket, but this time, the little girl quickly covered her mouth, preventing him from forcibly feeding her. However, he simply peeled the wrapper and popped it in his own mouth, showing no intention of sharing. What is wrong with you? In the past, he would never have taken candy so readily. It was evident that he had something on his mind. Lin Xinyu did not conceal his thoughts from her. This weekend, I should return to visit my grandmother. Noticing the sorrow etched across his brow, Bai Shihan understood that feeling all too well. She often felt the same when she found herself alone in a corner, uncertain of what awaited her, yet aware it was likely something disheartening. All right, Bai Shihan lacked comprehension of this sentiment. Her grandmother had passed away when she was very young, leaving her unaware of Lin Xinyu's emotions. She simply wished to accompany him silently, providing quiet support without intruding. Let us take the exam first. After that, we'll have a break, and I'll take you back to see her. Realizing the implication, Bai Shihan grew slightly anxious. She understood that declining would be inappropriate, yet she felt apprehensive. Although she appeared bold before Lin Xinyu, she was inherently shy around strangers, often stuttering her words. Lin Xinyu sighed, sensing her discomfort. It's fine. I can go back alone. Bai Shihan panicked, particularly upon hearing his sigh, as if she were acutely aware of her lack of loyalty. It seemed rather unfair to let him face sorrow alone when he was clearly upset. I can do it. She was that kind of person, using her friendship as a pretext to fulfill her desires, finding immense satisfaction merely by being in his presence. Lin Xinyu's desire to visit was not a sudden whim. Rather, it was a decision long in the making. As he feared the potential loss and the uncontrollable emotions that could arise from seeing someone he had once lost. As they walked along the path home, the sun still hung in the sky. This time, the little girl refrained from stepping on the shadow of the troublesome object, instead extending her small hand to align with his palm's shadow, as if seeking to offer solace. Good luck on the exam. I will always be by your side. What did you say? Lin Xinyu suddenly realized, as if he had heard words he had never encountered before. He immediately halted his steps, lowering his gaze to the flushed face of Bai Shihan. Yet, she was unwilling to speak further, feeling a wave of heat envelop her body, her legs trembling with weakness. If not for her sheer willpower, she would have certainly collapsed to the ground. No. Exams? Keep going. Bai Shihan nervously altered her earlier words, silently committing her thoughts to memory. The setting sun cast its golden glow across the horizon, complemented by the crimson clouds, creating the most beautiful scene they had ever witnessed. Lin Xinyu smiled, simply because of the girl beside him. Sensing her anxious breaths, he gently spoke. I will be here, always. 054. Preemptive practice look. There's another pair of young lovers over there. Bai Shihan blushed furiously, abruptly interrupting the tender gesture of hand-holding that lingered in the shadows. This fellow always had a knack for shattering the romantic ambience with a sudden quip. Despite the words spoken, she could not help but follow his gaze. The moment she glanced over, her cheeks burned even brighter. How could that young man be so brazen as to tease a girl like that? In the narrow alley, the two of them lurked discreetly, hesitant to intrude upon the couple's intimate moment, waiting for their affection to conclude before making their move. If Fatty were present, there would undoubtedly be whistling, a surefire way to interrupt any couple in the throes of romance. In his words, I haven't even experienced love myself. How dare you flaunt it in front of me? Lin Xinyu was not that kind of person, and Bai Shihan would never make a sound. Her breath heavy yet barely audible, fearful of being discovered by the couple hidden in the alley. She watched as the young man grew bolder, roughly pressing the girl against the wall, then kissing her. The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Then, the boy wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, holding both of her hands, lost in a euphoric moment. Bai Shihan was taken aback. So this is what love is. How wonderful. Lin Xinyu breathed in the vibrancy of youth beside her. If only he could tease Bai Shihan in the same manner. Bai Shihan, however, harbored a different sentiment, her gaze filled with suspicion, as if Lin Xinyu had suddenly transformed into a big bad wolf, poised to pin her against the wall at any moment. I should head home. The little girl dared not linger any longer. As she emerged from the corner, she inadvertently made a noise, disturbing the enamored couple. Bai Shihan's face flushed, unable to look at them, her legs trembling as she forcefully moved away. Lin Xinyu, with an apologetic expression, remarked, I'm sorry, please continue. After catching up to Bai Shihan, she refused to lean against the wall, her eyes brimming with tears, the images in her mind persistent. Only now with her and Lin Xinyu as the protagonists. You see, you are quite unreasonable. Bai Shihan halted, eager to hear his reasoning behind her supposed irrationality. Lin Xinyu's expression turned earnest, his demeanor serious. You didn't know about these things before, did you? Bai Shihan nodded, her face aflame. Indeed? That means you were completely unaware that it could be like this. If I hadn't seen it, you would have remained oblivious. I don't wish to know. We're good friends. Good friend can attempt such things beforehand. You would surely enjoy it. I don't want to. Bai Shihan quickened her pace, no longer needing Lin Xinyu to accompany her, easily making her way to the base of the residential building. Although Lin Xinyu longed to emulate the couple in the alley, he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Given Bai Shihan's current comfort level, it seemed that occasional hand-holding was the extent of what she could accept. Pushing for more at this stage might jeopardize even their future encounters. The foremost task now is to help her acclimate, to ensure that she feels no embarrassment when recalling those matters, thereby paving the way for the next step. Everything must be approached gradually. One cannot expect to devour an entire pie in a single bite. It is essential to ignite within her a fervent desire for love, allowing progress to unfold naturally. Their current interactions are quite simple. They occasionally engage in activities typical of lovers while maintaining the guise of friends. And the young girl seems to delight in this dynamic, which is sufficient for now. Even though apprehensive, Bai Shihan chooses to wait for him at the base of the building. As she gazes into the distance, watching the figure approach, her initial anxiety dissipates. When Lin Xinyu finally appears before her, he unexpectedly presents her with a rose, the source of which remains a mystery. The distant sound of intermittent barking reaches her ears, a reminder that roses bloom nearby. Lin Xinyu graciously offers the flower to her. Without hesitation, Bai Shihan accepts it, relieved to find that the small thorns have been thoughtfully removed, sparing her from any sudden prick. The fragrance of the rose is intoxicating. Before she can even take a moment to inhale its scent, a loud commotion disrupts the air. Which little rascal is stealing my flowers to impress a girl? Lin Xinyu ascends the stairs, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Noticing Bai Shihan's gaze, he can only offer an explanation. Who knew this would end up on the ground for someone else to claim? It is evident that even Bai Shihan finds this reasoning hard to believe. Look at you, as if you've never seen a flower before. Consider it a gift from a good friend. Bai Shihan, not lacking in intelligence, understands that Lin Xinyu's words are intended to alleviate any potential burden on her heart. Breathing in the floral aroma, she ascends the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the landing, she finds Lin Xinyu waiting for her, the area devoid of other people. As she retrieves her keys, she instinctively steps back, wary of him. Lin Xinyu gestures for her to come closer. Say, what are you standing there for? Open the door and let me rest. He is deceiving her. Fortunately, the dog belonging to the flower's owner is tied up, or the situation would undoubtedly have been awkward. A boy must maintain his pride in front of a girl, and the truth cannot be revealed. Upon entering, she slips into the slippers prepared for her, and as she sits on the sofa, it feels as if she has found a home. Observing Lin Xinyu sprawled on the sofa, Bai Shihan breathes in the scent of the rose in her hands. She had never imagined such a day would come, or that someone would unexpectedly emerge in her life. Regardless of the reasons or past experiences, he stands before her, unwavering, promising that no matter what challenges arise, he will always be there. Ordinary individuals may fail to comprehend the feelings of solitude she has endured, the joy sought amidst loneliness, the conversations held only with dolls, the secret cultivation of interests that made those days the most arduous. Everyone has dictated what she should do, asserting that certain actions would garner affection. Yet no one has ever inquired about her true desires. Only within her self-imposed isolation has she discovered fleeting happiness. Lin Xinyu can sense the struggle she has faced, but has never been one to pry into her past. Even the long-held tenderness in his heart remains unspoken, as he simply wishes for her to find genuine joy. Fortunately, he has indeed burst into her world. In the final moments of their high school journey, the bond between the two individuals steadily flourished. Although she had not yet consented to become his wife, the girl had already come to regard him as an essential presence in her daily life. How could one not feel content with a girl who, though she never explicitly declared her affection, consistently acted with his best interests at heart and gazed at him with such fondness? It was truly delightful, Lin Xinyu suddenly mused. Bai Shihan, perplexed by his words, cast a curious glance in his direction. Perhaps we should observe others more often. It would make practicing easier. And when the time comes for romance, we could effortlessly emulate that. The young girl understood his implication and quickly shook her head, stepping back. And no, I don't want to date. How can there still be such individuals? The act of frantically seeking knowledge at the last moment proves to be effective, especially when Bai Shihan is bustling in the kitchen preparing an array of fruits. To her, it is a delightful sight to see Lin Xinyu wholly engrossed in practice questions. The outcome is of little importance, as long as one puts forth their best effort. Having someone who truly understands you is far superior to enduring solitude alone. They respect your choices, see through your bravado, empathize with your loneliness, safeguard your dignity, feel for your fragility, share in your joys, engage in playful banter, and can intrude upon your thoughts without the need for flattery. From a moment she was born, Bai Shihan learned the art of pleasing her parents, ensuring their happiness while concealing her own thoughts deep within, never sharing them with anyone, until Lin Xinyu appeared and transformed everything. In the fruit platter, apple slices, banana pieces, grapes, cherry tomatoes. The young girl is brimming with joy, her emotions vividly reflected on her face. Although she is busy, she knows she is preparing a generous assortment of encouraging fruits for her favorite person. No, her dear friend. In contrast to Bai Shihan, Lin Xinyu is not the exceptionally diligent student. He often finds himself either napping at his desk or distracted by anything unrelated to studying. Unlike now, he is completely unfazed by the sudden appearance of old Chun outside the window, even proudly adopting a studious posture, eager for the class supervisor to notice how earnestly he is studying. Indeed, when one has something to look forward to, every action seems to propel them toward their goals. Time for some fruit. What makes her the proudest is that this little girl, despite her nervousness, has significantly reduced her stuttering when speaking. For some unknown reason, even though she has grown accustomed to Lin Xinyu's presence, her heart races inexplicably whenever he draws near. Perhaps it is a sense of guilt while cutting the fruit. Visions of him feeding her fruit involuntarily surfaced in her mind, a sensation far more exhilarating than indulging in candy. This, indeed, is the quintessential way to entertain a good friend. She has learned well. Lin Xinyu took the fruit platter, and Bai Shihan thoughtfully placed toothpicks in the fruit pieces for convenience. There was nothing else, only fruit. Bai Shihan cautiously sat on the sofa, reluctant to approach Lin Xinyu. Ever since they had shared an umbrella, the lingering sensation of their arms brushing against each other has been hard to forget, and she feared that getting too close might unleash her emotions. Why are you just sitting there? After working so hard, how can you not eat? Lin Xinyu looked at her and slowly moved closer. With your kindness, whoever is fortunate enough to marry you in the future will truly be blessed. He pierced an apple slice with a toothpick, savoring the juice that clung to it. Bai Shihan gazed at him, feeling as though she were in a blissful reverie. You're always thinking of taking advantage of me, Lin Xinyu said, shaking his head in resignation. As he used the toothpick he had just used to spear a cherry tomato from the platter. If you want me to feed you, just say so. There's no need to be shy between good friends. No, no. Bai Shihan shifted her body away, unable to continue looking at him. The previous moment had been entirely accidental. She had momentarily forgotten to avert her gaze and had been caught in the act. What is there to worry about? Just eat it directly. Come, open your mouth. The little girl tightly shut her lips, having just witnessed the toothpick making perfect contact with his lips, undoubtedly still coated with saliva. I can manage on my own. You don't dislike me, do you? Friend can do this, all right? You never regarded me as a good friend. No, that's not it. Then why are you hesitating to open up? With your mouth sealed so tightly. How am I supposed to feed you? Just change to another toothpick. Bai Shihan gazed at him with timid eyes, and Lin Xinyu, feeling his heart soften, sighed and took another toothpick with a piece of banana from the fruit platter, offering it to her. This time, the little girl let out a sigh of relief and opened her mouth to accept the fruit he offered. Her small mouth gradually enveloped the toothpick, and upon touching her tongue, she gently bit down on the banana piece. When the toothpick was withdrawn, it still bore a faint trace of white. Feeling a bit shy, Bai Shihan wanted to take the toothpick and discard it. However, she then saw Lin Xinyu effortlessly skewer a small grape from the fruit platter and pop it into his mouth without hesitation. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Bai Shihan's wide-eyed surprise. She hadn't even swallowed the banana piece yet, and just the thought of the saliva on the toothpick made her cheeks feel as if they were boiling, emitting heat like a kettle. You see, I don't mind at all. This is what true friendship is, Lin Xinyu remarked, licking the grape in his mouth before reluctantly spitting out the skin. This was the most delicious grape he had ever tasted. Still longing for more, he wanted to repeat the act, but Bai Shihan was resolute, shaking her head and refusing to open her mouth. Just one more. We're good friends. Bai Shihan shook her head, hoping he would switch to another toothpick. Fine, then we're not good friends. So, open your mouth, ah. Ultimately, Bai Shihan chose to compromise, blushing as she opened her mouth. Yet she refused to use her little tongue to curl around the fruit. That rascal just wanted to taste her saliva. How could there be such a person? The little girl inwardly complained, but couldn't resist. Deep down, she wished he would feed her fruit, and now she had a clear outcome to accept. What she anticipated was how shameless this person could be. Lin Xinyu was unconcerned. One bite for you, one bite for me. Or perhaps 2 bites for you and 1 for me. Throughout the entire process, Bai Shihan had no time to think. All her actions were under his control, rendering her a little girl who had been completely toyed with. Before long, all the fruit was indeed consumed. After finishing the fruit piece stored in her mouth, Bai Shihan felt her little belly had been filled to capacity, unable to hold any more. Only then did Lin Xinyu decide to let her off the hook. That's more like it. Now we are the best of friends. MMM. Bai Shihan remained silent, feeling that being this good friend was exceedingly challenging. As for whether she had tasted his saliva, she had no time to ponder it in detail, unwilling to revisit the recent feeding ordeal. Your face now resembles that of a little tomato. As Lin Xinyu drew closer, Bai Shihan instinctively attempted to retreat, but alas, she found herself cornered against the wall behind her, her mind a blank slate, only capable of displaying an expression of utter dismay. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her ears donned a delicate pink, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near and gently blow upon them. Or perhaps to softly brush them with the tip of one's tongue. Such actions would undoubtedly startle her. Lin Xinyu, however, did not press her. Instead, he merely reached out and lightly grazed her nose with his fingertip. You little deceiver, you promised to help me check my homework. The young girl let out a sigh of relief, realizing that she had simply forgotten to review it. 056, illuminating new milestones in everyone's youth. There invariably exists a small secret, one that may be shared or eternally concealed within the heart. 4 Bai Shihan, who harbors numerous secrets. The most significant one now is perhaps the inexplicable affection she feels. She can occasionally gaze at Lin Xinyu, who is diligently completing his homework, and smile foolishly. She feels no trepidation in his presence, can converse freely without excessive reservations, and boldly articulate her innermost thoughts. In the past, she often remained silent, preoccupied with the potential consequences of her actions and whether they might cause displeasure to others. Now, however, she is unburdened. Lin Xinyu remains at her side, and even in silence, his mere presence brings her a sense of ease and joy. Do you think there will be unexpectedly difficult questions on the exam tomorrow? Lin Xinyu suddenly inquired, causing the young girl to avert her gaze in surprise, feigning ignorance of his question, her heart racing as she glanced at him once more. No, it should all be quite simple, she responded, her hope evident. She feared that if the questions proved too challenging, it would consume too much time, leaving her unable to share her answers with him. Look, have I made any progress? Lin Xinyu displayed his work to her, attempting to reassure her. Previously, he would intentionally include errors to elicit her guidance, hoping to dispel her feelings of inadequacy, for she had indeed been striving to assist him, even if she stubbornly believed her efforts were insufficient. All correct, Bai Shihan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beamed at the exercises in her hands. Genuinely pleased for Lin Xinyu. See, I told you, Bai Lauscher is quite gifted at teaching. From her expression alone, it was evident that Bai Shihan was a bit exhilarated. Despite her claims of indifference and lack of worry, she was genuinely anxious about the prospect of not continuing to share a desk with Lin Xinyu. You're amazing, she remarked. It's nothing special. As long as you're willing to teach, I can become even better. So, to reward me after the exam, would you accompany me to visit my grandmother? Lin Xinyu's expression turned earnest, his tone gentle, entirely devoid of the earlier firmness, as if he were extending an invitation to Bai Shihan. The young girl felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that this was akin to meeting the parents. Although not Lin Xinyu's parents, it was clear from his tone that this person held significant importance. Okay, she replied, her voice soft, though her heart was tumultuous. What should I do? I have never met a parent before. What should I pay attention to on this first visit? How should I dress? Is a little dress appropriate? Lin Xinyu perceived her unease and reassured her. It's all right. If you're too anxious, I can go back alone. No, I can do it. Such a moment, one that could be etched into the annals of milestones, could not be easily dismissed. Even in fear, overcoming it would unlock yet another achievement, would it not? Then after the exam, we will return. Okay. Lin Xinyu felt a sense of fulfillment. The only person he dared not confront was his grandmother. Even now, knowing she was still alive, he could not muster the courage to return alone, fearful of losing control and unable to restrain the emotions that threatened to overflow in her presence. On the day of her passing, Lin Xinyu had stood before her, his words muddled, yet each syllable resonated clearly in his ears. Grandma, I won't be able to see you on the day of my wedding. Although he had not yet wed, he could still visit her, which served to mitigate his regret. It was better than returning home alone, where he could envision his grandmother smiling warmly, teasing him while speaking heartfelt truths. Night fell swiftly, and Song Jieli, like a clock set to ring, would arrive punctually to check the room, ensuring Lin Xinyu had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. She felt secure about Bai Shihan, but Lin Xinyu, who did not exhibit the typical demeanor of boys his age, warranted caution. As she watched him leave, Song Jieli reminded the little girl, as usual, Shihan, you must be careful, don't. Any Song, Bai Shihan interjected, lifting her head to interrupt. If there's anything, just tell me directly. Bai Shihan understood that weekends were when Song Jieli reported to her father, and if she ventured out, she would undoubtedly be discovered. It's about him. Isn't it? Yes. Having spent considerable time with the little girl, it was impossible not to discern her thoughts. It was merely uncertain what aspect they pertained to. Bai Shihan felt anxious, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Song Jieli, being a woman and having regarded Bai Shihan as a daughter, would surely find her behavior peculiar, especially as the girl fidgeted with her small hands, evidently eager to discuss something unprecedented, likely concerning Lin Xinyu. Shihan, just tell Annie directly. I want to inform Mr. Bai. Can I go out with him this weekend? Song Jieli paused, seemingly taken aback by the incredulous nature of the request. Out? For what purpose? Shihan, you are not the type to act without discernment. Annie, I want to accompany him to see his grandmother. See his grandmother? Yes. She is a very significant person to him. Bai Shihan's tone was resolute, her hands finally resting still. Are you not afraid? You have never gone out alone before. I am not afraid. Because he will be there, I am not afraid. Bai Shihan's heart raced, aside from Lin Xinyu. This was her first time communicating with someone about a person she cared for. Take your phone with you. Call me if anything arises. The little girl looked up, excitement illuminating her face. Did you agree? Your heart is already with him. If I said no, you might sneak out anyway. How could I refuse? Song Jieli shook her head in resignation. Having cared for Bai Shihan for so long, she had never seen her take such an interest in anyone, except for this unexpected little boy who had somehow captured the girl's heart. Thank you. First and foremost, ensure your safety. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact Annie. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to explain to Mr. Bai. Should anything seem amiss, simply dial Annie's number. All right. Bai Shihan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The tension that had gripped her heart when she longed to confide in Song Jieli had now dissipated. After briefly conveying her instructions, Song Jieli took her leave, ultimately assuring Bai Shihan of her discretion, which allowed her to relax completely, as she knew Annie would never deceive her. Upon returning to her room, she embraced the small green pillow beside her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Today, I have truly excelled. I have made a little progress. It is quite a vexing task to rise for school. Certainly, Had Lin Xinyu not been accompanied by Bai Shihan, he would undoubtedly share that sentiment. However, the very thought of a little girl waiting at the base of the stairs for him to partake in breakfast together is nothing short of delightful. It is only on solitary paths that one feels the pangs of loneliness. The rigors of study are already quite burdensome, and the inability to indulge in a leisurely morning is simply unreasonable. Yet, such is the nature of the final year of high school. One must toil to reap rewards. Some find joy while others wallow in despair. Yet a few will always revel in the experience. Take Lin Xinyu at this moment, for instance. As soon as the alarm rings, he swiftly dons his attire, tidies his appearance, and completes his morning routine, pausing only to admire himself in the mirror, adjusting his hairstyle. Truly, he appears striking. The joy of young men is often found in such moments, particularly after a refreshing wash, when their charm is unrivaled. Bai Shihan awaits at the foot of the stairs, having risen early to prepare breakfast. Each day, the local bun shop and sweet tofu pudding drain Lin Xinyu's wallet, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. His aunt has mentioned that dowries can be quite costly, and such frivolous spending hardly aids in saving for one. Bai Shihan has become quite adept. She can now discern whether the footsteps approaching are those of the person she eagerly anticipates. Good morning, Bai Shihan. Good morning, Lin Xinyu. Now, the two can greet each other with ease, a source of pride indeed. Let us go. Today, I shall introduce you to something you've never tasted. As Lin Xinyu prepares to lead the way, he notices the little girl has not followed. I made breakfast. Fearing his displeasure, she speaks softly. Lin Xinyu, however, is visibly thrilled. Had I known you made breakfast, I would have mentioned long ago that I'm tired of those other options and have been yearning for something crafted by your own hands. What a deceiver. Having just claimed he would treat her to something new, Bai Shihan comprehends his intent and retrieves a small cake from her bag. She recalls the day Lin Xinyu snatched her cake, insisting she become his wife. Shall we share this? Of course, we must share. Good friends ought to dine together daily. Bai Shihan realizes he is once again jesting. The cake emerges, adorned with various miniature animal figures. I want this one. The little cat's expression appears so pitiful. Much like yours. Seeing Lin Xinyu snatch the cat model away, Bai Shihan pouts, insisting she is not at all pitiful. Yet, despite her irritation, she is still unable to resist as he ventures to the bun shop for 2 cups of soy milk, proclaiming that one should consume what one needs to replenish their strength. The little girl, annoyed, wishes to don the bear-themed short-sleeved shirt from that day for him to see, though she deems it unnecessary. After breakfast, Bai Shihan trails behind Lin Xinyu. Outside each classroom, a throng of students has gathered, diligently cramming for their exams, poring over classical texts. The examination hall has been meticulously arranged, with desks and chairs set in order, as they're to take the exam in their own class. The two settle beside the tables prepared outside. During this period, Bai Shihan felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement, while those around her were immersed in their studies. Eagerly awaiting the bell to signify the approach of the examination room, she was different. Seated beside him, she engaged in reading and memorization alongside him. It was as if their once clandestine friendship had emerged into the light of day. The two occupied a position by the window. Bai Shihan had even discreetly studied how to position herself perfectly to reveal the answers, ensuring he could see them clearly. In essence, everything seemed to be within her control. As time elapsed, the preparatory bell for the exam rang. All the students tidied their books and picked up their pre-prepared examination tools, gradually making their way into the examination hall. Li Hua had arrived early, waiting at a seat located in the middle of the last row, where he could clearly observe all the movements between the two. After seeing their seating arrangement the previous day, he had already devised a plan in his mind. If Lin Xinyu dared to cheat, he would not hesitate to report him. With his unsatisfactory grades, the notion of having Bai Shihan as a desk mate was simply out of the question. Even when Bai Shihan warned him, Li Hua stubbornly believed that the issue lay solely with Lin Xinyu, convinced that the latter's prior comments were born from his own intimidation. The two were oblivious to such machinations, particularly Bai Shihan, who initially sat joyfully by the window, only to realize that from his position, she could not sneak a glance at him. Previously, as desk mates, she could discreetly observe his profile, but now it was entirely out of reach. The little girl felt somewhat dejected, having never anticipated this unforeseen turn of events. Preoccupied with how to show him the answers, she had overlooked the most crucial aspect. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, and perhaps fearing that Bai Shihan might catch a cold, Lin Xinyu stood up to close it. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, understanding his concern. In every situation, there is joy and sorrow. Poor Yuan. No, Li Hua bit his lip as he observed their silent interaction, waiting for Lin Xinyu to copy Bai Shihan's exam paper, as if he could already envision the moment he would catch them in the act. The first subject was Chinese. The invigilating teacher entered with the examination papers amidst the sound of another preparatory bell. Please place anything unrelated to the exam on the podium. You are in your senior year. It is all about self-discipline now, so do not engage in petty actions to deceive yourselves or the teachers. As the teacher's words concluded, many students placed their small books, which they had just been reciting from, on the podium. Lin Xinyu and Bai Shihan remained still, having already set aside irrelevant items beforehand. Noticing Bai Shihan's nervousness, Lin Xinyu pulled a milk candy from his pocket and offered it to her. This gesture, however, was caught by Li Hua. He then witnessed Lin Xinyu directly feeding the candy into Bai Shihan's mouth. Although nothing overtly significant transpired, Li Hua felt as if he were dog-kicked unexpectedly while strolling along the roadside. The exam commenced. As the bell rang, the papers were distributed punctually. Before long, the examination hall was filled solely with the gentle rustling of pens against paper, the creaking of chairs caused by fidgeting legs, and the occasional sound of a loud cough or the subtle signals of paper rustling. The young girl was exceedingly anxious. Yet upon savoring the sweetness of the candy in her mouth, she regained her composure, intent on meticulously crafting her answers to present to him. As the final half-hour approached, Bai Shihan lifted her head and exhaled with relief. However, a dilemma arose. She had not informed Lin Xinyu in advance, leaving him unaware of her desire for him to observe her responses. Shortly thereafter, Li Hua completed his exam as well. Upon noticing the gradual unveiling of Bai Shihan's paper, he was poised to report her at any moment. Yet, the exam concluded without Lin Xinyu ever lifting his gaze. As they put down their pens, the announcement echoed that once the college entrance examination had ended, they were to leave the hall without further engagement. The first student in each row was to collect the papers from front to back. Li Hua felt a surge of joy, for throughout the entire process, Lin Xinyu had never once glanced at Bai Shihan's answers. How could he possibly achieve a commendable score? Upon exiting the examination hall, although Bai Shihan could not share her answers with Lin Xinyu, she remained undeterred, brimming with confidence in him. Her intention was to allow Lin Xinyu to check his answers after completing the exam. As he approached her, he inquired, "What's wrong? You look troubled. Don't tell me you didn't perform well." "No, that's not the case. I did as I usually do," she replied, observing the bustling corridor filled with students. Bai Shihan appeared somewhat bashful. Despite the exhilarating sensation of speaking openly in front of others, she struggled to fully relax. "You're such a silly girl," he teased. Bai Shihan looked up at him, puzzled by his remark. "Li Hua is in the same examination room as us. If you expose your paper like that, and I happen to glance at it, wouldn't that spell disaster?" She had not considered that possibility, but upon hearing Lin Xinyu's words, she instantly felt remorseful, akin to a child awaiting reprimand. "Don't worry, I'm certain I won't perform poorly," he assured her, discreetly pinching her nose when no one was watching, causing Bai Shihan's cheeks to flush instantly. "There are people around. You mustn't do that," she exclaimed, startled, as she stepped back, fearful that he might touch her head or hold her hand, which could lead to misunderstandings of an early romance. "After we eat, we'll head back to rest. We have an exam at 2 in the afternoon." "All right." Bai Shihan was inclined to agree with everything Lin Xinyu said, fearing that any refusal might provoke his immediate desire for her company. During the lunch break, students were permitted to return home. Initially, Lin Xinyu had planned to take Bai Shihan out for a meal, but regardless of what he said, she insisted on dining at school. Eventually, he acquiesced to her wishes. "Do you really enjoy the food at school that much?" he inquired. "No, not really." She hesitated, reluctant to reveal that the bride price at home was exorbitant and that they needed to be frugal. It was essential to practice thriftiness to save a substantial sum. "Let us go. I'll pay for your meal today." After much persuasion, she finally managed to save a little money. With her cheeks flushed, the young girl trailed behind Lin Xinyu, just as she always had, tugging at his shirt when there were fewer people around, yet letting go in crowded spaces. They both seemed to relish this charming exchange. While Lin Xinyu was more at ease, Bai Shihan dared not be overtly affectionate. Instead, she discreetly sought to indulge in moments of tender ease with him. "Just wait here obediently. I'll return shortly," he instructed, guiding her to their designated corner before heading to the food counter. As she watched his retreating figure, Bai Shihan felt an inexplicable sense of being cherished, a sentiment that had flourished since he first called her his wife. Perhaps due to the option of dining outside the school, the cafeteria was noticeably less crowded than usual. Even amidst the throng, Bai Shihan could effortlessly spot Lin Xinyu's silhouette. The sensation of being able to secretly observe him without his awareness was simply exquisite. Before long, one could discern from Bai Shihan's gaze whether Lin Xinyu had returned. Indeed, upon spotting Lin Xinyu approaching with a tray of food, the young girl's eyes sparkled with clarity, and an uncontrollable joy quickly manifested at the corners of her mouth. Today, due to the examination, the cafeteria provided an extra chicken leg for each senior student. Fortunate that he suggested dining in the cafeteria. Otherwise, she would have missed out on that additional leg. Such small strokes of luck were truly worth celebrating. "Here, let me share mine with you. You, with your slender arms and legs, should eat more to gain some weight. Otherwise, it will surely be uncomfortable to touch in the future. Eat, but I can't finish this." Observing the 3 chicken legs on the tray, Bai Shihan was convinced that he intended to fatten her up. Before she could express her thoughts, Lin Xinyu, like a magician, produced a carton of soy milk from seemingly nowhere and set on the table. "I want tea, drink it. You need the nourishment." The young girl, slightly puffed up with indignation, resolved silently to show him a thing or two when the opportunity arose. Seated across from one another, their legs intertwined beneath the table. Previously, they would often accidentally brush against each other while eating. However, in this position, there was no need for concern unless one of them made a deliberate move. This arrangement was due to Lin Xinyu's persuasive nature, insisting that it maximize their space, and Bai Shihan, albeit reluctantly, accepted his rationale. "Come, you must eat more vegetables." Lin Xinyu picked some greens from his bowl and placed them into hers. This provoked Bai Shihan's sense of fairness. Observing his empty plate, she felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were being overly domineering by denying him vegetables. Thus, she took half of the greens from her bowl and placed them onto his plate. Lin Xinyu, however, did not return the favor, for any vegetable from her bowl would inevitably be delectable. The afternoon exam was mathematics, beginning at 2:30, with the formal test commencing at 3. After they finished their meal, regardless of Bai Shihan's protests, Lin Xinyu successfully accompanied her home, citing that he could not study properly under her watchful gaze. "I'm so exhausted from the morning exam. How about a quick nap? Then we can study afterward." Look, I knew he had ulterior motives. Bai Shihan huffed, unable to directly chase him away, and resigned herself to watching him lie down on the sofa. "Why don't you come over and keep me company while I sleep? That way, I might perform exceptionally well in the afternoon exam." How shameless. The young girl turned and retreated to her room, cuddling with her little green plush. After about 10 minutes, Bai Shihan grew concerned that he might catch a chill in the living room and deliberately retrieved a blanket from her wardrobe. Fearful of making too much noise, she treaded lightly as she stepped out into the living room. Bai Shihan first observed him quietly from aside. This delicate sense of caution was utterly exhilarating. What if he suddenly opened his eyes? After a prolonged silence with no response from him, she boldly approached with the blanket, walking over as if afraid to breathe too heavily. A blanket was gently draped over him, each motion executed with utmost care, lest it disturb his slumber. Bai Shihan stood quietly before Lin Xinyu, observing him in serene silence, listening to the rhythm of his steady breaths. She found herself yearning to lie beside him. How delightful it would be if, akin to a rainy day, she could softly embrace his arm, gently nuzzling against him. In her mind, the girl imagined herself audaciously approaching his side, delicately lying down so that they faced each other, sharing the very air that they breathed. In that moment, it seemed as though she could no longer resist. In every corner of the school, let us leave our traces. Those in deep slumber are often oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. After a period of exhausting writing, Lin Xinyu lay on the sofa, already lost in dreams. In his slumber, Bai Shihan exhibited remarkable boldness, daring to gently caress his cheek. Her delicate little hand, soft to the touch, greedily inhaled the air he had breathed, quietly observing him and inching closer. "Come on, why don't you just kiss me?" So timid. Lin Xinyu felt a pang of urgency in his dream. Had he the ability to move, he would certainly have embraced her. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang at 2. It was the little alarm clock Bai Shihan had placed on a coffee table, vibrating and ringing incessantly. Just as Lin Xinyu thought to open his eyes and silence the annoying sound, he realized the ringing had ceased. His vision cleared, and Bai Shihan's figure transformed from a blur into clarity. You're awake? You didn't sleep? What did you come out? How come I didn't know?" Lin Xinyu sat upright, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, perhaps due to the dream he had just experienced. Bai Shihan held the little alarm clock, her skin smooth and delicate, her cheeks slightly flushed. A gentle breeze caused a few strands of hair to fall upon her face. Her lips parted slightly, paired with a timid gaze, making it hard for anyone not to feel an urge to tease her. I'm not sleepy." Perhaps sensing her own unease, Bai Shihan avoided meeting his eyes, fiddling with the clock in her hand to ease her tension. "You should rest. Look, your ears are red." I'm going to the bathroom." When Bai Shihan was in a foul mood, she had two habits. One was to hide in a corner, lost in thought. The other was to retreat to the washroom and splash water on her face, which always helped to alleviate her distress. "Are you done?" The bathroom door was closed, and given that this was an old house, there was only one bathroom. "Okay, I'm done." The little girl emerged, droplets of water cascading down her face. Even though she was still warm, it was far better than being too nervous to speak earlier. "I'm going to the bathroom too." For boys, the only advantage of school uniform trousers was their convenience. A quick pull down, a simple shake, and the battle was concluded without the worry of discomfort. Lin Xinyu was disciplined, so there was no need to worry about incidents like those involving Kong Yu, who faced reminders of remnants from his nightly battles in the school's public restroom. After washing his hands, Lin Xinyu exited the restroom to find Bai Shihan standing on the balcony, letting the breeze cool her down, the flush on her cheeks gradually fading. "Let us go. We can still read in the classroom." Hearing Lin Xinyu speak, Bai Shihan instinctively nodded, her mind far from the thought of reading. Like a kitten that had stolen a morsel, she pondered whether there would be another chance. "Here, have some candy." Noticing her silence, Lin Xinyu assumed the little girl was merely nervous. He picked up some candy from the counter, preparing to offer it to her. It was the only way he could discreetly touch her soft skin. "I can't eat candy today." Bai Shihan did not resist, as if her act of secretly touching him could be offset in this manner. Next time, she must surely restrain herself. The school mock exams, akin to the actual college entrance examinations, allow for early submission of papers, yet it is a rarity for anyone to do so. Each classroom floor is patrolled, and if a student is caught submitting their paper early, they might encounter their homeroom teacher unexpectedly. While the results may be acceptable, a score lower than the previous one would undoubtedly lead to a summons to the office for a reprimand. For the academically gifted, mathematics flows effortlessly. They hardly pause, especially between multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. In just a few minutes allotted for reviewing, they can easily discern several answers. Engaging in problem-solving requires meticulousness. Most students confidently jot down their answers, only to realize later, during the evening, what? There was another condition here? Typically, if there were a mathematics exam, Lin Xinyu would undoubtedly submit his paper early and then join his friends in a corner of the school, sharing a cigarette amongst them. Now, having completed his answers, he raised his head, pinpointed his target, put down his pen, and quietly positioned himself behind her. This audacious act of covertly observing someone one admires was simply delightful. While early submission might lead to being caught by the homeroom teacher, for those indifferent students who had no desire to attempt the exam, it was of little consequence. Being caught was inconsequential since they had already reached their limits, and they were indifferent to any verbal reprimands. After a brief wait, he finally noticed the young girl cease her movements. Just as she seemed about to submit her paper, she appeared to remember something and covered it up meticulously. This left Li Hua feeling aggrieved as he sat in the back row, his eyes growing weary, yet still unable to catch Lin Xinyu in the act of cheating. In school, time during examinations often passes more swiftly than at other moments, especially when one can openly observe another's silhouette. Once the surrounding students vacated the examination room, Lin Xinyu accompanied Bai Shihan out. Since Lin Xinyu had declined to look at her answers, Bai Shihan felt an unexpected joy within. She had never imagined that someone who hardly studied would be willing to work hard alongside her, without resorting to underhanded tactics to prove themselves. Throughout the day, aside from a morning and noon, the two hardly engaged in conversation. They were either reviewing or resting. In the evening, perhaps fearing that some lower-grade students might seize the opportunity to don senior uniforms and sneak out, the school prohibited the seniors from leaving early, instead requiring them to study in the classroom. Unsurprisingly, the study room became yet another rendezvous for the two. Could this truly be permissible? Wasn't it said that they were to be seated in the classroom for review? The young girl felt anxious. Previously, she had always revised alone at her desk. Unlike her classmates who often gathered in groups, disguising their chatter as study sessions. Lin Xinyu nodded, rest assured. Do you not find this place quieter for reviewing than the classroom? Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan deemed them quite reasonable, at the very least. They would not be interrupted by intermittent laughter. After all, having been brought to the study room, escape was nearly impossible, and she could only acquiesce to his arrangement. The secluded space, shared solely between the two of us, is simply exquisite. Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded in agreement. The school harbors many unexplored corners, and I intend to take you there when time permits, ensuring that we leave traces of our existence in every place we visit. How effortlessly he speaks. The young girl gazed at him earnestly, her heart brimming with anticipation at the mere thought. As we approach our departure, why not indulge in one final bout of exhilaration within the school grounds? Bai Shihan nodded, suddenly infused with a sense of purpose. 060. They are kindred spirits, treating every place they have visited as a rendezvous. Yet this ambition feels rather grandiose. Nevertheless, this very notion invigorates both of them. However, their aspirations diverge. Lin Xinyu wishes for Bai Shihan to reminisce about their shared moments whenever they find themselves in a new locale. In contrast, she revels in the joy, excitement, and anticipation of achieving new milestones. The two-day mock examination swiftly culminated, leading to the task of tidying up the examination room and returning the tables and books that had been placed in the corridor back to the classroom. During this time, many individuals often boast about their so-called correct answers. It is during these moments that the class monitor, Li Hua, feels a sense of pride, relishing the experience of being surrounded by 5 or 6 peers seeking to verify their answers against him. Just as he prepared to cast a glance towards Lin Xinyu in his direction to satisfy his vanity, he noticed the two diligently transporting tables back to the classroom in an orderly manner. Moreover, Bai Shihan's smile was particularly radiant at that moment, exuding an infectious joy. The school's grading process is rather slow, with rankings expected to be released only on the 3rd day after the scores are tallied. Typically, on the evening following the completion of all subjects, the class would engage in comparing answers for the respective subjects. I told you, Li Hua's answer was incorrect, and yet you all believed it to be right. Oh my, I actually got it right, while the class monitor made a mistake. When the answers were revealed, the expressions of those who had compared their answers in advance were a mixture of joy and despair. Bai Shihan and Lin Xinyu exchanged their papers, meticulously correcting the answers that appeared on them. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement when they tackled the mathematics questions. In mathematics, achieving a high score often hinges on how many points are deducted from the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections. Making more than 2 mistakes nearly precludes one from attaining a high score. You are quite impressive. After correcting the multiple choice answers, Bai Shihan could no longer contain her smile, and the thought of continuing to be desk partners throughout the remainder of their high school years filled her with vibrant energy. I suspect you are subtly boasting about your prowess. Lin Xinyu picked up her paper. It is often said that girls struggle with mathematics. Yet this girl has completely defied such stereotypes, her answers aligning perfectly with those displayed on the board. No, I was just lucky. That's what we call modesty. What does modesty mean? It means you could easily be my wife, while secretly thinking how challenging it is to become my wife. Bai Shihan chose to ignore him. What do you mean by easy? So far, she has only saved a small amount of money, which is clearly insufficient for a dowry. After correlating the answers on their papers, aside from potential deductions for missteps, Bai Shihan's answers were all correct. Mr. Bai, I shall rely on you from now on. You're certainly impressive as well. Based on the answers on his paper, Bai Shihan estimated that Lin Xinyu would likely score above 130 in mathematics, a significant improvement from the previous 80 points. Being desk partners was undoubtedly secured. The only concern was the fear that Lin Xinyu's scores would stabilize, making further improvements increasingly challenging. Just a single point could create a considerable gap. With less than 3 months remaining until the agreed-upon score, a considerable distance yet lies ahead. Fear gnaws at her heart, the anxiety of potentially performing poorly. Lin Xinyu, discerning her unease, returns the exam paper to her. Indeed, Bai Shihan does not conceal her apprehension. She is genuinely frightened. She harbors a deep-seated fear that despite summoning the courage to face the challenge, they may ultimately not end up together, even with unwavering trust in Lin Xinyu. Prolonged exposure to darkness breeds a tendency to imagine the worst-case scenarios. This, in turn, adds to her burdens. Do not worry. I will fulfill my promises to you. Lin Xinyu reassures her with inherent confidence, a trait he possesses naturally and one that never falters. Bai Shihan, I believe you need to achieve new milestones to alleviate your emotions. Before she can fully process his words, the cacophony of joyous chatter and excited boasts about anticipated exam scores fills the air during this break. Come, I shall lead you to unlock new achievements. Where are we going? Do not concern yourself. Dare you to keep up? His declaration stirs her resolve. How could she, a spirited young lady, choose to back down at this moment? Rising from her seat, she gestures for Lin Xinyu to lead the way. Together, they stealthily exit the classroom. It is the time for grading exams, and many teachers have already moved to another building, resulting in fewer patrolling staff than usual. The principal and others typically convene in the administrative office at this hour. All of this knowledge stems from valuable experiences gleaned from past misadventures. Descending the staircase, Bai Shihan follows closely behind him, determined to prove her bravery. Come, we shall explore a place I assure you have never visited before. All right. His words pique her curiosity, prompting her to trail closely in his wake. The sensation is indescribably delightful. She had never dared to walk so openly in the hallways before, let alone with a boy. Have you been to the football field? Many people jog there at night. No. She had always avoided crowded places, especially those filled with seniors and juniors, which only intensified her nervousness. 3 distinct colors of school uniforms appear on a football field, and now she is about to step into this uncharted territory alongside him. Nervous? Somewhat. The little girl clenches her small fist, using it to bolster her courage. Let us go. Follow me. Before she can respond, Lin Xinyu takes hold of her small fist. Do not be afraid. Look at them. Many are holding hands. Bai Shihan gazes in the direction Lin Xinyu indicates, and indeed spots several girls, much like herself, sneaking around in the dim light. Are they also good friends? Yes. This is a place where only good friends come to check in daily, but be cautious. Hand-holding in the shadows signifies a friendship. Bai Shihan's mouth falls open, as if she has just discovered a new world. Let us go. The football field is our first destination. Let every shadowed corner of the football field bear witness to our existence. The fire ignited. The young girl, undeterred, followed him stealthily into the darkness. Upon arriving at their destination, she was taken aback to discover the presence of others clad in identical uniforms nearby. Bai Shihan was astounded. How could there also be a formidable man pressing a girl's hands against the wall in this place? Their gazes met, and the pair of good friends graciously stepped aside, recognizing that they had encountered kindred spirits. Look, just like us, they too share a bond of friendship. You're deceiving me. No, look over there. That kind of friendship allows for wandering into the thickets. Bai Shihan felt a surge of anxiety. No, we shall not remain friends. 061. The most beautiful affection, it must be said that school uniforms can indeed conceal one's physique entirely. Had it not been for the previous sighting of Bai Shihan's bear-themed top, Lin Xinyu would have never anticipated her measurements. The night, coincidentally, was the time when male hormones surged with fervor, and not far off. A couple was unabashedly engaged in their own world, leaving the young girl utterly bewildered. What was that hand doing, and why did it sneakily vanish beneath the girl's uniform? No, this cannot be allowed. The mere thought of Lin Xinyu's hand disappearing within her uniform sent Bai Shihan into a fluster. No wonder she had never had close friends before. It was due to such feelings. The two stood face to face, mere inches apart. Even in the darkness of the corner, Bai Shihan could distinctly sense the heavy breaths exhaled by the other, striking her face, her cheeks flushed. Cautiously, she greedily inhaled the scent wafting from him, her heart drumming incessantly, a weighty sensation in her chest. Was he intending to pin her against the wall with a single hand? Look at you, breathing so hurriedly. You must lack exercise. No, this cannot be happening. Bai Shihan resisted, quickly darting out from under his arm, glaring at the so-called friend before her. What are you thinking? Do you want me to pin you against the wall as well? Absolutely not. This fellow had backed himself into a corner, clearly harboring such thoughts. Yet now he was turning the tables. It was utterly exasperating. Let us go. I brought you out here for a stroll on the playground, to casually check in at a place frequented by friends. If you wish, I could do that too. No, please don't. As they conversed face to face, the couple nearby seemed increasingly engrossed, occasionally emitting tisk-tisk sounds, which left Bai Shihan with a completely flushed face. Shall we run? Is that all right? Good. This pitiful, pleading gaze was one that many boys found hard to resist. Lin Xinyu had no intention of rushing her into that stage, given Bai Shihan's personality. Such a leap was utterly inconceivable. She was already hesitant about holding hands, let alone indulging in the fervor of shared kisses. Standing and conversing felt effortlessly invigorating. Usually, being alone for even a short while would breed boredom. Yet now, such feelings were non-existent. Instead, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment replaced the usual emptiness. Let us walk for now, and we can start jogging tomorrow. For Bai Shihan, this was entirely a new endeavor. Typically, she sat in the classroom, occasionally glancing longingly at classmates frolicking on the football field. We must exercise diligently, otherwise our stamina will surely dwindle. You see how you acted just now. If that wall hadn't been there, you would have surely collapsed. I would not. Then take a few steps so I can see. Why are you still tugging at my shirt? You are so annoying. Even so, this interaction was undeniably effortless. There was no sense of awkwardness. As long as he was nearby, even teasing felt satisfying simply because of the presence of the other. Would you like some candy? No, I'm fine. Bai Shihan believes that it is no longer necessary to consume sugar to experience happiness. Thus she refrains from eating what he offers. Although the subtle sensation of being touched by his fingers lingers in her memory, the young girl exerts considerable self-restraint, fearing that if she succumbs once, she will forever crave the sweets he provides. For Lin Xinyu, she has now mastered the art of refusal, which is indeed the most commendable achievement. At least it allows her to express her innermost thoughts without the need for suppression. You see, they are walking hand in hand. Perhaps we could try that today as well. Can I have some candy? She stammers. Walking hand in hand across the football field feels audaciously bold to Bai Shihan. She hesitates to even entertain the thought. Despite having engaged in shadowy intimacies multiple times, the reality of it makes her timid, preferring the warmth of his fingertip to the prospect of such a stroll. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to visit Grandma. Are you nervous? Lin Xinyu does not afford her the opportunity to decline. Surrounded by darkness, if she does not take the initiative, how can she unlock the next achievement? The more they engage in such actions over time, the more enjoyable it becomes. Holding hands eventually feels entirely natural. Tight. Bai Shihan finds herself stammering, startled by his warmth, which is quite comforting. Yet, her inner turmoil makes her shy, longing to withdraw her small hand from his grasp. This is our way of marking our presence. Do you not wish for our school to be filled with traces of our visit? No, that's not it. It's merely a friendship. It's dark, and surely no one will see. Bai Shihan's heart races, pounding more fervently than it did earlier by the wall. This clandestine sensation is both exhilarating and somewhat intoxicating. Laughter and playful shouts from other students surround them, occasionally interrupted by a boy stealthily tugging a girl's hair tie, successfully drawing her attention. Typically, the boy will run off first, intentionally making it difficult for the girl to catch up, only to slow down later, allowing her to savor the pride of capturing him. When her hand lands on his shoulder or she playfully punches him, her cheeks flush as she retrieves her hair tie. It's a playful jest. How could a boy possibly outrun a girl? It's merely a ruse, allowing him to experience the thrill of her touch. After all, during this playful resistance, he can seize the moment to hold her small hand. Ah, the essence of youth. All right, the lights are on. We are nearing the illuminated area, Bai Shihan reminds, her cheeks aflame as they reluctantly release their grasp. Yet, as they enter the next patch of darkness, they instinctively intertwine their fingers once more. Lin Xinyu glances at her in the shadows. Even in the dim light, proximity allows him to discern her features. Remarkable. With this, we have successfully marked our territory on the football field, Lin Xinyu exclaims, his voice brimming with pride, as if he has awaited this moment for an eternity. On the football field, as they approach a brighter area, the young girl bashfully withdraws her hand, only to willingly return it to him in the darkness, participating in their playful marking. Over time, as the actions become habitual, she begins to relish the joy of it, a sensation she has never before experienced, openly shared and unafraid of discovery. A gentle, cool breeze caresses the face. No matter where you may be, the wind I send forth will embrace you on my behalf. Warm and tender, in the enveloping darkness, a large hand cradles a small one, softly brushing against it. Perhaps the young girl does not comprehend the essence of affection, yet in this moment, her heart is filled solely with the desire to explore. The finest of relationships is characterized by the thrill I incite in you, and the tranquility you bring to my soul. Be bold, Bai Shihan. As long as you dare to express your feelings, I shall hold you close, revealing the depth of my love for you. In the depths of darkness, the thrill of clandestinely marking this moment is truly exhilarating. Even without being pressed against the wall, producing those embarrassing sounds, it can still be regarded as an accomplishment unlocked. Just as he mentioned, they have successfully conquered the entire football field, leaving behind traces of their existence. Bai Shihan feels a swell of pride. Her mind begins to contemplate where their next mark will be. Tension, restlessness, and a hint of anticipation fill her thoughts. Alas, the school bell is about to ring, and this ignited desire must reluctantly retreat into a state of wisdom. The young girl is already content, her hand clasped in his, feigning rejection while secretly savoring the warmth of his palm. Lin Xinyu is equally delighted. The method of slow persuasion, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, proves effective. He has even begun to consider borrowing a collection of Japanese films from a friend, claiming it to be study material, thus unlocking a new realm for her. Even if she blushes shyly at that moment, he can assure her in the spirit of friendship that good friends can explore together. With a little more effort, perhaps they can easily break through the barrier that exists between them. A confession is out of the question. It is clear he wishes for her to become his partner. Holding all the power now, given their current relationship, he must take an alternative approach, beginning from the foundation of friendship. Having successfully held hands, the young girl's face radiates joy, reveling in the moment. From here, all that remains is to diligently engage in all the romantic endeavors befitting a couple, under the guise of friendship. Should the oblivious girl suddenly come to her senses midway, she would only innocently protest, "Lin Xinyu, didn't we agree to be just friends? Why am I having children?" Perhaps it is due to the recent mock exam, as the classroom is crowded with students, and with the bell signaling the end of class. Most are beginning to relax, leaving only a few fervently engrossed in their studies. Such is the life of a senior in high school. A brief moment of relaxation is followed by a flurry of review, with true chaos only arriving in the final days before the actual examinations. The two continue to linger in the study room, which ought to be a sacred space, but has entirely transformed into their domain. Not to mention the cats that often reside here. They are regularly disturbed by the blinding lights as they attempt to rest on the windowsill, only to witness the girl's coy demeanor. The complexities of the human world are truly beyond their comprehension as the evening study session approaches its conclusion. They prepare their belongings, extinguish the lights, and lock the door, eagerly awaiting the sound of the bell before making their way to the school gates. Next time, our rendezvous will be at a place where we can explore the mysteries of nature. It is precisely because she doesn't understand that the young girl finds it intriguing. Lin Xinyu takes her backpack, placing it over his arm before she can refuse. Look, do you remember that place we went last time? Following his gaze, she notices that this time, there are no couples hand in hand entering the small grove. No, it's forbidden to enter. Bai Shihan will forever remember what he said last time. It is a place only accessible through love. The teacher mentioned that high school students must not engage in early romances. Thus, entering would render one a delinquent. You are foolish. We are merely going to check in at that enigmatic location. Don't you yearn to see it? I must admit, Lin Xinyu's words held a profound allure for Bai Shihan, who longed to visit, having never experienced love and wishing to understand the essence of the fabled romance. To the young girl, the small grove could be described in two ways: a sanctuary of love or a forbidden zone for diligent students. She yearned to rebel just once, to join Lin Xinyu in abandoning the role of a model student. Do not rush. Today we have already conquered the football field. Even if we are practicing our poses, it cannot be done hastily. Bai Shihan did not comprehend fully, only feeling relieved that she no longer needed to explore the grove. The atmosphere gradually shifted. The young girl tugged at the hem of his shirt, quietly trailing behind him. Speechless, they walked out of the school gates, and when the number of pedestrians on the nearby paths dwindled, Lin Xinyu halted, his face tinged with melancholy. Tomorrow, I must leave. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shihan looked up at him, bewildered. No, you did not say. As she trailed off, she recalled the possible reasons for his departure, which prevented him from taking her to see his grandmother, and thus she remained silent. Yes, I will return home early tomorrow. I need a rest tonight. All right. Despite her inner reluctance and the desire to inquire why he had reneged on his promise to take her back with him, she ultimately lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Lin Xinyu glanced down at her. I should be back in the afternoon after lunch. There is no place to rest there. Bai Shihan nodded, standing still, feeling a tinge of sadness but unsure of how to approach him with her feelings. Leaving her in silence. Come, let us hold hands. We shall not see each other again tonight. This time, Bai Shihan did not extend her hand, hesitating to make a move. The two stood quietly at the corner, fortunate that few passers-by ventured down the street that evening, allowing them to remain unnoticed. A chill breeze swept through the alley, and the young girl, unsure of what to say or how to respond, turned dejectedly. I want to go back. I'm tired and wish to sleep. Upon finishing her sentence, she reached for the backpack resting on his arm. Unexpectedly, she grasped at air as Lin Xinyu evaded her attempt, catching her hand instead. His grip was tender and smooth, no matter how long they held on. He was reluctant to let go. Please, do not tease me any longer, all right? Bai Shihan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her emotions bubbling beneath the surface, leaving her at a loss for words, and she continued to struggle for her freedom. What are you doing? I meant, I will not come over tonight. Let us hold hands. We will see each other tomorrow. Did you not intend to accompany me to visit my grandmother? The young girl paused her attempts to reclaim her hand, suspended in midair, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stood frozen in place. You did not say you would take me with you. I mentioned that I would be leaving tomorrow, and I never said I would not take you along. Could it be that someone, unable to go, is now ignoring me? Absolutely not. Bai Shihan had no intention of continuing to snatch the backpack. Instead, she summoned her courage, first glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and cautiously extended her hand before him. Tomorrow then, as a form of punishment for the misunderstanding, I decided to transform this farewell hand-holding into an embrace. I don't. Before the words of rejection could escape, her small, soft frame had already plunged into the warmth of his embrace. Just as Bai Shihan was about to struggle free, her little ears happened to rest against his chest. where the sound of his heartbeat resonated, mirroring her own nervousness. I'm being held. You have not ridden a bus before, have you? Lin Xinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The little girl stubbornly resisted, attempting to free herself from his embrace, yet there lingered a reluctance to part. Enough is enough. If this continues, I shall be unable to bear it. No, this cannot be. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. If I do not let go now, Aunt Song's arrival will spell disaster. Rise early tomorrow. Let us meet at our usual spot. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from his arms, subtly brushing against him in the process. Lin Xinyu gazed at her with excitement. Bai Shihan, we have reached a new milestone. Soft and fragrant. He was easily captivated by the scent lingering in her hair. The little girl seemed momentarily dazed, locked in a gaze with him. Let us go. I will escort you downstairs. All right. Their pace was leisurely, shadows merging under the streetlights. Bai Shihan was no longer as audacious as before. The blush on her face remained, still savoring the warmth of their earlier embrace. She longed to leap back into his arms like a small cat seeking comfort, yet courage eluded her. Moreover, even when Lin Xinyu took the initiative, Bai Shihan would find excuses to refuse. The young girl felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that once she took a step forward, there would be no turning back. See you tomorrow. Okay. They paused at the foot of the stairs. Lin Xinyu, as always, watched Bai Shihan ascend until she turned the corner, after which he departed. Likewise, the little girl quietly appeared by the window, gazing at his retreating figure. His grandmother's home was in the countryside, where Lin Xinyu had grown up as a left-behind child. Typically, parents would leave their children in the care of their grandparents while they ventured out to earn a living, entrusting the upbringing of their offspring to the elderly. Grandparents generally welcomed the opportunity to care for their grandchildren. Many individuals who drifted afar often found it difficult to reintegrate upon returning home, perceiving their hometown as stagnant and unchanged. Lin Xinyu, however, adored the countryside. Not only was the air refreshing, but he also had a grandmother who cared for him deeply. From a young age, he had lived a carefree and joyful life. His grandfather had passed away early, and it was primarily his grandmother who raised him. To claim there were no feelings would be a falsehood. The reason he had refrained from returning home for so long was entirely due to the fear of the sorrow that parting would bring. Hey, come here. I've bought breakfast in advance. Lin Xinyu had risen early, go to the bun shop to procure her favorite meat buns. Upon arriving at the foot of the stairs, he found the little girl patiently waiting. Perhaps due to her nervousness, Bai Shihan had gone to bed late the previous night, setting her alarm early for fear of missing their important meeting. Here, open your mouth, I can do it myself. Bai Shihan felt a wave of embarrassment. She was still recovering from the embrace, let alone the thought of using her mouth to accept the meat bun he offered. It wasn't tea, as if she had never been fed before. Come, open your mouth. He is truly exasperating, utterly ignoring his own words, insisting on feeding her. Internally, she shyly complains, yet she still opens her small mouth to accept the bun he offers. Once again, she feels his hand brush against her lips, a deliberate act, no doubt. Nevertheless, Bai Shihan dares not confront him, fearful that he might escalate his teasing. Have you ever taken a bus? Lin Xinyu inquires, his concern evident as he observes her finish the bun obediently. In the countryside, only designated buses can reach their destination, and he worries that this little girl, accustomed to private cars, has never experienced the hustle and bustle of a crowded bus. No, you've never even ridden a bus? Bai Shihan nods, feeling a sense of injustice. Her grandparents passed away before she could even remember, leaving her somewhat oblivious in this regard. She struggles to comprehend Lin Xinyu's mindset, opting instead to quietly absorb the moment and contemplate how to offer comfort. Lin Xinyu sighs. Indeed, she must come from a large family, having never even taken a bus. I can manage. Bai Shihan perceives his worry and understands what is expected of her. Her gaze is resolute, affirming her confidence in her abilities. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xinyu takes the plastic bag from her hands, leading the little girl to the designated bus route while disposing of the trash in the proper area. Is this where we catch the bus? You surely have taken a bus before, right? He raises an eyebrow at Bai Shihan's innocent expression, pondering where this little princess emerged from. Although he has considered her family background, he never imagined she had not experienced such simple things. Before long, the bus heading to Shanjiatun comes to a slow stop in front of them. Lin Xinyu boards first, gesturing for Bai Shihan to follow. Fortunately, the timing is early, and the bus is not crowded. They find a double seat, with Bai Shihan sitting by the window and Lin Xinyu in the aisle seat. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to observe her appearance due to the distance and the rush. From her attire alone, it is evident she has been meticulously arranged. Presenting herself as demure in a white t-shirt and black jeans, her hair styled into a high ponytail. Her adorable face is filled with curiosity as she surveys the bus interior. As the bus gradually sets in motion, time passes unmarked. Due to the inertia from a turn, the petite girl has no time to react and tumbles toward Lin Xinyu. Grasping the handrail, he seems to anticipate this scenario, extending his arms to catch her and gently stabilizing her. At first, Bai Shihan feels panic, but upon falling into his warm embrace, an unprecedented sense of safety envelopes her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This is too dangerous. Lean on my shoulder. I will support you, he assures her. No, it's unnecessary. The bus fills with an increasing number of passengers, their mixed scents and sounds, a cacophony of laughter and conversation, presenting an experience Bai Shihan has never encountered. She remains silent, yearning to extricate herself from his embrace. Yet the unfamiliar environment instills fear, compelling her to remain quietly still. What if I cannot change, no matter how hard I try? How can that be? Haven't we already transformed so many things together? Lin Xinyu gently caressed her head, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. What's so difficult about it? I shall remain by your side until you succeed in your transformation. However, she hesitated. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he took the opportunity to place her small hand within his palm. It is all right. I understand that you cannot rush this process. I will be here for you, no matter how challenging the changes may be. I shall wait patiently. All right. Bai Shihan nestled closer against his chest, savoring this long-awaited moment. He dared to do it, indeed. Yes, just like that, hold tight. Feeling her nuzzle against him, Lin Xinyu felt a stirring in his heart. With so many people around, he could only discreetly place his hand on her shoulder, holding her firmly. The girl's body was undeniably soft, even through her clothing. He could sense the delicate, tofu-like texture of her skin. Before long, the bus finally steadied, and Bai Shihan quickly slipped out of his embrace, seeking refuge by the window. The rural roads were indeed like this. Once they were properly repaired, the ride would be much smoother. Well, it's fine. When it shakes again, just lean on my shoulder, and I'll help you steady yourself. No, please don't. She had lost count of how many times she had tried to rid herself of this hopeful yearning. Yet, each time she was easily swayed, losing herself in the moment. It's all right. It's natural to lean on friends during a bumpy ride. Will you talk to Kong? How do I say it? Kong Pong? I tell him that every day. He always wants me to hug him. You should learn from that. Bai Shihan sighed in relief. It seemed he wasn't deceiving her. However, the notion of her learning from him was evidently implausible. How much longer until we arrive? Perhaps it was due to never having taken a bus before, but Bai Shihan felt a bit dizzy. She contemplated leaning on Lin Xinyu, yet stubbornly resisted the urge. It's fine. You can take a nap. I'll wake you when we get there. Before she could respond, Lin Xinyu gently pressed her small head onto his shoulder. Sleep now, my dear. The dizzy girl had no idea how to protest. She could only comply, comfortably resting against him, enveloped in a profound sense of security. One's subconscious inevitably reveals the innermost thoughts. For Bai Shihan, despite her headache and inability to open her eyes, she chose to trust him. As the bus hit the muddy road, it transformed into a more intense version of a roller coaster. Bai Shihan felt no discomfort. Instead, she leaned against Lin Xinyu. Her eyes closed, her exquisite brows tempting one to reach out and touch them, not to mention her soft, pink lips. Is this taking advantage of her vulnerability? Lin Xinyu gazed at her with fervor. Though he had secretly brushed his fingers against her soft lips, he had yet to savor their sweetness. Get ready to disembark at Shanjiatun. A voice called out, and the bus came to a halt. The surrounding crowd began to stir, some hauling vegetables, while others carried chickens, ducks, and fish, the scent of which filled the air. Bai Shihan opened her eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Initially tense and fearful, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Lin Xinyu by her side. Have we arrived? Lin Xinyu ruffled her hair, expecting her to be displeased, yet to his surprise, she had remained quietly seated throughout the journey. Even when confronted with unpleasant odors, she simply endured without a word of complaint. All right, we're on the street now. Let us buy some fruits and some easy-to-eat pastries to take back. Grandma's teeth aren't good, but she loves pastries. Lin Xinyu vividly remembered every detail as Bai Shihan obediently trailed behind him, her gaze wandering over the unfamiliar surroundings since they had disembarked. Though the countryside lacked the allure of the city, it possessed an ambience and fresh air that could not be experienced elsewhere. Bai Shihan remained silent, distinguishing scents with her nose, and then looked up at Lin Xinyu with wide-eyed wonder, proclaiming, "Is it truly so? I would never deceive you. Indeed, come now. I have procured oranges, soft cakes, and 8 treasure porridge, everything Grandma adores." Lin Xinyu carried all the items, while Bai Shihan followed closely, clutching the hem of his shirt, ensuring she would not lose him. Grandma's home was not situated on the main street. They ventured down a narrow path leading to a bumpy dirt road. Fortunately, it had not rained, or their shoes would surely have been caked in mud. Along the way, the little girl brimmed with curiosity, having never visited such a place before. "Look, they can graze cattle over there," she exclaimed, recalling her father's words from her childhood. If one did poorly in school, they would have to tend to cows on the mountains. Yet, why did it seem so enjoyable? You don't find this place unappealing? Quite the contrary. It is indeed delightful. This response took Lin Xinyu by surprise. He had anticipated that, given Bai Shihan's sheltered upbringing, she would struggle to comprehend many aspects of this environment. Yet, here she was brimming with excitement. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and foliage. "There lies Grandma's house." Lin Xinyu pointed towards the end of the path, where a tiled brick house appeared, starkly contrasting with the urban dwellings. Nearby, children clad only in shorts could be seen by the riverbank, playfully fishing. Those fortunate enough might even catch crabs or shrimp, leading to spirited water splashes and laughter. Joy was indeed simple, manifesting in playful antics. Bai Shihan envied such a life, her imagination conjuring images of splashing water with Lin Xinyu, which surely would be a source of great happiness. As they neared Grandma's house, apprehension washed over her. This was her inaugural meeting with family. Her small hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, uncertain of what to say or do. "Wait, just call her Grandma along with me. She will surely take a liking to you." Allericht. Will she really like me? But it seems my parents do not. Bai Shihan's confidence wavered, her memories dominated by her parents' stern guidance. When she failed to meet expectations, she faced either loud reprimands or punishment. Will Grandma truly like me? The little girl cautiously followed Lin Xinyu, and as they approached the house, the sounds of firewood being arranged in the kitchen reached her ears. Bai Shihan felt a swell of nerves. She could no longer clutch Lin Xinyu's shirt, her gaze fixed on the kitchen door. Tension and fear enveloped her. "Grandma, are you preparing to cook again?" he called out, and the little girl was utterly flustered, standing in place, gazing at Lin Xinyu. It wasn't until she caught sight of the hunched old woman that she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Hello, Grandma." Even her words were slightly stammered, as she feared leaving a poor impression on her grandmother. "Little fish, why have you returned?" The grandmother appeared genuinely pleased. Upon hearing Lin Xinyu call her name from the kitchen, she initially doubted her ears, thinking it might be a figment of her imagination. Only after stepping out did she realize the truth. "Grandma, this is my classmate. I like her and intend to win her heart and make her my wife." Bai Shihan finally grasped the audacity he possessed. How could he dare to express such sentiments in front of his elders? Surely, he would be reprimanded for such boldness. The timid girl looked up, bracing herself for criticism. "This girl is delightful. 065. I am also capable of washing vegetables. Beyond love, there are numerous significant aspects of life. Family ties, dreams, pursuits, and direction. Only when all these are fulfilled can life be truly vibrant. This girl is indeed beautiful." The anticipated reproach was absent. Bai Shihan gazed at her grandmother, who wore a gentle expression, nodding in satisfaction. returning without a word to her grandmother. They had not yet gone to the market today and had not purchased any meat. Lin Xinyu felt a pang of nostalgia. In his childhood, his grandmother would always venture out to buy meat. Whenever she prepared a meal, she would place the meat on his plate, using various excuses to ensure he had all of it, while she contentedly consumed vegetables. Isn't their garden? I'll go help grandmother pick some vegetables. No need. You can entertain your classmates in the living room for a while. I'll slaughter a chicken later. In the countryside, one need not worry about food supplies. Vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, and geese are all readily available. One can even catch small fish from the puddles. Though they can be bought in town, nothing is as reassuring as homegrown produce. Furthermore, the essence lies in grandmother's culinary skills. The taste of home is always delightful. Lin Xinyu turned to Bai Shihan. Would you like to stroll through the vegetable garden? The young girl, who had been brimming with curiosity about her surroundings, nodded eagerly, ready to follow him. Just wait here and watch. There may be mud below, and your pristine white shoes will surely get dirty. From her attire alone, it was evident that Bai Shihan was not accustomed to farm work. She might hesitate even to touch the mulberry trees at the entrance when they bore fruit. All right. Grandmother stood at the door, observing the two as they moved in and out without speaking. Initially, she intended for them to come inside and rest, but then thought that working together would foster their bond. With this in mind, she cheerfully retrieved a freshly killed chicken from the refrigerator, alongside some cola and canned fruits. For grandmother, these were all treats her grandson had once relished, and she had prepared them in advance, fearing he might return unexpectedly. Bai Shihan, clutching the hem of her shirt, cautiously navigated the mountain path, experiencing something entirely new and thus feeling astonished. Fruit trees, vegetable gardens, farmlands, and cows grazing on a mountainside surrounded her. As they passed by dried or moist droppings along the roadside, Lin Xinyu began to share, do you know? As children, we loved to throw firecrackers in there. The sensation was truly exhilarating. I must take you to try it sometime. The young girl widened her eyes, struggling to believe his words. Yet Lin Xinyu's excited expression suggested it might indeed be quite fun. Bai Shihan was hesitant to walk too quickly. She wore a white t-shirt, although this time it lacked a bear motif. As a blossoming young woman, she often felt self-conscious due to her developing figure. Typically, the school uniform concealed her form well, but now, if she walked a little faster, she could distinctly feel a considerable sway. Overall, she appeared slender, yet her physique was well-formed where it mattered. How much longer? Soon. Do you see that stone bridge ahead? Cross through it, and, at the end, we'll descend from there. Lin Xinyu vaguely indicated the direction, and as he glanced at Bai Shihan, his gaze instinctively dropped, only to swiftly shift away. This action did not escape Bai Shihan's notice. Her earlier shyness transformed into a swell of pride. They said there was no need for further encouragement. Soon, the pair arrived at a stone bridge, beneath which the river water shimmered crystal clear, the silhouettes of small fish and shrimp distinctly visible. Come, walk slowly. Do not be afraid. This bridge is quite sturdy. Noticing the absence of railings on either side, Bai Shihan felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to step forward, until Lin Xinyu took her small hand in his. The little girl puffed up in indignation. He had been increasingly audacious lately, initiating hand-holding and other gestures without her consent. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse him, and, to her dismay, she even relished it, feeling somewhat ungrateful. They had agreed to maintain distance, so why did she constantly feel an involuntary urge to draw closer? Her small hand had nestled in his palm countless times, the warmth and intensity of his grip still lingering in her memory. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Xinyu guided Bai Shihan to stand on the grassy edge of the field, ensuring her delicate white shoes would remain clean. Do you enjoy eating cabbage? And these little greens, look, there are even small chili peppers here. Lin Xinyu introduced her to the vegetables, as he reveled in the opportunity to share his domain with her. Why, yes, I like them. To her astonishment, he effortlessly uprooted a large cabbage from the ground, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wow, that's impressive. This was a sight she had never witnessed before. Her experience in the kitchen had only involved chopping vegetables, leaving her entirely unaware of the harvesting process. Bai Shihan, filled with eagerness, contemplated whether she could emulate Lin Xinyu's actions, but then glanced at her pristine shoes and regretted her choice, wishing she had not worn such immaculately white footwear. Over there are sugar canes. Have you ever tasted them? Before long, Lin Xinyu emerged from the vegetable garden, carrying the freshly picked produce, as the riverbank was conveniently closed for washing. This time, Bai Shihan realized her usefulness. She walked slowly, trailing behind Lin Xinyu as they made their way along the path to the riverbank. You can wait for me over there. These can be easily rinsed off before we head back. Anticipating her intentions, Lin Xinyu instructed her to stay on the grass as they approached the riverbank. I can do it. Determined to prove her worth, Bai Shihan stubbornly approached Lin Xinyu, refusing to be obedient this time. Washing vegetables would not prove too challenging for her. Just be careful not to get yourself wet. I won tea. Concerned that she might struggle with the task, Lin Xinyu deliberately selected a smaller vegetable, and they proceeded to the stones by the riverbank, walking one behind the other. Squatting down, he immersed the vegetable in the water with one hand while the other hand scooped water to wash away the dirt. Bai Shihan mimicked his movements nearby, her small hand touching the river water, an experience unlike any she had known before. Even in this unfamiliar environment, Bai Shihan felt no fear. Instead, she found solace in Lin Xinyu's presence, which had become her anchor. Whatever they did, as long as he was beside her, it felt as though she were a little kitten with its owner, unafraid of the world around her. Bai Shihan, as the young girl turned her head. Lin Xinyu's finger lightly tapped her nose, the icy, refreshing sensation swiftly coursing through her body, causing her cheeks to gradually flush a deep crimson. Gazing at the grinning Lin Xinyu beside her, coupled with the unfamiliar surroundings, Bai Shihan felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment. You cannot bully me. I shall call for help. She recalled Aunt Song's words, reminding her that if ever mistreated, she could lodge a complaint. Yet now, Lin Xinyu's expression had transformed dramatically, seemingly conveying the message. No matter how loudly you cry, no one will come to your rescue. 066. It is essential to save up for the betrothal gifts. What do you think of me? Lin Xinyu refrained from continuing the jest. Bai Shihan, initially wishing for him to cease his playful antics, suddenly noticed his earnest demeanor and softly replied, very, very good. He was the finest young man she had ever encountered, wholeheartedly caring for her without ulterior motives. Although he frequently spoke of her in terms of a future wife, he truly was the best boy she had ever met. For the first time, she wished to remain by his side indefinitely, hoping to be lifelong companions. As they were termed good friends, let me tell you, everyone in this area knows me and my grandmother. If you meet anyone, just call out to me. Truly, Lin Xinyu is remarkable. In Bai Shihan's world, knowing everyone around her was an impressive feat, as it was something she herself could not accomplish, hence her admiration. In the countryside, especially at this hour of the morning, most elderly folks would take a stroll, as basking in the warm sunlight was an exceedingly pleasant experience. Uncle Chun, heading to the market? Oh, is that little you? Back to visit your grandmother? Yes, I'm going back after washing the vegetables. Otherwise, I won't get to enjoy the dishes she makes. And who is this young lady by your side? Well done, you. You've really made something of yourself. Bai Shihan listened apprehensively from the side. How could he so boldly greet others without fear of their remarks? Furthermore, she was not his girlfriend. If only there weren't others around, she could be holding onto his sleeve right now. The little girl felt a pang of sadness. It was during moments like these that she could sneakily linger close to him or be led by his hand. Though slightly bashful, she couldn't deny the exhilaration it brought her. She could hardly bear to think about a day when they could no longer share such intimate moments as friends. She simply did not know how she would cope. Once Lin Xinyu bid farewell to Uncle Chun, the little girl finally sighed in relief. She could now hold his hand. You see, we do resemble a couple. Even Uncle remarked that you're my girlfriend. Lin Xinyu stepped closer, gazing down into Bai Shihan's eyes. That is not true. Why was he so brazen? Bai Shihan shyly averted her gaze, recalling their embrace on the bus. She longed for another chance, nearly overwhelmed by her feelings. One day, I will let all the uncles and grandparents here know that you are my wife. He looked deeply into her eyes, his expression serious, as if he were not jesting at all. Bai Shihan's cheeks, already flushed, turned crimson to her neck, and her ears burned with embarrassment. You You cannot say such things. We are not. Not married, just good friends, friends with no intimate relationship. Lin Xinyu interjected, leaving Bai Shihan momentarily speechless. Her head bowed in shyness, legs crossed. She felt as if she might burst. Why did he insist on saying such things? Do not be afraid. It is precisely because we are good friends that you should assist your friend. Look, the uncles and grandfathers are pleased when I bring a girl home. So if we return home together as good friends, we can also act as if we are in a romantic relationship. Can good friends truly be this way? Of course. Look at us now. We resemble a couple. What if the chubby fellow returns with you? Lin Xinyu's expression turned serious. They say that chubby individuals appear younger. So I regard him as a son when we are together. No, it cannot be so. Bai Shihan felt flustered, unable to comprehend his words. Yet she begrudgingly acknowledged that there was a semblance of logic in his reasoning. The elder inquired, "Who are you, and how will you respond?" I do not know." The young girl had not anticipated encountering such a situation upon returning with him. It was merely a matter of picking vegetables. Yet why did she have to meet so many acquaintances? Look, Lin Xinyu was conversing with another elderly lady, who regarded her with a gentle expression, nodding in apparent satisfaction. This is disastrous. He must have told her that I am his girlfriend. Bai Shihan felt a twinge of unhappiness each time Lin Xinyu greeted someone. She had to remain rooted in place, unable to grasp his sleeve. You see, yet another elderly lady knows that you are my girlfriend. So if we happen to meet again, how will you address them? No, I won't. Lin Xinyu thought it was time to instruct her, otherwise this girl would surely be at a loss for words. Just call them uncle, grandpa, or grandma. If you don't know their names, simply refer to them as grandma. If they ask about your relationship with Xiaoyu, you can straightforwardly reply, I am her girlfriend. Currently, I am in high school, focusing on my studies, so I'm not dating. Once I enter university, we will declare our relationship. No, I want tea. Then how should you respond if we encounter them? Bai Shihan was a loss for words, utterly confounded by his explanations. Grandpa, grandma, I am as we are, boyfriend and girlfriend. Upon entering university, it's not acceptable. The young girl shook her head, contemplating seeking out Lin Xinyu's grandmother to report his constant teasing. This won't do, come. Hold my hand, and we shall practice when we return. Such matters simply require familiarity. I cannot. Extending her hand, she timidly grasped his sleeve, her mind racing with thoughts of what would happen if everyone in the village discovered she was his girlfriend. If Aunt Song found out, she would undoubtedly say she does not know how to refuse. Woe is me. I should not have agreed to return with him. Lin Xinyu did not press her further. The two of them walked along the narrow path, and before they reached the doorway, they spotted his grandmother waiting on the hillside. Today marked the opening of a new world for her. What had initially been a friendship was inexplicably transformed into a relationship as he introduced her as his girlfriend. Xiaoyu is back. Come, hand the vegetables to Grandma. She will chop them, and you can have a young lady sit inside. All right, there are canned goods and cola in the refrigerator. Grandma knows those are your favorites. Lin Xinyu nodded, recalling that whenever he returned home, there would always be food he cherished. Bai Shihan took a seat on the wooden stool without any reservations. Would you like me to wipe it for you? No, it's fine. The young girl felt her legs grow weak, having long yearned for a place to sit down. When the opportunity finally presented itself, she thought little of what lay above her and proceeded slowly. How does it feel here? Bai Shihan's delicate face flushed a vibrant red. Her excitement utterly uncontainable. It's wonderful, so much fun. What thrilled her the most was being introduced to others as his girlfriend. Such is the nature of girls. Often, they feign reluctance with their words, yet once an event transpires, their hearts brim with joy. She resolved to save diligently, for if his bride price were insufficient, he might not be able to take her away. 067 is merely the act of tending to the fire. Love serves as the finest beauty filter. Even while Lin Xinyu was rearranging the chairs, Bai Shihan found him undeniably attractive, occasionally stealing glances at him. This furtive behavior had become quite addictive for her. On the days when Lin Xinyu was absent from her line of sight, the little girl would genuinely feel a pang of anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. Shihan. Lin Xinyu moved a stool beside Bai Shihan. Their bodies gradually drew closer, gently brushing against one another as they basked in the sunlight at the doorway. After we return, I shall begin earning money. Bai Shihan nodded, able to surmise his plans, while her mind wandered, contemplating ways to economize her pocket money. Lin Xinyu's happiness was simple, as long as he could sit by her side. Engaging in conversation and witnessing her smile bloom, he felt fulfilled. Should they marry and accumulate sufficient wealth, he envisioned renovating his hometown, living in the countryside with her, basking in the sun each day, hand in hand in a vegetable garden, introducing her to various crops. Just imagining it filled him with immense joy. Grandma cooks deliciously. Indeed, Bai Shihan was at a loss for words, acutely aware of his arm brushing against her. Though the sensation was pleasantly tingling, it felt too bold. Clearly, she could not indulge too much, lest he remain oblivious to the concept of restraint. Compared to the county town, Bai Shihan preferred the tranquility of rural life. Here, she could relax without worry, with few passers-by and the neighbors being familiar faces. With a little effort in nurturing relationships, she was sure she could engage with Lin Xinyu just as he did. The atmosphere was comforting, and most importantly, her grandmother was a wonderful person. When she first arrived, her grandmother had even praised her beauty. Look at you now, with that blissful expression. One day, when we marry and have 2 children, we will cultivate vegetables in the countryside together, raising chickens, ducks, and geese. That would undoubtedly be a joyful life. Lin Xinyu leaned closer to Bai Shihan, whispering in her ear. In no way previously, they merely discussed the role of a wife, and now he was already hinting at wanting her to bear children. How could that be? Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed. Despite the delightful thrill of their closeness, her heart raced uncontrollably. If not for the fact that she could hold onto his clothing each day, the little girl would be at a loss for how to fill the void within her heart. Look at you, your face is all red. Are you pondering how to conceive children? I am not. Bai Shihan wished to dismiss him. How could she even entertain such thoughts? What methods? What actions? How could she possibly know? We are still young. Our focus should be on our studies, not on such matters. Lin Xinyu suddenly became serious, leaving Bai Shihan flustered. These were words she had only recently uttered, and now he was turning them back on her. Xiaoyu, please tidy the table. We can eat soon. All right. Lin Xinyu quickly rose to his feet. After responding, he turned his gaze towards Bai Shihan. Just sit tight and prepare to savor my grandmother's culinary skills. While she acquiesced, it was certainly impossible for Bai Shihan to remain idle. Regardless of the situation, she always sought to find something to do, craving a sense of involvement. The beauty of youth lies in such simplicity. Both yearned for each other's company. As long as they cherished the future, motivation blossomed, rendering them fearless in any endeavor. Just like the present Bai Shihan. In the past, her immediate reaction upon entering unfamiliar surroundings was fear. Now, standing beside Lin Xinyu, she would cheerfully lend a hand whenever needed. The mere opportunity to understand Lin Xinyu better was enough to satisfy her. Grandmother isn't here yet. There should be one more dish. I'll go help stoke the fire in the kitchen. Stoke the fire? Bai Shihan's eyes brimmed with confusion, unsure of what that entailed. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, she noticed Lin Xinyu had already departed, leaving her no choice but to follow him. After much contemplation, she mustered the courage to step into the kitchen. In the countryside, large pots were the norm, and cooking typically involved firewood. The young girl was oblivious to such details, yet her curious gaze revealed her desire to try her hand at it. What are you doing here? You'll get your white dress dirty. Just wait outside. Grandmother remained silent, merely hinting to Lin Xinyu with her eyes that such an opportunity should be reserved for her grandson, expediting the process so that she could cradle her great-grandchild soon. And no, it's all right. This was an opportunity she did not wish to miss. She had a genuine fondness for cooking, and anything related to it seemed so wondrous that she was eager to give it a shot. Lin Xinyu disowned her intentions. It'll get you dirty. You really want to try? How could I let a girl do such a thing? You child, go sit in the room for a while. It'll be done shortly. Upon hearing her grandson suggest that his wife should stoke the fire, grandmother immediately disapproved, casting a glance at Lin Xinyu that seemed to convey, "This opportunity is wasted on you. I can do it. Don't worry, grandmother. With me here, she won't get dirty." Seeing the two banter back and forth, even though she was reluctant to let the girl cook, grandmother had no choice but to watch as Bai Shihan looked at Lin Xinyu with excitement. This piqued her curiosity. Typically, a girl dressed so neatly would be apprehensive about getting dirty, yet this girl appeared utterly thrilled. "Come here. I'll show you how to stoke the fire and toss in the wood." Bai Shihan cautiously approached, only to witness Lin Xinyu retrieving a pair of tongs from beside the fire pit, resembling an enhanced version of scissors. He took her small hand in his. "Come on. We only have one dish left. These small pieces of wood will suffice." Grandmother, who had been grumbling, was taken aback to see her grandson embracing Bai Shihan from behind, their hands having made contact. This grandson of mine certainly possesses more understanding than his father. In moments like these, the girl often chose silence, fearing that speaking would betray her nervousness, a tremor in her voice that would surely be noticed by him. The sounds surrounding her were remarkably clear. The sizzling of the spatula against the large pot, the crackling of the firewood in the hearth, the occasional brush of his fingers against her skin, and the weighty rhythm of his breath filled the air. Yet, Bai Shihan found no disturbance in this cacophony. The only sound she could distinctly perceive was the rapid pounding of her own heart. The young girl was nearly beside herself, relishing the moment with insatiable delight. She had endured this for far too long. Despite her shyness, the fire was now unapologetically blazing. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. "You're the first he has brought home." During the process of kindling the fire, Bai Shihan was utterly oblivious to her surroundings, her small hand still held firmly. Previously, it had merely been a gentle grasp, but now, the sensation of his fingers brushing against her wrist sent delightful shivers coursing through her, akin to an electric shock. Lin Xinyu had successfully cradled her in his arms. The little girl, half squatting, could no longer maintain her balance and found herself seated squarely upon his lap. In that moment, Bai Shihan was completely flustered. This unprecedented experience left her unable to focus on the fire, let alone the presence of her grandmother nearby. She feared being perceived as a wayward girl. The two were intertwined, with Bai Shihan soft and delicate, compelling Lin Xinyu to confront his own trial, lest he frighten her. Why was she sitting on his lap instead of a stool? And most importantly, she could not resist. Any act of defiance would surely attract her grandmother's attention. The thrill of secrecy was intoxicating, especially with another person present. "Grandma, do we still need firewood?" Why was he still calling out? Bai Shihan felt on the verge of collapse, utterly astonished by Lin Xinyu's audacity. Did he not fear that his grandmother might misconstrue the situation, thinking her a bad girl? The little girl, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, attempted to wriggle free from Lin Xinyu's grasp, wishing to convey in a somewhat fierce manner that such behavior was unacceptable. Yet, the fire continued to burn, and more wood was added. To Bai Shihan's surprise, her grandmother seemed oblivious, her smile betraying her true awareness, as if feigning ignorance. Lin Xinyu continued to hold her, his warm breath brushing against her neck, which only deepened the rosy hue on her cheeks. Their bodies were closely entwined by the stove, and as more firewood was added, Bai Shihan felt as if she were ablaze. Had there been no one else present, she would have surely fled from his lap by now. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, lost in a daze, allowing Lin Xinyu to maneuver her, nearly forgetting to resist. Had she known, she would never have come to gather firewood. She felt as if she were on the verge of combustion, her face flushed, resembling perfectly cooked meat. Regrettably, Lin Xinyu was not positioned in front of her. Otherwise, he would have been unable to resist the urge to caress her adorable face. Bai Shihan was soft and delicate, occasionally exuding a milky fragrance, perhaps the fabled allure of a natural scent. Lin Xinyu greedily inhaled it, unsure whether it was his fervor or her weakening legs. But he sensed her sinking further into him. Their hearts raced in unison, the rhythmic thumping audible even through their clothes. Meanwhile, Grandma continued to stir the vegetables in the pan, adding water as she prepared what was originally meant to be scrambled tomatoes and eggs, now transformed into a pot of tomato and egg soup. The girl felt as if she might dissolve, shifting her body and inching closer into his embrace, her legs growing weaker. "Do not move." Lin Xinyu's voice was reminiscent of a heavy, labored breath escaping his lips, intermittently striking her neck. Bai Shihan dared not stir, feeling perplexed by the unfolding events as she sensed a notable difference in his demeanor compared to moments prior. He had not been so abrasive then. The young girl's naivety did not elude Lin Xinyu's understanding. Ultimately, the tested individual could not withstand the pressure and proudly lifted his chin. Enough, grandmother, the fire has gone out. Lin Xinyu chose to withdraw, realizing that persisting any longer could lead to uncertain consequences. The soup is ready as well. Although his grandmother wished to continue her matchmaking endeavors, she was taken aback when Bai Shihan, upon hearing this, seemed to exhale in relief and swiftly distanced herself from Lin Xinyu. This cannot continue. This was a resolute decision. If another opportunity arose, she would certainly refrain from stoking the flames. Even if sitting on his lap made her feel utterly relaxed, she could not afford to indulge in such desires again, for fear of developing an addiction to the sensation. Bai Shihan dared not dwell further on this thought. Her cheeks flushed, and she yearned to assist with the dishes, but Lin Xinyu had already preempted her, seizing the chance to shine. Let us go to the table inside. Dinner is about to be served. All right. The young girl followed Lin Xinyu closely, while their grandmother finally opened the pot on the stove. In the countryside, rice was often cooked in large pots, as the elderly were unaccustomed to electric rice cookers. The grandmother beamed with satisfaction, especially upon witnessing her grandson successfully seated the young girl on his lap, an accomplishment far surpassing that of his father. She recalled how, back in the day, the boy's father had been oblivious to the hints from the girl, who had expressed a desire for a home, utterly failing to grasp the implication of marriage. Outside the kitchen, Bai Shihan trailed behind Lin Xinyu, her hands busy as she sought to be of assistance, and was entrusted with 3 pairs of chopsticks. The sense of camaraderie in working together was utterly delightful. The young girl was indeed pleased. So many unprecedented experiences had been unlocked today, and even if tension arose, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. How was today? Enjoyable. Then shall we return together again? Bai Shihan wished to decline, yet a voice within urged her to acquiesce, hastening her to agree, for familiarity would only grow. All right. Ultimately, the young girl could not resist the allure emanating from her innermost being. This sensation was unlike any she had ever encountered. She yearned to break free, yet was reluctant to let go. She fully understood that she must not stray further down the path of mistakes. Yet the desire to forge ahead was irresistible. The most pressing matter at hand was to ensure the dowry was well saved. Her aunt had mentioned it would be exceedingly costly, and as she was still in high school, she could only wait until college. At that time, she would tell her aunt that she wished to buy many clothes, thus saving more from her allowance for the dowry. Bai Shihan had meticulously planned ahead, intending to keep it a secret from Lin Xinyu. Was this what others referred to as a surprise? She is unaware of how vocabulary can be applied to individuals. If it were an examination paper, she would undoubtedly submit a flawless answer sheet. However, she is now faced with a test she has never encountered before, and can only approach it in the manner she understands. The meal has arrived, and she is uncertain whether the young girl enjoys the dishes presented. The grandmother, bending slightly, enters the hall carrying a bowl of rice. Lin Xinyu swiftly steps forward to receive it, then takes a bowl, rinses it briefly, and serves the rice. It appears delectable. Bai Shihan's voice is faint. The grandmother gazes at her with a look of fondness, saying, "Little you is such a wonderful child, always making time to return each year, and you are the first girl he has brought home." Buzz. Another wave of crimson flushes her cheeks. Does your grandson have a significant other? In the countryside, it is customary to wash one's hands and face before a meal. The iron basin rests upon a wooden stand, and as for the face towel, Grandma, fearing that Bai Shihan might feel uncomfortable, presents a new one to them. Lin Xinyu lifts the iron basin. There is water in the pot. I will fetch some to wash my face. All right, Bai Shihan nods, watching him depart. At the dining table, only she and her grandmother remain. The little girl, striving to suppress her emotions, fearful of becoming a subject of ridicule. Little girl, has little fish been bullying you? If he has, Grandma will help you teach him a lesson. No, Grandma. Bai Shihan yearns to confide in her grandmother, to express that he constantly teases her, insisting that she be his girlfriend, holding her hand, and now, emboldened, even sitting on his lap. What will she do in the future? The little girl is troubled, her intended words morphing into something entirely different. She desperately wishes to refuse. Yet each time he leads her into temptation, she finds herself helplessly yielding, her body softening before she can even react. Bai Shihan realizes that, in contrast to before, her resistance has entirely waned. At times, she even forgets herself, lost in the depths of their intimacy. Although she knows this is wrong, she cannot help but greedily enjoy the closeness they share. Yet, recalling his earlier words about returning to the countryside to assist his friends, and considering that his chubby friend is treated like a son, surely being his girlfriend should not be an issue? It mustn't be, right? She hasn't agreed to be his wife, so their relationship is merely that of good friends. She can rest easy, reassuring her emotions. Bai Shihan feels a newfound courage towards her grandmother, and has even accepted the role of being a good girlfriend, which, as friends, she must fulfill, right? Cool, let's wash our faces. Lin Xinyu re-enters with the iron basin, the freshly retrieved pink towel gently floating on the water surface. The little girl's cheeks flush, especially upon seeing the towel, her heart racing, a voice incessantly echoing in her mind. Bai Shihan, that is your towel, your towel. Lin Xinyu can distinctly perceive the change in Bai Shihan. She used to resemble a shy kitten, avoiding his gaze at all costs, but now, she is entirely different. The little kitten seeks out her owner, craving affectionate touches. One day, he will make her entirely fall in love with this sensation, mewing, "Master, come here. I need your gentle touch." As he lifts the towel from the basin, could this be considered the first belonging she holds as his girlfriend? The little girl secretly delights in this. Her grandmother is kind, treating her not as a wayward girl, but with care, a long-lost affection beginning to be felt. In that moment, she truly experiences the warmth of home. "Come, wash your face. Do you know how? I can help you." "I can't," she replies. "I'm not a child. How could I possibly need someone to teach me such a basic task?" Yet, deep within, a voice persistently tempts her. "Do you really not need it? His hands are so warm. Having him wash your face might be even more comfortable than a hug." With a heart full of trepidation, Bai Shihan received the pink towel from him, her cheeks flushed. The warmth swiftly enveloped her entire being, igniting a delightful sensation within. As she rubbed the towel against her delicate face, dampening it, she eventually cleansed her tender hands as well. "All right, that's enough." Lin Xinyu remained silent, effortlessly taking the towel from her grasp, neglecting to wash it in the water, and instead using it directly on his own face. It was absurd to think that the essence of the towel, imbued with the girl's scent, could simply be washed away. That lingering fragrance was utterly captivating. Every young man harbors peculiar preferences, and Lin Xinyu's could be considered quite normal in comparison. He had heard tales of those who were enamored with feet. Was there truly such mystique surrounding it? "Grandma, it's time to wash your face." Lin Xinyu presented the basin to her, having already prepared the towels designated for both of them beforehand. There they hung on the wall, symbolizing their shared intimacy. At the dining table, once all preparations were complete, the three gathered around. Throughout the meal, Bai Shihan hardly needed to add any dishes. It was either Grandma serving her meat or Lin Xinyu offering her eggs. This treatment was unprecedented, causing her to feel a bit bashful. While she could understand Lin Xinyu's kindness, Grandma's generosity puzzled her. Bai Shihan thought this exceeded her understanding, venturing into unfamiliar territory. "The girl is so slender. She must eat more." Every grandmother seemed to share this sentiment, relentlessly piling food into her bowl until it overflowed, never relinquishing the thought of serving more. "Thank you, Grandma." How benevolent she was. No wonder he cherished her. The innocent Bai Shihan believed all parents were alike, with only grandmothers being distinct. From this moment forth, she too would embrace her grandmother's affection. After the meal, the two engaged in the task of washing the dishes while Grandma basked in the sunlight at the door. Her smile almost perpetual. As neighbors ambled by, the urge to introduce their daughter-in-law grew increasingly fervent. The Lin family was indeed fortunate. Old Mr. Wu from next door, having just finished his meal, came over, his face filled with envy, especially upon witnessing Bai Shihan washing dishes alongside Lin Xinyu. "Where did that little fish find such a wife? How about your grandson? How old is he now? When will he find a granddaughter-in-law?" In the countryside, good news among the elderly could never be concealed. What transpired today would be common knowledge by tomorrow. This very reason compelled Lin Xinyu to bring Bai Shihan home, anticipating the desired reactions. Each time they returned, neighbors would gaze at her and exclaim, "Oh, isn't that the granddaughter-in-law of the old Lin family?" Bai Shihan felt a surge of anxiety, not due to the presence of others, but rather at the audacity he displayed. While he could be excused for tending the fire, as it was a teaching moment, washing dishes at the sink, did he intend to wash them by hand? Even more outrageous was the serious expression on his face. "Come, this is how we wash the dishes at home." Lin Xinyu grasped her small hand, gently caressing it while simultaneously wielding a cloth, all of which transpired within the confines of the sink, hidden from prying eyes. Once again, he succumbed to clandestine affection. Bai Shihan acknowledged that the thrill of secrecy was indeed exhilarating, yet the continuous touch from him raised questions about the boundaries of friendship. "You need to empty the water, then wipe the inside with a clean cloth and neatly store it away in the cupboard," he instructed, standing behind her in an embrace-like manner. The young girl did not resist. She dared not move, for even the slightest shift could lead her to brush against his chest, igniting a flush upon her cheeks, while her mind incessantly grumbled, "This is so annoying. Just for one day, just for one day." Grandpa Wu said with a hint of annoyance, "My child has just entered junior high school. Who is this granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma did not pursue the matter further. Her objective had been achieved. Now everyone knew that the Lin family was about to welcome another addition. Bai Shihan remained silent, her mind racing, pondering whether she would truly become a granddaughter-in-law. If she feigned indifference now, Grandma would undoubtedly be displeased. The little girl had changed. Initially, her compliance was intended to make others comfortable, but now it seemed she had completely opened up, harboring no feelings of discontent, perhaps even feeling an innate reluctance to refuse, which resulted in her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The phrase from Grandpa Wu echoed in her mind. Is this the granddaughter-in-law of the Lin family? Granddaughter-in-law wife? Was she contemplating another round of washing? Lin Xinyu emerged from the kitchen, noticing Bai Shihan still standing by the sink. Mistakenly thinking she was nervous and yet to regain her composure, he sought to tease her in order to help her relax. "Just for one day, remember? Just for one day," he reiterated. The envy on Grandpa Wu's face had not faded since he arrived. While one could argue that other people's daughters-in-law were not particularly impressive, encountering such a well-behaved girl was hard not to find endearing, especially since the young lady showed no disdain for rural life. "Look," the little girl was already cleaning the table with a cloth, mimicking Lin Xinyu's actions as she fed the leftover rice to the chickens, perfectly integrating into the pastoral lifestyle. "Isn't it fun? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Bai Shihan replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited Lin Xinyu to take her to the next exciting place. Initially, Lin Xinyu had been concerned about his grandmother's health, but seeing her smiling and chatting with Grandpa Wu eased his worries. He then turned to Bai Shihan and asked, "Have you ever seen a pig? Here, there are pigs?" She exclaimed, genuinely astonished. "A pigsty? Haven't you ever seen a pig?" "I have seen them on television." Bai Shihan puffed her cheeks, adopting a defiant expression. "Gulme, let me broaden your horizons." "Grandma, I'm taking Shihan out for a stroll. You should rest well and not worry about working. Just take care of any small tasks." Lin Xinyu gently grasped her bewildered little hand and turned back to remind his grandmother. She was like that, always busy with endless tasks, yet somehow finding time to care for her grandson, preserving what she believed to be the best, even if it spoiled, as she never knew when her grandson would return and wanted to be prepared at all times. All right, I'll bask in the sun for a bit before I sleep." The happiness of the elderly is often so simple. As long as their children and grandchildren live happily, they're easily content. Did you know? The neighbor's child went missing for an entire night, and Grandpa Wu searched every conceivable place but still couldn't find him. The hands of the two remained intertwined, and in an effort to alleviate Bai Shihan's anxiety, Lin Xinyu made a point to share tales that piqued her curiosity. The little girl, her brow furrowed with concern, inquired, "Did they find it in the end?" At that time, the urgency was palpable. The entire village rallied to assist, yet the child remained elusive. "Alas, what did they do?" she pressed, her heart racing in anticipation. "I don't know," he replied, teasing her further. Old Mr. Wu wept through the night, with no one giving up hope. Yet the child's shadow was nowhere to be seen. As darkness fell, the villagers, frustrated and weary, reluctantly returned home to rest. However, by the next day, the child reappeared. Did he come back by himself? Bai Shihan exhaled in relief. For though the details of the child's return were unclear, he was safe. Lin Xinyu smiled at her. The child had fallen asleep in the pig pen and slumbered until morning. Old Mr. Wu, feeling despondent, went to feed the pigs only to find the child emerging alongside them. Thankfully, it was a pregnant sow, and thus not aggressive. He slept with the pigs? Indeed, and fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. The little girl's heart, once heavy with worry, now lightened. Joy often blooms in simplicity. Even as they engaged in seemingly trivial conversation, discussing matters that others might deem dull, outsiders may find it uninteresting, yet their faces radiated with happiness. The essence lay not in the topics of discussion, but in the fact that he was right there beside her. Even before reaching the pig pen, the faint sounds of grunting could be heard from within, indicating the pigs were at rest. Bai Shihan, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Are these pigs for consumption or for sale?" "We raise them for the new year. The choice cuts are reserved for celebrations, while the surplus is usually sold. As for the sows, they are kept for breeding, allowing us to produce more piglets to sell to those wishing to raise pigs themselves." In matters of academics, Lin Xinyu might not rival Bai Shihan, but in the countryside, he thrived, effortlessly captivating her interest with everyday anecdotes. It wasn't that she was unfamiliar. Rather, she had little experience or had only heard of such things without ever witnessing them firsthand. Encountering them now, her curiosity was naturally ignited. "No, there is no one left." Bai Shihan's cheeks had yet to regain their normal hue as she shyly lowered her gaze to their joined hands. She exerted a slight effort to break free, but he held her firmly, unwilling to let go. "Do you know about actors? The ones who perform in films on television?" "Yes. When acting, one must go through the entire performance. Which actor ever leaves halfway?" He tightened his grip. "We must hold on. Who knows, someone from next door might pop over. If they see us not holding hands, it wouldn't reflect a friendship." Bai Shihan nodded, finding his reasoning sound. Just for today, just for today." The familiar, beguiling whisper echoed in her heart. The scent from the pig pen wafted towards them as the little girl stood quietly beside him, occasionally peeking inside. It was spring, and the piglets had not yet grown. They appeared to be fatigued from playing, resting on the ground. "Bai Shihan, does that one not resemble you?" "Not at all." The little pig, tender and rosy, finds itself cradled in the intertwined fingers of two individuals, whose small hands feel slightly awkward beneath the gentle caress of the larger. Perhaps encouraged by an unspoken signal, the timid little hand begins to respond with an innocent eagerness. Affection is strikingly simple, an impulse that is difficult to restrain when drawn to one another. Such experiences can easily become addictive, and with the slightest endeavor, one finds themselves ensnared. Bai Shihan exemplifies this, her desires unrestrained, often contemplating that a fleeting encounter would suffice. Yet, when reality unfolds, the whispers of temptation resound within her heart. More, more. How endearing the little pig is, so soft and delightful. Their gazes remain fixed upon the pig pen, and for the first time, they realize that, regardless of the setting, the mere presence of one another brings an unparalleled sense of comfort. 071. Are you really not going to give it a try? As long as one possesses a thick skin, there is no way to miss out on advantages. Bai Shihan is not the type to be easily deceived. If it were any other boy, managing to exchange a single word would be unprecedented, let alone going back to his home. What does it feel like? The young girl raised her head, perplexed by his meaning. Lin Xinyu lifted her small hand, clasped in his palm. Does this not evoke any feelings? Look, my face has already turned red. Bai Shihan finally grasped his intent. Regardless of whether anyone from next door would come to visit Grandpa, she swiftly withdrew her hand, her breath quickening, her heart pounding incessantly. She knew she must not be greedy. After all, he was becoming increasingly forward. They had clearly agreed that this was merely mutual assistance between good friends. Yet why did it feel as though he was taking it seriously? Aunt Song had specifically advised her yesterday to protect herself well, and today she was already being subjected to various forms of bullying. Bai Shihan hid her hand behind her back, fearing that he would use someone's arrival as an excuse to do what he desired. Ahead, there stood a mulberry tree. Have you ever tasted mulberries? They are quite abundant. We used to go and pick them in groups as children. No. Listening to him, Bai Shihan truly understood nothing, yet she still contemplated joining him. Come, I will take you there. They are delicious. The young girl obediently followed Lin Xinyu, who had seamlessly assumed the role of her guide since their return to the countryside. One must admit, the air in the countryside is indeed refreshing. Surrounded by the fragrance of blooming flowers and grass, both felt particularly uplifted at that moment. Bai Shihan tugged at the hem of Lin Xinyu's shirt, her entire being enveloped by a shadow. Shihan, what do you think our current relationship is? Well, we are good friends. You see, you've forgotten again. In the countryside, one must always be cautious. If someone appears nearby, wouldn't that be a dead giveaway? Lin Xinyu halted, imparting earnest counsel. The young girl blushed, feeling flustered and at a loss. So, what do you say our relationship is now? Male, female, friend, friends. Bai Shihan lowered her head, unable to muster the courage to meet his gaze, never having considered they might share such a bond. In truth, anyone with keen perception could discern that when one is fond of another, one's gaze invariably drifts towards them, an impulse utterly beyond control. Do boyfriends and girlfriends lack allure? Or perhaps you should simply declare that I am your husband. Husband? How could he be so shameless? Lin Xinyu paid no mind to her protests. When those two syllables slipped from her lips, it was evident he was reveling in delight. Watching Lin Xinyu's expression of sheer enjoyment, Bai Shihan finally comprehended, her shock rendering her unable to fathom that those words had come from her mouth. That title was reserved for marriage, only to be uttered after their photographs were affixed to a marriage certificate. How could she possibly acknowledge such a relationship now? Moreover, as a girl who was utterly ignorant of romance, suddenly calling a boy husband would undoubtedly compel her to find a corner to shyly hide away. Indeed, if she were to directly acknowledge him as her husband, the uncles and grandfathers would surely be envious beyond measure. Lin Xinyu continued to deceive, or rather, to explain his eagerness for the entire village to know that she, Bai Shihan, was indeed his wife. The young girl felt a rush of warmth coursing through her. A day's role-playing as a couple had already left her feeling physically uncomfortable, her legs inexplicably weak, and now the title of husband was being thrust upon her. No, this simply would not do. What nonsense! If you feel it is unfair, I can always call you wife. Absolutely not. His audacity was not a sign of misfortune, but rather a reward. Look, the mulberry tree is right over there. Do you see those dark reddish-black fruits? Surely, you have not tasted them? No. Lin Xinyu halted and gazed down at her. From now on, I shall take you to savor many delightful treats. Bai Shihan felt a blush creep across her cheeks, and her gaze quickly averted from his penetrating eyes. All right, let us begin with these mulberries. After her agreement, Bai Shihan bore witness to a scene that left her utterly astonished. She perceived Lin Xinyu as audacious, as he swiftly approached the tree, plucked a ripe, dark fruit, and without washing it, popped it directly into his mouth. No, that is not permissible. In her mind, everything should be washed before consumption. How could he be so reckless? Don't worry, this is how we do at home. After consuming the mulberry, his lips were stained with a vivid purple liquid, causing Bai Shihan, who had never experienced such a thing, to panic slightly. You might be poisoned. Open your mouth. Lin Xinyu hardly paid her any mind. He selected some larger, plump fruits from the tree and offered them toward her small mouth. Suddenly being fed, Bai Shihan instinctively opened her mouth, only to widen her eyes in astonishment moments later. He was feeding himself poison. The mulberry melted in her mouth, its juice swiftly filling her entire palate, cool and sweet. How is it? Delicious. Lin Xinyu cherished the transformation of her expression from worry to delight. It was the only way he could ascertain her satisfaction. Imagining a future where they had a small home together, he envisioned planting numerous fruits around, gently explaining to her as she marveled at them. Such thoughts could only evoke happiness. What about sugarcane? Should we take a look? Just as she nodded, she noticed Lin Xinyu's hand reaching towards her. And before she could react, he had touched her cheek. No, that is not allowed. As she observed him drawing closer, She feared he intended to seize more than just a kiss, and hastily waved her hands. What do you mean? Your lips are covered in fruit juice. Let me wipe it for you. His hand brushed against the corner of her mouth, and it must be said that a girl's skin is exquisitely soft. Merely touching it made Lin Xinyu reluctant to withdraw his hand. Should we return to change your shoes? It's inconvenient to walk on the mountain paths with these. I have no other shoes. You can wear mine. They are perfect for traversing the mountain trails. Bai Shihan was about to decline, but the enticing voice within her always seemed to arrive just in time. Really, do you not want to try? Those are shoes he has worn. Aren't you curious? Really? How annoying. Fine. The young lady is often prone to contradictions between her words and her heart. Bai Shihan shyly trailed behind him as they retraced their steps, and upon arriving home, they found that grandmother was no longer sitting at the door. She must have retired for the night. Quietly, she nodded at his words, her small hand once again ensnared in his grasp. Just as she contemplated resisting, she caught sight of him making a gesture with his other hand, which extinguished any thought of opposition. She feared waking her grandmother. Yet, being held by Lin Xinyu ignited a fluttering sensation in her heart, which she found exceedingly vexing. How infuriating! She had evaded him. In this world, there is no such thing as a mere preference for hands, feet, or looks. As long as one possesses beauty, all preferences apply. Bai Shihan sat upon a stool, her long and slender legs concealed beneath her trousers, rendering them invisible. Rest assured, I always clean my shoes before leaving. They are fresh and ready to wear. But those are his shoes. The insistent voice within her made her cheeks flush, and her small foot was eager to slip from the white shoes into the black sneakers before her. White shoes pair with white socks, especially those adorned with charming lace trim. Lin Xinyu stood beside her, remarking, "Your feet are truly beautiful." In that fleeting moment, it felt as though Bai Shihan's heart had ceased to beat. Her legs turned to jelly, her face flushed, and her breath quickened. "Do not look at me like that." The little girl raised her gaze, attempting to glare at him fiercely, but upon seeing his eyes fixed on her white socks, her entire being softened, and she averted her gaze. They were in close proximity, with Lin Xinyu nearby, kindly shielding her from the sun with his body. One stood, while the other sat on the stool. If she were to move forward suddenly, she would undoubtedly collide with his abdomen. "I can help you put them on," he offered. Noticing her hesitation, he stepped closer, clearly intent on taking her small foot into his hands. This was unacceptable. The little girl panicked and hurriedly slipped her exposed foot into the black sneakers, feeling a surge of nervousness. Yet her heart was filled with satisfaction. After all, they were his shoes. The reserved girl felt her entire being ablaze, breathing rapidly as she struggled to maintain her composure, having lost count of how many unprecedented experiences she had undergone. "There is still another one. This shoe might be a bit large. Let me help you wear it." Lin Xinyu understood that Bai Shihan could only be pursued gradually, like a frog being boiled in warm water, allowing her to become accustomed to the tender affection until she was irresistibly attached, like a kitten refusing to leave. This girl, who was utterly oblivious to the nature of love, likely did not even recognize her own fluttering heart. Thus, he could only lead her forward until she comprehended the situation. Before Bai Shihan could react, he had already grasped her other foot, which was still shod in a shoe, just as she was about to protest. Lin Xinyu repeated his earlier gesture with his remaining hand. "Shoo, grandmother is a light sleeper. We must be quiet." Bai Shihan whispered softly, "Could you please refrain from touching me?" Yet, his hand showed no sign of halting, traversing down the delicate lace trim, eventually removing her white shoes and thoughtfully placing them into a black sneaker, entirely ignoring her plea. In the face of timidity, one must summon the audacity to be bold. After all, those inexperienced in love often retreat at the first sign of affection, plagued by self-doubt. Thus, courage becomes paramount. This scenario is not uncommon. Within the confines of the classroom, relationships confirmed in private may be exposed, leading to gossip that could result in embarrassment and, ultimately, heartbreak. Should others discover the closeness between Bai Shihan and Lin Xinyu, coupled with the spread of rumors, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Thus, one must proceed with caution. "Oh, these are my old middle school shoes. They fit you just a tad snugly. Lin Xinyu was aware of his intentions, deliberately seeking to establish physical contact with her. To claim he disliked her small feet adorned with white lace socks would be a blatant falsehood. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Yet, with the courage to embrace new experiences, opportunities will inevitably arise. In their previous life, they maintained a respectful distance, with neither party daring to alter the status quo. Now, with one choosing to take the initiative and gently draw the other into a realm of tenderness, resistance becomes futile over time. Let us go. Time to set off. Lin Xinyu straightened up, reluctant to release her small foot. The young girl remained silent throughout. The sensation of his hand brushing against her ankle was oddly pleasant. Fortunately, it wasn't a sensitive area. Otherwise, she would have bitten her lip, stifling the moan that threatened to escape her throat, a sensation that felt almost overwhelming. The warmth of his palm was palpable against her skin. Thus, she trailed behind him, a silly grin plastered on her face, greedily savoring this tender moment, fearing that if she opened her eyes, it would all vanish. I must tell you, she began, when we were children, we often sneaked into others' fields to steal sugarcane. The village elders could do little but brandish their hoes to scare us away. That thrill of being chased was exhilarating. Lin Xinyu walked ahead, accustomed to her pulling him along. Truth be told, he longed to hold her hand directly, yet he refrained, knowing such an act might frighten the innocent girl. Moderation is key in all things. Bai Shihan dutifully stood in his shadow, adhering to his words that a husband should protect his wife. Standing beside him, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. At such moments, she often played the role of a listener, her breath quickening as she absorbed his tales of being chased by the village elder with a hoe. When he spoke of the thrill, she found herself empathizing with the elder's plight. Come, let me take you to steal sugarcane. I don't want to. As he suddenly quickened his pace, Bai Shihan panicked. Such an act was too reckless. If the elders discovered them, they would surely meet a dire fate at the end of a hoe. Oh, Aunt Song, I longed to return home in truth. Lin Xinyu yearned to intertwine his fingers with hers, but that opportunity had become elusive with their grandmother's presence. In the sugarcane field, one must seek out densely clustered areas. Thus, even if one were to pilfer, it is likely that they would remain oblivious. Lin Xinyu typically seized moments in conversation to gauge her reactions, his palm gradually gliding toward hers. Their hands inched closer, approaching the goal of entwined fingers. However, the young girl soon noticed. Her hand swiftly retreated, darting to the vicinity of her orange pocket. Should he advance any closer, she would promptly conceal it, extinguishing any lingering thoughts. You are deceiving me. We agreed to only hold hands when others are nearby. Now you wish to steal and still hold hands? I am no fool. No, I meant for you to wait there while I fetch one. It was impossible to claim there was no awkwardness. Lin Xinyu intentionally shifted the topic, conceding defeat for the moment. It appeared that only in the presence of their grandmother could they clasp hands. It's fine. Previously, in front of Grandma, the young girl would not resist. On the ridge, amidst the sugarcane grove, the leaves danced in the wind. The air suffused with the essence of their connection, blending seamlessly. Who knew that the simple act of stealing a sugarcane could bring such joy? 073. The happiest moment, fool. That needs to be spat out. He is so fierce, truly so fierce. Bai Shihan wore a face of grievance, unaware that the fruit was meant to be discarded. She had been puzzled as to why it was so difficult to chew. The two sat by the ridge. Initially, the young girl was reluctant, having never sat on the ground before, finding it hard to accept. Yes, it must be spat out, for it cannot be swallowed. Lin Xinyu reached out to take the chewed sugarcane shavings, not forgetting to wipe the transparent juice from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. The girl remained silent, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through her body. He, without her consent, she wished to refuse, but deep down, reasons for self-persuasion emerged. Bai Shihan, today you must successfully assist your good friend, just for today, just for today. The sugarcane was pilfered by Lin Xinyu, washed at the riverbank, and later chopped into sections at home with a kitchen knife, all under Bai Shihan's astonished gaze, before he peeled it with fluid motions. Once everything was prepared, they were free to indulge in this moment of intimacy, leaning against each other. Are you stealing glances at me again? No, I'm not. Bai Shihan's, eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Just moments ago, he and T looked over. Who knew he would suddenly turn his head? Lin Xinyu longed to pull the girl into his embrace, to lower his head and gaze into her eyes, allowing her to look back with courage and assurance. The timid girl could not alter her habits overnight. It would take gentle coaxing to thicken her delicate facade in his presence. Perhaps then, Bai Shihan would happily surround him, incessantly calling him husband. The girl had relaxed now, accustomed to sitting on the ridge, and she found great pleasure in this undisturbed solitude. She even began to daydream about living in the countryside together, as he suggested. Marriage, not just tending to vegetables, but holding hands and wandering about. Surely that would be blissful. No, how could she entertain such thoughts? Bai Shihan, if Aunt Song found out, she would surely scold you for thinking of such things on a mere trip back to the countryside. It is hard to imagine that two 17-year-olds could sit quietly on a ridge, each stealing glances at the other, lost in their thoughts. This was perhaps the most relaxed Bai Shihan had ever felt. A sweet smile would occasionally grace her lovely, fair face. Halfway through the sugarcane, she found it too much to finish. For some reason, time seemed to fly by when she was with someone who brought her comfort, almost like a dream. Bai Shihan looked down at her black sneakers, her greatest acquisition of the day. She curled her legs up, hugging her knees, perched on a ridge. The setting sun cast a warm glow, enveloping them in its gentle light, as if offering heartfelt blessings to a budding couple. Birds chirped joyfully in the sky, reveling in the current scene. Two little birds chased and frolicked, occasionally intertwining in a playful manner, quite unabashed. Lin Xinyu turned to her, and the little girl, just at that moment, averted her gaze, her clumsy attempt at stealth clearly giving her away once again. This time, he chose not to confront her, instead holding up the sugarcane. "Let us go. Grandma must be cooking." All right. The countryside exuded a serene atmosphere, where the hum of cars and various clamor were scarcely heard. Upon arriving home, the chimney could be seen from afar, puffing out gray smoke, and the little girl, filled with curiosity, tilted her head to look at him. "What's wrong?" "It's just," she stammered. Lin Xinyu gently patted her head. "Speak up. It's all right. Do you really think Santa Claus comes down the chimney into the room?" Lin Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but then continued, "Yes, he does. He crawls down the chimney and places gifts in the stockings by your bed." Such was their interaction. He understood her, engaging in playful banter. Bai Shihan felt elated. Previously, such musings would have been dismissed as childish, but now, with a good friend who could accurately discern her thoughts, it was different. After dinner, "Do we need to head back? Shall we light a fire together?" "No, let us not," although she longed to experience it again. The little girl resolutely held back, knowing that if she continued, she would surely become addicted. If she grew accustomed to sitting on his lap, it would be hard to break that habit, so she decided to impose restraint upon herself. "Grandma, we're here to help. Why is he like this? Always using grandma to scare people." Bai Shihan pouted as she leaned closer to Lin Xinyu, and before he could sit down, she stood by, waiting for him to repeat the actions from noon. After a long wait, seeing he did not respond, she asked, "Are you going to light the fire? Do you need me to teach you how to use the tongs?" Such tempting words were utterly vexing. Although she wanted to refuse, that familiar voice always arrived just in time, leaving her unsure of how to decline. This was indeed quite taxing on her mind. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, and thinking of the full experience between good friends, she knew she could not back out halfway. As a good friend, she would not deceive him. Once again in their familiar positions, with his large hand holding her small one, they placed kindling into the fire pit. Grandma beamed with delight. It seemed this granddaughter-in-law had developed. Dinner was simple, just some boiled lean meat noodles, a dish Lin Xinyu had adored as a child. "Grandma, I'll come back to see you after the college entrance examination." All right. As Lin Xinyu bid farewell, Bai Shihan hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Eventually, she gathered her courage. "Gee, Grandma, goodbye." The little girl had intended to express that she would return to see him after the examination, but the words stuck in her throat, leaving her to convey her sentiment in other ways. All right. Remember to visit Grandma's house next time. I didn't prepare much today, but I will make sure to prepare well next time." The smile on Grandma's face never faded, each time she saw Bai Shihan and Lin Xinyu. Her face radiated joy. Not only this, but even the future scenes of walking with her great-grandchildren are vividly etched in her mind. Bidding farewell to her grandmother, Bai Shihan followed Lin Xinyu as they meandered along the path. Along the way, the little girl noticed that her grandmother was trailing behind. She hesitated, wanting to stop, but was gently restrained by Lin Xinyu. Do not look back. Grandmother is reluctant to part. Come, give me your hand. Let her know we are happy, and it will bring her joy. This time, Bai Shihan did not hesitate and swiftly placed her small hand into his palm. Scattered stars began to twinkle in the sky. This was the happiest moment they had experienced. As night fell, the stars in the sky gazed down upon the two, hand in hand, alongside their beloved grandmother. In a few days, your brother will return, and Bai Shihan is in a state of distress. Each time she nearly manages to resist, he always finds a reason that leaves her unable to refuse. Why? Oh, why can she not be as resolute as he? Yet being led along truly feels so comfortable. Under the night sky, the two boarded the last bus. Lin Xinyu sat by the corridor, while Bai Shihan rested by the window, her small hand having already slipped away, propped against the glass. Perhaps due to following him around all day, Bai Shihan felt a touch of fatigue, leaning on her hand for support. Occasionally, she feared dozing off and would open her eyes, glancing at him to ensure he was still there. After a day of pretense, the young girl seemed not yet to have entered a state of wisdom. She craved more. However, he had already closed his eyes to rest, making it impossible for her to hold his hand forcibly. Bai Shihan turned her head, striving to remain silent as she quietly observed him. He looked truly charming in his tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, she became somewhat mesmerized, her lashes delicately curved, and her slightly parted lips glistening with moisture, prompting her to wish to inch closer. She must resist. This time, she must hold back. Bai Shihan turned her gaze to the window, seeking distraction. Outside, the crescent moon was distinctly visible, accompanied by a sky full of stars. At that moment, the young girl had no time to appreciate the night scenery beneath the starry sky, as the slumbering figure beside her had entirely captured her attention. When would she be able to sleep beside him? No. Bai Shihan quickly dismissed the thought, for if her parents found out, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. An anxious half-hour passed, during which the figure by the window began to stir. The young girl closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. He stretched lazily, instinctively glancing at Bai Shihan, having just seen her sleeping, prompting him to consider a brief nap as well. Lin Xinyu had no intention of waking her. The roles had shifted, and the observer had become Bai Shihan. She appeared utterly adorable in her slumber, her long lashes quivering slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing somewhat rapid, indicating she was likely having a nightmare. Gradually, Lin Xinyu inched closer, observing how her slightly parted lips slowly closed, as if she wished to shift to a more comfortable sleeping position. As he drew nearer, Bai Shihan's face flushed deeper, and she inexplicably imagined that he might take this opportunity to steal a kiss. No, that cannot happen. The young girl waved her hand, too timid to open her eyes. Be good, don't bully her. Lin Xinyu allowed her to lean on his shoulder, entirely oblivious to whether she was awake, thinking instead that she might be dreaming of him teasing her. Bai Shihan dared not move. She sensed that her act of feigning sleep had gone unnoticed. She obediently leaned against him, openly savoring this moment of warmth. She could not tell how much time had passed, feeling as though time itself had come to a standstill. It was only when the bus safely arrived at their destination that he gently touched her cheek to rouse her. We're home, he said. Bai Shihan, with sleepy eyes, found herself disliking the act of waking for the first time. All right, let us get off, she replied. Okay. It appeared that Bai Shihan was somewhat flustered, unable to raise her gaze to meet his. Having successfully entered a state of wisdom, she no longer entertained thoughts of reaching out to him. This, however, had left the young girl in quite a predicament. Come, I shall escort you home. Bai Shihan, still reveling in her silent triumph, felt as though she had successfully taken advantage of him, while he remained oblivious. I told you that my grandmother would like you. You see how reluctant she is to part before we leave. Shall we return together next time? After a lengthy detour, Lin Xinyu finally articulated his intentions. The young girl shyly nodded, fully aware of what returning with him entailed, as if they shared a small secret, one that belonged solely to them. As they followed the path illuminated by streetlights, they soon entered familiar terrain. Upon reaching the corner, they found Song Jilly waiting there. At this point, Bai Shihan dared not move. Having just been playing a game of shadow hand-holding, she quickly withdrew her small hand behind her back. You actually thought to bring her back. Song Jilly approached, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Xinyu. Annie, this isn't my fault. It's just that grandmother's house is quite far, and waiting for transport takes ages. With that, he turned to Bai Shihan, as if to say, you can ask her. The young girl was too fearful to speak, worried that she might inadvertently reveal her assistance to her friend in the countryside. And you, going out without sending a message, not answering calls. Are you not afraid I might tell Mr. Bai? No, please don't. Bai Shihan was apprehensive. Although she knew Annie Song wouldn't act in such a manner, a sliver of concern lingered. As long as you returned safely. Then, Song Jelly shot a glance at Lin Xinyu, her expression clearly issuing a silent order for him to leave. Lin Xinyu did not linger. As Bai Shihan prepared to depart, he shook his phone gently, wishing her a good night. Until their parting, the young girl felt a twinge of reluctance, but with Annie Song present, she dared not express it, obediently following her aunt. Shihan, tell Annie, have you truly developed feelings for him? Upon arriving home, Song Jilly bore a serious expression, fixated on Bai Shihan. No, not at all. Yet, Annie felt compelled to remind her, Mr. Bai has been inquiring about you quite frequently. I can only provide cover for a short while, so you must deliberate carefully. All right, the young girl understood all too well, which was why she continually urged herself to let go. Everything that transpired today had been buried deep within her heart. Originally, in her darkened world, a mere crack had been made. Now, in the corners of her soul, it seemed as though a small fragment of spring lingered, one that belonged to her, a cherished beauty. Shihan, in a while, your brother may return. Before she could gather her emotions, another piece of news arrived from Annie Song. Witnessing her anxious expression, Song Jelly readily reassured her, Mr. Bai and the others will not be coming back. It is just Wenjie who mentioned he misses his sister and wishes to return for a visit. With a sigh of relief, Bai Shihan felt grateful for her brother's unwavering kindness. Her return to studies was largely due to his promise to their parents to maintain stable grades and alleviate the family's burdens. Typically, household responsibilities were not assigned to girls, and the strictness imposed on Bai Shihan stemmed from the fact that her brother had not yet been born at that time. As she prepared to rest, Song Jelly never pressured the young girl. Instead, she provided silent support. Upon hearing the door close, Bai Shihan retrieved her phone from her pocket, disregarding the missed calls and messages. She opened the messaging app, searching for her only friend on the contact list, her husband. The young girl has stepped outside, and indeed, the fragrance in her room is undeniable. After Song Jelly's departure, Bai Shihan took out her phone, intending to sever ties with Lin Xinyu, not wishing to inform him that her brother was returning home. To her astonishment, Lin Xinyu had not left at all. Mere moments after her message was sent, he appeared at her doorstep. Initially, she had no intention of opening the door, but upon hearing his stern tone, her body betrayed her, and she unlocked it. Standing beside him like a guilty child, she dared not speak. She had hoped to retreat to her room to alleviate her anxiety, but he followed her without hesitation. Why did you suddenly say you wouldn't help me with my studies? I want tea. Results come out the day after tomorrow, and you'll surely be first in the class again. Bai Shihan remained silent. Such a lie was evidently flimsy. In his presence, she felt utterly at a loss for deception, unsure even how to feign. Lin Xinyu reassured her, do not fear. We are merely good friends. In this final stretch, let's focus solely on studying, devoid of other distractions. Then, you mustn't do that. Do what? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized his knowing demeanor. He feigned ignorance, leaving her embarrassed. Holding hands, hugging. All right, I want tea. But if you wish to experience a friend's embrace, I shall certainly oblige. I want tea. Those things must be put aside, absolutely. Yet, the warmth of his hand and the comfort of a hug were not something she wished to forego. Are you saying you would cast aside our friendship? That's not it. Bai Shihan panicked, for that was not her intent. She merely wished to ease the tension in their relationship, still hoping to maintain their friendship, her first and only true friend. Then why say you don't want to talk or help me study? Isn't that tantamount to discarding me? I will help. He continued to tease her. Bai Shihan felt aggrieved, yet found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, sitting on her bed, her feet fidgeting restlessly, as if that motion might provide some relief. Her childish demeanor stemmed from her lack of experience in social interactions, compounded by a hint of social anxiety, bordering on isolation. The sudden presence of someone beside her left her unprepared, hence her reaction. Some may misunderstand her, suggesting that she was merely pretending to be adorable to attract boys' attention. Such rumors abounded, yet Lin Xinyu became the one to dismantle those misconceptions, inevitably stirring a desire to understand her better. Thus, when Lin Xinyu took the initiative, Bai Shihan found herself defenseless. Do not be anxious, a 1T bite. I am scared. This seemingly villainous figure, who merely sought a reasonable conversation, had already arrived at her doorstep before she could receive a reply. Now he stood in her room, where she could easily meet his unwavering gaze. Determined as she was, Bai Shihan found it nearly impossible to harden her heart. She longed to draw near to him, yet reality continually served as a reminder that such actions were inadvisable. Moreover, the dowry was far from sufficient. At the very least, she needed to prepare it before presenting it to him. Her feet had already molded into the shape of his shoes, making it improbable to escape. Would she discard her friend now? No, she would not. Lin Xinyu nodded, his expression softening as he stated with earnestness, as her best friend, I'm quite upset at the moment, so I shall indulge you by not seeking you out for an entire day. Bai Shihan hesitated, tempted to refuse, but also curious to experience a day without him, and thus remained silent. Noticing her indecision, Lin Xinyu chose not to press further. Good night. Good night, she echoed. In that moment, from Bai Shihan's perspective, he did not linger, but turned away and departed. The little girl felt a surge of panic. Unsure of what to say, her small feet fidgeting nervously as she grappled with her thoughts. Upon hearing the door close, she hurriedly put on her shoes and dashed to the window. Anxiety coursed through her, accompanied by a chorus of voices within. He is ignoring you. He is truly angry. Well, now he really won't pay you any mind. Clutching her phone, she yearned to send him a message to explain, but after much deliberation, she set it down. Watching his figure gradually vanish around the corner, Lin Xinyu had no intention of truly ignoring her. Tomorrow, he had cleared his schedule to submit all the meticulously prepared manuscripts. He had already practiced for the editorial side and could even spare time to type at an internet CAF. He was acutely aware of his purpose, to make Bai Shihan understand what she truly desired. Setting aside time to prepare the necessary funds was unavoidable. He felt it was best to do so quietly, sparing her from worry. If she were to discover that Lin Xinyu was diligently saving money, she would undoubtedly offer her full support. As for Bai Shihan, since returning to her room, she had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of frustration, even regretting her earlier hesitation to boldly retain him. Oh, Xiao Lu, could it be that I'm losing a good friend? She pressed the little green toy to her chest, its tail nestled between her thighs, her face etched with sorrow. In a bid to quell her spiraling thoughts, she opted to take a bath to unwind. The sky in the county town was starkly different from that of the countryside. There were hardly any stars to be seen, let alone the Milky Way. Outside her window, birds chirped incessantly, once entwined in playful banter, now seemingly at odds, quickly parting ways. The following morning, fearing he might oversleep, Lin Xinyu set multiple alarms. As for Bai Shihan, after reminding her to have breakfast, he clearly delineated the boundaries for the day as punishment. The little girl was awake, sitting on her bed with a look of distress as she clutched her phone, mistakenly believing he was merely jesting. In the past, he would always take her out for breakfast. Now, he merely reminded her, I can save money by not buying breakfast. I'll make it myself. Rising from her bed, her legs exposed to the air, she donned a pair of white knee-high socks, tossing her phone aside as she resolved to prove that she could thrive even without him. Yet the images in her mind never ceased. Eventually, she found herself reminiscing about the moments spent together buying breakfast. These memories were etched deep within her being. having long since become a habit that seemed impossible to relinquish at this moment. Bai Shihan felt a twinge of grievance, but ultimately summoned her courage, determined to prove that she, too, could venture out to procure breakfast. After much hesitation, she meticulously arranged her clothing and donned her shoes in preparation for departure. When she finally opened the door, the tofu pudding was already conspicuously placed at the entrance. Do not disregard me. Girls are generally quite easy to coax, especially someone as simple-minded as Bai Shihan. The young girl, pouting, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately brought in the tofu pudding. Lin Xinyu was indeed speaking contrary to his heart. He claimed he didn't want to be good friends, that he would leave her alone for a day. Yet here he was delivering breakfast. However, the absence of his presence left her inexplicably despondent. They had clearly agreed to study together over the weekend, but he turned out to be quite the deceiver. You truly ought to be ashamed. Early in the morning, Kong Yu was awakened by Lin Xinyu, expecting some special event, only to find it was merely a breakfast run. This was inconsequential. Spending money was no issue, and it was perfectly normal for friends to treat each other. What mattered most was that Lin Xinyu was using his money to woo girls. What of it? Just study hard for now, my chubby friend. Once you get to university, I'll help you scout around. Lying about 5 centimeters shorter? Going that hard? Always claiming to be 18, yet afraid of 5 centimeters? Lin Xinyu playfully tapped his head. If your wife is around in the future, don't utter such words. Once a man has a wife, he forgets his brothers. It's utterly shameless. Let us not forget, it was your father who wiped your bottom when you were little. Kong Yu ceased his teasing. Enough chatter. What is the purpose of calling me out? There are no girls and no money. Don't tell me it's just 2 grown men wandering about. They had played together since childhood, and their thoughts were so intertwined that there was no need for guessing. They simply understood there was something amiss. That's what good brothers are for. You comprehend my thoughts, and I understand your mischief. At this moment, the streets were bustling with crowds. The sounds of cats meowing, vendors shouting, and food sizzling all showcased the vibrancy of life. Lin Xinyu led Kong Yu to an internet CAF. The CAF was simply decorated, with only desktop computers inside. Kong Yu was utterly astonished. Are you addicted? Bringing your brother to such a place early in the morning? No. You can use the computers to look up information and study properly. Lin Xinyu spoke so casually that it left Kong Yu utterly bewildered. Once he processed the situation, he was left in shock. Are you sick, or am I? You brought me to an internet CAF this early just to study. I don't understand. Not in the slightest. I thought we would be playing games together to unwind. And this is what it is? Brother Yu, I cannot fathom why you wouldn't bring your wife along for such a splendid opportunity. Mind your own business regarding family matters. Kong Yu fell silent, reluctantly sitting at a computer. Despite his reluctance, he chose to heed Lin Xinyu's advice, opening the webpage to search for study materials, which turned out to be a collection of actual exam questions for the college entrance examination. He never imagined he would one day accompany his brother to an internet CAF for earnest study. As for Lin Xinyu, he skillfully navigated the website, inputting various content and ultimately transferring all the files onto a memory card via a card reader. He intended to prepare multiple articles, each submitted separately, to mislead the editors into thinking they were penned by different individuals. As for identification, he had already arranged to use his grandmother's. It would successfully provide him with the initial capital he sought. Kong Yu was initially curious about what Lin Xinyu was engaged in, but upon noticing the latter typing away, his innate aversion to written words compelled him to quickly turn his gaze aside in search of his fated sister. As time gradually slipped by, Lin Xinyu's swift typing resolved several initial queries, surely earning him an admiring glance from Bai Shihan. Lin Xinyu took out his phone. At that moment, the messaging app allowed for the exchange of small emojis, but not phone calls. He had anticipated that the girl might be thinking of him, but to his disappointment, there was not a single message awaiting him. Fatty, I'm leaving, heading home. I'll check again later. Lin Xinyu was astonished. When had Kong Yu developed such a penchant for studying? Following his gaze, the computer screen indeed displayed study materials. Yet Kong Yu's attention had long since wandered to a student in twin ponytails nearby. If you like her, then study diligently. High school is meant for learning, not daydreaming. Lin Xinyu advised, patting him on the shoulder. However, Kong Yu retorted, is that what you call studying? Your eyes are practically glued to your sister-in-law, and you still have the audacity to lecture me. My relationship with your sister-in-law is one of pure friendship, fostering mutual growth in our studies. Look at you, drooling all over the place. Better wipe that off. The two exchanged playful banter, and though reluctant, Kong Yu was forcibly led away by Lin Xinyu. Noon marked the school's lunchtime. It seemed that somewhere along the way, Bai Shihan had grown accustomed to having someone by her side, making even a meal feel delectable. Originally, she had intended to pass the time by working through problems, but due to someone's dietary restrictions, her stomach would audibly grumble at mealtime. Typically, a familiar figure would appear around this hour, ladling food into her bowl, and even outside of school, they would share meals together. She set down her pen and carefully retrieved her small phone, tapping on a messaging app to find the term of endearment that made her blush, only to find that there were no notifications. Wouldn't he really be ignoring her, would he? Panic surged within the young girl. Earlier that morning, she had felt a sweetness at the sight of tofu pudding at the door, believing he was merely busy and would certainly reach out after. But now, it seemed she had truly lost her most cherished friend. Unable to contain herself, she delicately tapped her slender fingers on the phone's keypad, intending to type, but ultimately settled on sending a few bomb emojis. Shihan, bomb bomb bomb. After sending the message, she curled up, tucking her legs into her embrace, while her phone lit up on the table, quietly awaiting a reply. As if it had heard her unspoken thoughts, a long-awaited notification chimed shortly thereafter, filling her with delight. She was aware that waiting for Lin Xinyu's response in this manner was rather undignified, yet she had grown so accustomed to his presence that his absence felt like a void. Bai Shihan did not comprehend the meaning of affection or longing. She simply detested this discord among friends and wished she hadn't sent that message to him the previous night. Darling, why so cold? He must still be upset, she mused. The young girl, with a hint of uncertainty etched across her face and her cheeks puffed out, had already prepared milk candies on the table. She had devised a plan. When Lin Xinyu arrived, she would stand before him in silence and offer him the candies as a token of reconciliation. Shihan, she thought, I want you. Bai Shihan intended to convey her desire for a steadfast friendship, one she would never forsake. However, her shyness held her back from expressing more. Darling, he replied, what do you want from me? His annoyance was palpable. The young girl felt trapped and could only continue to clarify, a good friend. One day, without speaking to you, he retorted. Bai Shihan, unwilling to engage further, felt frustrated by his persistence despite her clear intentions. Darling, he teased, a little coaxing could spare you from punishment. When a message pinged on her phone, the girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Please don't ignore me. A delightful excursion to the supermarket brings a sense of happiness. As Bai Shihan gazes at the message she has just sent, she can hardly believe it was her own fingers that typed those words. The milk candy in her hand shifts from left to right, and a sense of frustration wells up within her. Despite her efforts to act coy as instructed, that fellow has chosen not to reply. The long-awaited notification chimes, and Bai Shihan casts her eyes upon the words that appear on the screen. Darling, it reads, open the door. Startled, the young girl hastily slips on her shoes, her heart fluttering with a mixture of joy and trepidation. Before departing, she thoughtfully stows the prepared milk candy into her pocket. Assuming she would need to wait a moment at the door, she peeks through the peephole, only to find no one outside, thus allowing her to open the door with ease. To her surprise, the arrival is quite prompt, just as Bai Shihan exhales a sigh of relief. Lin Xinyu emerges from the staircase, a spot that conveniently falls within the blind spot of her peephole, preventing her from seeing him. Didn't I tell you not to ignore me? He remarks, standing in silence. Having feared that the young girl might go hungry, he had ordered 2 dishes to take away while returning with Kong Yu, leaving her to dine alone. Even more infuriating for Kong Yu was Lin Xinyu's lofty claim of needing to seize every moment for diligent study. No, kerosene is not mud. Bai Shihan dares not lift her gaze, her eyes lacking the courage to meet his. Stammering, she senses her misstep but feels at a loss for words. How about a hug between friends? Hug? Such a thing seems impossible. Bai Shihan quickly sidesteps, resolute not to yield easily, even if she acknowledges her fault. How petty. This is our lunch, she thinks, accepting the takeout box from his hand, her stomach already growling. Earlier, her mind had been elsewhere, unsettled by Lin Xinyu's absence. But now that he has arrived, she hesitates no more, cautiously unwrapping the packaging. Stir-fried green peppers with meat, minced eggplant, and baby bok choy lay before her. The grievance etched on her face transforms into a smile, and she retrieves the milk candy she had originally intended to withhold from him. To reconcile, she murmurs, "What?" Lin Xinyu halts his actions, as if he has heard something extraordinary, and quickly moves closer to her, but the young girl refuses to elaborate, her heart racing uncontrollably. Emotions bubbling to the surface, her cheeks flushed. Just as he intends to continue teasing her, Bai Shihan scuttles to the side, adamant in her refusal to let him approach. The food outside pales in comparison to what she could prepare herself. Not only is the rice somewhat hard, but the dishes also lack the desired texture. Bai Shihan finds little joy in her meal, pondering that the money Lin Xinyu spent on such fare would have been better saved for a dowry, truly a waste. Observing her, Lin Xinyu does not forget to serve her some food. "Do you know what we resemble at this moment?" he inquires. "What?" She retorts. "We resemble a couple who has just had a quarrel." Bai Shihan's face reddens further, and she's increasingly reluctant to engage with him. "Do you know what children enjoy playing?" he asks. "I have no desire to know," she replies, having learned to be cautious, anticipating that he would likely utter something bizarre that she cannot comprehend. Children often delight in playing house, with one acting as the father and the other as the mother. You may not have experienced such play, but if you wish, we could indulge in it together. "No, I have no desire to engage in that." Bai Shihan understood his intentions. She had already succumbed to the advances of this persistent individual once in the countryside, and now she could not acquiesce to anything. Yet, Lin Xinyu moved about as comfortably as if he were at home, dining and serving her portions, even ensuring she received some. Indeed, his cooking did not quite compare to hers. "Come evening, I wish to savor the dishes prepared by my wife." "Not a wife," Bai Shihan responded nervously, fearing he might speak thoughtlessly again, uttering nonsensical claims when they were clearly not true, especially as she had yet to save enough for the betrothal gifts. Lin Xinyu remained silent, diligently serving more food into her bowl. The plastic container could hardly hold much, and soon it was piled high. "No, this simply will not do. It's nearing capacity." The young girl hastily intervened, aware that such indulgence would surely lead to weight gain, especially since she was already quite plump. Each day, Bai Shihan found herself caught in a thrilling yet tense struggle, relishing the moments while also feeling apprehensive. Together, they finished the meal, perfectly adhering to the clean plate initiative, wasting not a morsel of food. The task of cleaning up was originally Lin Xinyu's responsibility, but Bai Shihan felt she had contributed nothing. So she eagerly gathered all the plastic utensils and disposed of them in the trash, tying the bag tightly. After Lin Xinyu wiped the table clean with a napkin, she placed the bag by the door, intending to take it down with her when she left. Upon returning, she found him fiddling with a plastic cup. "What are you up to?" "Drinking water. What else would one do with a cup?" Bai Shihan remained silent, feeling somewhat foolish. Such a simple matter was something she would have easily recognized before, yet now she found herself pondering if the cup could serve other purposes. "Would you like some? I can pour you a bit." Lin Xinyu quickly filled the cup and brought it to her. "Here, this afternoon we shall venture out." "Are you coming?" "Where to?" "The supermarket." Bai Shihan was taken aback, never expecting him to invite her to such a place. "No, that is not possible." Lin Xinyu gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. It will surely be a transformative experience for you." The young girl felt a pang of anxiety. She knew the supermarket would be bustling with people, and if she entered without preparation, she would likely become too flustered to move. Inside, there would be an array of instant noodles and countless delightful items. Have you ever tasted ham sausages? Crispy noodles, 8 treasure porridge, squid strips, beef jerky. I refused to listen. Bai Shihan raised her hands to cover her ears. To claim those delights held no allure would be a lie. How could one resist such tempting treats? He is incorrigible, truly incorrigible. Lin Xinyu's reasoning was straightforward. If he suddenly returned with a plethora of snacks, surely one would suffice for her to indulge in. Moreover, the act of feeding is undeniably addictive. Once she grew accustomed to it, would she not find herself by his side every day, gazing at him with eager eyes, asking, Will you feed me? With such thoughts in mind, he was determined to take her to explore the supermarket. In stark contrast to him, the young girl found herself contemplating what excuse to concoct in order to decline Lin Xinyu's invitation. The supermarket, in her eyes, was an exceedingly daunting place. Otherwise, she would not have persistently relied on Aunt Song to procure groceries for her. Not to mention the sight of his expectant gaze, Bai Shihan was acutely aware that he must be harboring some mischievous intentions. Was she truly going to forego this opportunity? To explore the supermarket with a close friend was indeed a delightful prospect. Yet, this fellow was like a feather, incessantly tickling the soles of her feet, leaving her entire being tingling with excitement. Her heart stirred. Was she really not going? Was she truly not going? After all, it was an outing with a dear friend, where they could mutually select gifts for one another. The young man coaxed her, and ultimately, the young girl nodded in acquiescence. 078. The enviable couple. I truly cannot run. Bai Shihan's small face flushed with warmth, her mind in a daze as she followed him outside, her little hand caught in his grasp. From a moment they descended the stairs until now, nearly 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed. I cannot believe you. Look, your foot is about to turn back. After much persuasion, it was impossible for him to let her run away. At the very least, he would release her hand only after they entered the supermarket. Moreover, one must ponder which boy could resist the allure of a delicate hand nestled in his palm. Not only that, but he could also indulge in the temptation of gently squeezing it, savoring the smooth and tender texture of her skin. You are deceiving me, because you would run. I would not. I refuse to believe it. Bai Shihan, unsure of how to exert herself, felt her legs grow somewhat weak. Though only her small hand was enveloped by his larger one, she felt as if her entire being was on the verge of melting away. Even though it was not their first time holding hands, there was still a peculiar sensation. Each time he grasped her hand, her body instinctively softened. The familiar staircase of the apartment complex, the well-known streets, and the vehicles passing by on the road, occasionally punctuated by a honk or two, made it fortunate that there were not many pedestrians. Otherwise, the little girl would surely have been mortified. Bai Shihan had never been so eager to reach the supermarket. Her small hand felt tingly and numb, fearing that at any moment classmates might appear and exclaim, "Look, isn't that Bai Shihan? Why is she holding hands with Lin Xinyu?" Just the thought made her cheeks turn as red as a tomato. The supermarket sign was vividly etched in her mind, since it was located across from the school. It was quite small, not comparable to a mall, but still had all the essentials. She withdrew her hand, her palm drenched in perspiration. You are bullying me." Only after ensuring that no one was passing by did Bai Shihan dare to speak aloud. They had previously agreed that in the countryside, it was merely a friendly gesture. Yet now he had started holding hands again. "I apologize. It was merely a thought to help you achieve a new milestone." Bai Shihan fell silent. If he had adopted a more assertive demeanor, perhaps she would have found grounds for a retort. But his gentle tone made it difficult for her to muster any anger and warning. They had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, and there was no way Bai Shihan would run away, especially since Lin Xinyu had mentioned helping her reach a new milestone. He would never back down. The little girl felt a twinge of apprehension, quietly trailing behind him, tensing whenever someone approached, instinctively reaching to tug at his clothing. There were fewer people here than in a mall. Consider the supermarket a small milestone, while the mall represents a grand achievement. Bai Shihan nodded in agreement with his sentiment. Inside the supermarket, there were still a few patrons. In the past, she would never have ventured here. Lin Xinyu, noticing her unease, gently patted her shoulder, striving to instill a sense of security. "It's all right, do not be afraid." His gaze unmistakably conveyed the message. "Do not fear, for I am here." This time, Bai Shihan did not mind whether he held her hand. If Lin Xinyu were to let go, she would not dare to walk in the supermarket. But being held gave her the courage to move forward. Lin Xinyu guided her through the various sections of the supermarket, intending to help her become familiar with the layout, ensuring she wouldn't be lost when searching for snacks. It must be said that with the introduction from her dear friend, she quickly acclimated to the unfamiliar environment. Initially, she stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by nervousness, but now she began to observe her surroundings with unrestrained curiosity. Once she became acquainted with the strange setting, She felt much more at ease. After a while, the young girl finally regained her composure. So, this is a supermarket? There are so many different things. Lin Xinyu led her deeper into the store, remembering to grab a basket. Managing day-to-day life is not solely the responsibility of women. Some men, like Lin Xinyu, who have spent considerable time alone, find their life skills coming into play. Let me tell you, with certain fruits, you cannot judge solely by their appearance. For instance, with a watermelon, you should tap it. If it produces a resonant thump, it's ripe. Bai Shihan listened intently, suddenly realizing that outside of cooking and studying, she was utterly clueless about other aspects of daily life. You're quite impressive. What? Speak louder. The young girl ceased her compliments, understanding that he was aware of his own advantages and was intent on taking full advantage of them. How does it feel? Are you still scared? Bai Shihan rarely stuttered, which was a stark contrast to her previous self, where she used to speak rapidly when nervous. Now her demeanor was completely reversed. Do you know why I bring you along to continuously unlock new milestones? Lin Xinyu, while selecting vegetables, wore a serious expression. You always hesitate to share with others, hiding everything from them. Bai Shihan remained silent. Are you afraid that your actions might not meet others' expectations? No. Friends should not lie to one another. Was that your habit before? Yes. The young girl did not lie. She simply lacked the courage to meet his gaze. As he had observed, she was easily affected by others' feelings, often opting for the most agreeable route, even if it led to her own unhappiness. But now, things are different. Since he entered her life, she couldn't pinpoint the reason, but she no longer cared about anyone else's emotions. Her focus was solely on him. Lin Xinyu continued to select vegetables, taking the opportunity to teach her how to choose wisely. Look at these vegetables. Some may taste delightful yet appear unappealing, while others that look good might not taste as well. What use is a shiny exterior if one is unhappy? Only when one is content can they bring joy to others. This way, happiness is doubled. If one is unhappy yet constantly considers others, watching them enjoy themselves only deepens one's own discomfort. Although this perspective might seem selfish, it is crucial to occasionally prioritize one's own comfort. One cannot always cater to others. That would be exhausting. Bai Shihan listened attentively, sometimes grasping the essence of his words, while at other times finding herself momentarily bewildered. Do you know why some couples evoke envy in many? I don't know. In this world, there exists no perfectly compatible individuals. Rather, it is a matter of mutual concession, gradual adaptation, and the cultivation of familiarity with one another's preferences. Over time, even a playful act of covering one another with a blanket can bring joy. As she listened to his words, vivid images danced in her mind, two souls lying quietly side by side, when suddenly the mischievous one drapes the blanket over her. How could there be individuals who delight in such antics? Therefore, when you encounter challenges in the future, do not bear them alone, with your husband by your side. Fear not. You're most certainly not. Bai Shihan's face flushed crimson as she boldly sprinted towards the snack area, unwilling to indulge in his nonsensical chatter. As Lin Xinyu carried the basket, he pondered what to say. Was he truly that intimidating? Even Bai Shihan, usually timid, now dared to flee to the snack area to hide. Upon reaching the snack section, he spotted her cowering beside a shelf, daunted by the crowd ahead. See? I was lying. It's bustling here, he remarked, half amused, half exasperated. Summoning his courage, he ran ahead, only to shrink back when he noticed the throng of people, feeling the absence of his companion. We're only in high school. We can't let it progress to that kind of relationship, he teased, realizing she was apprehensive about this notion. Lin Xinyu set down the basket, pointing out various snacks. Look, the ham sausages are here, with corn flavor and original flavor. The instant noodles are over there. Do you see the packaging? That's the bad kind. The last one we had was in a cup. Bai Shihan remained silent, her gaze flitting from one item to another, eventually swallowing hard as her cravings intensified. What's wrong? Are you still pondering that matter? I was joking about the husband thing. We must focus on our studies in this crucial senior year. What are you thinking with that little head of yours? She shot him a fierce glance. This audacious fellow always managed to twist his words into something else, leaving her unsure of his sincerity. If she were to concede to the title of wife, he might just rush over and exclaim, "See, I told you, you'd be my wife. Bai Shihan felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet she didn't realize the invisible pressure that had once loomed in the supermarket was now dissipating. Shall we get some instant noodles? He suggested. They should be consumed sparingly, only occasionally. But they look so delectable. Lin Xinyu found himself at a loss. For some reason, the cup portion felt less satisfying than the bagged ones, so he picked up 5 or 6 bags. However, she reclaimed 4 from the basket, leaving just 2. 1 bag each is sufficient. Bai Shihan returned the extra bags to the shelf. She merely wanted to satiate her cravings, and such frivolous spending must be curtailed. The primary goal now was to save for a dowry. Regardless of the tempting snacks behind her, she merely glanced and shook her head in refusal. While others browsed the supermarket for the joy of shopping, she seemed only there to feast her eyes. I want to go back. Don't you want to buy anything else? Chips, fries, or 8 treasure porridge? No, I don't like those. Though she spoke thus, her eyes betrayed her true desires. Lin Xinyu hoisted the basket. Let us head home. You owe me lunch. All right, Bai Shihan nodded. They proceeded to the checkout, where Lin Xinyu paid. Bai Shihan had been eagerly listening for the total, and upon hearing it exceed 50, she sighed softly, resolving not to indulge in instant noodles again. What's the matter? Didn't you say in the supermarket that you should be happy and not frown? Come on, tell your best friend why you're not cheerful. Bai Shihan, feeling a sense of grievance, spoke up. I won't eat instant noodles anymore. Lin Xinyu gently patted her small head, saying, what does it matter whether you eat them or not? If you like them, go ahead and buy some. But just remember to indulge sparingly. Not eating them is trivial. You can purchase them and keep them for whenever you desire. Lin Xinyu, carrying a bag, gestured for her to hold onto the hem of her clothing. Did you know? When I was young, my parents were often busy and our family struggled financially. They worked outside, sometimes not returning for an entire year, leaving only my grandmother at home. Regardless of whether I was there or not, whenever I returned, there would always be my favorite treats waiting for me. Bai Shihan nodded, as she was aware of this. She had seen herself the day before, noticing soda and canned fruit in the refrigerator. So, you needn't worry. Whatever you fancy, I shall procure for you. It's fine if you don't eat it now. You can have it whenever you feel like. But you're not my grandmother. I am your old. No. I knew this fellow would start rambling. Bai Shihan quickly interrupted, predicting his words. On the street, the girl tugged at the boy's clothing as the sun cast their shadows upon the ground. This time, Bai Shihan refrained from stepping on his shadow. She had inexplicably begun to feel a fondness for him, even if he sometimes teased her. A mere rebuttal would suffice to make him cease. As for holding hands, it was merely a manifestation of youthful modesty, a strategic retreat to achieve her aims. The young girl's understanding of affection was quite simple, akin to what Lin Xinyu had expressed. If one does not agree, it cannot be considered acceptance, thus not love, let alone a romantic relationship. Should the question of being his girlfriend arise now, Aunt Song and the others would certainly disapprove. Lin Xinyu was acutely aware of their emotional dynamic, which is why he contemplated preparing a financial foundation. Despite Bai Shihan's seemingly naive approach to relationships, she was quite astute. She recognized that now was not the time to acquiesce. As they reached the foot of the building, Lin Xinyu handed her the plastic bag. I have a few matters to attend to. You go ahead and prepare the meal. I shall return shortly. Bai Shihan's eyes widened in confusion. Be obedient and go upstairs. All right. Even though she was unaware of his intentions, she agreed, nodding obediently. As long as Lin Xinyu remained silent, she would not inquire further, for he had promised to return for the meal she would prepare, and she believed he would keep his word. Lin Xinyu watched her ascend the stairs until her figure disappeared. Then he turned and left. The little girl, adhering to her usual routine, carried the bag to the stairwell window, standing on tiptoe to bid him farewell until he was entirely out of sight, before reluctantly heading back upstairs to her home. The process of cooking was the moment Bai Shihan cherished the most. Washing rice and preparing vegetables felt reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return. In solitude, she often reflected on past occurrences. The supermarket had once felt alien to her, suffocating in unfamiliarity, yet now, with Lin Xinyu by her side, her anxieties had diminished significantly. It seemed that as long as he was present, she feared nothing. In the kitchen, Bai Shihan felt happiness for the first time. This sensation was unprecedented. She yearned to pour all her culinary skills into the meal, eagerly awaiting the return of her beloved. Dear friend. Everything was prepared, the young girl, wishing to spare herself the wait for her companion's return, diligently cleaned all the pots and dishes. Despite having completed her tasks, the anticipated sound of knocking still eluded her. A sense of panic began to creep in, yet her faith in him remained unshaken. To inquire via her phone would signify a lack of trust. So Bai Shihan set her device aside, composed herself, and awaited her dear friend. The doorbell chimed, and a gentle breeze wafted in through the balcony, caressing her skin with a refreshing touch. With joy, the young girl opened the door. As for the snacks, indulge in them whenever you desire. Do not dare to utter that you won't eat any. When I say you shall eat, you shall indeed partake. It is all his fault. She had already managed to quit. Lin Xinyu's vision was entirely filled with her. Despite her slightly fierce tone, a smile graced Bai Shihan's face, radiating genuine joy without any defenses. In that moment, he began to comprehend what it truly means to cherish someone. The little girl's smile quickly faded, or rather, was concealed, perhaps shyly evoked by his ardent gaze, as she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Not eating? If you want something next time, just say so. Even if we are poor, I cannot allow my wife to go without. No. Bai Shihan's rejection sounded weak and somewhat guilty, especially upon noticing that most of the snacks in the bag were those she had seen during their recent supermarket visit, never imagining he could remember them all. Aside from Aunt's song, no one had ever taken the time to buy her anything. All right, but did you obediently prepare the meal and wait for me to come back? At this, the little girl confidently raised her head. Yes, it's all ready. Bai Shihan happily moved to the dining table, gesturing towards the 3 dishes and a soup she had prepared. Just a reminder, these snacks are indeed for you, but you cannot survive on snacks alone. Okay. Suddenly, she felt he was quite chatty, much like a father concerned for his daughter or son. Bai Shihan had initially intended to serve rice, but Lin Xinyu insisted she sit still. Before long, a bowl filled with rice was placed before her, and only when he sat down did she exhale in relief. Indeed, as long as he was present, she felt a sense of security. Come, open your mouth, and eat a piece of meat. I can do it myself. Can you? If I don't make you eat meat every day, you wouldn't touch it. Open wide. Once again, she found herself at his mercy. Bai Shihan's eyes brimmed with grievance. Yet within her heart, there was an undeniable comfort. These conflicting emotions collided, and for some inexplicable reason, they ultimately coalesced into a sense of enjoyment, making her inexplicably desire him to feed her another bite. Honestly, Bai Shihan, you will undoubtedly be a wonderful wife in the future, obedient, capable of cooking, and even cleaning. Whoever marries, you will be truly fortunate. Bai Shihan remained silent, her gaze lingering on the snacks laid out on the floor, feeling a tinge of heartache, secretly lamenting. This guy truly does not know how to save money. Under Lin Xinyu's watchful eye, the little girl dutifully finished her meal. Ever since meeting him, she had successfully shed her picky eating habits, fearing he might use his chopsticks to feed her, which was not the main concern. The most significant aspect was that he would also take a few bites along the way. Using a newly acquired vocabulary, this could be termed an indirect kiss, and she certainly would not allow such an occurrence to repeat. The task of cleaning the bowls and chopsticks fell to Lin Xinyu, while Bai Shihan stood quietly at the kitchen door, watching him. It was only when he was near that she felt the most at ease. Once everything was tidied up, he dried his hand with a towel. The little girl seemed to have anticipated that he would wipe his mouth, having preemptively cleaned herself with a tissue. Lin Xinyu had his back to her, although Bai Shihan was unsure of his intentions. The continuous rustling of the snack bag made it clear he was organizing things. I will divide the food, drinks, and fruits for you all. If there is anything you are hesitant to consume, feel free to inquire. Reflecting on the amusing scene of Bai Shihan's astonishment at the poisonous items, Lin Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle, finding her adorably foolish and endearingly naive. At times, when he witnessed her playful antics, he felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace and playfully swat her, urging her to behave. The Nokia screen utilized a resistive touch, which, in stark contrast to the capacitive screens of future smartphones, rendered the operation significantly less advanced. This was precisely why he refrained from typing on his phone. Lin Xinyu now contemplated acquiring some funds to assemble a decent computer setup, not necessarily expensive, but sufficient for typing. Bai Shihan, oblivious to his thoughts, noticed him lost in contemplation. As she stared at him, he eventually made a move, prompting her to instinctively turn away, feigning innocence. Eventually, boredom overtook her, and she picked up the maze ruler from the coffee table to pass the time. Observing his furrowed brow, she obediently sat still, setting the maze ruler aside to avoid making noise, while discreetly retrieving a pre-prepared candy from her pocket, offering it to him with a gentle gesture. Lin Xinyu accepted the candy without hesitation, unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth, relishing its warmth and thoughtfulness. Is marrying you an expensive endeavor? The sudden question left the young girl utterly flustered. Had her secret, buried deep within, been uncovered? Logically, it shouldn't have been, even if he was speaking in his sleep. Only Xiao Lu was aware. How could he know? Quite expensive, Lin Xinyu replied, chewing the candy, invigorated by its sweetness. You must prepare well, for I shall undoubtedly strive to bring you home as my bride. Bai Shihan longed to nod in agreement. Yet it was still not the right time. There were exams to consider. Rest assured, I will ensure we both attend the same university. This time, the young girl nodded. Every promise he had made had been fulfilled, instilling in her an unwavering trust in him. Even if the entire world labeled Lin Xinyu a deceiver, she would resolutely oppose them, for he was the one person she deemed entirely trustworthy. We'll make a pact. I would never deceive you. Bai Shihan intended to express her trust, but upon seeing Lin Xinyu extend his pinky, she hesitated. Since returning from the supermarket, she had not touched him in a long while, having nearly weaned herself off the habit, yet this mischievous boy insisted on dragging her out for a shopping spree. The craving resurfaced. Their pinkies intertwined slowly. The only sound accompanying them was the gentle rustle of the curtains swaying in the breeze, as if stirring Bai Shihan's heart, which raced erratically. The moment was not yet concluded. Their pinkies hooked together, and their thumbs brushed, solidifying their agreement. Just as she contemplated retracting her hand, Lin Xinyu's voice halted her. The two pinkies remained linked as their thumbs met gradually. See, our agreement is fulfilled. This shall form a heart. Oh, why is your face so flushed? This fellow was utterly infuriating. Bai Shihan felt her cheeks burning as she withdrew her hand from his grasp and hastily retreated to her room. Lin Xinyu did not pursue her, but remained on the sofa, contemplating the unfolding developments ahead. Although she had never met Bai Shihan's parents, the search through her memories revealed that the situation was far more complex than she had initially imagined. The only avenue left was to investigate her brother, Bai Wenjie. The little girl may be naive, but her younger uncle was astute. At the very least, he would assist her in pursuing his own sister. In the room, Bai Shihan refrained from embracing the little green one this time. Instead, she pondered the words of Lin Xinyu. The issue of the betrothal gifts indeed posed a significant dilemma, compounded by the challenges of addressing her parents, especially since she was still in school. In the past, she had never contemplated such matters, unlike now, when her mind was perpetually occupied. Nevertheless, the little girl felt a surge of joy. This was her first time truly considering her own interests. Do we resemble a couple living together? Bai Shihan takes her midday nap without fail. Those accustomed to afternoon rests tend to yawn right on cue. Lin Xinyu brought snacks to his room and asked, "Are you going to sleep?" He rose to suggest this and sat at the desk, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Bai Shihan felt flustered. His eyes seemed to communicate, "Come, let us sleep together." The little girl froze for a moment. Her cheeks flushed and hastily burrowed under the covers, clutching her small green toy to prepare for resistance. "No, it's not possible. There's no room." "What do you mean there's no room? I can sleep on the desk. After all, I usually do that in the classroom." "Wait, you can't possibly be thinking that I want to share a bed with you, right?" Lin Xinyu approached Bai Shihan, but before he could get close, the little green toy wobbled in front of him, blocking his advance. "Just cover yourself well. Don't be afraid. I want to sleep with you." Despite the toy's playful hits, Lin Xinyu did not resist, gently helping her tuck in the covers. At first, Bai Shihan felt a bit scared, shyly squirming in bed. But gradually she settled down. I'll just rest on the desk for a bit. I'll cook for dinner, and you can eat. When Aunt Song comes over in the evening, I'll head back. All right, just be careful if you want to hold my hand like last time. I wouldn't mind. After Lin Xinyu said this, he reached out, but was promptly refused by her. This interaction felt like a dream. She slept while he kept watch nearby. Bai Shihan sat obediently on the bed, hugging her knees, her small hands caressing her skin, occasionally glancing at Lin Xinyu, apprehensive that he might approach her again to have her squeeze his arm with her legs. However, Lin Xinyu remained quiet, lying down at the desk and quickly drifting off to sleep, clearly exhausted. The surroundings were silent, and the little girl dared not make any loud noises. Clutching her green toy, she could see his face clearly, his mouth slightly ajar, and she could feel his body gently tremble with each breath, indicating that he truly was asleep, not deceiving her. Thus, she quietly watched him, feeling bashful even though he wasn't lying beside her. For someone who had never had a boy enter her room, it felt as though she had a male presence of her own. Bai Shihan had taken off her socks. She stealthily revealed her fair legs from under the covers, lifting her adorable feet to remove the white ankle socks. She had a fondness for white, not because she neglected her laundry, but to have more white socks at her disposal. Moreover, she sometimes found herself curious about what boys refer to as white silk and black silk, having secretly asked Aunt Song to buy a pair. Back then, she hadn't understood much. Her only vivid memory was Aunt Song nodding slightly upon her purchase, a look of pride, as if to say the child had grown up. She had worn them just once, then stored them in the wardrobe, never to take them out again. At that time, Bai Shihan pondered how any boy could possibly like such things. Now, the charming young girl found herself curiously wondering if the boy resting at the desk might have a fondness for them. She turned to her side, adjusting her position to find a comfortable way to sleep, ensuring she could see him the moment she opened her eyes. Yet, she still couldn't resist. Through prolonged companionship, Bai Shihan has become quite perceptive, adept at distinguishing the nuances of true friendship. When a particular thought occupies her mind with fervor, only she comprehends her own desires. Her delicate feet, pale as snow, fidget beneath the covers. Despite having already engaged in playful gestures during mealtime, she finds herself yearning to touch his hand once more. The sight of him sleeping is undeniably captivating, igniting a desire to caress him. Who says he is the only one allowed to touch her face? Such thoughts swirl in her mind, yet in reality, the timid girl resigns herself to simply gazing at Lin Xinyu, gently closing her eyes as if this act alone could bridge the distance between them. As drowsiness envelopes her, Bai Shihan clears her mind, resolutely reminding herself of the need to gather a dowry. She feels as if she has slept for an eternity, and upon awakening, the figure she could have easily seen is now before her, dispelling her sleepiness and leaving her a bit flustered. She recalls a time when the sound of a cat brought her joy. She delighted in watching the little creature traverse her windowsill, only to be saddened by its disappearance, having learned that its owner had taken it away. Now, with Lin Xinyu's absence and his insistence on needing space, she feels a similar pang of loss. Taking out her phone, she hopes for a message from him, knowing that if he were in need, he would reach out. Yet, the penguin avatar remains still unlit. Oh, you're awake? Hungry? Lin Xinyu enters the room, discovering Bai Shihan seated on the bed, her small hands clutching her phone, her expression tinged with disappointment. The joy of rediscovery is truly uplifting. Perhaps feeling bashful, the young girl burrows into the covers, mumbling just a little. Tired. Then rest. I'll prepare dinner. Would you prefer noodles or rice? There's a bag of dumplings in the fridge. Anything is fine. Lin Xinyu rolls his eyes, tempted to leap onto the bed and playfully scold her for her indecisiveness. Choose one. Dumplings. Exactly, that's the spirit. Only when his footsteps grow distant does Bai Shihan exhale a sigh of relief. Her snowy feet emerge from the cocoon of blankets. Her legs, long and slender, are a sight to behold. Thankfully, Lin Xinyu is not around to praise her, which would surely leave her blushing and eager to escape. The process of boiling dumplings is quite straightforward. Frozen dumplings can be added to boiling water, while fresh ones should wait until the water reaches a rolling boil to prevent the filling from spilling out and to avoid sticking. A few spoonfuls of salt can be added for good measure. You truly are impressive. No man can resist a compliment, especially when delivered in such a soft, endearing tone. Since leaving her room, Bai Shihan has been peeking from the kitchen doorway, marveling at his adeptness in the kitchen. This is really simple. You could certainly do it too. It's not just men who deserve praise. Women should be acknowledged as well. Even if they commend you, reciprocating the compliment is essential. As long as both parties find joy in the exchange, it results in double the happiness. How do you feel now? Bai Shihan was taken aback by the question, staring blankly at him. It felt somewhat reminiscent of, oh yes, cohabitation, doesn't it? Lin Xinyu wore a mischievous grin. Absolutely not. How could it possibly be cohabitation? She was well aware of what it entailed. She vividly recalled witnessing a couple living together, and within just 2 months, the woman's belly began to swell. It was utterly absurd. They were still in high school, and he was already contemplating living together with her, not to mention her parents. Even Aunt Song would be furious if she found out. 082. Being fed truly brings immense joy. Bai Shihan is quite inept at fabricating lies, especially in the presence of Lin Xinyu. While she verbally expresses her reluctance to cohabit, a myriad of domestic scenes flit through her mind. Glancing down at her, her face is already taken on a rosy hue. Soft and delicate, it beckons him to reach out and caress her cheek, surely causing her petite frame to tingle as if electrified, her legs weak and trembling. Ah, the audacity of youth, bold and mischievous indeed. Bai Shihan dares not utter a word, standing at the kitchen threshold, gripping the handle as she quietly observes him preparing dumplings. The young girl harbors countless secrets, and within the shadows of her adolescence, a radiance begins to bloom, intricately tied to him. This must be what it means to be enamored. Lin Xinyu lifts the pot lid, and the dumplings froth upon the surface of the water, seemingly validating their readiness. Bai Shihan steps into the kitchen, retrieves 2 bowls from the counter, and meticulously cleans them, ensuring everything is in order. Indeed, I maintain that anyone who marries you will be exceptionally fortunate. Do not speak carelessly. The young girl yearns to silence him with dumplings, lest this mischievous rogue resumes his ramblings. She has always been apprehensive about social interactions, often devising ways to avoid engaging with others. Even when classmates request assistance with assignments, she responds nervously, chastising herself for her inability to converse. Yet, such circumstances are now non-existent, regardless of social dynamics. As long as Lin Xinyu is present, she feels at ease, devoid of any discomfort. Though he may be incorrigible, he is never allowed Bai Shihan to feel awkward, persistently unearthing diverse topics to spark conversation. 1, 2, 3, 16 that you shall consume this many. No, that is excessive. I shall be unable to finish. Typically, she manages 8 or 9, but nearly doubling that will certainly result in a bloated stomach. Bai Shihan glances at Lin Xinyu, hoping he might serve fewer or extract some from her bowl. Fear not, I shall help you with what you cannot finish. TSK, TSK. How could such an opportunity for connection be easily dismissed? Indeed, I am reliving this moment. In high school, Lin Xinyu only knew how to play games with Kompang. Now, he truly savors the sweetness of companionship. The young girl gazes at him, visibly irritated, wishing to suspect him of doing this on purpose, yet lacking evidence. She can only carry her bowl out of the kitchen. Lin Xinyu takes his time following her, finishing serving the dumplings and cleaning the pot before settling at the dining table. Why are you not eating? Do you wish for me to feed you? And no, not at all. She longs to eat, yet the thought of him consuming her leftover dumplings flushes her cheeks once more. The dumplings in her bowl are neatly arranged, plump and adorable, still warm, awaiting Lin Xinyu to whisk a few away. No worries, we can share. Bai Shihan had prepared 2 pairs of chopsticks in advance, fearing he might use his own. Here, go ahead. Lin Xinyu offers her a pair of chopsticks, noticing that the young girl has been watching him intently since the beginning. Are you truly unable to eat? The young girl was reprimanded for her lack of decorum while dining, and she pondered the implications of being alone in the future. Bai Shihan yearned to retort, yet the undeniable truth remained that she had not consumed any dumplings, leaving her to endure his admonitions with a sense of helplessness. Open your mouth. I shall feed you. He insisted. No, that is not permissible. She hastily reached out to protect the bowl, but ultimately faltered, allowing him to take charge. What does it matter? I'm using my own chopsticks, not yours. Rest assured, there is no saliva involved. I can feed myself. Despite her protests, he continued. After such a long time without eating, you claim you can manage on your own? This is merely a friendly exchange. I would never misconstrue it. Surely, you do not harbor any misunderstandings? Absolutely not, she replied, realizing that his insistence was a futile endeavor. Open your mouth, No, no, Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for thought. Once the dumpling entered her mouth, her composure was entirely disrupted. However, upon reflection, Lin Xinyu's words held merit. They were not sharing the same chopsticks, so there was no need for concern. You see, this is quite obedient, isn't it? One must listen and eat properly. Otherwise, a good friend is bound to be upset. The young girl chewed and swallowed, finally catching a breath, only to witness him lift another dumpling, blowing on it gently before presenting it to her. Now, open wide for another. Our Bai Shihan is the best. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she were being treated like a child. This reminiscence of her childhood, where neighborhood kids were fed in such a manner, was bittersweet. She had never experienced such care until now. She opened her mouth, and once again, he placed a dumpling inside. The chopsticks brushed against her tongue, prompting an unconscious lick, and she found herself enveloping the chopsticks, her mind utterly blank. Lin Xinyu withdrew the chopsticks from her mouth before she could savor the taste, leaving her with the sensation that such a scenario was inappropriate between friends. Is it delicious? Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed, her mind racing to comprehend the flavor of the dumpling. Yet just as she was about to indulge, she noticed Lin Xinyu silently pick up another dumpling with his chopsticks and bring it to his own mouth. To be honest, it is rather delightful. You said it was unnecessary. I merely took a bite of the dumpling. My chopsticks did not even touch it. So rest easy. What a rogue he was. Bai Shihan lost her appetite. Yet Lin Xinyu appeared invigorated, blowing on the dumpling once more before offering it to her. It's already quite marvelous. Just one more, I'm full. There exists a hunger that stems from his obliviousness to her satiation. Ultimately, Bai Shihan capitulated. He fed her, and she complied, opening her mouth. 4, 5, 6. The little girl, who usually could manage only 8 dumplings, somehow managed to consume 12 this time. Her thoughts had ceased. Her cheeks were stuffed to the brim, experiencing dumplings in such a manner for the first time. It was only when she could no longer contain the food that Lin Xinyu finally set the bowl in front of himself, using Bai Shihan's previously used chopsticks to finish off the remaining dumplings. The young girl chewed the dumpling in her mouth, quietly watching him eat, her cheeks flushed. She finally understood why the children next door appeared so blissful when being fed during their childhood. And another one, will you eat it? No, I don't want any more. Her lips spoke those words. Yet upon hearing his soft she immediately opened her mouth to receive it. With her slender arms and legs, she ought to eat more. If she didn't wish to, she would simply feed her until she was satisfied. Bai Shihan felt utterly powerless. Though she yearned to resist, another voice in her heart emerged, tempting her. Really, you don't want to be fed? What he offers is far more delectable than usual. The young girl puffed out her cheeks, afraid to meet his gaze. This is truly the last time. The true meaning of love, their relationship, was somewhat akin to a clandestine friendship, yet it bore hints of openness. Ever since Bai Shihan had spoken favorably of him in class, she no longer feared the judgments of her peers. Nevertheless, when alone in his company, a certain nervousness would inevitably creep in, primarily because he often teased her. Despite this, his considerate nature shone through. He was always willing to remain by her side, understanding and empathizing with her. More often than not, her heart brimmed with joy. Tomorrow, the examination results would be revealed, and with his guidance, she was certain of significant improvement. Lin Xinyu understood that this little girl had a habit of doubting her worth, which necessitated occasional reminders that her presence was indispensable. No, you are truly remarkable, Bai Shihan exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Yet, Lin Xinyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at her, then unexpectedly extended his hand. gently brushing the tip of his finger against her lips before, without hesitation, placing it in his mouth. "The dumpling skin is perfect now," he remarked. The little girl blushed. Her usual forthrightness softened by the moment. Once all tasks were settled, Lin Xinyu reclined on the sofa, while Bai Shihan sat nearby, stealing glances at him. When he turned to face her, she quickly averted her gaze. Their eyes met briefly, and her cheeks flushed. She learned the art of blushing from him. The evening had long since dimmed, and outside, the sounds of the night filled the air, charming mews of cats and the loyal barks of dogs guarding their territory against intruders. At this juncture, the renovation of old buildings in the city had commenced, with property prices gradually climbing, particularly in the bustling metropolis and the capital. It was evident that the call to action for home purchases was ever present. "It's time to start earning money," Lin Xinyu mused, unaware of Bai Shihan's affluent background, only cognizant of one word: wealth. Since his acquaintance with Bai Shihan, he had come to grasp the essence of a true businessman, one who earned substantial profits in mere seconds. During this period, many had not yet conceived the idea of home ownership, easily falling into complacency, believing that simply having a roof over their heads sufficed, without the need to venture to other provinces. Bai Shihan observed him lost in thought until the sound of a knock on the door jolted them back to reality. "Ah, Annie is here," she said, realizing that if Song Auntie were to discover Lin Xinyu's presence, she would undoubtedly inform him about the matter concerning her younger brother. Future encounters would become increasingly difficult, especially given that Bai Shihan was quite protective of his sister. Should he learn of her being bullied, he would surely be incensed. With a hint of worry, Bai Shihan opened the door. Song Jelly had been waiting, first ensuring that the girl's attire was presentable before searching for Lin Xinyu's presence within the room. "You truly are fearless," she remarked, a subtle reminder that if Bai Shihan's father were to unexpectedly return home and find them, the consequences could be dire. Lin Xinyu arose, asserting, "As long as Shihan and I maintain our innocence, there is nothing to fear, right?" He cast a glance at the little girl beside him. This person is indeed audacious, he thought. The first thought that flashed through Bai Shihan's mind was that he was shameless. Just moments ago, he had wiped her mouth with his hand and brazenly consumed the dumpling skin that lingered at the corner of his lips. Now, without a hint of embarrassment, he claimed that their intentions were pure, leaving even her feeling a twinge of guilt. "You'd better hope that Mr. Bai discovers you later," Song Jelly continued to remind her, while also handing Bai Shihan the groceries she had purchased. Ordinarily, she would have accepted them without hesitation, but to Song Jelly's surprise, the young girl hesitated to reach out her hand. "What's wrong? Don't you like to eat? If you don't, Annie can exchange it." "No." That nodded. Bai Shihan nervously rubbed her fingers together, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. "Annie Song, rest assured, Shihan doesn't dislike it. It's just that we bought too many groceries today, and the refrigerator can't accommodate them." Lin Xinyu approached and stood beside her. In that moment, the girl seemed to find her anchor, her anxiety gradually easing. "Young people still buy groceries? What? You mean Shihan accompanied you to buy groceries?" Song Jelly, who was about to praise Lin Xinyu, suddenly realized that he had just mentioned the young girl had gone along with him. Her face filled with astonishment, struggling to believe it, and she even turned to look at Bai Shihan. Upon seeing the other party nod, Song Jelly felt as though the world had gone mad. Even the typically cautious Bai Shihan, who had never had friends before, had suddenly been accompanied by Lin Xinyu, which was already shocking enough. Now, to hear that she had gone grocery shopping with him was utterly bewildering. "Shihan, tell Annie, is everything all right? Are you scared?" "No, nothing's wrong." The young girl lifted her head. Perhaps recalling how Lin Xinyu had held her hand when they left at noon, she felt a sense of joy, her beautiful dimples appearing on her face. Indeed, it was no wonder Song Jelly was so astonished. Since middle school, she had been by Bai Shihan's side, helping her with her studies, and was well aware of the young girl's various habits. She had even attempted to communicate and befriend Bai Shihan, but each time she was met with polite responses. Now, this audacious young boy had seemingly gotten ahead of her, leaving her somewhat discontented. "Auntie, please don't tell Dad," Bai Shihan whispered, with Lin Xinyu clearly able to hear her. The two existed in contrasting realities, whether it be family, personality, or lifestyle. One was under strict discipline, managing all matters in an orderly and obedient manner, while the other was more free-spirited, as long as no moral transgressions were committed. Hence, Lin Xinyu continually sought ways to bridge the gap between them, striving to convey his genuine feelings, ultimately expressing that he only liked her and wished for her to be his wife. Such is the nature of youthful affection, especially in an era where holding hands causes blushing. All that is required is to nurture this purest form of love to its fullest extent. Song Jelly had never seen Bai Shihan like this. Whenever Lin Xinyu was mentioned, a more pronounced smile would grace her face. As one who has traversed the path of life, she surely comprehends the innermost thoughts of a young girl, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. It is akin to witnessing a sprouting cabbage, only to be unexpectedly disturbed by a wayward little pig. And what is more disconcerting is that this transgression occurs right before her eyes. Very well, she resolves to remain silent on the matter. She simply cannot endure the sight of the girl's aggrieved expression. Song Jelly's gaze was sharp, quickly settling upon Lin Xinyu. In a few days, her brother will return. Do be mindful. All right, thank you, Aunt Song, Lin Xinyu replied with a smile. Indeed, even if given the chance to start anew, Aunt Song would invariably lend her support to them. As for the brother, there is no cause for concern. He too would offer unwavering encouragement. What constitutes the true essence of love? Perhaps it is the ability of two souls in love to collaboratively influence the wheel of fate, altering their destinies. Furthermore, along the journey, they can also garner the support and blessings of those around them. This, indeed, is the most beautiful of all. The premise is that the night wind is chillingly cold, and Bai Shihan has lost count of how many times she has stood on the balcony, bidding farewell to him. The luminous moon hangs in the sky, yet the girl is indifferent to its beauty. In that fleeting moment, she yearns to stroll alongside Lin Xinyu on the darkened path, where even the faintest glow is sufficient as long as he is by her side. A new day dawns with the sound of the alarm clock. As time flows relentlessly, the young girl begins to pay more attention to her appearance, not with garish cosmetics, but with a newfound confidence as she gazes into the mirror, tousling her hair. Through her time spent with Lin Xinyu, Bai Shihan has come to understand many truths: the essence of true friendship, the nature of addiction, and the difficulty of letting go. In this new week, Bai Shihan continues her routine of waiting at the foot of the building, occasionally glancing towards the corner, anticipating the familiar figure clad in school uniform. He arrives, and she lowers her head. Just days prior, her cheeks would flush uncontrollably, but now she breathes calmly, devoid of anxiety. This is indeed a reason for joy. The boy in the school uniform, initially ambling towards her, quickens his pace upon spotting the adorable girl in the red-trimmed uniform at the building's base. Good morning, Bai Shihan. Lin Xinyu, good morning. She can now take the initiative to greet him, which brings a smile to his face. With each small change in her demeanor, the distance to shyly calling him husband diminishes. There are many experiences that come with both firsts and countless repetitions. For instance, sharing breakfast together. The dumpling shop is crowded, yet Bai Shihan stands composed beside him, no longer feeling the tension of before. 2 meat buns, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 rice cakes, thank you. Can you imagine this was once the same naive girl? Lin Xinyu beams with delight. What could be more joyful than witnessing the one you cherish evolve positively before your eyes? Their relationship in this new week is vastly different from the initial conversations. Perhaps it is the affirmation of their friendship that has eased the tension. Bai Shihan feels liberated, having engaged in activities typically reserved for good friends. Time after time, she naturally waits for him at the building's base, leading him to the dumpling shop to buy breakfast, sharing buns as they walk. Playfully snatching food from her hands while offering her his own. They attend school together, and during lunch breaks, they exit the classroom to dine, with him accompanying her as she serves herself. After lunch, they return to the classroom, engaging in playful antics where she pretends to be asleep, feigning ignorance to his glances. If something feels amiss, she doesn't need Lin Xinyu's reminders. She justifies her actions in the name of friendship. Secretly, while feeling a tinge of fear of falling deeper, she finds herself caught in a simmering pot of emotions, only to leap back into the warm waters of her feelings. The thrill and exhilaration gradually become enjoyable. If only she could experience this every day, how wonderful that would be. Bai Shihan had grown accustomed to it. Even if he suddenly suggested she be his wife, she would dismiss it as an unseemly jest shared among friends. They would remain good friends, wouldn't they? Even if it were not a joke. It could not be taken seriously now. He could act without restraint, but she could not. She could only indulge in countless beautiful fantasies whenever he spoke, envisioning a future where they saved enough for a dowry, and she proudly married him, with no objections from relatives. Father, mother, aunt, brother, Aunt Song, and his parents and grandmother. How wonderful that would be! Perhaps due to the comfort of this period, the young girl would unconsciously forget her circumstances. Yet, upon recalling their shared moments, she would successfully resolve everything through their friendship. What would happen if she agreed to be his wife? Bai Shihan, usually timid, found this thought inexplicably surfacing in her mind, only to discard it instantly as she touched her pocket. The dowry was still insufficient. "You've been staring at me again." Lin Xinyu caught her off guard. It was her favorite nap time. He would usually squint, allowing only a tiny slit for her to catch his gaze. But this time, the girl kept staring at him, even dazed, which was rather excessive. "No, I haven't tea." "Then why are your eyes so fixed?" "I've been watching for quite some time." "Are you perhaps sleeping with your eyes open?" I was learning." Lin Xinyu chuckled. Her pitiful words always amused him. "Well, I was watching too. No harm in that." The classroom, which had recently been noisy, now felt remarkably tranquil as they exchanged glances. Soon, one of them succumbed to the silent battle, and the little tomato re-emerged. Lin Xinyu relished these moments, watching her fair face blush, a true delight, especially as she turned away shyly, as if conceding defeat. He smiled at her, and Bai Shihan bashfully lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Their movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a young couple in the early stages of romance. The results would be announced in the afternoon. If a good friend makes progress, you should be quite pleased, right? Bai Shihan did not fully grasp his intent, but nodded. Such a scenario would certainly bring happiness. Between me and Fatty, if one of us makes progress, we reward the other. The young girl looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Xinyu continued, "This is the perfect time to deepen our friendship. If my results improve, of my good friend, shouldn't you give me a reward?" "Yes. In truth, some fish do not require bait. They will bite simply at the sight of a hook. They may not fall for it at first, but after a few attempts, even without bait, they will willingly latch on. There is only one prerequisite. It must be his hook. Should it be another boy, he would not even take a whiff, let alone linger, departing long before they could settle down. Except for him, he remains an exception." The rosy hue on Bai Shihan's delicate face had yet to fade as he gazed at her with an expression of absolute certainty, extending his hand towards her, resting on the table. "If I improve, will you hold my hand to encourage me further?" "No, that's not possible." "No way. Hadn't they just promised? Were they no longer good friends?" "Indeed." Lin Xinyu continued to move his palm. "Isn't it acceptable for good friends who wish to progress to hold hands for encouragement?" "All right, yes." With that, they affirmed their status as the best of friends. He felt elated to once again grasp her small hand, while she nervously sensed the resurgence of a craving she had just managed to overcome. How absurd. 085. The thrill of secret hand-holding is undeniably exhilarating. Once the habit of afternoon napping is established, it proves quite challenging to alter, even when Bai Shihan, feeling nervous, turns her head away to evade Lin Xinyu's gaze, burying her little head in his arm, isn't long before she drifts off to sleep, perhaps finding solace in his presence. Lin Xinyu's eyes brim with affection. This dreamlike existence unfolds daily, and to claim he is anything but content would be a falsehood. He is aware that they are still in high school, and the aspiration of attending the same institution as the little girl is a distant thought. Even if he could earn money through various writing endeavors, the foremost task remains to catch up on the missed lessons before contemplating anything else. Bai Shihan's breath is light, her hair delicately brushing against her arm. If she were to tie her hair in pigtails at this moment, she would undoubtedly appear even more adorable. The first class of the afternoon heralds the moment of score announcements. As the lunch bell concludes, the little girl promptly raises her head, not allowing Lin Xinyu the chance to rouse her. That said, her instinctive action is to glance at him, only to find the boy gazing intently at her, as if he has been waiting for an eternity. I notice how easily your cheeks flush, resembling little apples. One bite would surely be delightful. You rogue. The remnants of sleep vanish instantly. Previously, it was playful teasing about her blush. But now thoughts of biting into an apple emerge, an act unbecoming of good friends. The clever little girl pats her own cheek, attempting to alleviate her flustered emotions. Are you ready? The scores will be announced shortly. The seductive tone of his voice is truly infuriating. She, who had not entertained any wild thoughts, immediately recalls his earlier words about holding hands to encourage progress. Caught in a dilemma, she feels a pang of discomfort. As the final bell for class rings, everyone is invigorated, not only by the anticipation of their teacher's lesson, but also by the impending announcement of their scores. Old Chun enters the classroom, a cup of water in hand, the contents of his transparent thermos unmistakably goji berries. Good afternoon, students. Please stand. Good afternoon, teacher. As Old Chun waves, the students take their seats, each face reflecting eager anticipation. He announces a piece of good news. The overall rankings of the recent assessment have been revealed. Our class boasts 4 students in the top 10 of the grade and 16 in the top 100, with an average score that places us first in the grade. Old Chun is commendable for his straightforwardness, diving straight into the results without delay. Cheers erupt in the classroom, although their daily focus is on studies. The pride in their class's honor brings them joy. Previously, they had ranked second in a mock exam. So reclaiming the top position feels like a vindication, asserting that any claims of discontent would be an exaggeration. In this assessment, every student in the class has shown significant improvement, many performing at high standards, with even unexpected talents emerging, garnering the admiration of their subject teachers. At this, Old Chun is visibly excited, his gaze sweeping across the room, lingering momentarily in the corners. Lin Xinyu and Bai Shihan occupied that position. It appears you have once again secured the top rank in your grade. The young girl also noticed Old Chun's actions, casting a suspicious glance in his direction, feeling as though she had unwittingly fallen into a trap he had meticulously set, patiently awaiting the culmination of his scheme. After all, the smile on his face was exceedingly conspicuous. All the students in the class were filled with anticipation, with Li Hua being the most eager, certain that he had undoubtedly placed within the top 10 of his grade. Those with outstanding grades strode with pride, a moment that belonged to them. Among them was Bai Shihan, who remained composed and silent, quietly awaiting the announcement of results. Were it not for Lin Xinyu by her side, Bai Shihan would have certainly found this moment unbearable. When the gazes of the crowd converged, a sense of tension, anxiety, and suffocation permeated the air. This feeling was the most uncomfortable of all. However, at this moment, Lin Xinyu appeared flawless in her eyes. And with grades being the only area where they could barely surpass him, the joy of witnessing his progress was immeasurable. Now, let's announce the results. Li Hua, seated at the front, could hardly contain his eagerness, his mind already envisioning the scenario of Lin Xinyu being transferred by the homeroom teacher. Although this was a time to focus solely on academics, who could deny the thrill of youthful infatuation? He, too, harbored feelings for Bai Shihan. Su Fipin, 9th in the grade, with a total score of 628. Li Hua, 6th in the grade, with a total score of 646. Bai Shihan, 1st in the grade, with a total score of 711. Each name read was met with envious gazes from their peers, and Li Hua was particularly elated. For this meant he firmly held the second position in the class, allowing him to request that Bai Shihan sit beside him for mutual academic discussions. As for Lin Xinyu, could he truly surpass me in this regard? Reckless and unsophisticated, Bai Shihan's first position seemed unassailable ever since her parents discovered her second place once. She had never again slipped from the top. Girls are often fiercely competitive, and this young girl was no exception. Then a dark horse emerged, surging directly to second in the class, second in the grade. Old Chen's voice was evidently tinged with excitement. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Below, Li Hua could hardly believe that someone had surpassed him to seize the second spot. Who could it be a concealed score that could no longer be contained? Surrounding classmates speculated, seeking answers among themselves. Only Bai Shihan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xinyu, convinced he must be involved. Is there something on my face? He inquired. The young girl shook her head. You are truly impressive. She was the only one who had unwavering faith in Lin Xinyu. Others were unlikely to consider him. But Bai Shihan had never entertained thoughts of anyone else. She understood it could only be him, her most trusted friend. Lin Xinyu, second in the grade. With a total score of 698, the crowd, initially mulling over their speculations, fell into a brief silence following old Chen's announcement, seemingly unable to trust their own ears. What? Lin Xinyu, second in the grade? What 698? Old Chen must have misread the name. How could this be possible? Not only were the students incredulous, but even old Chen, upon first receiving the report card, was somewhat reluctant to believe it. This dark horse truly had a knack for concealment. Old Chen spoke again, urging the class to be silent, announcing that Lin Xinyu had indeed secured the second position in the grade. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom as most students turned their astonished gazes toward the last row. Previously, one could hardly find Lin's name even among the top 100, and now, to suddenly claim the second spot was bewildering for anyone. Only Bai Shihan reacted with composure. She had sensed something amiss during their study sessions. This mischievous fellow always claimed ignorance at the start, yet when the incentive of a hand-holding reward was mentioned, he flawlessly solved every problem. That had sparked her suspicions. Li Hua was utterly dumbfounded. How could he possibly be second? It had to be cheating. Yet he sat right behind them and had seen no signs of any wrongdoing. If he hadn't been seated behind them, he might have entertained the notion, but now it felt more tormenting than a fatal blow. Lin Xinyu, undeterred by the commotion, turned to Bai Shihan, a smile gracing his face. Holding hands during class was quite exhilarating. 086. Our unique paradise, the classroom, buzzed with lively discussions. Traditionally, the class troublemaker was none other than Lin Xinyu, a fact well acknowledged by the majority of students. Li Hua refrained from confronting him directly, primarily due to Lin's unpredictable nature. Perhaps he remained safe within the school's walls, but outside, he could easily find himself cornered by a group of peers eager to show him some affection. Li Hua had initially hoped to defeat him academically, but to her surprise, Lin Xinyu still managed to surpass her in overall scores. How could this delinquent possibly achieve second place? Before long, Mr. Chen meticulously analyzed the performance of most students in the class. Overall, this mock examination was a resounding success, particularly for Lin Xinyu, who had previously assured me in the office, "Don't worry, teacher, I will achieve good results." And today he fulfilled that promise. I hope each of you continues to strive. The closer we get to the end, the more we must not give up. Mr. Chen particularly praised Lin Xinyu. Any teacher would surely do the same. With the first and second ranks in his class, the school's reputation shone brighter. Aside from Mr. Chen, the most delighted was the young girl, Bai Shihan. However, it was evident that a deep blush had graced her cheeks. Yet it was enough from the moment Mr. Chen announced Lin Xinyu's results. Lin had his hand poised on the desk, occasionally moving his fingers, signaling her, "Come on, where's the promised hand-holding reward?" Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a refusal. By the time she gathered her thoughts, Lin's hand had moved from the desk to beneath it, awaiting her small hand to meet his. The girl had never engaged in such behavior during class. She felt as though she had transformed into a rebellious student, clandestinely rewarding the mischievous boy. As their fingers intertwined, the warmth and sweat of Bai Shihan's palm melded with Lin Xinyu's, filling the small gap that had existed between them. Yet, it was enough. Bai Shihan dared not continue. Her gaze avoided their joined hands, instead fixating on Mr. Chen at the front of the classroom. It was not sufficient. She craved more. No, that was not right. The girl felt increasingly guilty, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "What? Don't you find it somewhat thrilling?" "Thrilling? Not at all." Bai Shihan felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to give the troublemaker beside her a few playful taps. "How slick and still warm. No, please. Don't say anything more." It was intended as encouragement, yet it felt oddly inappropriate, especially with the triumphant gleam in his eyes. Seizing an opportunity, she swiftly withdrew her hand. "Why did you pull away? Isn't it enough?" It's enough. It's enough." He held on. She escaped, determined not to let him prevail, and thus they endured until the bell rang. Mr. Chen summoned them both to his office. Bai Shihan felt a wave of relief. With a teacher present, she was certain he would not dare to bully her. As the top two students in their grade exited the classroom together, they inevitably attracted the attention of their classmates. This was precisely the moment that caused Li Hua the most discomfort. Although they were about to become desk mates, the unexpected emergence of Lin Xinyu was disheartening. More troubling was the fact that Bai Shihan did not seem to harbor any disdain for him. Rather, she appeared particularly close to him. In the office, old Chin's smile was nearly unwavering. Lin Xinyu, Bai Shihan, I am quite pleased with your arrangement as desk mates. The difference in your scores is approximately 20 points, indicating that both of you possess considerable talent. There is a significant probability that you will be admitted to prestigious schools with excellent results. Lin Xinyu nodded, aware that the girl beside him struggled to articulate her thoughts, and took the initiative to speak. It is all thanks to teacher Chin's guidance. If it weren't for your constant reminders, I might not have realized the gravity of my situation. Such flattery was essential. Teachers generally appreciated such remarks, particularly when students attributed their progress to their guidance. Old Chen thought to himself that Lin Xinyu was becoming increasingly mature. Just as he was about to glance at Bai Shihan, Lin Xinyu interjected again. Teacher, Bai always helps me with extra tutoring. She insists that I must not let the class down, or else the homeroom teacher would be displeased. Even though old Shan was somewhat skeptical, he chose not to question it further upon seeing Bai Shihan's silence. It was indeed curious why she, usually so reticent, would assist Lin Xinyu with his studies. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, their academic performance was evident. With a top student and now a second-place student in the class, which brought him immense joy. If he could mentor a future top scorer, he would undoubtedly become a distinguished teacher at the school, elevating his reputation even further. With this thought, old Chen's smile broadened. It is well known that high-achieving students often receive additional guidance from teachers later on. Although these materials may not consist of actual exam questions, they are immensely beneficial for review. Out of courtesy, Lin Xinyu accepted the past examination papers handed to him by old Shun. Lin Xinyu, Bai Shihan, since you're desk mates, make sure to study this material thoroughly. You can utilize the self-study room in the evenings. It is rarely occupied, ensuring minimal interruptions. Old Shun had arranged their evening study plans, which was precisely what Lin Xinyu desired. However, Bai Shihan felt particularly anxious. This clearly indicated that even the homeroom teacher had approved of their arrangement. How had he managed to win the teacher's favor? Perhaps fearing that she might be bullied. Old Chen refrained from looking at Lin Xinyu and said to Bai Shihan, it's your responsibility to supervise him. If he dares to bully you, you can report it directly to me. Though it felt like she had been granted a royal decree, she did not dare to truly report him. Who could predict whether she would be able to restrain herself? The encouragement they shared in class could easily be rejected or postponed. Yet the inexplicable urge for such gestures surged within her, making it impossible to suppress her longing for that connection. Habits are formed through gradual accumulation, and once established, they are challenging to alter. The young girl understood this truth and could only strive to be discreet, always finding justifications to comfort herself. It's nothing, he remarked, stating that holding hands was merely an encouragement among good friends. Old Chun, harboring high hopes for them, offered further praise before allowing the two to depart. Upon exiting the office, Lin Xinyu glanced at the girl beside him, whose forehead glistened with beads of sweat, understanding that she was indeed frightened. Did you not hear the teacher say? The study room will become our exclusive paradise from now on. Bai Shihan nodded, believing his whimsical words. This moment belonged solely to the two of them, a wish long cherished by the young girl. He led her back into the office to receive the teacher's commendation. Keep pushing forward, Bai Shihan. I will stand by your side, helping you transform into the remarkable person you envision. 087. When will there be a little Shaoan? What does it mean to be a great person? Some might assert that achieving one's ideals signifies greatness. For a young girl, simply being able to communicate and interact with others while managing her emotions is already quite remarkable. As for me, I find myself lacking. Bai Shihan admits that she feels a flutter of emotions, yet she can never muster the courage to act upon her thoughts. Even with Lin Xinyu by her side, she struggles to engage with anyone else, preferring to share her thoughts solely with him. It seems that everything else pales in comparison. She experiences anger, fear, and anxiety. She is not devoid of feelings. Her boundaries have gradually shifted to encompass him, relishing the moments spent together. She is also anxious about the possibility of their time together abruptly ending. Shihan, I'm here. I promise to attend the same university as you. Bai Shihan comprehends that this time he speaks with conviction, especially as he offers her a piece of candy, unbidden, as he has always done, directly placing it in her mouth. Despite feigning resentment, she cannot deny that the candy he gives her is far sweeter than her own. What do you think will happen when we get to university? Lin Xinyu gazes at her, noting how quiet Bai Shihan is, her fair little face inviting a playful pinch. And so, he reaches out. Rather than dwell on troublesome thoughts, it seems more prudent to plan their next rendezvous at school. How about the small grove? No, that won't do. With her face being pinched, it's hard not to think of the grove, especially after witnessing a pair of friends emerge from there. Their uniform buttons ask you, feeling better now? He releases her face and returns to his seat. The warmth of his hand lingers on her soft skin, turning her pale cheeks a delicate shade of pink. Well, you needn't overthink. I know what's on your mind and why you're worried. But Haven T, I always told you to simply be your true self. It may be difficult, but he truly is infuriating. Bai Shihan feels a wave of discontent. If only Xiaolu weren't present, she would certainly voice her silent protest. When school ends tonight, she will surely take a few kicks at his shadow. It must be his recent lack of reprimand that has emboldened him. Lin Xinyu does not hesitate long before meeting her furious gaze. But you have me by your side. I will always be there for you. Even if change is challenging, I will accompany you in a manner you can accept, witnessing my dearest friend reclaim her true self. The little girl's nose tingles. These are words she has never heard before, and she longs to bury her head in her arms on the desk and cry, though a stubborn part of her resists letting the tears fall. I shall strive earnestly. Lin Xinyu could sense her emotions. It was precisely during such moments that companionship was most vital, especially when she was struggling to maintain her composure. Self-contemplation could indeed be effective, yet the repercussions could be profoundly negative. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably lead to an uncontrollable eruption. Bai Shihan, I am. It's all right. Class hasn't started yet. You can draw near to your good friend, quietly, without making a sound. I will pretend to be oblivious. No, don't. He truly understood her, wishing to be her steadfast support just as she was on the brink of tears. Lin Xinyu slowly approached, leaning over Bai Shihan's desk to gaze at her. Do you know what they say? His voice was soft, and he could clearly see her biting her lip in a bid for restraint. I quite like that saying, he continued. Tears are jewels that God has dropped upon the earth, allowing me to see the vast array of stars and your eyes. The girl, inexperienced in such matters, had always viewed tears as a sign of weakness, yet in his words, they transformed into treasures. He was indeed mischievous, seeking to witness her most vulnerable self. Perhaps as he wished, the little girl could no longer hold her composure. Just as Lin Xinyu had suggested, she leaned closer to him, quietly, without a sound, the only indication of her emotion being the slight tremor of her head. This was the first time she had shed tears in his presence. Even if he could not see the fallen jewels, Lin Xinyu felt a sense of fulfillment. At the very least, the little girl had finally returned to her true self. Experts assert that if someone feeds you a piece of candy in an intimate manner, it will taste significantly sweeter than usual. Jewels are precious, and one must be cautious lest someone steal the pearls you have dropped. Bai Shihan rested her head on the desk, momentarily stunned. When she regained her senses, she found his behavior somewhat childish. Paper. She did not wish for him to witness her disheveled state, and could only solicit his assistance. Without a second thought, Lin Xinyu offered her the sleeve of his uniform. Bai Shihan, disregarding everything else, took the sleeve and, while secretly wiping away her fallen jewels, realized that it was not a tissue. Moreover, his jacket sleeve still bore his scent. Kulme, lift your head, so I may see if you are indeed the most beautiful little flower cat, with a delicate face that seems to exude sweetness. The little girl stubbornly refused to raise her head until the class bell rang, at which point she reluctantly lifted it. I told you, you are still a little beauty. And no, I'm not. Throughout the afternoon, Bai Shihan could feel the occasional gaze directed toward her. It was not merely intuition, for she too was stealing glances at him. Each time her peripheral vision caught his attention, she would hurriedly turn away, pretending to be engrossed in the lecture. Outside the window, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds. Diligent birds, in pairs, were bustling about in search of suitable branches to build their nests. It seemed they were preparing to settle down. Lin Xinyu, witnessing this scene during the break, quickly shared the news with Bai Shihan, who was discreetly observing him. How long do you think it will be before the little birds emerge? I do not know. And how long until we see the little Han? What little Han are you referring to? I mean, how many do you plan to have in the future? No, I do not wish to have any. Such things are not permissible among good friends. It has been a long time since I felt that exquisite flutter of excitement. The young girl is right beside me, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet out of the corner of my eye, I can still discern her summoning the courage to gaze at me. Such is the essence of youth. Even if there is a hint of trepidation, one cannot suppress the insatiable curiosity within, the urge to observe and to witness what the other is engaged in. Even in moments of tedium, the mere sight of each other suffices. 088. Standing together in bravery when the results were announced, both Bai Shihan and Lin Xinyu were filled with joy. Throughout that afternoon, they existed in a delightful interplay of gazing and being gazed upon. Occasionally, her cheeks would flush as she stole glances at the little bird he mentioned, only to have her gaze inevitably drift back to his face. This clandestine observation was exhilarating. She was unaware of how many more opportunities she would have, so she relished the moment while she could, indulging in her greedy enjoyment. High school life is characterized by a monotonous triangle of home, school, and tutoring. Before his return, Lin Xinyu would surely have found this routine dreadfully tedious, having long arranged to sneak out with Kong Pang and his group to skip classes. After all, in their final year, as long as it didn't go too far, the homeroom teacher would typically turn a blind eye. Moreover, their idea of skipping class merely involved heading to the study room rather than escaping the school entirely, playing cards, chatting in the storage room, and sharing a puff of a cigarette. In the past, that represented the freedom they longed for. Now, as long as Bai Shihan was by his side, every day was a joyous adventure, and spending time with her felt incredibly fulfilling. As evening descended upon the football field, Bai Shihan felt a distinct sense of calm. Unlike the nervousness of her first visit, perhaps it was because Lin Xinyu had assured her of their successful check-in. She no longer clutched at his shirt nervously, which brought her immense happiness. Indeed, she had made progress, hadn't she? Looking ahead, she thought about coming here every day, hoping that eventually it would become second nature. What if one day they found themselves in a predicament and he was too exhausted to keep up? The notion of beauty among girls remained refreshingly normal at this moment. As time passed, the definition often devolved into either cookie-cutter internet celebrity looks or the typical slender, pale aesthetic, far removed from the natural essence present now. Lin Xinyu's thoughts were always centered on Bai Shihan. The girl had matured beyond her peers, were it not for the school uniform, her prominent collarbones, and slender waist. Devoid of any excess flesh, would be strikingly evident. Her long, beautiful legs would look even more enchanting adorned with white stockings. After a while, Bai Shihan could distinctly feel his intense gaze upon her. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed her blushing cheeks. "Are you truly going to study at the same university as me?" she asked. "What else could we do? As good friends, if I'm not by your side, how will you fend off any bullies?" Bai Shihan nodded, unable to imagine a time when Lin Xinyu would not be around. "Then, do you think I should heed their words?" Suddenly, Lin Xinyu, in a brotherly manner, wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "Have no fear. Boldly pursue your dreams with me by your side." "All right." Initially, Bai Shihan intended to evade his embrace, but the darkness around them left her unable to move. She resigned herself to his friendly clasp. "Shall we venture into the little grove?" Indeed, one must not be too kind to him. Bai Shihan immediately broke free, realizing that her earlier desire to enjoy the moment was clearly a trap. Surrounded by a gentle ambience, she narrowly escaped from being metaphorically boiled like a frog in warm water, thankful for her timely escape. The destination awaited our arrival, and I had ventured there with my stout companion, where many cherished friends gathered. In an act of valiant courage, Kong Pang intervened heroically when he noticed a young man attempting to bully a defenseless girl, swiftly halting the impending injustice. This remains one of our proudest moments. Bai Shihan paused, skepticism flickering in her eyes. You can't be deceiving me. Why would I deceive you? Kong Pang showed no fear. We were both champions of justice. Do you not wish to join us in this noble endeavor? I had to admit, the little girl was undeniably intrigued. She hesitated even to speak up in ordinary circumstances. But with him by her side, she felt emboldened to try. Observing Bai Shihan's nod of assent, Lin Xinyu took the lead, sensing her trepidation and gently holding onto the hem of her clothing. The two stealthily ventured into the thicket. The ground, devoid of a proper path, had formed a makeshift trail, likely from the footsteps of others before them. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, amplifying her anxiety. She feared that the buttons of her uniform would suddenly pop open. Be quiet, Lin Xinyu whispered, urging caution as they delved deeper, wary of anyone lurking in the shadows. Bai Shihan's heart raced in tandem with her footsteps, an unprecedented experience enveloping her. It felt as though she had transformed into a timid child, poised to face unrelenting torment. She prepared herself for a hasty retreat, recognizing the valor of righteous deeds, but unwilling to risk her own safety. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. Soon, Lin Xinyu halted before her, signaling their arrival. We're here. Bai Shihan heard no sound, nor could she discern if anyone was present. She marveled at Lin Xinyu's uncanny ability to anticipate their destination. Come closer and listen. In the darkness, Lin Xinyu extended his hand to grasp hers, but she instinctively braced herself to flee. Before she could move, he enveloped her in his embrace. Bai Shihan was momentarily stunned, never having envisioned such a scenario. Surrounded by bamboo on either side, with a retreat path behind her, she found herself before him, inhaling the comforting scent emanating from his presence while faintly hearing his heartbeat. Hush! Contrary to her expectations of being bullied, her uniform remained intact, and no forceful grasp pinned her against the trees. Thus, the pleas for mercy she had prepared went unuttered, her gaze fixated on his uniform, bewildered by his intentions. Listen carefully. Lin Xinyu ceased speaking, loosening his grip slightly to allow her to eavesdrop. Yet, the little girl found herself reluctant to part ways. What began as a covert hand-holding escapade had unexpectedly blossomed into something more, amplifying her awareness of his rapid heartbeat. It turned out he, too, was nervous. Besides the gentle rustle of the leaves and the bamboo occasionally clashing, the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats filled the air. Before Bai Shihan could continue to relish the moment, a hushed conversation drifted from the bamboo grove into her ears. No, it's fine. No one is around. It's all right. My hands are quite warm. I can reach in. It was evidently not Lin Xinyu's voice. The young girl finally comprehended his intention. He wished for her to remain discreet and avoid alarming the situation. As a good friend, she had not only failed to grasp this, but had also misinterpreted his words, which was truly. Lin Xinyu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "The moment for heroism has arrived." Upon hearing this, the long-anticipated Bai Shihan was already prepared. 089. It's truly unexpected. The young girl, her face brimming with anticipation, awaited the instructions of Lin Xinyu beside her, uncertain of what to do. Don't worry. This is merely the beginning of the teasing. Huh? Bai Shihan could not comprehend his words, pondering what extent of mistreatment would be deemed as bullying. Before she could dwell on it, discordant sounds began to emanate from the depths of the bamboo grove, gradually growing more pronounced. The noise was subtle, yet in the stillness of the surroundings, it became rather jarring. In the shadows, Lin Xinyu shared a glance with Bai Shihan. The young girl quickly recalled the couple she had secretly observed in the alley. And though she could not discern the identities of the two within the bamboo thicket, she could easily imagine they were a pair, undoubtedly engaged in something fervent. Perhaps shielded by the bamboo, they seemed entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Bai Shihan's delicate face flushed crimson, and she tugged at Lin Xinyu's sleeve. Suddenly filled with regret and too shy to speak, she leaned closely against him, attempting to clear her mind of intrusive thoughts. Yet her imagination persistently conjured images of herself and Lin Xinyu. Bowing her head, her ears perked up, eager to catch the unfolding situation, Her curiosity unmistakably piqued. Not only was she affected, even Lin Xinyu felt a dryness in his mouth, acknowledging that this location indeed possessed a certain charm that made it difficult to be discovered. "What do you think?" Lin Xinyu whispered softly, his voice perfectly positioned near her ear. The young girl felt a tingling sensation and stammered, "Is it really, truly bullying?" She found it hard to believe. If that girl was genuinely being mistreated, why did she not cry out? "What if I treated you like that?" "No, no, that wouldn't he do." Bai Shihan paused momentarily. Though she could not see his face in the darkness, she sensed he had cautiously turned away. The flush on his cheeks still vivid, and her own body grew warm, making it hard for her to stand upright. "I might also make those smacking sounds." "No, please don't." "So, do you think the people inside are being bullied?" "Yes." Bai Shihan appeared pitiful, like a little lamb encountering a big bad wolf. Thus, the moment for heroism had arrived. All right. This time, Bai Shihan did not contest. However, Lin Xinyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, not with the young girl, but rather at the intensity of the smacking sounds and the loud rustling of clothes from within. Was such severity truly appropriate? He gestured for the young girl to turn around, and they both prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Initially perplexed, Bai Shihan finally grasped his intention as Lin Xinyu's voice reached her. "Director, I report them. They have been making those smacking sounds here, hindering my run." As her words left her lips, the fervent rustling of clothes and the intermittent smacking sounds from the depths of the bamboo grove abruptly ceased. Before they could react, they heard a violent crashing of bamboo from outside the grove. "What the heck? Who is it?" In the depths of the botanical realm, two individuals dared not emerge from the front, hastily arranging themselves before fleeing through an alternate route. The moon shone brightly, and the stars adorned the night sky. The boy grasped the girl's hand as they exited the bamboo grove. Bai Shihan felt a thrill coursing through her, swelling with pride at her recent act of righteousness, never anticipating that she would one day partake in such noble deeds. Initially, Lin Xinyu had envisioned a different scenario, hoping to coax her into experiencing the thrill. But her strong reaction necessitated an alternative approach. "My apologies, dear brother. May your precious one be well." For anyone caught in the fervor of the moment, a sudden fright would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark. Lin Xinyu, however, remained undeterred, contemplating further attempts. "Surely, I can make a sound, or should I give it a try?" "No, that won't do. Graduation is imminent. I cannot indulge in such antics." "Perhaps after graduation?" "No, that is also forbidden. Such actions must wait until after marriage." Lin Xinyu found himself at an impasse with her. Unlocking the achievement of a kiss seemed implausible at this juncture. Furthermore, any forceful advance would likely frighten her away, making the endeavor even more challenging. The metaphorical, slow cooking of the frog continued. One day, the frog would hesitate to leave, ultimately becoming a delectable dish. What are those two up to? Standing there, unable to focus on their studies, only interested in romance during high school. Bai Shihan panicked before she could collect her thoughts. Lin Xinyu grasped her hand and urged, "Run." In the pitch darkness, how could he, with his poor eyesight, possibly catch us? Lin Xinyu had never anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. Had they accomplished anything, it might have been bearable. The unfortunate truth was that they had yet to begin. At that moment, he yearned to report the pair that had just fled, hoping to take their place, but it was merely a fleeting thought. If he were truly caught, he would face a stern reprimand and be forced to send old Chun to the disciplinary office to retrieve them. Of course, they would run. The girl, once again holding hands with the boy beneath the starry sky, felt a smile spread across his face with her beloved by her side. In the past, if someone had asked Bai Shihan what her most profound high school memory was, she might have shaken her head in silence. Yet now, she could proudly declare that any event involving him remained vividly etched in her mind. On the playground, the disciplinary director squinted his eyes, attempting to discern the appearances of the two fleeing figures. Due to the poor lighting and his myopia, coupled with their backs turned to him, he could not glean any useful clues. At the next assembly, he intended to address such behavior sternly. It was utterly unacceptable. Who would have thought there existed such disobedient students, vanishing in a flash, making it impossible for him to approach them without raising an alarm. They must not allow me to catch them again. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Are you nervous? Nervous. Will you be my wife? I would never. Once again, he employed such childish tactics, but she would not fall for it. She was now a clever young lady. Lin Xinyu, holding her hand, suddenly conveyed his sentiments. Locking eyes with her pure gaze, I am equally delighted. The youthful girl's rosy complexion shows no signs of fading. Rather, it seems to dissipate momentarily only to re-emerge, leaving one to ponder what would transpire if her cheeks were perpetually flushed. The ability to possess such a resilient demeanor is undoubtedly something to aspire to. The moments spent within the confines of school are inherently monotonous. Each day is consumed by an endless stream of exercises or the looming presence of examinations, causing one to overlook the beauty of school life. Life itself mirrors this sentiment. It is essential to take occasional respite and refrain from overburdening oneself. Perhaps, with a mere glance upwards, the one you cherish may be patiently awaiting your comfort. Bai Shihan embodies this notion perfectly. She has long since cultivated the habit of attending school alongside him, sharing meals, studying together, and experiencing the milestones of their journey side by side. That is more than sufficient. 090 is simply inescapable. At this juncture, the realm of novels has yet to flourish, and the nascent website is just beginning to take shape. In this era of rising talents, Lin Xinyu had already prepared multiple beginnings, awaiting the completion of his manuscripts before taking a well-deserved respite and seizing the opportunity to learn, subsequently submitting under various identities. For now, the primary focus remains on education. Only by gaining admission to the same university as the young girl can he better execute his future plans. Bai Shihan, seated at the opposite end of the sofa, observed as Lin Xinyu busied himself at the coffee table since returning home from school. Curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to disturb him. She cautiously approached and discovered a plethora of different story beginnings. How impressive! If she were to attempt such a thing, she would surely be at a loss for how to commence. The young girl was somewhat astonished, her gaze toward Lin Xinyu tinged with admiration. As the realization dawned that his endeavors were motivated by the prospect of saving for a dowry, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Emotions can be so capricious. The only unwavering influence on the girl is him. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Xinyu emerged from his writing trance. He had crafted 3 distinct beginnings, all to be submitted as manuscripts over the weekend with his friend Fatty, in order to share them with the website's editors and discuss payment issues. The young girl was oblivious to such matters. Lin Xinyu had even experimented with writing romance stories. Given the considerable audience for such tales at that time, where the names of popular female lead authors could be counted on one's fingers, it was evident that he did not pursue this genre merely for the sake of acquiring startup capital, nor was it simply for amusement. And so, the boy purposefully left a significant portion of his draft visible on the table, allowing the young girl nearby to discern its contents. On the sofa, she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, her long legs playfully brushing against one of his. At all times, she yearned to cling to him, unwilling to miss any opportunity. Her tongue lightly grazed his earlobe, her breath becoming increasingly labored. What is he writing? In the dead of night. If only there were a blanket to shield her, she could wait until he departed and then secretly peruse the manuscript. Such a sweet yet exhilarating notion, once imagined, conjured visions of her and Lin Xinyu together. In her daydreams, she envisioned herself embracing him, only to be struck by a sudden doubt. Would you truly wish to act this way toward him? Ah, if only the blanket were there. She would surely cling to it tightly. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed crimson as she remained seated on the sofa, too timid to move. No. She must not entertain such thoughts. Indeed, she should refrain from glancing at what he was writing, as it felt akin to prying into his innermost thoughts. What's wrong? Have you finished your homework? Your cheeks are so easily flushed. Come, let me feel. No, don't. Bai Shihan quickly recoiled, feeling utterly powerless in that moment, retreating toward the far end of the sofa. Why are you so afraid of me? I'm merely teasing you. Friends don't always poke fun at each other. The young girl let out a sigh of relief, surprised he was aware of her feelings. Lin Xinyu took the partially revealed draft and handed it to her, asking, Would you like to take a look? No, I won't. It was evident that such an embarrassing piece of work was something she could never bring herself to read. She had previously stolen glances at the comic books left on the table, which featured girls in bizarre outfits and alluring poses. It was then that Bai Shihan realized that this was what was meant by erotic literature, not to mention the characters like Catwoman and Bunny Girl, who, despite being human, sported tales behind them. She found herself somewhat apprehensive that Lin Xinyu's novel might contain similar elements, which would certainly be unsuitable for her. This was referred to as dog food literature. Dog food literature? Bai Shihan was slightly confused, having never heard of such a genre. Lin Xinyu nodded and continued. This type of novel caters to those who harbor sweet fantasies about love, but dare not venture into reality, or who do not believe in the existence of beautiful romances. They find joy in the sweet and thrilling love stories within the books, snuggling under their blankets at night, wearing a blissful smile, feeling content even when fed dog food. It's a sentiment anyone can relate to. The girl nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Are you really not going to look? No, I won't. Just a thought made Bai Shihan feel a bit shy, as she involuntarily imagined the sweet scenes of romance between the two. How blissful that would be. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking always arrived punctually. They had both grown accustomed to it. Ever since Lin Xinyu started revising here, Song Jelly had guarded against him like a sentinel, outwardly trusting that he would take good care of Bai Shihan, but inwardly fearing that Lin Xinyu might secretly consume the girl, a notion she simply could not tolerate. Bai Shihan stood up to open the door, her legs feeling a bit weak, perhaps startled by him, but she quickly made her way to the entrance. As the door swung open, before she could utter a word, a familiar yet unfamiliar fair face appeared before her, accompanied by Song Jelly. Sister, isn't it lonely living alone? I missed you so much. The sudden male voice made Bai Shihan tense up instantly. Forgetting her flushed cheeks, she waved at Lin Xinyu, urging him to hide quickly. Yet he remained unfazed, watching her until a look of feigned innocence crossed his face, prompting him to retreat behind the curtains. Sister, sister? At the doorway, Bai Wenjie waved his hand. Normally, even if his sister was not inclined to converse, she would acknowledge him. Yet now, she offered no response, her eyes merely glancing at him before quickly averting, as if someone else were present in the room. You're back. Yes. Wenjie came straight over as soon as he got out of the car. I couldn't stop him. I tried messaging you, but you didn't reply. And he brought him over to see you. Song Jelly chimed in, clearly deducing that Lin Xinyu was inside, as evidenced by Shihan's nervous demeanor, which suggested she was signaling him to hide more effectively. All right, come in. Sister, this habit of yours needs to be amended. We are family, bound by blood. So why should our words be stammered? If father ever raises his voice at you again, I shall confront him directly and see if he dares to bully you once more. Bai Wenjie spoke fiercely, his tone resolute. Song Jelly shook her head with a smile, saying, Oh, come now, during our childhood I was always the one getting scolded, and it was you who pleaded on my behalf. Oh, Aunt Song, please show a little grace, just a tiny bit. Bai Shihan had completely lost interest in their conversation. Her heart raced, and she dared not glance toward the balcony, fearing that her brother might discover Lin Xinyu hiding there. It had been so long since she had seen her sister, who had always kept her distance from others, and now there was suddenly a man in their home. She had explicitly stated that he was not to be brought home these days. Yet, once one becomes addicted to affection, it is nearly impossible to sever the ties of attachment. It is so difficult. Do you dare to wager with me once more? You felt the pangs of addiction creeping in. In the past, when the urge struck, he could discreetly observe from the sidelines. But with Bai Wenjie present, he couldn't even dare to glance towards the curtains. The torment of wanting to look yet being unable to do so was unbearable. Lin Xinyu refrained from interrupting them, instead standing on the balcony, quietly surveying his surroundings. Unlike in the future, where it would be difficult to spot stars in the small county sky, the current environment was rather pleasant. Looking up, he could still see the moon and even some stars. In the future, not only would the starry sky be a rarity, but even spotting a few stars would be considered a skill. Sister, don't you miss me? Of course I do. How about I come to see you tomorrow? Bai Wenjie felt somewhat bewildered. He had just arrived, yet he sensed an inexplicable urge to leave. It must be a misconception. His sister had always been fond of him, perhaps because she was overwhelmed at school and had no one to talk to, so wanting to rest was understandable. Is it that no one speaks to you at school? Sister? Would you like me to tell you about what happened over here? All right, you can come tomorrow to tell me. To listen. Bai Shihan paid little heed to what was being said, her mind solely focused on sending Bai Wenjie away so that Lin Xinyu could vacate the premises quickly. If discovered, it would surely spell disaster. He was likely as anxious as she was. Wenjie, Shihan just finished her exams and might be a bit tired today. Let's let her rest early, shall we? You can chat with her after school tomorrow, and you can even pick her up from school. That would be wonderful. Song Jelly understood the little girl's intention and found it somewhat amusing. The way Shihan stumbled over her words left Bai Wenjie utterly confused, completely unaware of Shihan's true intentions. Though she had expressed missing him, the latter part of her statement clearly suggested he should leave and return tomorrow, an obvious flaw in her reasoning. Then I'll let her rest first. I'll pick you up from school tomorrow. Bai Wenjie suddenly comprehended. No wonder his sister wanted him to leave. She was simply exhausted from studying. If not for Aunt Song's reminder, he would never have realized this. I can go home by myself. Sister, you used to let me walk with you to school. Why don't I want to pick you up now? Bai Shihan struggled to explain her talent for making excuses woefully inadequate. She wished she possessed Lin Xinyu's skill to fabricate a plausible reason effortlessly. You silly child. Your sister is in her 3rd year of high school. If she were seen walking closely with a boy, rumors would surely circulate by the next day. Don't you understand this? In a critical moment, it was indeed Aunt Song who came to the rescue. The little girl felt a surge of gratitude. Without Aunt Song, she would have been unable to articulate a reason. Song Jilly continued, All right, Wenjie, your sister has seen it too. There's only one room here. Initially, your sister chose to stay in a smaller place, so you will have to go to my side, where there are 2 empty rooms. Okay. Bai Wenjie was quite obedient. At this moment, he had not yet surpassed Bai Shihan in height. Nevertheless, he could comprehend the kind of life his sister yearned for. See you tomorrow, sister. Finally, he had been coaxed away. As Song Jilly led Bai Wenjie out, Bai Shihan heaved a sigh of relief. What would Lin Xinyu do if he remained here? It was not until she heard the door close that she moved towards the balcony. Initially, she expected the other person to share her tension, but to her surprise, he was outside, leisurely gazing at the stars. This left the young girl feeling perplexed, as if she were fighting a battle alone, while the one she sought to protect was frolicking without a care. What's there to fear? If discovered, I will shield you. Lin Xinyu sensed her emotions. At some point, Bai Shihan realized that she used to keep candies in her pocket, but now it was he who had assumed that role. She watched as he rummaged through his pocket, producing 2 of the milk candies she always prepared, unwrapping one and handing it to her, while tossing another into his own mouth. Don't be anxious. How about we make a wager? In the future, your brother will support our romance. No, that won't happen. Bai Shihan shook her head vigorously, utterly unconvinced that such a thing could occur. Are you brave enough to bet with me? I dare. The young girl pondered for a moment, deeming it an utterly improbable scenario, and thus nodded. If I win, you must do as I say. If I lose, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through the balcony, causing her hair to flutter, strands lightly brushing against her face. The boy laughed and reached out to tuck back the few strands that had settled near her lips. The moonlight illuminated her cheeks, enhancing their softness. If I lose, you must kiss me. Initially, Bai Shihan was still contemplating what kind of punishment he desired, but upon hearing those words, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Didn't we agree to be good friends? Why has the wager turned so inexplicably? Good friends shouldn't do such things. But why? The young girl shook her head. No, that won't do. Let us change it. If she agreed and subsequently lost, what would she do? Lin Xinyu leaned closer. Are you truly afraid of this? Bai Shihan's breath quickened, the crimson hue on her cheeks creeping down to her neck. The sound of his breath drawing near. No, that is not permissible. Friends cannot behave this way. Kissing is not something that good friends do. She did not understand what it meant to be in love, nor did she grasp the significance of affection, yet she was not foolish. After witnessing 2 instances of other boys shamelessly bullying girls, Bai Shihan could roughly infer the meaning of being a couple. However, since he said nothing, she pretended to be oblivious. This way, she could remain in the dark about what lovers and affection truly were. It was precisely because good friends were not supposed to engage in such acts that it became a wager. If the punishment were not more daring, would it still be a punishment? Just consider, if I were to play with the chubby one, wouldn't that be quite a severe punishment? Lin Xinyu declared with utmost seriousness, demonstrating a profound understanding of the concept of friendship. The young girl seemed to conjure an image in her mind, finding some truth in his words. Yet, Lin Xinyu silently apologized. I am sorry, my dear friend, for all your help. When we enter university, I shall surely assist you in finding a more suitable partner. All right. Bai Shihan eventually nodded in agreement, though she remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Xinyu's chances of victory. She was well aware of her brother's tendencies. He seldom allowed outsiders to approach, so how could he possibly aid him in making her his wife? However, she mused, if he were to truly lend a hand, then perhaps that would not be so bad after all. As the new day dawned, Bai Shihan found joy in the simple fact that she could see the person who often teased her. After organizing her belongings and slipping on her shoes, she made sure to grab a few candies to tuck in her pocket. Each time, it had been him offering her sweets, and she pondered what would happen if he became accustomed to it, and one day she could not present him with candies to elicit his delight. Descending the stairs, she took her usual spot to wait. However, this time, upon hearing footsteps, Bai Shihan frowned slightly. It was not the familiar sound she had eagerly anticipated. It was not him. The young girl kept her head down, and shortly thereafter, the footsteps drew nearer. Sis, did you know I was coming? I asked Aunt Song, and she said you would be coming down at this time. Look, I bought you breakfast. You've never had this before, have you? Bai Wenjie exclaimed, holding a bag of soup dumplings and a cup of soybean milk, his excitement palpable. Bai Shihan glanced at the items he held, yet her reaction was subdued, leaving him rather astonished. Shouldn't she be thrilled? She had never tasted such delights, as she rarely ventured out, due to her timid nature. Even when she craved something delicious, she had no idea how to procure it. In the past, it was he who had secretly bought her treats. She ought to be happy now, yet Bai Wenjie was perplexed. Sis, soup dumplings, the very thing you always asked me to sneak out and buy for you. Don't you like them anymore? Bai Shihan did not meet his gaze, instead turning her attention to the space behind him, where she found no sign of Lin Xinyu. Cease. Perhaps sensing that something was amiss, Bai Wenjie waved his hand in front of her eyes. I like it, she stammered. How could she possibly enjoy soup dumplings when she had grown fond of buns after sharing breakfast with Lin Xinyu daily? Soup dumplings, while delightful, could not compare to the comfort of meat buns. I must go to school now. Bai Shihan sought a suitable excuse to make her swift exit, thinking that perhaps the reason he was there was because of his brother, preventing her from stepping out. In the past, she would chat with Bai Wenjie occasionally, but now her attention seemed to drift elsewhere. She needed to calm her brother first before meeting up with her dear friend for school. They're delicious. I really like them, she said, accepting the soup dumplings and soybean milk from Bai Wenjie, forcing a conspicuous smile. Sis, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? No, it's not that. I'm just running late for school. Bai Wenjie remained skeptical, even though his sister was not one to engage much with others. She usually spoke freely around him, often wanting his assistance with various tasks. He had expected them to share grievances upon meeting, yet the current atmosphere felt as though she was in a hurry to leave or wished for him to depart. All right, noticing the hint of disappointment in Bai Wenjie's tone, Bai Shihan reassured him, be good, wait for me to return after school. The relationship between siblings often unfolds in this manner. The younger brother is inclined to heed his sister's words, especially when her tone is laced with a hint of affection, which brings him joy effortlessly. Fate, a rather enigmatic force, plays its role as Lin Xinyu appears around the corner, carrying steamed buns and soybean milk, entirely unaware of Bai Wenjie's presence. Initially, he intended to approach Bai Shihan directly, but decided to prepare breakfast first, believing it would save time, resulting in his delayed arrival. Lin Xinyu comprehends the bond shared between the siblings well. To ensure the little girl's happiness, he strives to fulfill her desires. His prowess is widely recognized. After all, he single-handedly manages the Bai group. During challenging times for his company, it was not only Kong Peng's financial assistance that proved beneficial, but also Bai Wenjie's efforts in facilitating matters, which helped ease the situation. However, at that time, Bai Shihan was no longer able to draw near. From a distance, Bai Shihan appeared somewhat anxious, even signaling Lin Xinyu to leave hastily to avoid being discovered by her brother. This clandestine connection was both tense and exhilarating. Just as the young girl believed Lin Xinyu understood her unspoken message and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he appeared invigorated, beaming with joy, and even waved at her cheerfully. Bai Shihan, I'm right here. How infuriating. Does he not realize he should temper his enthusiasm? Bai Shihan's face flushed crimson. With her brother nearby, how dare he act so boldly? At that moment, Lin Xinyu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at the young girl. She, blushing and stammering, dared not respond, especially with Bai Wenjie looking at her with a puzzled expression. Sister, who is that man? For a moment, Bai Shihan found herself at a loss for words. Husband? Boyfriend? Or should she say that she was preparing a betrothal gift to bring him home? Flustered, she ultimately resorted to her most familiar excuse. Oh, just a good friend? A boy. Bai Wenjie's eyes widened in disbelief. As Lin Xinyu drew nearer, Bai Shihan grew increasingly flustered. Ah, you must be Bai Shihan's brother. What a handsome young man you are. The compliment momentarily rendered Bai Wenjie speechless, leaving him to scrutinize Lin Xinyu as he approached. Standing a head taller and significantly larger, he clearly felt outmatched. Nevertheless, he resolved that if Lin Xinyu dared to bully his sister, he would not forgive him. Let us go. It's time for school and breakfast. Oh, did you bring me breakfast too? Perfect. I bought your favorite steamed buns. Lin Xinyu naturally accepted the small buns and soybean milk from her hands, seamlessly exchanging his own breakfast with hers, executing the entire motion without pause. Bai Wenjie stood there, astonished. He had assumed his sister would never accept anything from anyone other than himself. Yet here she was, not only accepting, but also trading the specially prepared buns without a hint of refusal. Moreover, witnessing the blushing Bai Shihan, Bai Wenjie was left in utter disbelief. This was a side of her he had never encountered before. In the past, when she was with him, Bai Shihan hardly spoke. It was not merely shyness, but rather an absence of other emotions. Now, could this be what parents refer to as early romance? Oh dear, sister, are you in that kind of relationship with him? No, absolutely not. The young girl grew increasingly anxious, initially expecting her brother to vehemently oppose the notion, only to find that his concern lay in this particular question. Lin Xinyu remained silent, gradually placing a dumpling into his mouth under Bai Wenjie's scrutinizing gaze. My relationship with your sister is one of good friendship. However, I am currently endeavoring to transform you into my little brother-in-law. The world is indeed peculiar. Events we least wish to occur often transpire unexpectedly, leaving us utterly unprepared. Such was the case for Bai Shihan, who, in her fervent attempts to prevent an encounter, found her plans thwarted by the audacity of others. Sister, is this person trustworthy? She pondered as the inevitable unfolded before her. Perhaps due to a difference in stature, Bai Wenjie felt somewhat intimidated. Moreover, Lin Xinyu had yet to exhibit any behavior that could be deemed bullying towards Bai Shihan, leaving her without grounds for complaint. Are the meat buns delicious? Lin Xinyu inquired, pausing to gaze at her intently. Bai Wenjie, having consumed the last of the dumplings, cast a petulant glance at Bai Shihan. Caught between her brother and her close friend, the young girl felt a sense of bewilderment. Yes, they're delicious. Sister, how utterly unfair. I woke up early to buy those meat buns, only to find they pale in comparison to the ones brought by an outsider. Who is this person? Bai Wenjie felt a twinge of guilt. He had initially been brimming with confidence, certain that his sister would be thrilled upon their return home. Yet now, he sensed that his presence was a hindrance. Are you hungry, Wenjie? There's still some dumplings left here. No, I'm not hungry. He refused to touch what he had already eaten, knowing he would certainly consume whatever his sister left behind. The trio continued along the narrow path, with Bai Shihan resembling a timid little rabbit, torn between fear and the desire to draw closer to Lin Xinyu. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, he reached out and snatched the half-eaten meat bun from her hand, subsequently offering her the remaining dumplings. Here, these are for you. My little brother won't eat them, and I cannot allow my wife to go hungry. I am not. Bai Shihan protested, her soft, timid tone betraying her nature, leaving Bai Wenjie to question his own existence. Where's my sister? The sister I once knew? Surely this cannot be the same person. Her unfamiliar demeanor and blushing cheeks were utterly different from her usual self. Wenjie, do you want some? Sister cannot finish it. I will eat it. Even though it was a gift from Lin Xinyu, it was ultimately Bai Shihan's leftover, which meant it was rightfully his to consume. He would never eat what was left by that boy. As Bai Wenjie accepted the dumpling, Bai Shihan shyly glanced at Lin Xinyu, who had taken a bite from her half-eaten bun. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. See you tonight, sister. As she watched the two walk side by side into the school, Bai Wenjie felt a mix of emotions, torn between the urge to intervene and the realization that Lin Xinyu had never bullied his sister. Moreover, the genuine smile on her face was a rare sight, one he seldom witnessed. From that moment, he understood he had lost. He simply did not want to admit it. Don't let me catch you treating my sister poorly. Bai Shihan, did I not tell you the truth? My little brother would certainly not object. Yet, even though the morning breeze was refreshingly cool, her face felt flushed, clouded with confusion. After a moment, she regained her composure, seemingly finding a reason to refuse. He did not help you, nor did he make me. Be your wife. Be what? Wife. Whose wife? The girl finally came to her senses, her cheeks aflame as she hastily fled, determined never to engage with him again. Why did she run away? Could it be that she was shy? Certainly not. Ever since Bai Shihan entered his life, Lin Xinyu felt that each day in school was immensely fulfilling. These sweet moments were what he yearned for and cherished the most. Following the release of the exam results, Lin Xinyu ascended to become the class's most unexpected star, leaving those who had once mocked his lack of academic prowess utterly astounded. Whenever Lin Xinyu appeared, his erstwhile detractors would feign composure to mask their embarrassment, pulling out their textbooks to work on exercises. Among them, Li Hua felt the most humiliated. He had vowed to secure second place, hoping to leverage his ranking to sit next to Bai Shihan. Yet, in the corner, Lin Xinyu focused intently on his exercises. When fatigue set in, he would discreetly glance at the little girl beside him, hoping for the chance to catch her in the act of stealing a glance at him, teasingly remarking, "Aha, I caught you." Typically, the girl would blush and quickly avert her gaze, conjuring up a flimsy excuse to ease the awkwardness. I was just checking if the little birds have built their nests. To harbor feelings for someone is a simple affair, especially during one's school years, particularly within the confines of a classroom. Regardless of the activity at hand, one instinctively looks up, and even if the object of one's affection is hidden within a crowd, they can effortlessly pinpoint their target and steal a distant glance. The little birds have already formed families, while we are still engrossed in our studies. After completing his exercises, Lin Xinyu stretched and turned to Bai Shihan, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Bai Shihan, I think. I might want to fall in love. Huh. It was as if she had stumbled upon an astonishing secret. Lin Xinyu was not lacking in appearance, especially when he went out with his so-called group of friends. Several admirers would invariably follow. During basketball games, she had secretly observed him, clearly recalling the moment a girl had handed him a bottle of water. The little girl pouted, feeling a pang of envy. I need to study hard, and I could find someone I like. In truth, Bai Shihan longed to ask him if he had someone he liked, to confront him. If he did, then why did he still call her wifey? Yet, it seemed that the person who liked her did not reciprocate her feelings. The little girl offered no response, instead staring down at the exercises on her desk, feeling at a loss for how to reply, unsure of how to articulate her inner thoughts. Lin Xinyu observed her, saying, "The person I like is particularly difficult to pursue. I must study diligently, save a substantial dowry, and earn the approval of her family. I would never want her to run away with me," tears streaming down her face. "She's incredibly naive at times, clumsy, unable to do anything alone, afraid to venture outside or speak to others. I wish I could be by her side." Witnessing her bravery, Bai Shihan pouted, having guessed who he was referring to but unwilling to admit it. "Stop daydreaming. What about you? Do you have someone you really like?" Lin Xinyu gazed at her until she turned her head to meet his eyes, her cheeks flushed as she stammered for quite some time before softly uttering, I don't really know what it means to like someone. I've been with him every day, and I've been very happy. Perhaps such wonderful days will not last forever." She contemplated what to name their child. The child would be named Lin Xiao, No, there isn't a child. Bai Shihan's face burned with embarrassment, utterly unaware of her own words. In any case, it was simply very annoying. 094. How I longed to embrace him. Xiaoan. What a silly name. Bai Shihan felt her cheeks flush with warmth, too shy to glance at Lin Xinyu, who was wearing a mischievous grin beside her. Lin Xiaohan? The name evokes the image of an adorable little girl, just as charming as you. Lin Xinyu's expression was charged with excitement as he envisioned their future daughter, sweetly calling him daddy in a playful tone, a thought that surely brought him joy. No, no. She would never be called Lin Xiaohan. While undeniably cute, that was out of the question. Bah, there would be no children at all. Bai Shihan's blush deepened as she averted her gaze from that shameless fellow. Since entering the 3rd year of high school, morning exercises had been supplanted by early study sessions, and only during breaks could they partake in physical activities. Some students seized this time to escape, ensuring they made the most of the half hour. Lin Xinyu was among them. He would often abandon the group to rendezvous with Kong Peng, lurking in the convenience store, either purchasing bread or indulging in instant noodles for breakfast. Finally, he would return to the storage room, listening for the announcement signaling the orderly departure of classes, only to emerge from the restroom, feigning a wash-up. Some girls would feign their menstrual discomfort, claiming stomach aches or intestinal irritations, remaining motionless at their desks, their faces betraying their distress. Once most of the class had vacated, they would spring back to life. The little girl was different. She had received permission from Old Shun to remain in the classroom, brazenly evading the break exercises without fear of being caught, a legitimate excuse indeed. Would you care to experience my break exercises? Bai Shihan found herself perplexed, especially seeing Lin Xinyu remain unperturbed in his seat while most classmates had already departed. Was he not afraid of being discovered by their homeroom teacher? The previous reasons for skipping break exercises had either been exams or inclement weather. Since they had begun spending time together, this was the first occasion for him to participate. Why so silent? Would you not join me? Lin Xinyu scanned the surroundings, sensing that most students had left. Experience told him that if he lingered any longer, Old Chen would soon check the classroom for stragglers. I am scared. Though break exercises were organized by grade level, all 3rd-year students gathered as one, and the mere thought of such pressure was daunting for Bai Shihan. Are you truly not going to join? It's far more entertaining than mere exercises. The little girl appeared confused, not grasping his intent. Aren't we heading out for break exercises now? Why the puzzled expression? Bai Shihan, did you not promise to accompany me in leaving traces throughout the school? You are correct. Those are my words. Yet I still cannot bear the thought of so many gathered in one place. It's terrifying. Instinctively, Bai Shihan's mind filled with various images. And even with Lin Xinyu by her side, she felt incapable of participating, fearing ridicule from others. Get up, come with me, or you shall surely regret it. Lin Xinyu ceased speaking, merely rising to leave, his demeanor suggesting that either he would depart, or they would go together. The young girl felt a tinge of grievance. Pouting her lips, despite her reluctance, she encouraged herself internally, crafting a plan for her escape should she find herself under the scrutiny of many eyes. She would flee and never heed his words again. Lin Xinyu stepped into the corridor ahead of her, gesturing for Bai Shihan to follow. Although unwilling, her legs seemed to move of their own accord, obediently trailing after him. Hurry, Old Chen will be here soon. Under Lin Xinyu's lead, the two hastened their pace, leaving the classroom and swiftly reaching the end of the corridor. Upon hearing a familiar cough from the restroom, Bai Shihan felt her small hand abruptly grasped by him, and they turned into the storage room, the door closing gently yet adeptly, revealing a familiarity with such thrilling and tense situations. The two exchanged glances, the girl's head still buzzing, unable to process the moment, her heart racing like never before. Shoo, don't say a word. Before she could utter a sound, Lin Xinyu pressed his index finger to her lips, effectively sealing her silence. Bai Shihan was momentarily taken aback. Once again, he had touched her lips, previously through a sugary offering, now directly with his finger. If this continued, would he eventually push his finger into her mouth? No, she absolutely did not want that. All right, Old Chen has left. We nearly got caught. Bai Shihan looked at him with curiosity. Lin Xinyu, noticing her confusion, withdrew his finger from her lips. This is my way of exercising. Isn't it quite entertaining? Gazing at his radiant smile, illuminated by the sunlight, so close to her, the girl found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort, even contemplating a nod of agreement to his assertion, feeling that perhaps it was indeed amusing. The tension, the thrill, an exhilarating sensation she had never experienced before. If they were discovered, surely the teacher would reprimand them. Yet how was it that he was so adept at evading detection? Recalling their previous successful escapes right under the nose of the grade director, she had felt immense anxiety the first time, yet the second encounter brought a strange thrill. And now with the homeroom teacher, she felt no fear. Instead, she listened to his breath, inhaling the masculine scent that lingered, finding a peculiar enjoyment in it. Reluctant to leave, she longed to boldly embrace him, but found herself lacking the courage. The girl felt utterly inadequate, uncertain of their future, afraid to cross the line that separated them as mere friends. She had come to understand what it meant to like someone. Perhaps, as he had said, she would indeed fall in love with him, ultimately becoming his wife. How infuriating, considering it was just a fleeting thought. They were simply too close. Bai Shihan wanted to push him away, yet her body felt soft and powerless. Your face turns so easily red. The girl was at a loss for how to respond, merely pretending she hadn't heard him. After a brief moment, she softly spoke, I haven't done the exercises yet. The familiar tune of the broadcast gymnastics began to echo in their ears. The little girl felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure why Lin Xinyu had yet to lead her to the football field. She could only wait in place until he opened the storage room door and said, Come, follow me. I will show you what I usually do. They descended the stairs to the first floor. Bai Shihan obediently trailed behind, occasionally glancing at the birds soaring above, most of them in pairs, and a few even flying with their fledglings. How could there be such little birds so soon? 095, I take pride in him. Do not be afraid. Slowly, even if you exert force, it won't be long before everything returns to its original state. Lin Xinyu felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. Behind him, Bai Shihan was utterly reluctant to step into the greenery, fearful of trampling the delicate grass. She gazed at the tiny blades with a face full of regret, mumbling apologies that one could easily guess were words of contrition. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Did we not tread upon the grass during our last visit to the grove? It was of no consequence. Come now, let's go. I shall treat you to some instant noodles. I'm not a child. Hearing the coaxing tone, Bai Shihan pouted, having been fooled numerous times before. How could she so easily fall for it again? The convenience store boasts a myriad of flavors, you know. Well, then just this once. The little girl murmured an apology, then turned her gaze to Lin Xinyu, who was leading the way ahead. If there is to be blame, let it fall upon him. As they traversed the grassy expanse, it was not that Lin Xinyu was unwilling to take her along the conventional route, but rather that they were likely to encounter the patrolling head of the grade along the way. Better safe than sorry. Thus he chose to stealthily guide Bai Shihan across the lawn, occasionally hiding behind the bushes. The little girl, having never experienced such a situation, followed closely behind him in concealment. One tall, one short, one male, one female. The boy cautiously peered out from the foliage, carefully observing, while the girl behind him, though anxious, wore a vibrant smile illuminated by the gentle sunlight. This, it turned out, was what he referred to as the exercise break. It was a novel experience, an uncharted territory. She had been deceived for quite a while, always assuming Lin Xinyu was eager to head to the playground. Now, the truth had finally been unveiled. The director is not present. Let us proceed. Perhaps fearing the noise they might create, Lin Xinyu intentionally lowered his voice and pinched the hem of his shirt, inviting Bai Shihan to hold on to him as they moved forward. It was broad daylight, and, considering the proximity of the convenience store, if he were to grasp her hand now, it would undoubtedly send her into a panic. This was also the reason why Bai Shihan held no disdain for him. Lin Xinyu could always discern appropriate contexts, knowing precisely when it was suitable to take liberties, never placing her in embarrassing situations. But still, how she longed to hold his hand now. Bai Shihan had never taken the initiative. She always passively enjoyed their moments together. Everything has a threshold, and when that threshold reaches its peak, it erupts, prompting thoughts of deeper desires. Just like her current state, perpetually feeling bullied and coerced, accumulating feelings that made her contemplate the idea of turning the tables and teasing him instead. The little girl tugged at the hem of Lin Xinyu's shirt. Unbidden, images of teasing him filled her mind, envisioning herself pushing him against the wall, just as he had suggested, loosening his collar. Alas, she could not bring herself to do it. Wouldn't that be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? Bai Shihan was not foolish. She understood her own limitations, yet she could not help but fantasize. Initially, she intended to tease him, but the scene inevitably morphed into one where he would loosen her collar in a fierce act of retribution. Such thoughts were hardly befitting of good friends. Thankfully, he remained oblivious. Otherwise, she would be utterly mortified. "Ah, we have arrived." Lin Xinyu walked ahead, utterly oblivious to the thoughts of the young girl trailing behind him. Upon safely arriving at their destination, he led her through the back door, and the first sight that greeted them was Kong Pang, who was already seated at a resting table, indulging in instant noodles. Although Lin Xinyu did not approach him to exchange greetings, the knowing glance they shared conveyed a clear message. You truly are something else. He reassured his brother that there was nothing amiss, allowing him to endure the solitude of consuming noodles alone. In the past, Lin Xinyu's presence would often attract junior girls who would come over to chat. Now, however, he found himself entirely alone, which was quite lamentable. "Hey, Pang, do you have any money left?" "None, my dad didn't give me any." "What? You still want to use his money to impress girls?" "This weekend, I'll help you gather all the contact information of those girls from the internet CAF. 20. That is all I've got." Kong Yu readily produced the money, his earlier frustration dissipating, almost as if he were about to call Lin Xinyu bro. "I'll find you later." Such is the bond between brothers, where banter flows freely and understanding is conveyed through mere glances, each knowing the other's thoughts without the need for words. Bai Shihan followed closely behind Lin Xinyu. The young girl, now keen to save her money, had her sights set solely on the instant noodle section. Previously, when she had mustered the courage to visit the supermarket for snacks, she had seen them, but at that time, without Lin Xinyu by her side, she had never dared to taste them, thinking that instant noodles were toxic. Now, everything had changed. Not only had her perception of poison shifted, but even the broth was too tempting for her to resist. As they approached the end of their senior year, Lin Xinyu had truly helped her open up, enabling her to experience many things she had never dared to contemplate before. Having previously enjoyed braised noodles, she swiftly settled on her choice. But as Lin Xinyu paid at the register, she felt a pang of regret, torn between not wanting to eat and fearing that returning the noodles would be somewhat embarrassing. "How do you feel?" "Next time, I won't eat instant noodles." Lin Xinyu was puzzled by her words. It seemed that Bai Shihan had scarcely spent any money these days. His first thought was, had her dad stopped giving you pocket money? The young girl quickly shook her head. "He gives me money, but I can't spend it frivolously." As for the matter of saving for his betrothal gifts, she would certainly not disclose that, as such actions among good friends might be deemed excessive, and she feared he would mock her. After settling the bill with the owner, and perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with Kong Yu, Bai Shihan held the instant noodles in one hand while grasping the hem of Lin Xinyu's shirt with the other, following him to the table where Kong Yu sat. They called the two over, and the latter placed the prepared hot water beside them. "I must ask, bro, where did you manage to charm this lady from?" No. Just as the young girl began to peel back the lid of her noodle cup, Lin Xinyu interrupted her before she could finish her thought. "How could you say charm?" "She is my desk mate. Without her help in this exam, I wouldn't have made such significant progress." Kong Yu hardly paid attention to Lin Xinyu's words, his focus entirely on the mention of great progress. "How much progress are we talking about?" "Take a wild guess." In the third year of high school, the student population is quite substantial, with 10 classes, each averaging 60 students, resulting in approximately 600 science students in total. The scores of the two brothers usually do not vary significantly, which emboldens Kong Yu to venture into the middle ground. "A bold guess, perhaps 200? What a timid estimate." "You go. Please do not tell me it is among the top 100. Kong Yu appeared visibly astonished, hardly able to believe the revelation. Lin Xinyu, without uttering a word, silently displayed 2 fingers to him. The young girl beside them watched intently, a slight smile gracing her lips, even tinged with a sense of pride. The top student beside her is a testament to her witnessed growth. Had she not been somewhat shy and reluctant to converse with others, she might have proudly declared, "Impressive, isn't it?" The second place is under my tutelage. 096. Is it good to be a person? The young girl painstakingly squeezed all the seasoning into the instant noodle cup, refusing any assistance from Lin Xinyu. This unprecedented sense of accomplishment was what truly brought her satisfaction. Bai Shihan was unlike other girls. Her thoughts were not so difficult to decipher. While other girls often left boys perplexed about their feelings, or were even unaware of them themselves, this girl had her emotions practically inscribed on her face, often displaying an expression that suggested he could never truly guess her thoughts. 20. Konyu had no time to dwell on such matters. His round face was filled with astonishment. Lin Xinyu, who had recently been performing similarly to him, had suddenly soared to new heights. The more he heard Kong use incredulous tone, the more joy bubbled within Bai Shihan. Her good friend had become someone others envied. Lin Xinyu tore open the noodle cup and snatched the prepared noodles from Bai Shihan's hands. What a timid soul dared to guess bigger. Second, at this moment, Konyu was choked up, not from sheer astonishment, but rather a mix of disbelief and tentative belief. Your sister-in-law has taught you well. Bai Shihan was initially infuriated by Lin Xinyu's theft of her noodles, yet before she could voice her displeasure, familiar admonishments reached her ears. No, the little girl retorted fiercely. What do you mean no? During such a period, you still crave spicy food. If they're essay next time, I'll make sure you regret it. Lin Xinyu's tone grew more severe as he looked down at her. Konyu beside them gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're amazing. Feeling wronged. Bai Shihan dared not speak, glancing at the noodle cup in her hands, which had now transformed into a flavor she had never tried before, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Pay attention to your diet. Eat less spicy food, lest you find yourself alone at night, clutching a blanket in pain. Got it. Initially, Bai Shihan had not grasped the situation, merely sensing she had been scolded. However, upon hearing his subsequent words and considering the noodle flavor, it was evident that what he had prepared was not spicy, and warmth surged within her heart. Oh no, can you please not be so nice to me? Bai Shihan, you must not allow yourself to be ensnared in this gentle vortex. You can already be by her side every day. You must not desire more. You have already enjoyed an extra privilege for a day. One must never be greedy. You can eat soon. Go inside and sit down, even if the headmaster finds you. Fatty, and I can shield you. Bai Shihan nodded, then sat in the corner behind him, inevitably brushing against his body. The cells that had been dormant for so long suddenly rejoiced. Inhaling his familiar scent, her heart began to race. No, I cannot wish for more. The young girl dawdled for some time before finally finding her place and slowly sitting down. Yes, that is more like it. Lin Xinyu prepared his portion of noodles as well, and together they awaited the moment to indulge. Konyu, having nothing else to do, sought to ask his good friend how he had improved his grades. Brother, tell me honestly, were you pretending to amuse your friends before? So your grades weren't genuine? To be honest, you wouldn't believe it. Your sister-in-law has taught well. The familiar address resurfaced, and Bai Shihan recognized the futility of a rebuttal, choosing instead to remain silent in the corner, poking at the lid of her instant noodles with a fork, hesitant about applying too much force for fear of breaking it. Next time, she vowed never to partake in the calisthenics with him again. Konyu glanced at Bai Shihan. Your sister-in-law? Which one is she? Could it be that she is the top of the class? This notion left Kong Pang incredulous. Typically, students presume that the top performer would possess an unremarkable appearance. Observing the girl in the corner, standing gracefully and distinguished, she certainly did not fit the stereotype he had in mind. Even if she were indeed the top, how could she possibly be interested in Lin Xinyu? Not that it was implausible, but Lin Xinyu typically associated with his group of friends, rarely engaging with high-achieving students, leaving him utterly perplexed. Yes, your sister-in-law is indeed the top of the class. Bai Shihan had abandoned any resistance, having grown accustomed to this moniker. Kong Pang's gaze flickered between the two, ultimately raising his thumb in admiration. Impressive. The depth of Chinese culture is profound. No ornate language can surpass these two words. The young girl obediently sat within, occasionally nibbling on her fork, brimming with anticipation. You may eat now. Open it and give it a try. The flavor should be quite agreeable. All right. At this moment, Kong Pang felt an urge to inquire about methods to improve grades, but his primary objective remained the girl from the internet CAF, especially after having spent 20 yuan earlier without any leads, which was rather uncomfortable. However, with Bai Shihan present, discussing other girls might not yield favorable implications. Despite his usual goofy demeanor, Kong Pang possessed an innate cleverness that required no explicit direction. He understood everything. It's a bit hot. Here, let me feed you. Lin Xinyu disregarded whether Kong Yu was opposite him and swiftly moved the instant noodles in front of Bai Shihan to his side, lifting a small portion before blowing on it, producing a soft huffing sound to ensure his good friend noticed. Yuga, can we act like civilized individuals? Yet, his intentions remained unchanged. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. In the future, Kong Yu successfully slimmed down, leading to an increase in his appeal to women. Each time he had a girlfriend, he would invite Lin Xinyu along, especially during meals, sharing bites in a tender exchange. Come on, Shihan, open your mouth, ah. The young girl felt a bit shy, utterly unaware of the audacity Lin Xinyu exhibited in feeding her so brazenly in front of others, though instinct urged her to refuse. It had been so long since she had been fed by him that she found it difficult to decline. Noticing her slightly flushed ears, Lin Xinyu remarked, "Are you feeling a bit warm? If so, I can keep my distance. It's all right, we're all friends here. Don't be afraid, open your mouth, ah." Opposite them, Kong Yu could hardly bear the scene unfolding before him. In the past, I used to accompany Lin Xinyu to the small bamboo grove to disrupt other couples, adhering to an unwritten principle that if they were in a relationship, no one else should be allowed to love. Each couple we managed to scare away felt like a small victory. However, the dynamics have now shifted. Former allies are now openly feeding girls noodles right before my eyes. The delicate strands of noodles enter her mouth, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, marking her first experience of consuming something he has